Imagine getting subbed into a high-stakes Italian academy match, only for this cabbage-headed defender to slide in and call you a ball boy with zero shirt number. Our guy is literally sweating bullets, fighting off a massive panic attack, but instead of folding like a cheap lawn chair, his brain turns into a tactical supercomputer, calculating pass lines and defensive gaps that nobody else on the pitch can see. He pulls off a tactical masterclass so clean it leaves the head coach looking like he just saw a ghost. But to understand how this absolute tactical genius ended up getting treated like a stadium janitor, we need to go back to the beginning. Hashtag we start with jersey number 10, the holy grail of football. The shirt reserved for absolute legends, soccer geniuses who can do magic on the pitch. But then we meet our guy Lee Jian. He straight up tells us he is not a genius. He isn't fast, he doesn't have insane physical stats, and his mental game is softer than a wet paper towel. He is, by all accounts, completely unremarkable. Yet somehow he's out here wearing the 10, dodging defenders who look like they want to harvest his organs because he has a massive, desperate lie to protect. A lie that keeps him running even when his lungs are screaming for mercy. See, a while back he was at the AC Fiorentina U17 Academy, and he recently realized a very painful truth. Lies are like snowballs. They start small, but eventually they roll down a hill and crush your entire life. It all started 24 hours ago. Jian is in his room, playing video games on his couch, chatting on the phone with his childhood friend Kim Jiwoo. To her, he's a starting superstar. But the reality? Jian actually got into Gioventu, a massive academy in Torino, but ran away to Fiorentina because he couldn't handle the pressure. Now, he's just a benchwarmer, completely ignored by everyone. Nobody bothers him, but he also has zero chance of actually making the starting lineup. So when Jiwoo asks how he's adjusting, he lies through his teeth and claims he just scored a hat trick. Jiwoo was basically like an overbearing older sister back in Korea, and even though she's annoying, she's the only real friend he has. He didn't want to look pathetic in front of her, so he agreed with whatever she said. Which is fine until she drops a nuclear bomb. "I'm coming to Italy!" He literally spits his water across the kitchen. She got into a culinary exchange program in Florence, and she's hyped to see her favorite soccer genius in action. She's landing in exactly 2 weeks. Jian is left standing there, his soul leaving his body. He is a substitute player who doesn't even get to touch the grass during real matches. How is he going to explain this to her? The next day at practice, the captain tells him to get ready for a minigame. The instructions are the usual, just play however you want. The coaches don't expect anything from the reserves anyway. Jian ties his laces, realizing the grim math of his situation. Even if he manages to escape the reserve squad and get called up to the 20-man squad, only 11 players actually make it onto the field. The rest sit on the bench, waiting for a miracle. If he wants to show Jiwoo he's a real player, he has exactly 2 weeks to make a miracle happen. Normally, he didn't care about being a starter because he knew his limits, but now, the fear of absolute embarrassment is a powerful motivator. He refuses to look like a loser in front of the only person who believes in him. He looks over at the coaches, realizing this training match is his only ticket out of the reserves. He steps onto the pitch, taking a deep breath. His position is second forward, a shadow striker. If he wants to make an impression, he needs to secure goals. The coach blows the whistle, and the game kicks off. Because it's a minigame on a smaller pitch, the space is extremely tight. This means the tempo is lightning fast. Jian realizes he has to think 3 steps ahead before the ball even reaches him. A pass comes his way, with a defender breathing down his neck. Jian fakes left, then fakes right with a smooth body feint. The defender's ankles are left in shambles as Jian glides past. But another wave of defenders immediately swarms him. Instead of forcing a shot, Jian spots a tiny opening and fires a perfect pass to the center forward. At that exact moment, every defender's eyes instinctively follow the ball. And while they're distracted, Jian does what he does best. He completely disappears from their field of vision. He slips into the blind spot of the defense. The opponent's captain panics, realizing he lost sight of our guy. The center forward taps the ball back to Jian, who has completely bypassed the offside trap. This is the role of a true shadow striker. He strikes the ball cleanly, sending it straight into the back of the net. A textbook finish. Jian slides to the grass, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The coaches watch from the sidelines, seemingly unimpressed, but keeping score. Jian jogs back, feeling a sudden surge of confidence. It was a lucky play, but it worked. The defenders moved exactly the way he predicted. He looks at his hand, realizing that maybe, just maybe, he can actually do this. He pumps his fist, ready to show them more. The whistle blows, marking the end of the second quarter. The score is 6-4, and Jian has already bagged 2 goals. He grabs a drink, hyped to keep this momentum going for the rest of the game. But then, Coach Luca approaches him. Take off your vest, the coach says coldly. Jian thinks he's just swapping teams to balance things out. He pulls the vest off, slightly annoyed but ready to adapt. He wonders if he can pull off the same performance on the opposing side. But when he starts walking toward the other team, the coach stops him. Where are you going? Just get off the field. Jian freezes as the coach turns his back on him. He's been kicked out of the game. The panic immediately returns. He thinks he's completely done. We cut to the sidelines of the Fiorentina U17 training ground. Jian is sitting on the bench, staring blankly at the grass. Nothing is going the way he expected. He thinks he's been benched forever, but the players next to him are whispering in absolute shock. See, in Jian's head, Coach Luca was screaming at him like a sleep-deprived drill sergeant. But in reality, Jian is actually being called up to the main squad. He stands up, trembling like a nervous chihuahua. Head coach Tony walks up to him, telling him to relax. Now, this is Coach Tony. He looks like a discount Tony Stark who gave up engineering to manage Italian teenagers. He apologizes for calling Jian out so suddenly and asks him to take the second forward position for the main team scrimmage. Jian nods frantically and starts warming up, his brain still trying to process the massive upgrade. Tony watches him do some incredibly awkward high knees, looking a bit concerned. Coach Luca walks up, pointing out that Jian seemed completely different during today's training. He was pushing himself incredibly hard, Luca says. They wonder if the kid is finally opening up his heart. Tony tells Luca to keep an eye on him, but not to pressure him. They need to act casual so they don't trigger his anxiety. Because 3 years ago, Jian was the boy whose talent had top-tier European clubs fighting like feral cats for his signature. He ultimately signed with Juventus, but the contract was terminated because he literally could not adapt to the pressure. Every single word of motivation from his coaches and family felt like a concrete block tied to his ankles. At his worst, the stress was so crippling he couldn't even step onto the field. But Tony saw something in him. He decided to take Jian in and patiently wait for him to heal. Even though Jian was stuck in the reserves for 2 years, Tony never doubted his natural talent. He calls him the soccer genius who doesn't know his own worth. And today is the day Tony expects Jian to finally open that door. Back on the field, the scrimmage is brutal. Gino, the starting second forward, is getting absolutely suffocated by the defense. Jian realizes he's replacing Gino, not because the coach believes in him, but because Gino is physically running on empty. If a player as good as Gino is struggling this hard, Jian wonders how he's supposed to survive out there. He stretches, his stomach churning with anxiety. He tries to clear his head and focus on a plan. In his mind, the field turns into a tactical chessboard. He analyzes Gino's playstyle. The defense is sticking to him like gum on a shoe. The second Gino touches the ball, 2 defenders instantly close the gap. This leaves the entire attack isolated and stagnant. Jian asks himself, what would I do in this situation? If he plays the exact same way Gino does, he will get shut down immediately. He needs to use the entire width of the pitch. If he can drag his dedicated defender away to the wings or deep midfield, it will create massive cracks in the defensive line for his teammates to exploit. It's a perfect plan, but his confidence is still hovering at absolute zero. His breathing becomes shallow as his childhood trauma flashes back. He remembers his mother standing over him, coldly telling him that mistakes will not be tolerated. She forced a young, crying Jian to hold an MVP trophy, demanding absolute perfection. The memory hits him so hard he literally feels like vomiting on the grass. Tony notices the kid is physically shaking under the weight of his own head. He remembers the rumors about Jian's overbearing mother and realizes what he needs to do as a coach. Tony walks up and places a heavy hand on Jian's shoulder. If your goal is just to give Gino some rest, there's no need to feel pressured. Just do whatever you want. Jian looks up, completely stunned. The realization hits him, he's just a stamina balancer. The coach doesn't expect him to carry the team, and just like that, the crushing weight on his shoulders completely evaporates. If nobody expects anything from him, he has absolutely nothing to lose. The referee calls for the substitution. Gino jogs off, sweating and exhausted, as Jian steps onto the pitch. Jian looks down at his boots, remembering Jiwoo is coming next week. This is his one shot to prove he belongs on this field. He slaps his face, locking in. The ball is kicked off, and the physical pressure is immediate. The defense is playing incredibly tight, leaving zero room for forward passes. Jian's teammates are struggling just to keep possession. Jian's marker closes in on him, grinning like a maniac. It's much harder than Jian thought, and his marker is highly aggressive. The defender gets right in his face, whispering trash talk. What is this? They subbed in some shirtless ball boy? Jian's eyes go wide as the insult lands. For a split second, he starts to spiral into weak thoughts, but he shakes it off. He has a plan, and he needs to execute it now. Instead of running forward, Jian suddenly turns around and sprints back into his own defensive zone. His marker is utterly baffled, watching Jian abandon the attack entirely. Tony watches from the sidelines, leaning in as he realizes what Jian is doing. By dropping incredibly deep, Jian drags his aggressive marker with him, creating a massive vacuum in the opponent's defensive line. Jian screams at his teammate to exploit the open space. His teammate instantly charges into the gap. Tony's eyes widen in absolute awe. This is a chess match, and Jian just moved his first pawn. To block the teammate rushing into the empty space, another defender is forced to slide over. This triggers a massive domino effect across the pitch, creating a brand new gap in the defense. A fatal crack in their formation has finally formed. Jian's teammate lofts a beautiful pass over the defense. Tony pumps his fist, practically celebrating on the sidelines. Jian didn't just find a passing lane, he literally created the entire lane with his movement. Our guy sprints forward, catching the defense completely off guard. The stagnant game is suddenly flowing at a breakneck pace, with Jian acting as the absolute catalyst. With one touches, he reads the flow of the game, decides his next move, and executes a flawless header pass. It's a perfect, golden opportunity. The ball flies toward the net, displaying a level of soccer intelligence that is absolutely unfair. Tony is gritting his teeth, realizing he vastly underestimated the kid's potential. The ball tears into the back of the net as the goalkeeper is left diving at thin air. Jian jogs back, looking like a casual god, while Tony realizes he's looking at a player who could eventually devour the entire world. Meanwhile, we cut to the airport terminal, where the international arrivals board is flashing. A girl is aggressively typing on her phone, a massive grin on her face. She stands tall with her luggage, looking incredibly hyped. Jiwoo has officially landed in Italy, ready to see her favorite soccer genius conquer Europe. We start things off inside our guy's head, where he is currently having a peaceful sleep until a wild Jiwoo appears in his subconscious to scream at him about planning a date. Jian wakes up looking like he just survived a 5-star difficulty boss fight in a horror game. He is just lying there on his bed, completely drained, and questioning his life choices. He is already complaining about how noisy she is, and the girl is not even in the room yet. She is just casually dominating his dream space. But there is no time to sleep in. He shouts a quick goodbye to his dad and bolts out the door like his house is on fire. He is running down the beautiful streets of Florence, feeling the physical aftermath of training with the first squad. It is another level, but hey, he got an assist, so his confidence is high. He actually gets a little sparkle in his eye thinking about the possibilities. He starts wondering if this is the week he finally breaks into the starting lineup for the weekend game. He arrives at the U17 Fiorentina youth team training ground, full of hope and ready to claim his glory. And immediately, his dreams are crushed into a fine powder. Forget the starting lineup, our guy did not even make the bench roster. He is just staring at the team list on the clipboard like he is reading a bad report card. He physically grabs his head, trying to process the absolute L he just took. He tries to cope, telling himself that expecting to make the roster after just one good practice match was greedy anyway. He calculates his calendar. Jiwoo arrives tomorrow. He has exactly one more roster announcement left before she gets here. If he works hard, maybe next week is the one. He visualizes it in his head. First starter Gino. Second starter Mondi. Third starter Li Jian. Surely the universe will let him have this. Meanwhile, on the pitch, assistant coach Luca is watching Jian run drills and is genuinely impressed, telling Tony that the kid is looking really sharp. Luca points out that Jian's ability to carry the ball into the final third and finish is on par with their starting rivals, Gino and Andrea. And here comes Tony, sporting a very smug, wise coach grin. He explains that leaving Jian off the roster this time was actually a calculated galaxy brain move. Tony's theory is that they need to build Jian's confidence step by step, completely free of pressure, so he doesn't get overwhelmed. He compares managing Jian to trying to befriend a stray cat. Tony is so proud of this analogy, thinking his prediction is entirely accurate. Meanwhile, the narrator overlay tells us he is completely, hilariously wrong. The coach calls an end to training, and Jian's knees instantly give out. He is sweating, trembling, and his internal monologue is just a wall of pure, unadulterated panic. He is so anxious he might actually pass out on the grass. Because here is the reality. This was the final training session before the game, and the roster is not out yet. And worst of all, Jiwoo is landing tomorrow. Tony dismisses the team, announcing that the roster notifications will be sent out individually over the weekend. Jian looks like he just heard a countdown timer start. He runs home, his red sneakers hitting the pavement in a frantic rhythm. He is running for his life at this point. He knows he did everything he could, but his entire fate is now resting in the hands of a coach who thinks he is a delicate little kitten. He swallows hard, the reality of the situation sinking in. He is literally begging the heavens and the coach to pick him, looking like a man who is about to be evicted from his own lie. Flash forward to Friday afternoon, 14,003. His phone on the table starts vibrating violently. Jian reaches for it with a shaky hand, probably expecting a death warrant from the coaching staff. Instead, it is a literal storm of messages from Jiwoo. She has arrived, she is in a taxi, and she is loving the Italian scenery. She texts that she is at her homestay and wants to meet up in exactly 1 hour. Jian is confused by the sudden timeline. He is just standing there in his living room, staring at his phone, realizing the boss fight has officially begun. He sprints to his closet, feet tapping against the floor like a high-speed cartoon character. And of course, because he is a soccer player who has no life outside of soccer, his entire wardrobe is just a sea of athletic sportswear. He pulls out a purple J.A. Lee jersey with the number 12, trying to convince himself that it is totally normal to wear a full kit to a casual hangout. He tells himself it is fine, they are just childhood friends grabbing a quick meal, no big deal. He is trying so hard to keep it casual, but his face says he is internally screaming. Then, his dad walks into the frame, holding a cup of coffee and looking at his son with a mixture of concern and mild amusement. Jian tries to bolt out the door in his full purple youth uniform, but his dad physically stops him, realizing his son is about to commit a fashion war crime. Dad steps in like a professional stylist, tossing him a normal pink polo shirt. Jian walks out the door looking like a regular human being for once, while his supportive dad waves from the background, wishing him luck on his definitely not a date. Jian is walking down the street, sniffing his wrist and complaining that his dad went completely overboard with the perfume. Sure, buddy, blame the dad. He arrives at the classic Florence streets and leans against a lamppost, looking like he is posing for a fashion magazine, though he is actually just trying not to collapse. He checks his phone, realizing he arrived way too early because his nerves are completely shot. He starts reminiscing about how Jiwoo used to be a total tomboy who ran around causing trouble when they were kids. He expects her to look exactly the same. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls his name, and his eyes go wide. Someone runs up and leans over, catching their breath. A familiar, pretty smile appears in the frame, asking if she is a bit late. The camera pans out, and Jiwoo is standing there looking absolutely gorgeous in a white sundress, with her hair in a perfect ponytail. The visual effects in this panel are doing overtime to show how stunned Jian is. Jian's brain completely short-circuits. He is just standing there, phone in hand, looking like a default NPC that forgot its dialogue. Jiwoo immediately goes for a high five, complaining about his stiff greeting and asking if he is not happy to see his childhood friend. She gets right in his face, and Jian's nose is assaulted by the scent of her hand cream, causing his eyes to roll back in panic. She tells him to pull himself together, while Jian is internally fighting for his actual life to keep his cool. He tries to deflect by asking about her outfit, and she happily spins around, showing off her dress with a big smile. He points out that she never used to wear skirts, and she casually explains that since she is abroad now, she decided to dress up a bit. She leans in close, grabbing his face with both hands, and asks if her little Jian is starting to see his childhood friend as a real woman. She is grinning right at him, completely teasing him, while Jian's face turns a shade of red that should not be biologically possible. His eyes go completely blank as his soul temporarily leaves his body from the sheer bluntness of her attack. He startles away, waving his hand, and desperately suggests they just go eat, while she cheerfully follows him, teasing him about avoiding eye contact. As they walk, Jian starts to calm down, realizing that despite the dress, she is still the same old teasing Jiwoo he has always known. He sneaks a sideways glance at her, and he has a sudden, quiet realization. Has she always been this pretty? Oh boy, our guy is falling, and he is falling hard. They head to a local restaurant surrounded by the beautiful historic buildings of Florence. The waiter places a delicious-looking dish on their table, and Jiwoo's eyes light up like a kid on Christmas morning. They've got pizza, pasta, meatballs, the absolute classic Italian spread. Jian acts like the mature one, holding the menu and telling her to stop talking and just eat, though he is really just trying to distract himself. She takes one bite of the meatball and literally starts crying tears of joy because it is so tasty. Classic culinary exchange student behavior. Jian just watches her, completely silent, as she holds up another forkful of food. But his hand is resting right next to his phone, which is sitting silently on the tablecloth. His mind is miles away, still worrying about when the roster message is going to drop. He is internally sweating, admitting to himself that the suspense is actually going to kill him. Jiwoo slurps up some pasta and drops the ultimate dread-inducing question. She asks him how many goals he plans to score in the upcoming game. She argues that since this is the first time she is seeing him play in 3 years, he should at least promise her a goal. Jian's face instantly drops. She reminds him that he told her he was a soccer genius, so a goal should be easy. Jian is screaming on the inside because she has absolutely no idea how the reserve bench works. She suddenly stands up right in the middle of the restaurant, mimicking a famous goal celebration. Jian frantically tells her to sit down, dying of embarrassment. She pouts, demanding to know if he is going to make the promise or not, while Jian tries to explain that promising a goal is not exactly how modern football works. She looks down at him, her expression turning slightly disappointed. She sits back down, sighing that she guessed scoring goals isn't something even a genius can just do at will. Jian realizes the mood is turning weird and awkward. He panics, frantically trying to come up with some kind of excuse to salvage his reputation and keep the lie alive. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the table. He hears a sound that splits the air. The phone on the table lights up with a ding, showing a message from Coach Tony. It is Friday, 17:05. Jian's face pale as he realizes the moment of truth has officially arrived. The roster is set. Chapter 40. We open Chapter 4 with a gorgeous shot of the Florence skyline bathed in a warm sunset, but the peaceful view is a total contrast to the absolute storm brewing in Jian's stomach. They are standing near her homestay and Jiwoo asks if he can make it home by himself. Jian offers to walk her all the way to her door, but she just laughs, telling him not to worry about it and to just head home. She pats his back, teasing him that her little Jian is all grown up now, while he just complains about her treating him like a kid. She waves goodbye, telling him to be careful and that she will see him on Sunday for the big match. As she closes the door, her cheerful expression softens into a quiet, supportive look. She genuinely cares about him and is so excited to see him shine. Jian walks down the narrow street, hands in his pockets, muttering about how cold her goodbye was. He is trying to act tough, but we all know he is stressing. The camera pans out, showing him walking alone in the cobblestone streets, looking tiny against the historic architecture. He reaches into his pocket and slowly pulls out his phone. He looks at the screen. The message from Coach Tony reads, "Assemble at the training ground by 12 p.m. on Sunday." Our guy lets out a massive sigh of relief, his shoulders finally dropping. He pumps his fist in the air, celebrating the fact that he actually made the roster. Even if he doesn't get to play, he figures he can just make up some excuses to Jiwoo later. But then, his brain does a quick callback to their dinner conversation. He remembers the promise. He remembers her excited face. The realization hits him like a truck, and he literally starts running down the street in the opposite direction. He grabs a lampist, holding his stomach as his digestive system immediately rebels from pure anxiety. The lie has snowballed into a monster, and he is realizing the absolute gravity of his bluff. He gets a wild look in his eye, wondering if it would actually be better if the coach just keeps him on the bench the entire match. He convinces himself that staying on the bench and not playing at all is infinitely less embarrassing than going out there, messing up, and exposing his lies. He slumps over, sighing as he admits his lies are just piling up to the sky. But then he stops. He runs a hand through his hair, staring down at the pavement. He remembers her face when she said she would come cheer for him. And his eyes change. The anxiety is still there, but underneath it, the competitive drive of a real player flickers to life. He admitting to himself that despite the terror, he genuinely wants to play. Flash forward to Sunday morning. Match day. The sun is shining brightly over a row of modern, upscale Italian houses. Jian's phone shows it is exactly 060 a.m. He woke up way before his alarm even went off. He sits up in bed, looking like a little chibi character, wondering if his body is just reacting to the fact that it is match day for the first time in a year. He stretches his arms, trying to shake off the stiffness. He flops back down onto his bed, staring at his phone, admitting that today feels entirely different from his usual routine. He knows there is no guarantee he will get any minutes, and if he does, it could be the day his entire facade crumbles. But as he rolls around on his bed, he realizes this nervous anticipation actually doesn't feel bad. It is the feeling of being alive, of having something to fight for. He closes his eyes, wishing the day would just start already. And of course, a little thought bubble of Jiwoo appears in his mind. He sits up, clutching his head, screaming at himself about why she is suddenly popping into his head first thing in the morning. He tells himself to stop overthinking, vaulting out of bed with a dramatic athletic pose. He heads downstairs. His dad is sitting on the couch drinking coffee and casually greets him. Dad points to the kitchen, mentioning he made a sandwich for Jian to grab on his way out. Jian's face immediately tenses up. Dad's cooking? That is a danger sign. He walks into the kitchen and looks at the plate. It is a massive sandwich, and it looks suspiciously green. Jian takes a bite, and lightning literally crackles behind him. His eyes bulge as his taste buds are hit with the chaotic, toxic combination of mint chocolate jam and mackerel. This is a culinary war crime of the highest order, but because he is a good son, he swallows it down and tells his dad it is delicious before packing it to eat on the way. Good luck to his stomach. He ties his shoes at the door, still chewing on a banana to get the taste of mint mackerel out of his mouth. He runs out the door, his dad calling out for him to come back safe. He is sprinting down the street, banana in his mouth, his sports bag bouncing against his side. He is ready. Back in the house, his dad looks at the leftover sandwich, muttering that he knew it wasn't actually good and feeling sorry for his son. Outstanding parenting. We transition to the sterile, quiet hallway of the stadium locker rooms. The atmosphere is tense. Inside the Fiorentina dressing room, Jian is sitting on the bench with his head down, surrounded by his chatting teammates. He is currently undergoing a complete physical shutdown. One of his teammates, wearing the number 14, looks over and calls out his name. He leans in, asking if Jian is actually okay because he looks like a Victorian child suffering from a terminal illness. Jian forces a thumbs up, his face pale and his eyes glowing blue with comedic dread. The teammate is completely creeped out. Jian mutters that it is nothing, but internally he is crying. The confidence he had this morning is entirely gone, replaced by a mountain of pre-game nerves. He reminds himself that it is only natural. The last time he played an official match was over a year ago, and since transferring to Fiorentina, he has been stuck on the reserves, never touching the pitch for a single minute. He curls up on the bench, swiping through his phone, trying to distract himself because his heart is racing at a dangerous speed. He stares at the black screen, thinking about his past. Ever since people started calling him a genius, the expectations have felt like a physical weight pressing down on his chest. He pulls up a photo his dad took a year ago, showing him playing in his old black and white kit. The expectations of others were always so high, making every match feel like a burden instead of a game. He clutches his phone tightly. His heart is racing, partly because it has been so long, but mostly because of that toxic, deep-seated thought that he has to succeed. He looks down at his lap, feeling the old suffocation of his trauma creeping back in. But then, something shifts in the locker room. His phone vibrates with a loud ding. He looks down. It is a message from Jiwoo. "I'm here! You better keep your promise! Find me if you score a goal!" A small, genuine smile breaks across Jian's face. For the first time, the burden of expectation doesn't feel entirely suffocating. Suddenly, the locker room door swings open. Coach Luca stands there, commanding everyone to head out. The team gathers, shouting and hyping themselves up to win, while Jian walks behind them, thinking about the fact that someone is actually in the stands just to cheer for him today. It is still a burden, sure, but he takes a deep breath, stepping into the tunnel. Right now, he just wants to do well. He wants to play. He really wants to stand on that pitch and show her what he can do. The air splits with the roar of the crowd as they step out into the bright stadium light. Fans are cheering, waving banners, shouting Forza! Jian walks out, but of course, there is a catch. He is wearing a bright yellow training bib over his jersey. He is on the bench, and the distance to the actual pitch feels like miles. The starting players sprint onto the field, while Jian is left walking behind, looking tiny. He is walking like a literal zombie, shoulders slumped, dragging his feet. In the stands, the fans are whispering, wondering who this weird new player is and why he is walking like he forgot how legs work. Up in the spectator railing, Jiwoo is watching closely, her expression tense but supportive. She is wearing a custom black jersey with the number 10 and Jian on the back. She leans over the railing, whispering for him to do his best. We skip ahead to 15 minutes into the second half. Jiwoo checks her digital watch. Time is running out. On the bench, Jian is sweating, his eyes locked on the pitch. Suddenly, Gino scores a spectacular goal, sprinting across the field to celebrate with his teammates while the crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting his name. Jian grinds his teeth, his jaw clenching as he watches his starting rival play the match of his life. Of all days, why does Gino have to be in God mode today? Jian sits on the bench, the blue shadow of dread falling over his face as his knees shake. The main question remains unanswered. Will he even get to step onto the grass today? Alright, so the match is officially underway at the Sassuolo Youth Stadium, and the starting lineup is wasting absolutely no time. They are trading high-speed passes, moving the ball across the pitch with elite precision. They launch a massive cross over the defense, and our starting forward, Gino, is already charging in to claim it. Gino locks his eyes onto the ball with absolute focus, instantly reading the defender's positioning. He knows exactly where the space is. He pulls off a beautiful shoulder trap, completely freezing his marker in his tracks. With a sudden reverse movement, Gino cuts hard to the left, leaving the defender grabbing air. He shouts for the team to push forward and maintain the aggressive tempo. They are completely dominating the early minutes, looking like a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, sitting on the bench, our guy Jian is watching this masterclass and slowly losing his mind. He realizes the gap between the reserves and these starters is an absolute chasm. The camera pans out to show the tactical spacing. The starting squad is playing on a completely different level of speed and cohesion. Jian is internally sweating, wondering how on earth he even managed to make the matchday roster with monsters like this on his team. And out of everyone on the pitch, Gino is the one putting on an absolute clinic. Because Sassuolo is playing with a wide defensive line, Gino is finding infinite space to manipulate the defense. Look at the little tactical board visual the author threw in. It's basically a playground for a forward. Gino lets loose a massive strike toward the bottom corner. It narrowly misses, but the team's confidence is sky high as they clap him up. Jian is sitting on the bench literally vibrating with anxiety. Gino has already taken 4 shots in 15 minutes, and Jian is starting to think his chances of playing today are officially 0. He tries to cope by telling himself he needs to stay warm and ready, pacing back and forth in his head. But then, a loud whistle cuts through the stadium as Gino gets absolutely leveled by a rough tackle. The assistant coach is instantly off the bench, screaming at the referee that it was a clear elbow to the face. The referee hands out a yellow card, and Gino just brushes it off, telling his teammate it's just a scratch. But back on the bench, Jian's eyes light up. It's a bit dark, but he realizes that if Gino is physically compromised, his path to the pitch just opened up. Now let's pan up to the stands where Jiwoo is currently sitting with her headphones on, looking like she's waiting for a bus that is 3 hours late. She is looking around, completely bored, questioning if Italian football is actually supposed to be this uninteresting. It's still a scoreless draw, and despite the crowd screaming their lungs out, she is just not feeling the hype. But then she remembers Jian's ridiculous bluff from dinner. He told her he was the undisputed ace, which means if the opponent is weak, they might just leave him on the bench to rest. She is internally panicking, thinking there is no way they are actually going to keep her superstar friend on the bench for the whole game. Suddenly, the crowd around her erupts into a massive roar, completely startling her out of her thoughts. The scoreboard flickers. 17th minute, Sassuolo 0, Fiorentina 1, and of course, the goal scorer is Gino. Jiwoo looks around, completely confused, asking the random fans if Jian's team actually just scored. She watches Gino celebrate, running down the pitch with his finger pointed to the sky, and now we get a hilarious side-by-side comparison of different perspectives. Jiwoo is absolutely devastated because a lead means her ace friend is even less likely to play, while Jian is celebrating like he just won the lottery. Jian is clapping on the bench, knowing that an early lead is literally the best-case scenario for a reserve player hoping to get subbed in. He knows the coaching staff won't risk putting in a reserve during a tight game, so a comfortable lead is his only ticket onto that grass. He is internally thanking Gino for doing the heavy lifting. He is cheering so quietly that his teammate next to him has to point out that he can barely hear him. Talk about peak reserve bench behavior. Jian frantically apologizes, immediately catching the sharp gaze of the assistant coach. Coach Tony is standing on the sidelines, stroking his goatee in deep thought, evaluating the flow of the match. The referee blows the whistle for halftime, and the score is already a comfortable 3-0 in favor of Fiorentina. Inside the locker room, the starters are celebrating, talking about how flawless the first half was. Jian is sitting quietly in the corner, agreeing that the team's performance was perfect. But then the coach calls for their attention. Tony gives them a standard pep talk, telling them to maintain the same energy for the second half. Jian's heart rate starts rising. He realizes this is his moment. He needs to ask to go in. In his head, he imagines himself doing this incredibly dramatic, sparkly anime protagonist speech, begging the coach to let Gino rest because he is the exhausted ace. But in reality, he just stands there sweating, looking like he's about to throw up, prompting Tony to ask if he's feeling sick. Jian completely chokes and asks if he can go to the restroom. Our guy's social anxiety is honestly a physical debuff at this point. The coaches just stare at him in complete deadpan silence. Tony tells him to go ahead, and Jian slinks out of the locker room, internally facepalming at his own weakness. He washes his hands in the sink, trying to cool down his nerves. He leans against the basin, admitting to himself that he came all the way to the restroom for absolutely no reason. He looks at his reflection in the mirror, criticizing himself for doing the absolute most just to avoid a simple conversation. But as he walks back out with the rest of the substitutes, his expression changes. He looks up at the stands and sees Jiwoo waving her arms, screaming his name with zero shame, and he realizes that despite the terror, he really desperately wants to be on that field. The whistle blows, and the second half officially begins. The clock ticks past the 60th minute, and the score remains a solid 3-0. Coach Tony looks down at his wristwatch, deciding it's time to make some adjustments. He calls out the names: Andrea, Fabian. And finally, Jian. Our guy's eyes go completely wide as his name is called. Tony commands them to warm up, and Jian is standing there like his brain just lagged for 3 seconds. He immediately bolts toward the sideline, yelling a frantic yes! He drops to one knee, doing this incredibly awkward high-speed stretching routine right in front of the coach to prove he is physically ready. Tony just sweats a little and tells him to go warm up over in the designated area with the others. Jian jogs over, trying to keep his composure, but he knows the reality of his situation. Andrea, who is warming up right next to him, is Gino's designated successor, a top-tier prospect guaranteed to move to the starting lineup soon. Andrea is a player who handles the ball exceptionally well, and the coaches are actively giving him instructions. Jian knows the club's perception of him is completely different. He's been treated like absolute deadweight. He knows he's basically been a wage-collecting ghost for the past few months, so he has to prove his worth right now. He starts doing high knees with comedic intensity, radiating this bright aura of desperation, begging the universe to just give him one chance to shine. 15 minutes pass. It's the 75th minute, and the substitution board finally goes up on the sideline. Jian spots the official holding the board, and his heart nearly jumps out of his chest. The assistant coach confirms the numbers, and Jian is internally panicking, wondering if they're going with Andrea or a defender to secure the win. The camera zooms in on Coach Luca's face as he prepares to make the announcement. Up in the stands, Jiwoo leans over the railing, hearing the fans discuss that the team is likely swapping out Gino to let him rest. The fans are expecting Andrea, but then they look at the board and gasp. It's number 20. Jiwoo's eyes light up. She knows exactly who wears that number. And there he is, Lee Jian, stepping onto the pitch for his official debut. The lie is alive, and the soccer genius has officially entered the chat.
Chapter 66.
As Jian steps onto the grass, the crowd noise fades into a heavy rhythmic heartbeat. The pressure is real. His vision narrows, and he takes a deep, shaky breath, trying to steady his hands. Suddenly, Coach Luca grabs him by the shoulder, startling him out of his panic. Luca looks at him with an intense gaze, asking if he's actually listening to the instructions. Jian frantically nods. Luca pats him on the chest, giving him the ultimate psychological cure. Play as you like without any pressure. The board goes up. Number 10 is out, and number 20 is in. Gino runs off the pitch, giving Jian a solid high five. Jian's eyes are glowing with a dark, intense focus. He runs onto the field, thinking about the promise he made to Jiwoo. He knows he has to score. Of course, he also knows that if he fails, his massive bluff will be completely exposed. No pressure, right? The referee blows the whistle, and the match resumes. Up in the stands, Jiwoo is already clutching the railing, her knuckles turning white as she screams for them to pass the ball to Jian. She is screaming so loudly that the fans around her are looking at her like she's a complete lunatic. She clutches her chest, admitting her heart feels like it's actually going to burst from the suspense. She realizes she was perfectly fine when the game was boring, but the moment Jian stepped onto that field, her nerves completely shattered. She is more nervous than the actual kid playing, which is peak supportive friend behavior. On the pitch, the ball is zipping back and forth between the midfielders. Jian is tracking the movement, realizing that while it looks calm from the stands, the speed on the field is absolutely wild. To a reserve player, simple passes feel like ticking time bombs, and the defenders look like literal predators waiting to tear him apart. Look at the tiger and bear visual. The author is not subtle about Jian's terror. A defender sends another quick back pass, and Jian knows that even a millisecond of distraction will get him devoured. He locks in, his pupils contracting. He tells himself to stay focused because on this wild field, he is just as starving as they are. He sprints forward, his movement shifting into high gear. Jiwoo gasps as she watches him move. Jian is darting into the half space, but the opposing midfielder is tracking him closely. But wait. Domenico is moving into the exact same space. The tactical board shows their routes are completely overlapping. The opposing defender screams at his team, thinking Fiorentina is playing sloppy and slacking off just because they have a comfortable lead. But this is a calculated trap. A high-speed pass is sent toward the cluster of players. The defender is completely startled. A pass in this situation? He can't figure out who the pass is aimed at because of the overlapping routes. The camera zooms in on Jian's cold, calculated expression as he runs alongside Domenico. Domenico was a decoy. He drags his marker away and the ball slides perfectly past them. The defender realizes too late that their defensive formation has completely overlapped, leaving a massive gap. Jian takes a delicate, silky touch on the ball, completely shifting his direction. The defender slides in, but the ball is already spinning past his head. Jian leaps over the sliding tackle with effortless grace. He is in the clear, sprinting toward the goal with absolute acceleration. Jiwoo is leaning over the railing, her eyes wide as she mutters about how incredibly fast he is. It was a flawless, prearranged play designed to completely confuse the markers. On the sideline, Coach Luca drops to one knee, watching the play unfold with a sharp, satisfied grin. The camera zooms in on Luca's eyes. He knew this was coming. He is internally telling Jian that this is his moment to show the world what he can do. Jian enters the penalty arc, and from his perspective, the space in front of the goal looks absolutely massive. He realizes that if he subtly slows down the tempo of his run at this exact moment and scatters his gaze as if he's looking for a pass to the wings, the defender will think he's looking for a passing lane rather than a shot. And just as expected, the defender takes a step back to preemptively block the predicted pass route. The opposing goalkeeper screams in panic, realizing his defender just fell for the oldest trick in the book. The defender looks back, realizing too late that Jian is already standing completely unmarked in front of the penalty arc. Luca's grin widens. Too late. Jian plants his foot, his orange cleat making solid contact with the ball. He unleashes a massive strike, the power of the shot lifting him off the ground. A bright beam of light represents the trajectory of the ball as it flies past the lunging defender. The ball deforms from the absolute force of the impact, curving through the air with insane speed. Jian watches the flight path, his face calm and completely locked in. The players on the bench and the coaches on the sideline can only watch with wide eyes, completely stunned by the sheer quality of the strike. Jiwoo is staring, her face completely serious as the ball flies toward the top corner. The goalkeeper flies through the air, his glove just barely grazing the ball, but the power is too much. It tears into the back of the net. Goal. Sassuolo 0, Fiorentina 4. Jian's mental simulation has officially become reality. Jian slides on his knees, his arms outstretched as the stadium erupts into cheers. He looks up at the sky, realizing he actually did it. He kept his promise to Jiwoo. His teammates immediately swarm him, clapping his back and telling him his shot was absolutely incredible. Jian is scratching his head, completely flustered, wondering if they are overpraising him just because he's the new foreign player. On the sideline, assistant coach Luca is literally screaming in Italian, his face red as he shouts that he told them Jian could do it. He is celebrating like they just won the Champions League, while Tony tries to calm him down. Tony tells him to keep it together because the youth players are watching them. Luca immediately straightens up, clearing his throat. But Tony looks over, admitting to himself that Luca has every reason to be excited. We get a quick flashback, and Tony remembers how Luca aggressively argued to put Jian on the pitch, begging him to trust the kid. Tony realizes that Luca was actually the one who understood Jian's delicate psychological situation best. Tony walks over and places a hand on Luca's shoulder, quietly telling him, "Well done." Outstanding coaching chemistry right here. On the field, Jian is running back to midfield when he suddenly remembers something important. He remembers Jiwoo's request, "Find me first if you score." He starts scanning the stands. And of course, she is impossible to miss. She is standing at the railing, wearing his custom number 10 jersey, screaming her head out. Jian decides he needs to do a cool professional celebration to solidify his ace image. His hand trembles slightly as he prepares the pose. He looks up at her and pulls off this incredibly smug double finger salute to his temple. He thinks he looks like an absolute king. But up in the stands, Jiwoo just stands there completely frozen, her face a mixture of pure shock and secondhand embarrassment. Jian's hand slowly drops as he realizes his celebration was high-key cringe. He walks back, internally crying, realizing he just created another permanent memory to stay awake thinking about at night. Keep subscribing, because our guy's social life is only getting more complicated from here. So, our guy is walking through the streets of Florence with Jiwoo, and she is absolutely loving the fact that he actually backed up his trash talk. She admits she thought he was just trying to look cool by calling himself a soccer genius. Jian is trying to act casual, but his face is screaming because he knows how close he came to a total disaster. And then, Jiwoo drops a massive bomb, assuming he'll be starting the next match. She points out that since the next opponent is a powerhouse, he should be on the field from the first whistle. Jian internally facepalms. He remembers telling her he might not play against the Sassuolo because they were weak. Now his own logic is being used against him, and he has no choice but to awkwardly agree. He is internally screaming. He just escaped one massive crisis, and now the lie is snowballing into another one. Because the reality is, their next opponent is Napoli, and Napoli is an absolute nightmare of a team. They are currently third in the group, making this a high-stakes must-win match for Fiorentina to secure a tournament spot. The stakes are incredibly high, as they are competing directly with Juventus, the absolute kings of the group and the source of Jian's worst nightmares. Jian is running along the street, wondering how a guy who only played 10 minutes in a blowout match is supposed to start in a game of this caliber. He tells her he might not even make the bench this time, and she stops in her tracks. She turns to him with those sparkling, supportive eyes, asking if he's losing his confidence. Jian looks at her, completely defeated by her pure, unyielding faith. So he does what any rational teenage boy does, he puts on a mask of empty bravado, telling her she'll see his genius on game day. But on the inside, he is a complete wreck, watching his peaceful life spiral completely out of control. Jiwoo just smiles, patting his head, and then she throws up his exact thumbs-up salute, completely mocking his cringe-worthy celebration. She is literally laughing her head off, and Jian's face is burning with 1,000 suns of embarrassment. He tries to storm off, but she just chases after him, loving every single second of his suffering. Jian looks at her, realizing that this week is going to be an absolute uphill battle. He decides that worrying won't change a single thing on the pitch. He locks his gaze forward, resolving to give everything he's got to actually earn that starting spot this week. Cut to Monday morning at the training ground where the squad is going through their recovery drills. Jian is stretching on the grass, feeling slightly embarrassed about doing a full recovery routine after only playing 15 minutes. Suddenly, Gino walks up to the group wearing casual clothes and sporting a massive, relaxed smile. The team starts clumping up around him, congratulating him and giving him farewell greetings. Jian sits up, his eyes wide. He realizes Gino is being promoted early to the U19 squad. The teammates are literally crying and hugging Gino, showing how attached they all were to their starting forward. Jian is just watching from the sidelines, wondering if he should even go say goodbye since they've barely spoken. But Gino spots him and walks right over, completely startling our guy. Gino smiles, admitting it's a pity they didn't get to know each other better on the pitch. And then he drops a massive thank you, saying that because of Jian's performance, he got promoted much earlier. He taps Jian on the shoulder, telling him to keep growing and that they'll meet again soon on the higher team. As Gino walks away, the other players are looking on with pure jealousy, while Jian is left standing there in complete utter confusion. He has a massive halo of question marks floating around his head, completely failing to understand what Gino meant. But then, his chibi brain does some quick math. Gino getting promoted is actually the best news possible. Because Gino is gone, the starting second forward position is officially vacant. Jian clenches his fist, realizing the heavens are actually helping him out this time. He stares at the sky, resolved to leave absolutely everything on the training pitch this week. At the next drill, his eyes are literally on fire as he glares at his main rival, Andrea. Jian lets loose a massive, high-speed strike that rattles the training net. Andrea can only watch in complete shock, realizing the quiet reserve kid is suddenly playing like a man possessed. We transition to the quiet office of Coach Tony. Assistant Coach Luca walks in, confirming he just dropped Gino off at the U19 facilities. Luca admits it feels bittersweet because Gino was such a good kid, but Tony tells him not to worry. Gino's talent is already far beyond his age group. Tony notes that based on pure skill, Gino should have been promoted a long time ago. He gathers some files on his desk, noting that the situation has completely changed now. The camera zooms in on Tony's sharp green eyes. Now, it's time to focus on him. Luca looks at him, immediately knowing he is talking about Li Jian. Tony stands up, explaining that when comparing raw potential, they have no choice but to side with Jian. He leans back in his chair, noting that Gino will learn more in the higher class, while Jian needs to start building practical experience right now. It's the best tactical choice for the future of both players. Luca agrees, admitting the Sassuolo match confirmed Jian's sky-high potential, but Luca's expression turns slightly serious. I'm a bit worried. He points out that because their next opponent is Napoli, throwing Jian into the starting lineup might destroy his fragile confidence if things go south. Tony sighs, agreeing there is risk, but argues that there is no opportunity quite like this one. He walks over to his window, looking out over the training pitches. He notes that no matter how tough Napoli is, they are still just a U17 team. Jian's natural talent exceeds that level entirely. If Jian can bring out his full capabilities and overcome a giant like Napoli, it will forge the confidence he has been missing all at once. Talk about high-risk, high-reward coaching. Luca is stunned by the sheer scale of Tony's belief in the kid. Tony turns around, pointing out another crucial factor. Because Jian hasn't played, the club's board of directors might feel there is a lack of solid evidence of his worth. Luca is confused, but Tony reminds him of the ticking clock. There is only a very limited amount of time left for Li Jian's contract renewal. Oh, the plot thickens. His entire future in Italy is officially on the line. Cut to a dimly lit executive office where Jian's debut goal is playing on a high-end computer monitor. The director of the Florence youth team, Paolo Rossini, is leaning back in his leather chair, holding Jian's profile with a cold, calculating look. The corporate suits are watching, and the pressure on our guy just multiplied by 10. Hashtag Chapter 8. We open Chapter 8 at Jian's house, where a cheerful voice echoes from the kitchen. Jiwoo is currently standing over the stove, wearing an oversized t-shirt, happily explaining the recipe to a very stressed-looking Jian. Jian tries to sneak away to his room, but she instantly grabs him by the collar, asking if he wants to die. She gives him a solid chop to the back, complaining that she's trying to cook him a delicious meal and he's acting like a complete ungrateful brat. She dumps a massive handful of spaghetti into the boiling pot, completely ignoring his grumbling. Suddenly, Jian hears a quiet laugh from the doorway. His dad is standing there, giving them a massive thumbs up with a highly supportive smirk. Cut to the dinner table, where Jian's dad is taking a massive bite of the freshly cooked pasta. Dad is absolutely blown away, telling Jiwoo she could easily study culinary arts abroad because the food is incredible. He happily tells her to come over and cook more often, and she proudly accepts the offer. Jian is just sitting there silently, shoveling pasta into his mouth because, let's be honest, it's a million times better than his dad's mint chocolate mackerel abominations. But then, his dad looks over and drops a massive line, telling Jian that since Jiwoo made pasta, he better score a goal this time too. Jian instantly chokes on his food. He frantically complains about bringing up soccer at the dinner table, his face turning completely red. Dad's expression softens, and he quietly apologizes, admitting he wishes he could come watch the game too. Jian's eyes soften. He remembers the notification he got earlier today. He was officially named a starter for the upcoming Napoli match. He looks at his dad, who is quietly eating his pasta. His dad keeps apologizing because he has to work late and can't make it to the stadium. Jian is quiet, remembering how his dad gave up his entire life and career in Korea to move to Italy just to support him. He remembers his psychological breakdown at Torino and how his usually gentle dad got furious at the club officials who were treating his son like a broken product. His dad was the only one who never stopped believing in him, standing up to the toxic coaches who called him a failure. Jian clenches his fist under the table, his eyes turning sharp. He could never feel disappointed in his dad. If anything, he feels incredibly sorry. He looks up, resolved to make it big, earn lots of money, and spoil his dad to repay everything he's done. But of course, the emotional moment is instantly ruined by Jiwoo, who loudly demands to know how many goals he's going to score this time. 3? 4? Jian yells that he isn't telling her, and she just stares at him with this blank, unimpressed face. She immediately turns to his dad, preparing to expose Jian's cringe thumbs-up salute. Jian frantically screams at her to stop, his panic levels hitting maximum. Dad just chuckles, clearing the table, saying he actually likes how much she talks. Jiwoo gives a smug thumbs up, officially winning the household. Jian is left slumped over the table, muttering about them ganging up on him while they argue about who is doing the dishes. Flash forward to Sunday, match day. The squad is gathered in a tight huddle on the pitch, looking incredibly focused. Jian is in the middle of the huddle, looking up at the sky. He admits he has no idea where this sudden confidence is coming from, but he feels ready. The team captain screams their battle cry, hyping up the squad. The crowd is roaring as the match between Fiorentina and Napoli officially kicks off. Jian takes his position, his eyes sharp and serious. I think I can do this. The whistle blows and the ball is instantly set in motion. The captain shouts for the team to stay calm and pass it back, reminding them of the pre-game warnings. But the moment the ball is touched, the Napoli players charge forward like a wall of blue. The visual representation of the press is terrifying. The defender looks like a giant looming over the entire field. The midfielder is forced to panic pass backward as the high press suffocates their passing options. On the sideline, Coach Luca looks extremely tense, noting that the team is barely holding on under the opening pressure. Tony watches silently, realizing Napoli's pressure is even stronger than expected. The midfielders are struggling just to avoid losing possession, completely unable to build up any plays. The tactical board shows the danger. If this continues, Fiorentina will be forced to use risky long passes, but since their attackers are physically outmatched in aerial duels, they will lose the ball instantly. Luca is sweating, asking what they are supposed to do if building up is impossible and long passes are a trap. But on the pitch, Jian's tactical computer is already running. He suddenly sprints backward deep into midfield, completely turning his back to the goal. He knows that even the most perfect pressing strategy has to leave a spatial gap somewhere. The deep pressing defenders have pushed so high that they've left a massive space behind them. Jian slides between two defenders, positioning himself in a narrow corridor where the ball can just barely reach him. A high-speed, line-breaking pass is sent forward, slicing right through the first wave of Napoli's press. Tony watches with wide eyes, realizing Jian spotted the exact narrow gap they needed. Jian cushions the ball, knowing that the only way to beat a high press is a lightning-fast transition. He doesn't waste a single second, immediately launching the ball forward into the open half space. He screams for Bruno, their left winger, to run. The ball flies wide to the flank, perfectly matching Bruno's run. Bruno claims the ball cleanly, leaving his marker sliding on the grass behind him. Absolute tactical perfection. But Jian isn't standing still. He is already sprinting forward, a defender tracking him with a very aggressive look. As he runs, Jian's brain is mapping out the entire box. He is watching both his marker and Bruno's positioning. He starts calculating Bruno's options. Will he cross the ball? No. Knowing Bruno's aggressive, direct style, he is definitely going to cut inside and shoot. If that's the case, Jian's role is to act as a decoy. He charges hard into the center of the box. The Napoli captain screams in panic, commanding his defenders to mark the dangerous number 20. Jian's run successfully drags the center back deep into the penalty area, exactly as planned. By dragging the defender away, Jian opens up a massive, clean shooting angle for Bruno. Bruno spots the opening, giving Jian a quiet nod of approval. He cuts inside, completely bypassing his defender with a sharp touch, and lets loose a powerful curving shot toward the far corner. Jian watches the ball curl through the air with absolute intensity. The ball spins toward the net, the goalkeeper flying across the goal line. The keeper gets a fingertip to it, and the ball hits the post with a loud metallic ring. Bruno holds his head in disbelief, screaming an apology to Jian for missing such a perfect setup. Jian just gives him a solid thumbs up, telling him it was a great attempt. The tactical chemistry between them is already growing. The captain shouts for the team to quickly get back and find their defensive positions. But Napoli is a top-tier team, and they retaliate instantly. They launch a rapid counterattack before Fiorentina can settle. A high-speed cross is whipped into the box, completely bypassing the scrambling defenders. Fiorentina's center back is caught off guard, realizing he completely lost his marker in the chaos. Jian watches from midfield, realizing something is terribly wrong. Even though they have skilled players, the relentless pressure is forcing mental errors. The ball is floated high into the penalty area. A Napoli forward leaps high into the air, completely out-jumping his defender. He connects with a powerful header that flies past the keeper's hands and into the back of the net. The Napoli players celebrate as the scoreboard flickers. Fiorentina 0, Napoli 1. Under constant, suffocating pressure, Fiorentina made one mistake and paid the ultimate price. Jian stands in midfield, looking at his dejected teammates. He knows that with a lead, Napoli's suffocating press is only going to tighten like a noose. He places his foot on the ball at the center circle, preparing for the kickoff. But as he looks at the opposing players, a sudden, fiery thought crosses his mind. Honestly, I think I can do this. Oh, our guy is not backing down. Keep watching, because the real tactical battle has just begun. We return to the match, and the scoreboard is still showing a grim 1-0 lead for Napoli. Our winger is fighting for his absolute life on the flank, trying to shield the ball from a massive defender. But the physical difference is just too much, and the match is getting increasingly difficult by the second. Jian is sprinting back, realizing they are completely losing the midfield battle and can't even build up a basic attack. Napoli has completely locked down the passing lanes, leaving our players stranded with nowhere to go. Jian locks his gaze on the ball, knowing they desperately need to transition forward to make something happen. But then, our midfielder commits a devastating trapping error, completely fumbling the ball under pressure. The ball spins loose, and possession is up for grabs. Suddenly, our captain Mondi throws himself into a massive sliding tackle to keep the play alive. He successfully knocks the ball out of bounds, securing a throw-in for Fiorentina and halting Napoli's counter. He stands up, clapping his hands, and screams at the team to get their heads in the game. He rallies the squad, telling them that if they play their brand of football, the opportunity will inevitably come. Tony watches from the sideline, deeply impressed by the captain's vocal leadership at such a critical moment. The players nod, feeling the sudden surge of motivation. Jian's eyes turn sharp. He tells himself that now is not the time to get distracted. The ball is thrown in, and our players immediately start trading sharp, high-speed passes. Fiorentina finally breaks past the first wave of Napoli's suffocating press. The sideline coaches are screaming for the team to transition the ball forward immediately. A midfielder launches a long pass toward Jian, who is already sprinting into the open space. Jian tracks the flight of the ball, analyzing Napoli's tight defensive positioning. He decides that this is not the time to try and carry the ball alone. His tactical overlay clicks on. He prepares to use a quick 1-2 pass combination to exploit the gap. He runs toward the ball, expecting his teammate to match his run. He looks to his side, ready to execute the passing play. But then, we get this dark, ghostly visual of his teammate lagging behind. Jian's eyes go wide as he realizes the devastating truth. The teammates who should be supporting his run are completely out of position. On the sideline, Coach Tony clicks his tongue in frustration. Tony points out a massive tactical problem. Jian doesn't realize it, but there is a clear class difference between his spatial intelligence and his teammates' physical speed. They simply can't keep up with his mental calculations. A digital clock overlays the panel, counting down from 2 seconds. Jian knows that if he waits for them to catch up, Napoli's defense will close the window entirely. Tony watches intently. So, what now, Jian? Jian takes a sharp breath, realizing he has to throw the original game plan completely out the window. With a sudden burst of speed, he sprints directly into the half space, completely surprising the defenders. The Napoli players scream in shock, wondering if this kid is actually trying to make a breakthrough on his own. The defender tries to adjust, assuming Jian will eventually slow down and wait for a passing option like before. He yells for his teammates to stay wide and secure the space first. But Jian's expression is cold. Let's try this. He executes a beautiful, high-speed body feint, leaving the first defender completely sliding on the grass. The other players can only watch in disbelief as Jian launches into an absolute solo run. Another defender charges in, determined to halt his progress with a physical challenge. Jian grinds his teeth, knowing this is a massive gamble, but with a sudden, elastic touch, he taps the ball past the defender's sliding legs. He is completely through, leaving the second defender eating his dust. The Napoli captain's face is a mask of pure sweat, realizing they completely misjudged this kid's intentions. He screams at his line, realizing Jian is not looking for a pass, he is planning to go all the way. The defenders frantically close in, trying to form a wall before he can reach the penalty box. A massive target lock overlay appears in Jian's vision. The door to the goal is rapidly closing as three defenders converge. His eyes are wide, his orange cleats digging hard into the turf. He tells himself there is no option left but to break through. He splits the gap between two defenders with a sudden explosive burst of speed. He looks down, almost surprised at his own capabilities. He actually made it past the entire defensive wall. On the sideline, Luca is screaming his lungs out in pure excitement, but Tony sharply tells him to quiet down and let the play finish. Jian is one-on-one with the goalkeeper, the goal frame looming large in front of him. The Napoli keeper rushes off his line, screaming that it's a one-on-one and he won't let him pass. The keeper spreads his arms wide, successfully narrowing down the shooting angle at the near post. Jian takes a delicate touch, looking for the optimal release point. The keeper grins, challenging him to take the shot. He knows he has the near post completely closed off. But Jian doesn't shoot near post. He unleashes a massive swerving strike toward the far corner. The force of the shot lifts him completely off the turf, his body twisting in the air. He loses his balance, his body turning upside down as the ball flies toward the net. He crashes hard onto the grass, letting out a sharp groan of pain. He frantically pushes himself up, refusing to stay down. His eyes are wide as he looks back. The ball is still! Suddenly, his teammates start celebrating, running toward him with their arms raised in pure joy. Jian's head snaps around. The ball is resting peacefully in the back of the net. Jian sits on the grass, his mouth open in complete disbelief. He drops to his knees, clutching his fists as the scoreboard updates. 40th minute, Fiorentina won, Napoli won. He actually pulled off a miracle solo equalizer. Hashtag Chapter 10. We open Chapter 10 with a close-up of assistant coach Luca's hand, his fingers pinched together in the classic Italian gesture. And of course, he goes full Mamma Mia, screaming at the top of his lungs in sheer disbelief. He shakes Tony's shoulder, frantically asking if he saw what their kid just pulled off. Tony is standing there completely silent, his mouth slightly open. Tony is trying to process the math, wondering how many meters Jian just broke through entirely on his own. Luca happily calculates that it must have been at least a 40 or 50 meter solo run. We get a beautiful tactical replay of the goal. Jian played a quick 1-2, launched into a bold solo run, and when the keeper closed the near post, he curled it cleanly into the far post. The team swarms Jian, clapping his back, and he awkwardly thanks them in Italian, looking completely overwhelmed. Tony looks on, his expression turning serious as he notes that this goal is incredibly significant. He points to the Napoli bench. The opponents are in complete shock because they had absolutely zero scout data on number 20. He was a ghost, and now he's their worst nightmare. Luca admits he thought the kid would be paralyzed by nerves since it's his first start, but he's absolutely flying out there. Tony notes that Jian is simply playing the way he trains, but Napoli's defense is completely incapable of handling him one-on-one. He figures Jian must have instinctively realized the match is far more manageable than his anxiety led him to believe. Tony smiles, clutching his fist, admitting that watching his young player grow in real time is an absolute thrill. He stands tall on the sideline, basking in the magic of youth football. We transition to the player locker room at halftime where the noise is deafening. The Italian starters are aggressively shouting at each other about late passes and poor marking. Jian is sitting in the corner, sweating bullets, thinking they're about to start a physical brawl. But the narrator overlay notes that in Italy, this is just considered a polite tactical discussion. One of the players kicks a water bottle across the floor, screaming in frustration. Jian is trembling, realizing they just expressed themselves a bit too intensely. Definitely not fighting, guys. He slumps over, letting out a massive sigh of relief. Now that the adrenaline has faded, he is internally panicking, realizing he went on a crazy solo run and got incredibly lucky. He remembers falling upside down as he shot, realizing his body completely broke through the atmosphere of his anxiety. He starts worrying about his physical state. He overexerted himself, and his stamina levels are looking dangerously low. He tries to build his own confidence, telling himself that while luck played a role, his own ability was definitely mixed in there. The coach calls for their attention, and Jian frantically acts natural, hoping the coaches didn't notice his internal crisis. Luca stands in front of the board, barking at them to not be scared and keep the pressure up. The team screams, "Forza Viola!" as they prepare to head back out under the blue sky. Jian walks back onto the pitch, taking a deep breath, trying to convince himself that it wasn't just luck that got him that goal. But as he walks, a sudden chill runs down his spine. Can I actually do it again in the second half? Suddenly, a hand claps his shoulder. It's Bruno, who tells him his first half goal was absolutely amazing. He high-fives Jian, telling him to let's do it again and make something happen together. Bruno runs off to his position, and Jian watches him, feeling a sudden surge of warmth. He scratches his cheek, admitting he doesn't know why, but his teammates' support makes him feel great. But then, his eyes lock onto a specific spot in the stands, and his face instantly pales. Jiwoo is sitting there, completely isolated from the cheering crowd. She is radiating this terrifying dark pink aura of pure silent rage. Jian's brain frantically starts scanning his memory, realizing he forgot something extremely important. A text message flashback pops up. "Are you going to do a celebration today too?" Jian's face completely deforms in pure, unadulterated horror. The celebration. He completely forgot his promise to do the thumbs-up salute. He looks at her in the stands, imagining her furious face promising endless nagging if he doesn't fix this right now. He grinds his teeth, cursing his own habit of bluffing around her. He realizes he has no choice. He has to score another goal, no matter what, just to do the celebration. He starts running around, waving his arms, desperately trying to get into play mode, when Coach Tony suddenly calls his name. Jian frantically turns around, hoping the coach didn't witness his weird mental breakdown, but Tony is looking at him with deep concern, pointing out that he looks completely exhausted. Tony warns him that if he feels like his body can't keep going, he needs to raise his hand immediately to be substituted. Jian clutching his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He didn't even realize his physical stats had depleted this much. He realizes he completely overexerted himself during his solo run. His body feels incredibly heavy. He nods, agreeing to Tony's warning. He watches Tony walk away, realizing that from a coach's perspective, preparing a sub is only natural. He slaps his own cheeks, calculating his remaining timeline. If they sub him off, he has at best 10 minutes left on the pitch. He clutches his head, his eyes turning hyper-focused. In those 10 minutes, he has to score another goal no matter what. The referee blows the whistle, and the second half officially kicks off. Jian takes a step forward but is instantly marked tightly by the Napoli captain, who is breathing down his neck. Jian looks around, completely startled by their defensive line. The center back has pushed all the way to the halfway circle, almost on the same line as him. On the sideline, Luca points out that Napoli has raised their already high defensive line even further. They are completely determined to score a winning goal. The Napoli coaches are shouting instructions from their bench, committing entirely to this high-pressure strategy. But we get a little chibi board visual showing the trap. By pushing their defensive line so high, the space behind them is completely, utterly exposed. Tony smiles, knowing that for a spatial predator like Jian, this kind of situation is not a threat. It is an absolute goldmine of opportunity. Jian's eyes turn sharp as he starts mapping out his strategy. He analyzes Napoli's attacking pattern, realizing they are focusing heavily on the left side. His tactical overlay clicks on. Because they are flooding the left flank, the opposite side of the field is left wide open. He realizes that if their defense can intercept the ball just once, they can launch a lethal counterattack into that open space. His target lock visualizes the perfect spot for a counterattack. The space on the left side of Napoli's field is completely vacant. And right on cue, Fiorentina's defender throws himself into a solid tackle, intercepting the ball cleanly. Jian immediately shifts into high gear, screaming for the ball. The defender launches a long, line-breaking pass directly toward Jian. The Napoli captain charges in from behind, screaming for his team to mark number 20 and not let him turn around. But Jian doesn't even try to control the ball. With a brilliant first-touch diagonal pass, he cushions the ball with his instep, directing it wide. The ball flies perfectly to the left wing. It's Bruno again. Tony clenches his fist on the sideline, completely blown away. Jian knew exactly where Napoli was targeting and already planned the counterattack to the opposite space. The Napoli defender is sprinting back, trying to stay calm, telling himself it's the exact same counterattack pattern from the first half. He screams for his teammates to mark number 20, who is already making a run into the center. The tactical overlay shows Bruno on the wing, with both Jian and our other forward cutting hard into the box. The defender grins, thinking he's figured out Bruno's simple pattern. Bruno is a macro striker who only cuts inside to shoot, so they just need to block his shooting angle. Bruno plants his foot, preparing to shoot. The defender throws himself into a block, completely committing his body to stop the shot. He is convinced that no matter how hard his teammates try to mark, Bruno is going to shoot anyway. But then, his eyes go completely wide as Bruno's foot subtly shifts at the last microsecond. It's not a shot, it's a perfect disguised pass back inside to Jian. Jian's eyes are wide. He knew Bruno's pattern was simple, but he used that very simplicity to reverse the play. Everything has gone exactly as Jian planned. He claims the ball inside the box, his orange cleats ready to strike, but the goalkeeper is already rushing out, narrowing the angle. Can our guy find the net with his stamina completely in the red? Keep watching, because his future in Florence is on the line. The ball deforms against his foot as he lets it fly. Jian is flying through the air, completely off balance, and his only thought is whether he put too much power behind it. But the goalkeeper and the defender are completely frozen as the ball slices through the air and hammers into the top corner. He hits the grass hard, but the referee's whistle confirms it. Goal. That is number 2 for the day. He is lying there face first on the grass, utterly spent, but his brain is flashing red because he remembers his promise. He cannot afford to forget the goal celebration this time, or he is going to have to listen to his childhood friend complain for the next 3 weeks. He looks up at the stands and sees her. Jiwoo is currently losing her absolute mind, jumping up and down and screaming among the crowd. His chest is burning and his lungs are practically begging for air, but he manages to lift his arm. He brings his fingers to his forehead and pulls off that exact same smug double-finger salute she used to tease him with back in Korea. He looks back at her with a quiet, tired smile. For the first time in a very long time, he is actually looking forward to the walk home after a game. Meanwhile, down on the touchline, the post-match handshakes are underway. The Napoli youth coach, who is sporting a massive handlebar mustache and looking like a retro arcade character, grabs Coach Tony's hand and refuses to let go. He demands to know who this mystery number 20 is, but Tony plays it totally cool and calls Jian a simple backup player. The Napoli coach is not buying it for a single second. He tells him to stop talking nonsense because nobody grooms a talent like that just to leave them on the bench. Tony casually mentions that they brought him over from Juventus, which instantly makes the mustache man stop and think. He laughs it off, saying it makes absolutely no sense because a kid with that level of spatial awareness would have been the undisputed star of any academy. He admits that even in a top-tier youth system, a player with those specific off-the-ball movements is a rare breed. Tony just gives him a highly smug, knowing side-eye and tells him not to dig too deep. The Napoli coach sighs, calling him a sly old dog, but he is clearly keeping his eyes on our guy for the future. He asks if the kid is Korean, and Tony confirms it, which triggers a very specific thought in the Napoli coach's head. He wonders if South Korea is just producing certified monsters lately, mentioning that their senior scouting department is currently tracking a monster defender from the same region. Tony notices him spacing out and asks what he is doing, prompting the mustache man to snap back to reality with a nervous laugh. He waves his hand and tells Tony to enjoy the win for now, warning him that the next encounter will go very differently. But before he walks away, he stops, turns back, and drops a massive question. Has number 20 actually signed a professional contract yet? Tony glares at him, telling him to get lost, but the sweat on the back of his neck says everything. Tony knows the secret is out. A tactical mastermind who can dismantle a high-pressing defense is the most valuable currency in European football, and every scout in the country is about to start circling. Back on the pitch, Jian is being swamped by his teammates, who are treating him like an absolute hero. The locker room is completely chaotic, with everyone celebrating a massive win against one of the toughest opponents in the league. They are shouting his name, telling him he was literally flying out there today, while Jian stands there looking like a very startled rabbit. They keep praising his 2 goals, completely oblivious to the fact that his internal battery is currently sitting at about 1%. Jian throws his gear bag over his shoulder and awkwardly announces that he has to head out early. His teammates try to stop him, pointing out that he is the star of the match and should be celebrating with the team, but Jian is already sliding out the door. They are left staring at each other in confusion, wondering if the team's new superstar is just incredibly busy. The second he steps into the quiet hallway, the cool guy facade completely crumbles. He leans against the wall, breathing heavily, and admits that he wanted to stay and celebrate with everyone. But his physical body feels like it weighs a literal ton, and his legs are trembling so hard he can barely stand up. He is completely exhausted, but as he looks down the corridor, he spots someone waiting for him. Jiwoo is leaning against the exit, flashing him a peace sign and a massive, proud grin. She walks up to him, teasingly calling herself his Nuna, and offers to carry his bag since he looks like a walking corpse. Jian immediately gets defensive, telling her she is too small, which triggers her classic rage as she starts swinging her bag at him and bringing up elementary school height statistics. She tries to snatch his bag anyway, but Jian holds onto it, assuring her that he is perfectly fine. She stops, looking at him closely, and remarks that even though he claims to be exhausted, he seems to be in a surprisingly great mood. Jian quietens down, looking at the streets of Florence as they walk side by side. He quietly mentions that the head coach and the assistant coach gave him a lot of compliments after the match. He immediately panics and tries to play it cool, laughing it off and claiming he always gets praised, but admitting it was a bit more than usual today. But then his tone softens, and he explains that back when he was playing in Korea, he never experienced anything like this. It was always criticism first, no matter what he did on the pitch. Mistakes were treated like crimes, and successes were just expected. He says that compared to those dark days, getting genuine praise today suddenly made him feel incredibly happy. Jiwoo looks at him, her expression softening, and she promises that from now on, she is going to praise him so much he will get absolutely sick of it. Jian stares at her, and a memory flashes in his mind. He remembers that even during his absolute lowest points, there was always one person who never changed. A girl who praised him for eating well, praised him for showing up on time, and praised him just for playing the game he loved. He looks at her walking ahead of him and suddenly understands the real reason why he spun this massive web of lies in the first place. It was not just about his ego. It was because she always believed in him with her whole heart, and he desperately wanted to live up to that belief. He lied because he was terrified of breaking that pure trust, and now he realizes he wants to keep it alive forever. He grips his bag strap tightly, his expression turning serious and determined. It is no longer about just hiding a stupid lie to save face. He looks directly at her, flashing a bright, confident smile, and promises to treat her to the best gelato in town, resolving to become a real soccer genius. She laughs, telling him he has really grown up, and they run down the historic streets of Florence together, looking like two normal teenagers instead of a stressed-out athlete and his companion. The next day, the scene shifts to the sunny training ground where assistant coach Luca is working. Jian approaches him with a highly nervous expression, asking if he can speak to him for a moment. Luca looks up in surprise, wondering what the quiet kid wants. Jian quickly delivers his request and runs off to join the team, leaving Luca standing there with a stunned look on his face. Coach Tony walks up to him asking what is going on. Luca turns around, his voice laced with absolute disbelief, and explains that Jian just asked if he could use the training grounds after official practice ends. Tony is shocked, asking if the kid who normally flees the pitch the second the whistle blows actually requested extra training. Luca confirms it, and Tony immediately lights up with a mischievous grin, telling Luca that he must be thrilled to supervise him after hours. Luca's face completely drops as he realizes he just signed up for unpaid overtime while Jian's orange and black cleats thud against the turf. As Jian runs his laps, he looks back at the coaches with a sweat-drenched, guilty face, wondering if he just made Luca stay late for no good reason. But he quickly shakes the thought off, sliding into a deep stretch as his determination locks in. He knows that after yesterday's match, his physical limits are a massive liability. His spatial awareness can calculate the perfect plays, but his legs cannot keep up, and his dribbling and shooting are miles behind his strategic vision. He has wasted 2 years sitting on the bench, and he needs to catch up to the rest of the world no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, in the coach's office, Luca drops a massive piece of news that stops Tony cold. The team's director, Paolo Rossini, is coming to watch the very next match in person. Tony is visibly stressed, complaining about the stubborn old man and wondering if he is trying to negotiate down Jian's upcoming contract renewal. His expression turns dead serious as he tells Luca that they need to prepare the upcoming match with absolute precision. He looks out the window, realizing that this single match against Empoli is going to decide the entire future of Fiorentina and their hidden genius. The next day at practice, Jian is holding a ball when a loud cheer erupts across the training ground. His teammates are crowding around the left winger, Bruno, congratulating him with absolute jealousy on signing his first professional contract. Bruno is grinning from ear to ear, rubbing his blue-gray hair and promising to treat everyone to a massive dinner on Friday. Jian stands on the sidelines, clutching the ball to his chest, his eyes wide as he processes what this actually means. Someone in the crowd loudly demands to know what his weekly wage is, and Bruno gets flustered, trying to downplay the numbers. He stammers, looking around at the expectant faces of his peers. He whispers that he is getting roughly 2,000 euros per week, which causes a massive collective shockwave of disbelief to rip through the squad. Jian's jaw literally hits the turf as he does the mental math, realizing that is nearly 10 times what the standard youth trainees are currently making. He walks over, awkwardly offering his congratulations while his brain is completely short-circuiting over the financial reality of professional football. Bruno happily high-fives him, telling him to make sure he is free on Friday for a celebratory meal, and Jian can only offer a dazed, robotic reply. The coach blows the whistle for training to start, but Jian is completely checked out, his eyes glazed over as he runs onto the pitch. He clutches his head, wondering if he is being incredibly greedy for immediately thinking about his own upcoming contract. He smiles weakly, reminding himself that considering he spent the last 2 years doing absolutely nothing but collecting a basic stipend, hoping for more makes him look like a total villain. But the moment team training ends, the real work begins. Jian is panting heavily, his face drenched in sweat, but his eyes are fixed on the man standing across from him. Luca has his knees bent, his arms out, challenging Jian to try and break through him with everything he has got. Jian drives forward, executing a sharp upper body feint to the left, but his brain is still hilariously calculating the math of a professional contract. He counts his fingers, realizing that if he currently makes about 200,000 won, 10 times that would be a staggering 2 million won a week. He gets a highly cartoonish, greedy look on his face, imagining all the things he could do with that kind of financial freedom. He could buy his supportive dad a brand new car, pay off all their utilities, fix the broken washing machine, and take Jiwoo out for a high-end dinner. He decides right then and there that Bruno is not just a teammate anymore, the man is a literal god of financial security. With that burning motivation, Jian cuts back sharply to the right, using his upper body as a decoy to throw Luca off balance. His eyes lock onto the space behind the coach, thinking he has got him completely beaten. He drives forward with a quick burst of acceleration, leaving Luca in his wake. Luca lies on the grass, laughing and admitting that he completely fell for that one, while Jian offers a modest scratch of his head. But Jian knows the coach let him pass on purpose to build his confidence, so he resets the ball and prepares for another round. This time, as Jian drives forward, Luca's expression turns completely serious, and he lunges in with a physical press. Jian tries the exact same upper body feint, but Luca doesn't budge an inch, blocking his path with his physical presence. Luca glares down at him, showing him that a professional defender will never fall for the exact same trick twice. Jian realizes that raw sprinting is not going to cut it. He needs to completely steal the defender's timing if he wants to survive at this level. He takes a deep breath, drops his center of gravity, and prepares to make his move. He drives to the left, drawing Luca's entire body weight to one side. The left turn is a complete decoy, and he immediately cuts back to the right, but he adds one extra layer to the move. He executes a rapid step over, dragging his foot over the ball at lightning speed and bursting past Luca's blind spot. He makes it pass, but the sheer physical strain of the movement leaves him collapsed on the grass, screaming Korean curse words in his head as his muscles burn. Luca walks over, tossing him a cold sports drink and telling him to get some fluids in. Luca takes a massive gulp of his own drink, letting out a wild, high-energy shout to pump up the morale. He looks down at Jian, asking if he is tired already, which makes Jian instantly bolt upright with a highly startled look. Jian takes a sip, admitting that while the physical training is brutal, seeing his own gradual progress is the most rewarding thing he has ever felt. He rubs his neck, smiling quietly as he looks down at the turf. He looks up at Luca, his eyes shining with genuine determination, and asks if they can try one more time. Jian reflects on how incredibly lucky he is to have an assistant coach who is willing to stay behind every single day just to act as his personal trainer. Luca is acting as his defender, his goalkeeper, and his tactical guide, pushing him past his limits with a supportive smile. The absolute sense of accomplishment and the knowledge that he is better today than he was yesterday makes every ounce of pain completely worth it. He knows that if he repeats these grueling drills hundreds of times, then maybe one day, to someone out there, he will truly become a real soccer genius. He looks over at the coach, his expression turning sincere. He bows his head, quietly thanking Luca for staying late to train with him every single day. Luca looks surprised, but then plays it cool, telling Jian that it is his job to coach, and that seeing a player work this hard is reward enough. But then Luca grins, his eyes turning highly mischievous, and announces that since Jian is so motivated, they are going to run him completely into the dirt. The scene shifts to a highly comical chibi montage of Jian running laps, looking like his soul is leaving his body while Luca stands there with a stopwatch, yelling at him to move faster. Jian admits that at first, he felt more burdened than grateful for the extra attention. But seeing how Luca never complains and pushes him with genuine care makes him want to give absolutely everything he has got. Luca watches him run, a quiet, thoughtful look on his face. He bursts out laughing, teasing Jian about wanting to repay him, which makes our guy turn completely red in sheer embarrassment. But then Luca's tone shifts, and he tells him that if he wants to repay him, he needs to do well in this weekend's match. Jian is startled, asking if he is talking about the upcoming match against Empoli. Luca looks up at the blue sky, his expression turning nostalgic as he explains that as a former professional player, he learned one absolute truth. There are absolutely no coincidences on a football pitch. Even when a shot deflects off a defender and goes into the net, it is not luck, it is the result of practicing that exact shot thousands of times. He wraps his arm around Jian's shoulder, flashing a warm, confident grin, and tells him that nothing on the field happens by chance. He tells him to believe in his own efforts, because the moment he does, everyone else will start recognizing his true value. Jian looks at him, his eyes wide, before letting out a bright, confident smile. He etches those words deep into his heart as they walk off the pitch together under the warm Florence sun. He ran like absolute hell for the rest of the week, preparing his mind and body for the high-stakes evaluation match against Empoli. The scene cuts to match day inside the Fiorentina U17 locker room, and Jian is sitting on the bench when a massive voice erupts. Coach Tony is standing in the center of the room, looking highly intense as he demands the entire squad's attention. He points a finger and drops an absolute bombshell. Today's entire offensive strategy is going to revolve completely around Jian's tempo. Jian's face completely freezes as he processes the words. Tony shouts that Jian is going to lead everything on the pitch, and Jian's eyes turn into massive plates of sheer, unadulterated panic as he realizes his pressure-free sanctuary is officially dead and buried. Welcome back. We are standing on the grass of the Monoboro Youth Soccer Field, and up in the stands, some fingers are currently tapping away on a tablet screen, mapping out the corporate budget. Director Paolo Rossini is currently playing a real-life version of Football Manager Career Mode, and he is not having a good time. He mutters that money is leaking out of this club from every single corner. His assistant Roberto tries to play the peacekeeper, pointing out that they have a massive influx of youth players in the under-17 category this year. Paolo isn't trying to hear it. He grumbles that incoming corporate funds are strictly limited, and managing this many teenagers is a massive pain. He points out that keeping a massive roster of unproven kids on the payroll is basically a fast track to financial ruin. He zooms in on the active roster, asking what the coaching staff is even doing keeping dead weight on the books. The screen shows a familiar profile card, Lee Jian, age 16, transferred from Torino's academy, Gioventu. Roberto immediately points him out, calling Jian the local salary thief who has been freeloading on the bench for months without playing a single minute of competitive football. Paolo glares at the screen, stating that a professional football club is a commercial enterprise, not a local charity. He looks down at the field, watching our guy walk onto the grass in the white away kit, noting that the kid hasn't contributed a single thing since his transfer. Jian is currently adjusting his collar, thinking that the away jersey feels incredibly awkward, completely unaware that his entire career is being critiqued by the guy holding the checkbook. Roberto nervously chimes in, mentioning that Jian actually performed incredibly well in the recent scrimmages. Paolo looks at the highlight clips of Jian's brace against Napoli, admitting that the video footage was highly impressive. Roberto points out that if Coach Tony's assessment is correct and the kid is actually this good, they need to lock him down immediately before a bigger club poaches him. Paolo leans back, throwing his hands behind his head, and explains that is exactly why he traveled all this way to watch the game in person. He admits that despite his corporate coldness, he actually respects Tony's eye for spotting young talent. He peers down at the pitch, putting his hands around his eyes like binoculars, wanting to see if this kid is a genuine asset or just a two-game wonder. Down on the grass, Jian is sweating bullets, feeling the absolute weight of the entire stadium staring directly at his back. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, realizing that no matter how weak the opponent is, this is a massive step up in responsibility. He remembers Coach Tony's manic face screaming at him to lead the attack and play completely confident, which feels like a massive mental debuff. But instead of letting the psychological pressure freeze him like before, Jian clenches his fist. He has decided to actually give this playmaker role everything he has got. He stands tall, realizing there is a genuine joy in pushing past your own perceived physical limitations. He remembers those brutal, late-night training sessions with assistant coach Luca where his body was screaming for mercy but his skills were actively leveling up. He looks over at the touchline, where Luca is standing with a clenched fist, silently rooting for him to succeed. Jian grips his shirt, resolving to trust the training and completely control the tempo of today's match. The whistle blows, and our guy immediately drives forward. A teammate shouts for the midfield to follow Jian's lead and press high up the pitch. Jian sprints into the half space, his eyes scanning the entire green board like a chess computer. He notes that the key to dismantling this opponent is balancing careful ball possession with aggressive, high-intensity pressing. By keeping the ball constantly moving, they won't even give the opposing defense a single second to organize their lines. The midfield locks in, trapping the Empoli ball carrier in a tight defensive web. Under relentless pressure, the Empoli player panics and lofts a desperate long pass forward just to get rid of the ball. Jian watches the ball sail through the air, immediately identifying it as an irresponsible low-percentage long ball. A Fiorentina defender easily steps in front, chesting the ball down cleanly to regain possession. Jian calls for his team to keep the ball in their own territory for a moment, wanting to see how the Empoli defensive lines react to their passing rotation. He watches the opposing forward drop back deep into his own half, completely abandoning any attempt to press their center backs. Jian's eyes narrow as he realizes the opponent has absolutely no intention of contesting the ball in midfield. He collects a simple pass, noting that the entire opponent's squad has parked the bus in a massive defensive block. His mind immediately maps out the green field, calculating the two optimal ways to exploit this kind of defensive posture. The first method is a tactical overload. Pretend to overload one flank to drag the entire defensive block to one side, then quickly switch the play to the empty space on the opposite wing. The second method is a direct individual intervention. Use high-speed dribbling to force a defender to step out of the line, creating a sudden pocket of space behind them. Jian leaps to control a high ball, realizing he doesn't even need to choose between the two strategies. If he can successfully execute the individual dribble breakthrough first, the tactical switching option will become incredibly easy to pull off. He points forward, directing his midfield to close the distance and prepare for the transition. The Empoli defenders watch them, completely baffled by the patient, endless horizontal passing rotation. And the exact moment their defensive concentration slips due to the repetitive passing rhythm, Jian flips the tactical switch and drives directly at the heart of their defense. The Empoli players scream in panic, realizing this is not another sideways pass, the kid is driving straight through the middle. Jian blocks out the noise, completely focusing his hyper-focused vision on the single defender standing directly in front of him. He drops his shoulder, executing a flawless upper body feint to the left that leaves the defender completely off balance and guessing. The defender lunges the wrong way as Jian slips past him into the empty space. And because the first line of defense has been breached, the other Empoli players are forced to abandon their zones to cover, fracturing their entire defensive structure. Jian drives into the final third, finding himself one-on-one with the opposing fullback. The fullback slides in desperately, determined to stop him at all costs. But instead of forcing a risky dribble, Jian calmly plays a neat back pass to his overlapping teammate. The fullback looks back in panic, expecting a direct cross into the box. He throws his body in the way of the expected cross, sliding wildly on the grass. But it is another tactical decoy. The teammate simply taps a delicate return pass right back into Jian's path. The sliding defender is left staring up from the grass, looking like a puppy that just got completely outplayed in a game of fetch. Jian collects the ball, stepping into another one-on-one scenario right at the edge of the penalty box. He executes a rapid step over, his orange cleats blurring over the ball. He glides past the final defender, thinking that compared to the brutal defensive pressure he faces from Coach Luca in training every night, these youth players feel incredibly slow. He enters the penalty box completely unmarked, with the entire goal opening up before him. For a fraction of a second, his brain debates whether to cross the ball or take the shot himself, but he remembers his promise to be confident and decides to strike. He lets fly, and the ball tears into the back of the net with absolute force. The entire Fiorentina bench explodes in celebration, while Coach Tony stands there with his arms crossed, looking like the smug mastermind he is. The scoreboard flashes. Empoli 0, Fiorentina 1, and Tony gives a highly satisfied smirk toward the director's box, basically telling Paolo Rossini to keep questioning his tactical decisions. Up in the stands, Paolo is sweating profusely, gripping his knees and silently cursing the stubborn old coach for being absolutely correct. The match restarts, and the tactical dominance continues. The Empoli players are looking completely demoralized, sweating under the absolute pressure of Fiorentina's offensive transition. They scream at each other to block the passing lanes, but their defensive line is completely coming apart at the seams. Up in the director's box, Roberto is frantically scrolling through his tablet, noting that Jian scored the opening goal after a brilliant solo run and just assisted the second with his elite vision. He points out that the kid's offensive patterns are incredibly diverse, making him virtually impossible for youth defenders to mark. Paolo collapses back into his seat, letting out a massive, exhausted sigh as the corporate reality of Jian's value hits him. He stares at the ceiling and quietly orders Roberto to look up the historical salary details for a former youth prospect named Patrico Chiesa. Roberto is confused, asking if Chiesa wasn't the elite winger who graduated from their own youth academy a few years ago. Down on the field, the goalkeeper bounces on his feet, trying to anticipate the next attack. Jian collects the ball deep in the midfield, and the goalie thinks there is absolutely no way the kid can shoot from that extreme distance. But Jian lets fly with a massive curling strike that sails right over the keeper's head and hammers into the top corner. Up in the stands, Paolo snaps at Roberto to shut up and just show him the financial spreadsheet. He stares at the screen, analyzing the salary progression of the young star they allowed to slip away to Juventus, a meager €192 a week in 2015, which skyrocketed to €60,000 a week by 2018 once his true genius was recognized by the rest of Europe. Paolo realizes that by being cheap during early contract negotiations, the club lost out on a potential €50 million asset. He turns to his assistant, his face turning pale. He orders him to call the front office immediately, laughing like a maniac and shouting that they need to authorize a massive contract budget to lock Jian down before any other club notices. Down on the grass, the opposing goalkeeper is sitting in the net staring at the ball in absolute trauma, wondering how anyone is supposed to stop a shot from that distance. He looks at the quiet kid in the white jersey, wondering where in the world this absolute monster of a playmaker suddenly came from. And just 30 minutes into the match, the scoreboard reads a crushing 0-3 in favor of Fiorentina. Our guy is being absolutely mobbed by his teammates who are treating him like an absolute hero. Paolo looks down at the celebration, admitting to himself that Coach Tony was entirely correct and that signing Jian to a professional contract today is the absolute best financial deal the club will ever get. The scene shifts to sunset over the stunning Florence Cathedral as the team bus finally pulls back into the city. Jian steps off the bus, letting out a tired breath and thanking the coaching staff for their hard work. But before he can walk away, the team captain runs up behind him, calling his name. He reaches out, handing Jian a cold sports drink. Jian looks at the bottle in surprise as the captain explains that he noticed how incredibly exhausted Jian looked during the final minutes of the match. Mondi flashes a warm, friendly grin, telling him it is just a small gesture of appreciation, so he shouldn't think too much of it. He gives him a proud thumbs up, calling him our striker, and telling him he did an incredible job today. He runs back to the bus, waving goodbye, while Jian is left standing on the pavement, completely frozen. He looks down at the blue plastic bottle, his mind racing. He repeats the words, "our striker," quietly to himself. A warm feeling spreads through his chest, and he realizes this is an emotional security he never once experienced during his toxic years at Juventus, where he was treated like a broken machine. He looks around at the historic buildings, realizing that up until now, he never once thought of this team or this Italian city as anything special. He walks home, unlocking the front door of his apartment. He steps inside, noting that his dad hasn't returned from his late shift at work yet. He flops face first onto his bed, letting out a massive sigh of relief. He rolls over, staring at the ceiling, and reflecting on today's performance. He played for 70 minutes, scored 2 brilliant goals, and registered a key assist, which is a massive personal victory. He looks down at his red sneakers, remembering how he used to view Florence as just a temporary place where he was forced to live after his failure in Torino. But now, as he walks these familiar cobblestone streets, he realizes he has grown deeply attached to this place. He smiles, thinking that maybe his emotional connection has grown much stronger since Jiwoo arrived and brought her infectious energy with her. And playing an active, valuable role in the team's success has clearly changed how he views his own future here. He tosses the sports drink in his hand, feeling a quiet sense of happiness. He rolls around on his bed like a happy toddler, letting out a satisfied giggle and thinking that he did a pretty great job today. He counts on his fingers, noting that thanks to his brutal late-night stamina sessions with Coach Luca, he managed to play 10 minutes longer than his debut match and scored an extra goal. He covers his face, chuckling as he realizes that both of his goals today were executed using the exact tactical movements he practiced in training. But then he bolts upright in absolute terror, imagining Coach Luca floating in a background of flowers, crying tears of joy and hugging him, which is a terrifying mental image. He shakes the thought off, his expression immediately turning serious and analytical. He remembers looking at the massive cathedral dome during his morning walk to practice, thinking about how beautiful it felt. He covers his mouth, smiling at how endearing the city has become to him. He had even started taking light jogs through the historic square, feeling incredibly motivated. Walking through the city streets, he felt a genuine sense of belonging, like he had finally returned to a place he could call home. But back on his bed, he leans forward, resting his chin on his hands as his inner critic takes over. He admits to himself that he pushed his physical limits far too much during the opening 30 minutes because he wanted to live up to the coach's expectations. And because he completely emptied his stamina tank in the first half, he spent the rest of the match just playing safe, simple passes, making the game stall. He remembers his teammates asking if he was about to literally die on the pitch, realizing that because the coach entrusted him with the playmaker role, his physical drop-off dragged down the entire team's tempo. He clutches his head in frustration, realizing he still has an incredibly long way to go before he can be considered a reliable professional. He beats his fists against his head, wishing he had played with far more composure and tactical maturity. He sighs, thinking they were incredibly fortunate that today's opponent was a weaker side like Empoli. His expression turns cold as he realizes that if they had been playing against a top-tier pressing side, the opponent would have easily exploited his exhaustion and mounted a massive comeback. He drops his shoulders, concluding that today's 3-0 victory was mostly down to simple, fortunate circumstances. But then he stops, remembering the feeling of the ball leaving his foot, the successful dribbles, the precise assist, and that curling strike from distance. He clenches his fist tightly, his gaze turning steady and focused. He stands up, looking at himself in the mirror, and resolves that those plays were not just simple coincidences or luck. He tosses his sweaty t-shirt into the laundry basket. He looks at his reflection, noting his defined athletic build, and realizes that the paralyzing anxiety that used to choke him during matches is completely gone. He looks at the door, wondering why his dad is running so late tonight. Meanwhile, down in the historic city square, his dad is currently jogging through the crowds, looking flustered and realizing he is incredibly late to meet his son. Suddenly, his phone starts vibrating violently in his hand. His eyes go wide as he looks at the caller ID on the screen. He stops dead in his tracks in the middle of the street, his heart dropping as he wonders why they would be calling him at this hour. The screen shows an incoming call from the AC Fiorentina front office, indicating that the corporate side of youth football is about to bring a massive storm right to their front door. We open with a plate being slammed onto the dining table. Jiwoo has officially entered the kitchen, presenting her special bacon cream risotto to the family. Jian looks down at the plate, but his brain immediately hyper-focuses on the green apron he bought her as a back-to-school gift, noting it already has grease smears all over it. He shrugs it off, thinking that is what aprons are actually made for, while Jiwoo stands over him, demanding to know if it tastes good. He complains internally that he hasn't even put a single spoonful into his mouth yet, but under her terrifying dark pink glare, he quickly stammers that it is absolutely delicious. She beams with pride, laughing and declaring that of course it has to be delicious because she has elite taste buds. Jian takes another bite, thinking that after surviving his dad's disastrous mint sardine sandwich experiments, his stomach has basically developed immunity to any culinary crime. His dad takes a slow bite, admitting that the risotto actually tastes pretty decent. Jian notices his dad's slightly defensive posture, realizing that a high-stakes domestic cooking war has officially been declared in their dining room. Jiwoo crosses her arms smugly, bragging that since this is only her first time making risotto, she is basically going to be a Michelin star chef in no time. A literal spark of competitive rivalry passes between Jiwoo and Jian's dad, leaving Jian sweating in the middle of a domestic standoff. Jian tries to block out the tension, remembering that he originally invited Jiwoo over for a nice, simple dinner. But the second she heard that his dad was going to cook, she grabbed a frying pan and volunteered to take over the kitchen to save them from another culinary disaster. And because Jian complimented her food first, his dad, who takes massive pride in his own kitchen skills, is looking highly displeased. His dad smiles weakly, pointing out that risotto isn't really a difficult dish to master anyway. Jiwoo fires back with a smug, dark expression, saying that the taste of a simple dish actually depends entirely on the natural skill of the chef. His dad counterattacks, bragging that Jian usually hates ordering risotto at restaurants but always finishes the shrimp risotto he makes at home. They both lean in, demanding to know if Jian prefers bacon or shrimp, while our guy looks down at his plate, wishing he could clip out of this map entirely. They literally scream in his face, turning the dinner table into a high-stakes custody dispute over culinary preferences. Jian raises his hands in panic, telling them he doesn't really care about either. He scratches his head, trying to defuse the bomb by muttering that he actually prefers simple sandwiches. His dad bursts out laughing, declaring that sandwiches are his absolute specialty, while Jiwoo stands there completely frozen in betrayal. Jian realizes he accidentally picked his dad's side, while Jiwoo gives him a highly pouty, offended side-eye. She sits down, aggressively eating her food, and mutters that Jian's claims about today's match are probably a massive lie too. She points her spoon at him, accusing him of lying about scoring 2 goals just because she wasn't there in the stands to verify it. Jian gets defensive, asking why on earth he would lie about something that easy to check. He looks at her sulking, wondering why she is acting like a petulant child over a simple plate of rice. He almost blurts out that if she doesn't believe him, she can just look up the official match results on the internet, but he clamps his hands over his mouth in sheer terror. He sweats profusely, realizing that if she actually searches his name, she is going to discover his entire 3-year history as a benchwarmer at Torino. And right on cue, his dad casually chimes in, confirming that it is definitely not a lie because he received a call from the team's administration. Jian bolts upright, his eyes wide as he asks when they called and what exactly they said. His dad walks over to the sink, explaining that they called to praise Jian's incredible playstyle and work ethic. He adds that they want to schedule an official, high-level meeting. Jian's jaw drops as he asks what kind of meeting they want. His dad turns around, a gentle smile on his face, and reveals that the club wants to sign Jian to a formal professional contract. Jian's mind completely short-circuits as the word pro echoes in his head. His dad explains that they have already contacted their official agent to set up the meeting date. He places a supportive hand on his son's shoulder, warmly congratulating him on making his dream a reality. Jian stares down, thinking about how he was just feeling jealous of Bruno's professional contract a few days ago, wondering if he is actually about to become a real professional athlete. He turns back to Jiwoo, proudly declaring that his goals were definitely not a lie. She gives him a highly unimpressed look, muttering that she already knew because she saw the match result on the internet. Jian's face turns completely white as his heart stops, wondering if his entire web of lies has just been shattered. Later that evening, they are walking through the historic square of Florence under the twilight sky. Jian nervously clutches his hair, asking her what exactly she saw when she searched the internet earlier. Jiwoo looks at him in confusion, wondering why he is acting so incredibly jumpy. She explains that she only searched the basic final score of the Florence youth match against Empoli. Jian lets out a massive, silent sigh of relief, laughing off his panic and telling her it is absolutely nothing. He mutters to himself, thankful that she didn't dig any deeper into his historical statistics or his Torino benchwarming career. She crosses her arms, looking at him thoughtfully, and asks if signing a professional contract is actually that big of a deal. She remarks that this is the absolute happiest she has ever seen him look, and Jian can only offer a sheepish, quiet response. She looks down, wondering if transitioning to a pro is really that life-changing for an athlete. Jian smiles gently, looking down at the pavement, and quietly confirms that it is incredibly important. She asks what exactly changes once the contract is signed. Jian explains that it means he can finally make his official professional debut and start earning a real salary, but when she asks for the exact numbers, he gets flustered. He thinks about how incredibly underpaid he was back in Korea, realizing he would be deeply grateful just to get any standard professional contract. He hopes that even if his wage isn't as massive as Bruno's, it will at least be decent enough to support his dad. But as he looks at her, a sudden realization hits him in waves. He realizes that if Jiwoo hadn't moved to Italy and forced him out of his shell with her high expectations, he would probably still be sitting on the reserve bench, completely lost. He stops walking, looking down, and quietly delivers a highly sincere, heartfelt thank you to her. Jiwoo's cheeks instantly turn bright pink as she gets completely flustered, stammering and asking why he is suddenly acting so incredibly weird. She turns around, stomping away in embarrassment, while Jian runs after her, shouting for her to wait up. He catches up, watching her pouty, red face, wondering if she is actually tired or just sulking. He looks at her, a sudden tactical idea popping into his brain. They arrive outside her apartment door, and she bids him a quick, awkward goodbye. But before she can go inside, Jian smiles and tells her that her bacon risotto was actually incredible. He adds that it was easily 10 times better than anything his dad has ever cooked, flashing her a bright, genuine grin. He waves, wishing her a good night, and walks away with a light step. Jiwoo stands on the threshold, completely stunned, before leaning out and calling his name. She waves back with a massive, happy grin, sticking her energy up sign and telling him to get home safely. Jian looks back, his face turning slightly red as he mutters that he completely predicted her reaction. He smiles, noting that despite her tough tomboy exterior, she was actually just sulking like a little kid. The scene shifts to a few days later outside the AC Fiorentina youth training facility. Jian and his dad are walking down the corridor, and Jian is looking highly pessimistic about the high-stakes contract meeting. But walking ahead of them is their official sports agent, who is looking incredibly confident. Sporting a massive tailored suit and an incredibly sharp, determined grin, the agent loudly promises that he will handle these negotiations with absolute ruthlessness. He marches down the hallway with massive, confident strides. He tells Jian's dad to trust his professional expertise, promising to negotiate with the club's board as cold-bloodedly as possible. He gives a a highly menacing, dark-shadowed grin, declaring that football negotiation is a zero-sum game where you either make the other party a fool or become one yourself. He flashes a smug thumbs up, calling it the law of fool conservation, while Jian and his dad stare at him with sweat-drenched, awkward expressions. Jian looks at his imposing figure, thinking that while this man looks like a high-level mafia boss, he is actually the trusted agent who secured his youth contracts 3 years ago. He admits that despite his terrifying legal-adjacent appearance, the agent is surprisingly honest, highly competent, and fiercely protective of his clients. Jian resolves to leave the complex financial details entirely in his hands, hoping for a smooth negotiation. The agent opens the door with a flourish, inviting them into the boardroom where director Paolo Rossini and his assistant Roberto are waiting. The scene transitions to the aftermath of the meeting, where Roberto is staring at the final contract paperwork, letting out a series of highly confused murmurs. Director Paolo looks over at him, asking why he is still looking so incredibly bothered when the negotiations have concluded perfectly. Roberto sighs, admitting that he is still deeply unsure if the astronomical salary written on this paper is actually correct. Paolo glares at him, asking if Roberto is suggesting that the director's calculations are starting to decline with age. Roberto immediately panics, scratching his head and stammering that he simply lacks the director's elite business insight. Paolo clutches his forehead in exasperation, muttering that his assistant's mouth is far more competent than his eyes. Roberto looks down, quietly asking why the director decided to offer such a massive professional contract to a 16-year-old with zero academy background. Paolo winks, making a money sign with his fingers, and explains that money in professional football is entirely relative. He explains that while paying €4,000 a week to an unproven 16-year-old seems like an absolute fortune on paper, if that same kid turns out to be a regular starting member of the senior squad next season, paying that wage is actually a highly profitable business deal. Roberto stares at him in silence, trying to process the director's massive leap of faith. Paolo leans in, his expression turning sharp as he asks if his assistant is still incapable of understanding simple business arithmetic. Roberto's eyes wide as he asks if the director is completely certain that Jian will become a senior starting player before his next contract renewal. Paolo sits back on his desk, letting out a sharp sigh and asking why it took Roberto so long to understand such a basic concept. He looks out the window, his gaze turning nostalgic, and explains that 15 years ago, back in 2008, he traveled to Spain to coach the under-19 team. Roberto remembers that was the legendary year Spain dominated the Euro Cup. Paolo nods, recalling how he took his youth squad to tour the country for a series of friendly practice matches. He explains that the Spanish youth squads played a highly distinct, short-passing possession style known as tiki-taka that was actively conquering the football world. But amidst all the talented kids, there was one specific player who completely shocked him. He was a pale, surprisingly small boy playing for the Real Sociedad Youth Academy. That tiny kid was absolutely toying with their physical defenders, who were easily a head taller than him. Roberto leans in, holding his breath, and asks what that legendary kid's name was. Paolo looks down, declaring that at the time, that 17-year-old was a complete unknown named Antoine Griezmann. He explains that back then, he was absolutely certain that name would eventually rule the global football stage. Roberto looks at him in shock, asking if the director felt that exact same generational sensation when watching Li Jian play. Paolo crosses his arms, looking down, and explains that both of those kids possess a rare, unteachable talent. They know exactly how to win matches. He explains that while most scouts look for physical speed, towering height, or flashy dribbling, those stats are highly volatile. But the raw talent born in Jian is a generational attribute called football sense. Players with great physical stats are common, but their development can easily plateau, or their careers can decline sharply after a single muscle injury. He raises his finger, pointing out that physical attributes are highly unstable variables in youth development. But the spatial intelligence and pure cognitive sense to understand the geometry of football is a completely different asset. He slams his hand onto his desk, declaring that football sense is the only stable, reliable talent you can trust at the youth level. He clenches his fist with absolute conviction, declaring that Jian is the rare breed who carries that exact generational sense. Roberto stands there in complete, stunned silence, his arguments entirely dismantled. Paolo smiles, asking if Roberto is still going to blindly question his corporate vision. Roberto quickly shakes his head, realizing his boss is playing three-dimensional chess with the club's future. Paolo points a finger, telling him to keep his mouth shut and wait a year to see if this contract was actually excessive. The scene transitions to a high-end cafe outside the facility under the bright afternoon sun. Jian's dad is warmly thanking the agent for his hard work during the meeting. But the agent simply laughs it off. He proudly declares that he didn't actually do any cold-blooded negotiating because the club's board immediately recognized Jian's true market value and offered a massive sum. Jian sits next to them, looking at his coffee with a highly cartoonish, deadpan expression. He thinks about how his agent, who promised to be an absolute monster in the boardroom, turned into a complete yes man the second he saw the first page of the contract. But as he opens the folder to read the numbers himself, his eyes scan the document and his face instantly freezes. The reality of the numbers written on the contract sheet is completely unbelievable. His agent looks over at him, chuckling as Jian's eyes turn into massive trembling plates. The document clearly lists the weekly wage and the annual salary details. Jian stares at the paper, his hands shaking as he processes the bold print. He lets out a massive, silent scream of sheer, unadulterated shock in his head. The paper reads, a weekly wage of a whopping 4,095 euros. Jian calculates the exchange rate, realizing that since his trainee wage was only 200 euros, the club has literally multiplied his salary by 20 times. He looks over at the director, wondering if the board has completely lost their minds to pay this much money to a kid who spent 2 years sitting on the bench. His dad looks over, quietly asking the agent about the legal implications of the youth contract clauses. The agent explains that under youth rules, other major clubs can poach trainees by simply paying a minor compensation fee, and because there is no legal way to prevent larger clubs from swooping in, Fiorentina authorized this massive professional contract to secure Jian's future. Jian looks down at the paper, his mind racing as he realizes that even Bruno, their starting left winger, only received a 10 times increase, while he has been handed a 20-fold jump. The agent pats his shoulder, smiling and telling him that it simply means the club recognizes his elite potential. Jian looks across at director Paolo and Roberto, who are watching him with warm, expectant smiles. His expression softens, and he thinks about how this club took him in when he was labeled a failure, patiently waiting for him to heal, and is now recognizing a genius he didn't even know he carried. The agent and Paolo exchange a warm handshake, concluding the quickest and most successful contract negotiation in the Academy's history. Jian takes a deep breath, swallowing hard as the reality washes over him. He is no longer a simple youth trainee, he is officially a professional football player. Later at the cafe, his dad and the agent are aggressively arguing over who gets to pay for the celebratory meal, but Jian casually raises his glass of sparkling water, telling them he will handle the bill because this amount of money is absolutely nothing to him now. He gets a highly cartoonish, smug expression on his face, declaring in his head that he is a literal god of financial security. The scene shifts to a few days later under a bright, sunny sky outside a massive training facility. Jian's inner monologue immediately crashes as his cool guy facade completely disintegrates. We see our guy sitting on a bench, sweating profusely and looking up in absolute terror as a group of giant senior players loom over him like shadowy dungeon bosses, leaving him praying to the heavens to spare his life as his professional career officially begins. We start a few hours before the match, and our boy is facing his greatest enemy yet. No, not a Tier 1 professional squad. High school. Jian is walking through the gates feeling like his hands are sweating more than they did during the Napoli match. And honestly, you can't blame him. His memories of studying abroad are basically a highlight reel of bad times. Back when he first moved, the language barrier and his naturally timid personality made him the perfect target. The local kids bullied him, and the absolute worst part was that they were literally on his own team. And of course, the coaches didn't care enough to stop it. Classic toxic youth academy behavior. So yeah, school is basically his personal psychological horror movie. But he needs his graduation certificate, so he's forced to climb these stairs and endure one final year. He transferred to a school closer to his house in Florence, praying he can just blend into the background like a generic NPC. The wild part is he kept all this trauma completely hidden from Jiwoo. The last thing he wants is his childhood friend finding out he wasn't always a walking W. But as he looks up, he realizes he's standing right outside his new classroom door. His brain is running through every worst-case scenario, praying he can just have a peaceful year. But then he stops. He grips the door handle and remembers who he is now. He is Lee Jian, a professional athlete earning 4,000 euros a week. He is literally a financial god compared to these kids. He slides the door open, ready to face whatever comes his way. The entire room goes dead silent. Everyone is just staring at him. Jian's confidence immediately drops to zero as he swallows hard, waiting for the worst. Instead, a girl pointing at him completely shatters the silence by screaming his name at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, the entire class swarms him like they just spotted a rare boss spawn in an MMO. He completely forgot the golden rule of living here. This is Italy, a country where football is literally a religion. Before he can even sit down, he's being forced to sign a piece of paper for a guy named Massimo. He's literally holding an impromptu fan signing event right at his desk on his very first day. But hey, the kids are genuinely happy. For them, having a rising Fiorentina star in class is like having a celebrity classmate, because honestly, what else is there to do on the weekend in Florence? Going to first-team matches is way too expensive for student budgets. So all these kids go watch the youth games instead, which means they saw our guy completely dismantle Napoli. Next thing he knows, girls are pulling him in for selfies, and he's just standing there trying to keep his composure. And then, the final boss of high school approaches. A stylish blonde girl leans right over his desk. She pulls out her phone, gives him a flirty smile, and asks for his number so he can teach her Korean. Our boy is in absolute panic mode. His social anxiety is flashing red. So what does this absolute genius do? He claims he doesn't own a mobile phone because he is too focused on soccer. The girl looks at him like he's from the Stone Age and just walks away, completely dumbfounded. Jian sighs in relief. If Jiwoo found out he was passing out his number to random girls, he would not survive the week. He realizes school is going to be incredibly exhausting, but thankfully, the teacher walks in and saves him. The school bell rings to end the day, signaling his glorious escape. Jian collapses onto his desk, absolutely drained from acting like a K-pop idol during every single break. Seriously, this isn't school, it's a full-time PR campaign. He grabs his bag and prepares to head out. His classmates ask where he's going, and he explains he has to leave early for team training. They look at him with absolute respect, wishing him luck and telling him they'll see him tomorrow. Jian waves goodbye, feeling a strange warmth in his chest because this is the first time he's experienced this. No one bullied him. No one looked down on him. They actually cheered for him as he walked across the courtyard. He's literally skipping out of the school gates because everything went perfectly peaceful. But then, his eyes go wide as a massive realization hits him like a freight train. Today was also Jiwoo's very first day at her new culinary academy. He pulls out his phone and sees a mountain of unread notifications from her. Jiwoo sent a picture, complaining about how she was waiting for him to text and calling him out for ignoring her. Jian sweat drops, frantically typing a reply because keeping her happy is essential for his survival. He makes up an excuse about school rules, then casually asks if she made any friends, while bragging that some kids came to find him. And of course, she replies at literal light speed. Her phone must be permanently glued to her hand. She teases him, asking if our little Jian is popular now with a bunch of laughing emojis. He types back that he's actually telling the truth this time as he sprints toward the training ground. We fast forward a few days later to the dark hallway of the stadium. Inside the locker room, the coaches are firing up the squad. Coach Luca and Tony are standing with their arms crossed. Tony looks down at Jian and asks if he's ready for his very first derby match. He tells him not to be intimidated, reminding him that he's the one pulling the strings of their offense today. Luca gets right in his face, flexing his fist and telling him to show the opposing team exactly what they're made of. The captain rallies the boys, screaming for them to go as they lock arms in a tight huddle. They shout their battle cry at the top of their lungs, the entire room vibrating with high-octane energy. Today's opponent is Bologna. They're a solid mid-tier squad, but they aren't here to play nice. This is the Derby dell'Apennino, a historic, brutal rivalry where the fans are notoriously hostile. Jian walks out with the team trying to play it cool because he hasn't personally experienced the heat of a derby yet. He takes a deep breath, telling himself he just needs to focus on playing his game and securing the win. He looks at the back of his purple number 20 jersey, determined to live up to the massive trust the coaches put in him. But the moment they step onto the pitch, a literal wall of sound hits them as the fans roar. Jian completely freezes. The stadium is packed to the brim with screaming fans waving giant flags. The pure, hostile energy of the crowd penetrates right through his chest, making his heart hammer violently. His anxiety debuff is starting to flare up. He realizes the stakes are completely different now. If he messes up in a match of this scale, the entire city of Florence will view him as an absolute traitor. He frantically looks around, remembering that Jiwoo promised she would come and sit near the entrance stairs. He scans the crowd, thinking that even if he plays terribly, at least she will always have his back. He spots her in the stands, but his smile instantly vanishes. Jiwoo is sitting there radiating a dark, terrifying, murderous aura that would make a demon king run for cover. And Jian has absolutely no idea what he did wrong. Now we rewind to see exactly why Jiwoo is looking like she's about to start a villain arc. She arrived early to secure her seat, looking at her phone while the crowd filled the stadium. Suddenly, she hears some girls sitting right in front of her talking about her favorite player. And turns out, it's the exact same stylish blonde girl from Jian's school, bragging about taking a selfie with him. Jiwoo's ears perk up. She can't understand every word of rapid-fire Italian, but she hears enough. Words like cute and cool keep popping up, accompanied by high-pitched schoolgirl giggling, and hearing them say the name Jian over and over is starting to grind her gears. She glares at the back of their heads, wondering what on earth our boy has been up to at his new school. The fans around her scream as the players walk out, but Jiwoo is just sitting there, completely checked out. She tries to calm down, telling herself that since Jian is playing well, it's only natural that he becomes popular. She looks down at the pitch as the referee gets ready to blow the whistle. She tells herself she should be happy for him as his childhood friend, but her eye is literally twitching with jealousy. The blonde girl stands up and screams his name at the top of her lungs, sending Jiwoo over the edge. The whistle blows and the derby match officially kicks off. The fans are instantly roaring, urging the players to drive forward and break through the lines. Jian gets the ball early, launching into a high-speed solo drive. A Bologna defender slides in with a desperate tackle, but Jian executes a slick body feint to leave him eating grass. He breaks past the first defensive line, keeping his cool as he maps out the penalty area. Another defender sprints over to close down his angle, thinking he has nowhere left to run, but our boy's spatial computer has already calculated the perfect passing lane. He leaps slightly, swinging his foot around the ball with absolute precision. He delivers a jaw-dropping direct heel pass behind his back, completely blinding the defensive line. The ball sails beautifully into the massive ocean of empty space he just created on the opposite flank. It goes straight to Bruno, and the Bologna fullbacks are left scrambling to catch up. Bruno drives the ball deep, narrowing the angle to draw the keeper's attention, but instead of shooting, he lofts a delicate cross toward the center of the box. He's targeting Enzo, their physically dominant forward, who is wrestling with the center back. The defender screams to watch out for the header, planting his feet to block the shot. The Bologna goalkeeper leaps, expecting a direct attempt on goal, but Enzo doesn't shoot. He uses his physical strength to win the aerial duel at the far post. The keeper realizes there's absolutely no angle for Enzo to score from there, which is exactly what our guys planned. Enzo uses his forehead to cushion a gentle tap downward. It's not a shot, it's a perfect return pass dropping right into the danger zone. The ball drops perfectly toward the penalty spot, completely bypassing the defense. And guess who is sprinting into the box unmarked? It's number 20 again, meeting the ball with a powerful first-time strike. The keeper can only watch as the ball shatters the back of the net. Goal. 1-0 to Fiorentina. The stadium goes absolutely ballistic. The schoolgirls are hugging each other, screaming like they just won the lottery. On the pitch, Jian's teammates mob him, high-fiving him and shouting praises as he grins. But our boy hasn't forgotten his most important mission today. He looks up at the stands, searching for Jiwoo. He spots her standing out in the crowd, and even though it's embarrassing with so many eyes on him, he decides he has to do that. He raises his hand, placing his fingers right against his temple. He delivers the signature smug double-finger salute directly toward her, but the blonde girl in front of her instantly thinks the salute was meant for her, squealing in absolute delight. Jiwoo looks at them, smiling a sweet but incredibly terrifying smile that says everything. The girls around her are practically swooning, arguing over who Jian was actually looking at. Jiwoo laugh cries internally, knowing damn well that salute was specifically meant to save him from her wrath. Down on the pitch, Jian spots her terrifying expression and literally loses his words, completely baffled. But he has to focus. He's just glad they managed to grab an early opening goal to settle his nerves. He looks at the pitch, realizing he isn't feeling his usual performance anxiety today despite the massive crowd. Honestly, his cringy celebration was way more stressful than the actual game. And he owes that to Coach Luca, who has been training him like an absolute tyrant after hours. As he turns around, he notices some familiar faces from his school waving at him from the stands. They actually kept their promise and came all the way to the stadium to cheer for him. Jian smiles, realizing how much his life has truly changed since transferring to Florence. He feels a massive surge of positive energy as the referee blows the whistle to restart the game. With the momentum fully on their side, Jian drives forward, ready to dominate the next play. He intercepts a loose ball, but as he tries to turn, a Bologna midfielder lunges in. He gets slammed hard from behind, crashing face first onto the grass. The ball rolls out of bounds. It's Fiorentina's throw-in, but the Bologna player just spits on the turf and walks away. Jian pushes himself up, wondering if that hit was an intentional dirty play or just a normal tackle. He shakes it off, receives the throw-in, and plays a quick pass to reset their flow. He passes wide to keep the ball moving and shift the defensive line, but the moment the ball leaves his foot, a massive Bologna defender deliberately charges straight into him. Jian gets kicked hard right in the leg, sending him crashing down in absolute agony as the whistle blows. His teammates run over in absolute fury, but the referee only lets the defender off with a weak verbal warning. Jian lies on the turf, his eyes wide. It wasn't his imagination. They are deliberately targeting him. On the sidelines, Coach Tony and Luca look incredibly serious. Tony notes that Jian's brilliant opening goal has officially ignited the hostile derby atmosphere. The play is going to get significantly rougher from here on out, and he wonders how our boy will handle the physical onslaught. Because the giant Bologna defenders have just decided to turn this match into a physical battleground, and the real derby has only just begun. We are back at the stadium, and the atmosphere has gone completely hostile. Bologna has officially abandoned all plans of playing actual football. They are launching body checks, and our guys are hitting the grass hard. The players are screaming at the referee, but he is completely letting it slide. Up on the sidelines, Coach Luca is losing his mind because the ref is apparently officiating with his eyes closed. He wants to argue, but Coach Tony stops him. Tony explains that the opponents have already figured out exactly what they can get away with. Dealing with a bad ref is just another stat you have to manage on the pitch. Bologna is using this physical freedom to press incredibly hard from the front. They are pushing their defensive line right up to our guys' faces, using their superior size to physically bully our midfielders and prevent them from turning. And the worst part is, their toxic strategy is actually working. Our team is panicking, sending desperate back passes to escape the pressure. Even the goalkeeper is getting dragged into this mess, forced to clear loose balls. Jian watches this, realizing the team is slowly being suffocated in their own half. Mondi tries to rally the defense, but screaming can only do so much against a wall of muscle. Jian knows he needs to find a tactical exit route, and he needs to do it now. In a normal scenario, you would just retaliate with equal physical violence, but look at the size of that Bologna defender compared to our boy. That is not a fight he wins. If he lets them bully him into submission though, this entire match is a complete L. He scans the field looking for the cracks in their system. He realizes that because Bologna is committing so hard to this forward press, they are leaving themselves completely exposed to quick vertical transitions, and luckily, exploiting space is literally his entire specialty. He decides to drop deep below the halfway line, slipping into the vacant half space. He calls for the ball, even though a massive defender is breathing down his neck. Sprints forward. He can hear the heavy footsteps of the defender chasing him. If he stops to control the ball normally, he's getting sent straight to the medical room, so he doesn't wait. He prepares his move just as the defender charges in like a runaway train. Glides right past him. Slicks a gorgeous touch, leaving the defender tackling thin air. But he's not done yet. He immediately maps out the next coordinate grid. He needs his teammates to react to his route. He hits a quick diagonal pass to Bruno. Bruno has drifted into the central zone Jian just vacated. While Bruno controls the ball, Jian sprints straight down the left flank, drives down the touchline, reaches peak acceleration. Bruno locks eyes with him and executes a perfect through pass. The ball slides into the open channel, and the Bologna fullback realizes he's in deep trouble. Sprints hard. Jian isn't known for his straight-line speed, but the fullback isn't exactly Mbappe either. They are running neck and neck. Clashes shoulders. The physical impact sends a jolt through Jian's body, causing him to stumble. The fullback starts to pull ahead, and it looks like the play is dead. The crowd is screaming for him to stay on his feet. Jian digs his cleats into the turf, forcing his body to stabilize, pushes forward with sheer determination. He catches up to the fullback, matching him stride for stride. Plants his foot. He suddenly decelerates, letting the fullback's own momentum carry him flying past. Softness completely defeats raw strength. He collects the ball cleanly, cutting inside with zero resistance. He enters the penalty box, looking for his final target. Swings his leg. He sends a low, hard cross right into the corridor of uncertainty between the keeper and the defense. And running onto it is Enzo, diving forward, slides in and hammers the ball into the roof of the net. Goal! 2-0! The entire team piles on Jian, celebrating like they just won the league. The stadium erupts into absolute chaos, the fans chanting their hearts out. Up in the VIP stands, a man in sunglasses smiles. He notes that our guy is a seriously interesting player before trying to slip away before the crowd notices him. And that is Dusan Vlahovic, the starting star striker for Fiorentina's senior team, who just got a front row seat to Jian's genius. We move to the next day at Jian's house. Jian's dad slides a bank card across the table, telling him that since he's earning real money now, he needs to manage it himself. Jian is completely stunned, holding the plastic like it's a legendary artifact. Honestly, if he hadn't dominated that Bologna match, he wouldn't have had the confidence to accept this responsibility. But since he did perform, he decides it's time to do something he's wanted to do for a very long time. He remembers Coach Tony and the director telling him that after a massive victory, it's crucial to reward yourself. He looks at his dad, who is currently checking the fridge for leftovers. Dad suggests making something at home with whatever ingredients they have. Jian immediately cuts him off, suggesting they go out to eat instead. His dad is completely shocked by the sudden offer. Then his dad looks incredibly depressed, wondering if his mackerel and mint chocolate sandwiches were really that bad. Jian frantically waves his hands, trying to explain that his dad's cooking is great, but today is a special occasion. His dad bursts out laughing, teasing him about how much he's grown up. Then his dad strokes his chin, thinking, and asks if they should invite Jiwoo along too. Cut to the three of them walking down the beautiful streets of Florence, completely stuffed. Jiwoo admits the food was amazing, but complains that Jian ordered way too much food. Jian tries to look smug, pointing out that he paid for it anyway, but internally admits that ordering steak, lobster, and pizza was a bit excessive. Jiwoo then looks at him sideways, mentioning that he was apparently extremely popular during the match. She mimics the schoolgirls screaming and swooning over him, making a hilarious face. She gets right in his face, teasing him about how everyone called him cute like an idol. Jian's face turns bright red as he panics. She points a finger at him, asking if that's why he did that cool double finger salute to his temple. Jian frantically tries to deny it. He looks away, rubbing his neck, and mutters that he didn't do it to look cool, he did it specifically for her. Jiwoo completely freezes, her face turning as red as a tomato. She turns around, completely flustered, trying to process what he just said. Then, she turns back and hits him right in the ribs, telling him to stop acting like a clown. She unloads a barrage of playful punches, asking if he wants to die. Jian just smiles, teasing her that she's still as physical as ever. Jiwoo catches his smile and blushes even harder. She calls him incredibly annoying as Jian comfortably blocks her punches while his dad just watches them with a warm, knowing smile. Jian asks if she was seriously angry about the schoolgirls, pointing out that they were just cheering for him. Jiwoo glares at him, asking why on earth that would make her angry. They walk side by side, Jiwoo crossing her arms and muttering that she has absolutely no reason to care. Jian grins, saying it still felt great to be cheered on by his classmates, which immediately earns him another hyperspeed flurry of punches from a highly irritated Jiwoo. She tells him to stop smiling and focus entirely on soccer. Jian looks around, suddenly realizing his dad has completely disappeared. They spot him standing right in front of a luxury golf store, staring at the window. Jiwoo giggles, noting that his dad looks exactly like a kid standing in front of a toy store. Jian watches his dad's eyes sparkle as he looks at the clubs, realizing that his dad has desires too. We transition to a beautiful outdoor cafe where his dad is waving a brand new premium golf club. Jian sits at the table, apologizing that he couldn't afford to buy the entire set yet. His dad says just this one is perfect, taking a full swing right inside the crowded restaurant. He starts bragging about his son to a highly confused waiter who just wanted to take their order. Jiwoo claps her hands, thanking Jian for her gifts too. Jian looks at the expensive slice of tiramisu on the table, wondering if he spent way too much money today. He tells her to just eat quickly, his face slightly red. Jiwoo asks if he's feeling shy, but is interrupted by a shadow looming over their table. An elderly gentleman with a neat white beard politely asks if he can get Jian's autograph after they finish their meal. Jian is completely taken aback, pointing to himself in confusion. He asks if the man actually knows who he is. The gentleman smiles, unbuttoning his cardigan to reveal a vintage purple football jersey underneath. He pulls the jersey off, gently laying it out on the table. Jian looks at the fabric and his eyes go wide. The faded purple shirt is covered in old, ink-written signatures. The man explains that this jersey is his absolute treasure, which he has kept since the 1980s. He points to the signatures of club legends like Giancarlo Antognoni, Gabriel Batistuta, and Roberto Baggio. Jian's dad almost chokes on his drink, recognizing those legendary names instantly. The gentleman explains that collecting these signatures is his lifelong passion, and asks if Jian would be willing to sign his name right alongside them. Jian hesitates, wondering if it's really okay for a youth player like him to put his name next to absolute legends of the sport. The gentleman laughs, telling him that signing it will only make it more valuable. Jian smiles humbly, saying he wouldn't go that far, but the old man looks at him warmly, saying that one day he might be bragging to everyone about getting this specific autograph today. Jian takes the marker, carefully writing his name on the fabric. The gentleman thanks him politely and walks away with a happy smile. Jiwoo watches him go, commenting on how romantic and beautiful that interaction was. Jian looks down at his hands, a deep feeling of inspiration swelling in his chest. He wonders if one day his name will be remembered as a true legend of this historic club. We transition to the U17 training facility. Coaches Luca and Tony are looking at a laptop with incredibly serious expressions. Tony crosses his arms, noting that their upcoming match is against a team that Jian has a very painful history with. On the desk sits the starting lineup sheet for their next opponent, Torino's elite academy, Juventus. the exact place where Jian's career was shattered and where his greatest psychological nightmare is waiting for him. We open on a memory that our boy has been trying to bury for years. Back when he was at Gioventù, school wasn't just a place to study, it was a daily survival test. The local kids would literally dump food on his head, mocking his stutter and telling him to go back to his country. Jian snaps out of the memory as a text notification vibrates in his hand. It's a message from Jiwoo, letting him know her classes are finally done for the day. She mentions she heard he's playing against his former club today, the one he had to leave because of the toxic environment. She attaches a cute photo, telling him not to cry like a baby just because she isn't there, and proudly showing off the clothes he bought her. Jian's face turns red as he's typing back a hyper-aggressive reply about destroying them all. He looks at the draft, realizing that saying he's going to kill everyone might sound a bit too unhinged for a friendly text, but before he can even edit it, her reply pings back instantly with a simple laugh. Coach Luca stands nearby, watching our guy aggressively tap his screen. He walks over, asking if Jian is letting pre-game nerves get to him. Jian looks up, his eyes dead serious, telling him he has never wanted to win a match more than this one. Out on the pitch, the rest of the Firenze players look unusually tense during warm-ups. And you can't blame them, Gioventù is currently sitting in first place, with Firenze chasing them in second. This single match will literally decide who takes the crown in the U18 league. But for the clubs, this is way more than just 3 points, it's a historic grudge match. Even Coach Tony is completely losing his composure, screaming about how they absolutely cannot lose to those thieves. Jian is stretching on the sideline when a highly unwelcome voice calls out his name. It's the exact same voice that used to haunt his nightmares. And standing there is Jerome, the bleached Mohawk captain of Gioventù who made Jian's life a living hell. He sneers, mocking Jian for still playing soccer and wondering how he managed to find a spot on a weak team like Firenze. His teammates laugh along with him, trying to completely destroy Jian's mental state before kickoff. Jian's body starts trembling with rage, his old trauma trying to force its way back to the surface. Jerome steps closer, grinning as he promises to completely eat them alive on the field. But his villain speech is violently cut short as a soccer ball crashes directly into the back of his neck. Jerome stumbles forward, rubbing his head in absolute fury, screaming to know who threw that. Mondi steps into the frame, deadpanning a lazy apology about how he was just trying to pass to Jian. He looks at Jerome, casually noting that his reflexes are surprisingly slow for a top-tier captain. Mondi smiles, saying that if it were Jian, he would have trapped that ball flawlessly. He wraps his arm around Jian, telling him it's game time and leaving Jerome screaming in their wake. Jerome spits on the grass, his face contorted in pure, toxic rage. He promises to literally break their legs once the whistle blows. Walking back to the huddle, Jian quietly thanks Mondi for stepping in. Mondi looks at him seriously, telling him there is absolutely no need to thank him. Bruno jumps in from behind, putting Jian in a playful chokehold and reminding him they are a unit. He tells Jian that once the match starts, he needs to show those bullies exactly what he's made of. Jian's eyes go wide, feeling a massive surge of warmth and belonging. He looks at his teammates, realizing he isn't that isolated, helpless kid from 3 years ago anymore. He has a real family behind him. Coach Tony gathers the squad, announcing a tactical shift from their usual formation to a highly defensive 4-4-2. He orders both wingers and strikers, including Jian and Enzo, to actively drop back and defend during the first half. Jian immediately reads the strategy. Since Gioventù has superior physical stats, Tony wants to absorb their pressure and strike on the counter. Jian locks eyes with Jerome across the pitch. The battle line's officially drawn. The referee blows the whistle and kickoff commences. Firenze controls the ball from the opening touch, and instead of passing backward to settle the possession, Jian immediately launches into a full-speed solo sprint right through the center. The Gioventù players are caught completely off guard, not expecting such an aggressive move from the very first second. But this is all part of Coach Tony's hidden plan. He prepared a few highly aggressive set plays to catch them sleeping. Jian drives forward, his spiky hair flying as he enters their territory. On the bench, the assistant coach is panicking, but Tony stands calm, knowing our guy isn't alone. The entire Firenze offense is moving in perfect, organic harmony behind him. Jerome's face goes completely stiff, realizing Jian is playing with an intensity he has never seen before. He screams at his defense to cut him off and mark him tightly, but Jian's brain is already processing their movement trajectories. He executes a rapid eye and shoulder feint, completely sending the defender the wrong way. He breaks into the open space, immediately scanning the box for his targets. He spots Enzo and Bruno making synchronized runs into the half spaces. He fakes a powerful right-footed pass, forcing the defense to commit to blocking the cross. But it's another dummy. He drags the ball back, completely fracturing their defensive line with just 2 touches. On the touchline, the coaches are celebrating the massive gap he just created in the midfield. Jian takes a breath, keeping his eyes busy as he prepares the final delivery. He spots Enzo drifting toward the edge of the box, and Bruno dragging defenders toward the center. While Raphael is completely unmarked on the right flank, the last line of defense panics, trying to predict which of the three options Jian will choose. Jerome is sweating, desperately trying to read our boy's body language. But Jian's tactical options aren't just limited to passing. Jerome looks up, his eyes widening in absolute horror as he realizes Jian is going for goal himself. From extreme distance, Jian swings his leg back with maximum power. He unleashes a rocket of a strike that flies through the air like a meteor. The ball crashes directly into the crossbar with a deafening metallic ring that shakes the whole stadium. Jian puts his hands on his knees, sighing because he was just inches away from an absolute masterpiece. Jerome stands frozen, staring at the vibrating goalpost, unable to believe this is the same kid he used to bully. Enzo walks past Jerome, smirking and asking if the big captain is scared already. Jian looks up, his gray-blue eyes cold and hyper-focused. He adjusts his collar, silently declaring that this was just a warm-up and the real game starts now. The match resumes with a Juventus goal kick. Even though Jian didn't score, that opening missile has put massive psychological pressure on their defense. They are playing extremely cautious, slowly building up from the back. Mondi calls out to the team, telling them to hold their line and absorb the pressure. The opponents circulate the ball, desperately searching for a gap in our defensive structure. Jian stands in his defensive position, mapping out their 4-3-3 formation. He calculates that they have no choice but to try and attack through the wings. He immediately shouts to his teammates, ordering them to narrow the defensive gaps. The Juventus winger is forced to stop, realized his passing lane was completely red before he even made his move. Coach Luca watches in absolute awe as Jian single-handedly coordinates their defensive block. He didn't just move himself, he actively directed his teammates to completely shut down the opponent's progression. On the sidelines, Tony is practically glowing with pride. He laughs, wondering what he's even supposed to do as a coach when his star player handles everything so flawlessly. The battle remains incredibly tight as the minutes tick by. Firenze's defense is like an interlocking chain, leaving absolutely zero room for Juventus to break through. Whenever they try to push, our boys aggressively close them down and block their advance. And the second they steal the ball, they launch into a lightning-fast counterattack. They are executing Tony's defensive transition instructions to absolute perfection. We reach the 20-minute mark of the first half. In a game this intense, players on both sides are starting to experience physical fatigue and mental lapses. And as evidence, the Juventus midfielders start carelessly circulating the ball in highly dangerous advanced positions. Tony spots this, his eyes narrowing with a sharp grin because they have no idea they just walked into a trap. Jian senses the shift, realizing it's finally time to accelerate the tempo. A Juventus midfielder under pressure plays a sloppy, half-hearted sideways pass. Jian's brain registers the target lock instantly, a massive chance. He launches into a high-speed sprint to intercept. Jerome screams that a solo press is useless, but Mondi and the rest of the Firenze midfield are already pushing up in perfect unison behind him. They are moving as a single coordinated machine centered completely around Jian's movement. Jerome's face goes pale as he realizes the kid he called a coward is the active mastermind of this entire squad. Jian drives forward, feeling incredibly reassured by the absolute unity of his team. He slides, trying to cut off the sideways pass. He barely misses the ball, but his aggressive press forces another rushed pass. The play isn't over. Jian immediately recovers and continues to harass their backline. The defense is in complete panic, desperately passing backward to escape our pressure. Jian analyzes their sloppy, unorganized positioning under duress. He keeps sprinting, chasing the ball deep into their defensive third. The defenders are forced to execute a series of frantic back passes all the way to their last line. The ball lands at Jerome's feet. Usually, a defender would just clear it far away to safety. But Jerome is an elite prospect who wants to debut in the first league. His pride won't let him just kick it out of bounds. Instead of clearing, he tries to turn and play a short pass to depressurize. But Jian has already calculated this, leaping into his path to block the exit route. They clash, their eyes locked in a high-intensity duel. The goalkeeper screams at Jerome to pass wide to the fullback. Jerome tries to force a forward pass, desperate to prove he can handle Jian alone. But Jian uses his body positioning to deflect the pass, sending the ball looping toward the wing. Jerome thinks he got the pass through, but his face quickly goes blank. Because our boy didn't need to win the ball himself, he just needed to direct it into their recovery zone. And running onto it is Bruno, who completely intercepts the loose ball. Jian grins, shouting praises to Bruno as he turns his back to receive the return pass. Jerome is completely humiliated, sprinting back to catch up. Bruno plays a perfect wall pass back to Jian. Jerome catches up, screaming in rage that Jian dared to turn his back on him. He unloads a brutal physical shove right into Jian's back. But instead of falling, Jian barely even registers the impact, keeping his balance effortlessly. He realizes that after all those grueling late-night core stability drills with Coach Luca, Jerome's physical power is actually nothing compared to what he's used to. Jian takes a clean touch, breaking completely free. In a desperate act of pure malice, Jerome slides in from behind, completely taking Jian's legs out. On the touchline, Tony is screaming for a foul, while Luca has to physically hold him back. Jian hits the grass hard, but his brain is still functioning at overclock speed. The referee hasn't blown the whistle yet, which means the play is still active. The ref plays the advantage as the ball remains loose. Jerome slowly gets up, thinking he stopped the play. But Jian is already back on his feet, diving forward with absolute determination. He challenges Jerome for the loose ball, locking their legs in a fierce battle of wills. Jian wins the duel, poking the ball free into open space. He chases it, sliding on his knees to beat the recovering defender, and strikes it with perfect precision. The ball flies past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands, rattling the back of the net. Jian lies on the turf, looking at the referee. The whistle blows. Goal confirmed. 1-0 to Firenze. At the 25-minute mark, our guy has officially conquered his demons. Jerome is trembling, staring down at him with a face red with absolute humiliation and rage. Jian slowly gets up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He looks down at Jerome, casually raising a hand to his temple for a cold-blooded salute, and calmly tells him that he really must have grown, because back then, Jerome seemed so much bigger. The referee blows the whistle to resume play, but the mood on the pitch has completely shifted. Jian's opening goal has turned this match into a literal pressure cooker. For a top-tier academy like Juventus, leading the table for 20 minutes only to concede to a kid they threw away is an absolute tragedy. The players are instantly locking horns, shouting in each other's faces after every single challenge. The referee has to physically separate Mondi and Jerome, warning both captains to cool down before cards start flying. Jian takes a deep breath, telling himself that even though the game has turned chaotic, he must keep his composure. On the sidelines, Tony and Coach Luca observe the pitch with arms crossed. Tony notes that Juventus' captain is mentally in shambles after being completely humiliated by Jian's spatial play. The whistle blows and Juventus instantly presses forward, their wingers targeting Jian the second he touches the ball. He traps a pass, immediately sensing a defender charging at his blind spot. He quickly shifts the ball wide, admitting to himself that he is secretly terrified of getting hit, but he cannot show it. He swallows hard, telling himself that now is the absolute perfect time to put on a show and look like an absolute king for Jiwoo. He drives forward, actively calling for the ball to maintain possession. He navigates the central zone with rapid touches, catching the defenders by surprise. The opponents try to double-team him, trapping him near the sideline, but Mondi, Enzo, and Bruno instantly sprint over, physically forming a human wall to block the defenders. Jian's eyes go wide, realizing he doesn't have to carry the entire world on his shoulders anymore. He has actual brothers who have his back. With the opponents committing 2 defenders to contain him, he spots an open channel on the opposite side. His spatial tactical overlay highlights the empty space on the right wing. He hits a gorgeous, looping diagonal pass right into the channel and dashes forward. His legs are burning as they approach the end of the first half, but he is running with a massive smile on his face. For the first time in his life, he is genuinely enjoying a game of soccer like a normal kid. The halftime whistle blows, and the teams head to the locker room to prepare for the final 45 minutes. On the sidelines, Coach Luca turns to Tony, dropping a massive question. He asks if they should officially contact Director Vincenzo about promoting Jian. Tony tells him to hold his horses, pointing out that they still have a match to win and he shouldn't get ahead of himself. But as Tony looks back at the pitch, his sharp eyes soften. He watches Jian stretching, realizing the boy has finally broken through his psychological shackles. He's no longer playing under the crushing weight of childhood trauma, he's just a kid enjoying the game. Luca grins, adding that our boy is also quite a looker, predicting absolute chaos once the first team scouts get a hold of him. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, 2 men are watching the purple number 20 intensely. One of them orders his assistant to pull up every piece of information they have on Firenze's number 20, and that is Rodair Mateus, Juventus' newly appointed director of youth development, who just took over the club's administration. The assistant sweat drops, hesitantly explaining that the kid actually used to play for their academy, revealing that Jian is the exact prospect whose contract they terminated earlier this year. Rodair stares at him in absolute shock, demanding to know why on earth they let a player of this caliber go. The assistant mutters some excuse about the previous coaching staff claiming the kid couldn't adapt to their system. Rodair grips his temples, a massive migraine developing as he realizes the sheer level of incompetence he just inherited. He notes that for a club that supposedly represents Serie A, their youth transition is a complete joke. Instead of developing world-class talent, they spent exorbitant transfer fees on overpaid players only to lose the championship to Milano, which is exactly why they had to travel all the way to Germany to beg a specialist like him to save their sinking ship. He looks down at the pitch, his blood pressure rising. He watches Jian execute a flawless chess trap, wondering how their youth scouts could be this blind. They should have done whatever it took to keep this kid adapt and feel supported, because right now, their entire top-ranked academy is being completely dismantled by that single player. Jian's spatial movement and playmaking are already far beyond the U17 level. He asks his assistant if their youth coaches are clinically blind. He sighs, realizing that if he had arrived just 1 year earlier, the entire future of the club would have been different. He stands up, his face dark, announcing that this entire academy needs a massive, brutal overhaul, starting by immediately firing every single coach who was involved in terminating Jian's contract. Talk about immediate karma. We return to the match 20 minutes into the second half, and Jian's legs are shaking like jelly. His physical stamina is hitting 0, and Coach Tony calls out from the bench, asking if he wants a sub. Jian waves him off, breathing heavily, but determined to keep going. He wants to run until the very last second of this match, leaving absolutely 0 room for regret. Seeing the frustrated, exhausted expressions of the Juventus defenders actually gives him a second wind. But as he reaches his absolute physical limit, he locks his focus, thinking about Jiwoo sitting in the stands. He remembers that embarrassing text message he sent her about destroying them all, realizing he has to back it up. He sprints with the last ounce of his strength, determined to make her proud. The referee officially blows the final whistle to end the match, securing a brilliant 1-0 victory for Firenze. Mondi and Bruno slide on their knees, screaming in pure joy as they secure a historic victory against the league leaders. Jian stands in the center of the pitch, his lungs burning, but his heart completely full. Suddenly, Coach Luca and Tony sprint onto the grass with massive grins on their faces. They tackle Jian in a massive, joyful group hug, celebrating a victory they will never forget. We transition to later that evening, the team bus driving through the quiet streets back to Florence. While the players are completely knocked out, snoring in their seats, Tony is awake. He pulls out his phone, typing a rapid message. He smiles, muttering that a certain someone is going to be incredibly grateful for this report. And on the receiving end of that text is Vincenzo Italy, the head coach of Firenze's senior first team, who is about to get his first look at our boy. We open the next chapter back in Jiwoo's bedroom, where she is currently staring at the ceiling in absolute boredom. She scrolls through her phone, annoyed that Jian hasn't sent a single message since his post-game text yesterday saying he was going straight to sleep. She mutters that even if he was exhausted, he promised he would contact her today. She rolls around on her bed, kicking her legs and throwing a mini tantrum like a toddler who lost her toy. She complains that he's being way too negligent toward his only childhood friend. But then, she sits up, a sudden terrifying realization hitting her. She remembers the schoolgirls who were swooning over him at the stadium, wondering if he's already replaced her with new Florence friends. She sits cross-legged, a dark, gloomy cloud hovering over her head. She faceplants back into her pillow, screaming about how annoying this entire situation is. She asks herself why she's the one getting so frustrated over a guy like Lee Jian. Suddenly, her phone vibrates violently with an incoming text. She slides across the bed, unlocking the screen with absolute lightning speed. Her eyes go wide as she reads the message from Jian. "Do you have anything planned for tomorrow evening?" We transition to the next day outside the Stadio Artemio Franchi, the home ground of Firenze's first team. The streets are absolutely packed with a massive sea of purple-clad fans. Jiwoo walks beside Jian, looking at him sideways and asking why he didn't bring his popular new school friends along. Jian immediately panics, waving his hands and explaining that he isn't close with them and actually finds them a bit of a hassle. Jiwoo stops, giving him a sharp, analytical stare, telling him he better answer her next question very carefully. Jian rubs the back of his neck, blushing, and mutters that the only person he genuinely wanted to come with is her. Jiwoo's brain temporarily short-circuits. She quickly turns away, crossing her arms and sighing that she guessed she has no choice but to accompany him. She instantly wraps him in a playful, aggressive headlock, teasing him that he better listen to his Nuna today. She releases him, adjusting her hair, and asks why they are here since today is supposed to be a training day. Jian explains that Coach Tony actually excused him from training, giving him special homework instead. Jiwoo tilts her head, demanding to know what kind of coach gives soccer homework. We flash back to yesterday in Coach Tony's office at the youth facility. Tony looks up from his desk, telling Jian not to show up for training tomorrow, instead ordering him to go watch the first team match. Tony explains that since yesterday was Jian's very first full 90-minute match, his body needs a proper rest day to recover. He mentions it's a Coppa Italia match against Palermo, so he might see some familiar faces on the pitch. Jian tries to argue that he's perfectly fine to train, but Tony points a finger at him, dramatically asking if he's rebelling against his coach's orders. Jian panics, and Tony bursts out laughing, telling him he's just kidding. Tony explains that this isn't a simple rest day, he's giving him active homework. He wants Jian to sit in the stands, observe the first team, and write down his impressions. Tony searches his pockets, telling him to analyze the tactical flow, to think about what kind of football the senior squad plays, and what areas could be improved. He pulls out 2 tickets, sliding them over. Jian takes them, noting with a raised eyebrow that there are 2 tickets. Tony gives him a highly mischievous grin, suggesting he go watch the match with his girlfriend. Jian's jaw drops and Tony laughs, explaining that Coach Luca already snitched about Jian buying a special gift with his weekly pay. Jian clenches his fist in pure embarrassment, silently swearing absolute revenge against Coach Luca. He blushes, muttering that she is absolutely not his girlfriend, just a childhood friend. Tony just winks, waving his hand, and tells him to have a great time. We return to the present, where Jiwoo is snapping her fingers in front of Jian's face, asking why he's been spaced out. Jian shakes his head, apologizing, and Jiwoo complains that the queue to get into the stadium is going to take at least 30 minutes. She looks at her phone, pointing out that since the match starts in 15 minutes, they are going to miss the kickoff. She sighs, saying they came too late, but Jian suddenly grabs her wrist. Jiwoo's eyes go wide as he pulls her out of the crowd. He grins, telling her to follow him, revealing that he planned their arrival time on purpose. He slides his hand into his pocket, pulling out the tickets. He presents them to the security guard at the VIP gate, bypassing the massive queue instantly. Jiwoo is completely stunned, asking why they are allowed to go straight in without waiting. Jian puts on a highly smug, pretentious look, asking if she has ever seen a professional player wait in line to enter his own stadium. Jiwoo glares at him, muttering that while it's cool, his smug face is incredibly annoying. Jian laughs internally, incredibly proud that his practice cool guy routine worked perfectly as she sprints toward the entrance stairs. But the second they step into the stadium, a massive wave of sound hits them. The fans are singing Magica Viola at the top of their lungs, the entire stadium vibrating with pure energy. The stands are a gorgeous rolling sea of purple flags and scarves. Jiwoo is completely awestruck, asking if he is seriously going to play in a massive legendary arena like this one day. She looks at him, her expression softening, and asks if his stage fright and anxiety will be okay in front of so many people. Jian immediately acts tough, screaming that of course he'll be fine and who would cry over some fans. But internally, his confidence instantly evaporates. He looks down at the grass, his spatial computer overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the arena. He tries to calm his racing heart, telling himself there is no need to feel burdened since playing here is still years away. He puts on a forced smile, resolving to just treat this as a simple rest day to complete Coach Tony's homework. The referee blows the whistle and the first team match officially kicks off. We fast forward to the 43rd minute of the first half, and the atmosphere has gone completely dark. The home crowd is violently booing and jeering, the air thick with tension. The senior players on the pitch look completely exhausted and mentally drained. Jiwoo looks around, her voice trembling as she asks Jian if this toxic, hostile atmosphere is really normal, but Jian doesn't answer. He is frozen, his fist clenched so tightly in his pocket that his hand is shaking, his eyes wide with pure, instinctual terror as he looks down at the pitch. What on earth is happening down there that has our boys so completely rattled? 43 minutes into the first half, and the stadium is currently giving off the exact same energy as a toxic League of Legends lobby. The fans are absolutely losing their minds because the senior squad is playing like they just picked up a controller for the first time. Meanwhile, our guy and Jiwoo are sitting right in the middle of this volcanic eruption, looking like 2 lost cartoon characters who took a wrong turn. Jiwoo looks around, sweating bullets, and notes that the local supporters seem slightly beyond regular anger. When football fans in Italy start looking like they're ready to fight a tactical board, you know things are bad. Jian whispers back to her, trying to break down the disaster unfolding on the grass. This is a match they are supposed to win comfortably, but because they haven't found the net before halftime, the atmosphere has turned into a survival horror game. Jiwoo double-checks the facts, asking if the opponent is literally a lower division squad. Jian just nods, looking like he wants to dissolve into his seat to avoid collateral damage, and then she drops the question. She looks at him and asks what our resident soccer genius thinks is actually going wrong out there. Jian locks in, his mental grid overlaying the pitch. It's not just about a bad touch or a slightly misaligned pass. The absolute core of the issue is that their attacking patterns are as predictable as a dial-up internet connection. It's so painfully monotonous that even the casuals in the nosebleed seats can tell what's coming. 9 times out of 10, they just sprint down the flank and hurl a prayer of a cross into the box. When your entire offensive playbook consists of a single button input, the opposing defenders don't even have to sweat. They just stand there, wait for the obvious flight path, and clear the ball with zero resistance. Jian looks down at the touchline and notices that the senior head coach, Vincenzo Italy, is currently emitting visible steam from his ears. The man looks like he is about to single-handedly challenge his entire midfield to a fistfight. Seeing that level of terrifying boomer rage makes Jian internally pray that his actual first-team debut is delayed until roughly the year 2045. But Jiwoo immediately snaps him out of his survival calculations, demanding to know why he's suddenly acting like a silent mime. She assumes he is completely ignoring her, which in Jiwoo's vocabulary is a capital offense punishable by physical violence, while Jian is just trying to find a socially acceptable way to say, the tactical setup is garbage. He summarizes it perfectly. What this senior squad desperately needs right now is a single ounce of creative flair. And just as he says that, the referee's whistle splits the air, mercifully ending 45 minutes of pure offensive tragedy. We fast forward 15 minutes into the second half, and surprise, surprise, they are still trying the exact same cross and pray strategy. Except this time, there is a different runner tracking the ball on the right side. Jian's eyes widen as he spots a familiar face. It's Gino Calvani, his former youth teammate who got fast-tracked to the senior roster just a month ago. Gino actually delivers. The cross is simple, but it is whipped in with real velocity, slicing through the defensive line at an angle that forces the backline to panic. The striker rises above the chaos, making clean contact with a powerful header that sends the ball screaming into the back of the net. The entire stadium absolutely erupts. The same fans who were ready to riot 10 minutes ago are now hugging strangers, and Coach Vincenzo is on the touchline firing off finger guns like a proud uncle at a wedding. The scoreboard finally updates to show Firenze leading 1-0. Jiwoo is shaking Jian's shoulder in pure excitement, celebrating the fact that the ball actually went into the correct net. Jian, however, has the classic internal look of a tactical purist who is mildly annoyed that a bad strategy actually worked. They stubbornly spam-click the same cross button until it finally connected. The crowd starts chanting the goal scorer's name, sending a literal physical rumble through the concrete stands. Jiwoo is completely awestruck, pointing out how fast the entire stadium flipped from pure toxicity to absolute worship. Jian stares down at the green pitch, his hand resting over his heart. Even from the safety of the stands, the raw feedback loop of 40,000 people screaming a single name makes his chest tighten. He starts to wonder what it would feel like if that massive wall of sound was actually meant for him. He turns to Jiwoo, trying to act casual, and asks how she thinks she would react if the entire stadium started chanting his name like that. Jiwoo just blinks, completely caught off guard. Then her face lights up with a massive smile, and she admits that honestly, she would feel incredibly good about it. Jian's eyes sparkle like he just unlocked a gold trophy. But of course, she cannot let him have a normal main character moment. She immediately flips her hair and claims that since she basically raised him, all of his success is technically her achievement anyway. So by her flawless logical calculations, the crowd should actually be chanting her name instead of his. Jian's soul looks like it's slowly exiting his body through his forehead. When he looks at her with a face full of pure, unfiltered judgment, she immediately pulls out her classic defense mechanism, which is threatening to end his life right there in row F. He has to raise his hands and run damage control immediately. But jokes aside, Jian looks at her and realizes that his entire driving motivation is right here. If he could actually make 40,000 people scream his name with Jiwoo watching from the stands, the absolute peak of his life would be achieved. Then, he notices something weird on her arm. She's got actual goosebumps. Jian, being the absolute tactical genius with zero real-world social awareness, decides this is the perfect detail to point out. This goes exactly as well as you think it does. Jiwoo immediately registers this as peak pervert behavior, accusing him of secretly analyzing her skin under a microscope, while Jian is just screaming for his life, trying to explain he was just making a scientific observation. While Jian is busy defending his honor in the stands, the match below continues to get increasingly aggressive. Down on the grass, a defender flies in with a brutal tackle that sends Gino crashing hard into the turf. The referee immediately blows a sharp blast on his whistle, and the crowd starts screaming for a red card. Jiwoo peers over the edge, asking if Jian actually knows the kid who just got wrecked. Jian explains that Gino is only a year older than him, and they were literally sharing a training pitch just a few weeks ago. Jiwoo does some quick math, 17 years old and already running with the pros. She notes that the guy must be an absolute monster, and Jian doesn't even try to deny it. Down on the field, Gino is pushing the medical staff away, insisting he's completely fine. Jian looks at his friend and realizes the terrifying reality of their situation. Gino is exceptionally talented, but jumping from the youth academy to the first team squad in a single month is practically unheard of. He remembers the rumors. The senior team's roster depth is currently thinner than single-ply tissue paper. The coaching staff is basically forced to treat the youth squad like a free emergency vending machine for cup matches. Coach Vincenzo France literally grabbed Gino by the jersey, told him to forget his age, and threw him straight into the meat grinder. And Gino actually survived. That entire foul just now only happened because the defender couldn't handle Gino's explosive pace. Jian looks at the massive silhouette of his former teammate, feeling a heavy mix of respect and intense pressure. Jiwoo tilts her head and asks a direct, dangerous question. Does this mean Gino is actually the real soccer genius around here? She starts giggling, teasing him about how his senior is already playing in the big leagues while he's still technically playing in the sandbox. A massive, comical tick mark pops up on Jian's forehead as his competitive ego takes a direct hit. He looks away, his pride officially engaged, and mutters that nobody can predict where he'll be in a year's time. Jiwoo is immediately delighted by this sudden burst of confidence, asking if he's actually promising her that he'll be running on that same grass within 12 months. Jian, completely fueled by competitive spite, declares that he absolutely will. She smiles, telling him he better back up those massive words. Down on the pitch, the number 10 is setting up a direct free kick, the tension in the stadium rising back to a fever pitch. But the second the words leave Jian's mouth, his internal panic button is pressed. He looks at the massive pitch and realizes what he just promised. Running with the senior squad in a year? He must have lost his absolute mind to say that out loud. Still, he tries to steady his breathing. He's not a regular trainee anymore, he has a proper professional contract in his pocket. If Gino can survive out there, there is no logical reason why he can't do the exact same. On the pitch, the free kick is taken, the ball leaving the boot with a heavy, hollow thud. The ball strikes the top of the crossbar with a metallic rattle, sending it spinning wild into the air above the penalty spot. Players from both sides throw themselves into a chaotic aerial battle. The ball is headed downward, bouncing off a defender's forehead in a messy, chaotic scramble that completely confuses the goalkeeper. It slips over the line for a second goal, and the stadium erupts once more. But Jian is just staring at the chaotic, uncoordinated mess of the play. He realizes that despite the massive crowd and the terrifying pressure, the actual football being played down there isn't some wholly unreachable standard. It's just a game. And somehow, he realizes he can actually play it. An hour later, the sun has completely set over Florence, casting a quiet, warm orange glow over the stone streets. The roar of 40,000 people has faded back into the quiet rustle of the city. Jian walks beside Jiwoo, asking if she actually had a good time at her very first match. She smiles softly, admitting that she genuinely enjoyed herself. She admits she was terrified they were going to lose because the early performance was so painfully stressful, but that final goal in extra time saved the night. She's walking backwards, pointing a finger at him with her classic high-energy charm. They finally arrive at the heavy wooden door of her homestay. Jiwoo thanks him for walking her back, and Jian immediately ruins the romantic atmosphere by telling her to go sleep and stop scrolling through her phone until 3 a.m. She threatens his life one more time, and he scurries away like a startled cat. Jian walks down the empty, quiet street, his hands shoved deep into his pockets as he listens to the echo of his own footsteps against the stone walls. Back at the door, Jiwoo is standing completely still, watching his silhouette walk away. Her cheeks flush a light pink as she realizes that his back actually looks incredibly dependable. Before she can let that rare, genuine emotion settle, she cupped her hands around her mouth and yelled his name down the street, completely shattering the evening silence. Jian spins around so fast he nearly gets whiplash. She waves at him with a massive, radiant smile, shouting that she had an amazing time today and that she'll see him tomorrow. Jian stands there under the streetlights, completely frozen as he looks at her. A small, genuine smile breaks across his face. He whispers to himself, wishing her a good night before turning back to walk home under the starry Italian sky. The lingering panic from the stadium has completely vanished, replaced by a quiet, focused determination. The very next morning, we are back at the AC Firenze U17 training facility. The sky is bright blue, but the mood inside the head coach's office is about to get incredibly tense. Jian stands in front of Coach Tony, who is tapping a thick analytical folder against his desk with a highly serious expression. Tony asks him how he enjoyed the match, and Jian tries to play the polite student, claiming he had a wonderful time. Tony immediately cuts him off, stating that from what he analyzed, the senior squad was a complete disaster. Jian is completely stunned. Tony points out that the first team's performance was nothing but endless, brainless crossing, and the local sports media is currently tearing the tactical staff to absolute shreds. Tony leans in, his sharp eyes locking onto Jian. He tells him to stop giving polite, media-trained answers and tell him exactly what he saw out there on the pitch. Jian's brain goes into overdrive. He was fully prepared to just say it was a great learning experience because he was terrified of looking like an arrogant brat who thinks he knows better than the senior coaching staff. Tony bursts out laughing, telling him to speak with absolute honesty, just like he would talk to his girlfriend while sitting in the stands. Jian's face immediately turns bright red, and he loudly insists that Jiwoo is absolutely not his girlfriend. But since the coach is practically begging for a real tactical breakdown, Jian takes a deep breath, lets his polite mask slip, and decides to unleash his actual thoughts. He starts gesturing with his hands, mapping out the offensive transitions. He explains that the senior team is constantly running into the exact same dead ends because their wingers are completely incapable of reading the space inside. He points out that the entire attacking structure is painfully rigid and lacking in basic vision, making the final third of their play incredibly disappointing to watch. The second he says the word disappointing, Jian internally panics, realizing he just insulted the senior squad. He starts waving his hands in a frantic rush to backpedal, explaining that he knows playing is vastly different from just watching from the safety of the stands. Tony interrupts him, his expression completely serious. He summarizes Jian's entire rant in a single, sharp sentence. The attacking line is completely devoid of basic creativity, isn't it? Jian can only offer a weak, sweat-drenched nod, wondering if he just got himself kicked off the roster. Instead of getting angry, Tony puts a heavy, supportive hand on Jian's shoulder. He sighs, admitting that Jian is completely right, and that the senior head coach Vincenzo is currently losing his remaining hair trying to solve this exact problem. Tony looks out the window, his voice dropping. He explains that while they all understand what needs to be changed, a coach can only build tactics around the actual physical human beings they have available on the roster. They desperately need a surprise element, a player who doesn't follow the predictable script, who can look at a rigid defensive block and find a passing lane that shouldn't logically exist. But right now, the first team squad has zero creative players with that profile. Tony turns his head back to Jian, asking if he agrees with that assessment. Jian, still slightly nervous, simply nods and says yes. And then, Tony drops the absolute nuclear bomb. He looks at his 16-year-old playmaker and asks if he wants to go down there and try to solve it himself. Jian's voice cracks so hard it probably registers on a seismograph. He screams "Pardon?" with a face of pure, unadulterated comedic terror. Tony smiles, his eyes burning with absolute confidence. He tells Jian not to look so shocked. A player who can inject instant, unteachable creativity into a dying attacking line. That is literally Jian's entire identity. Jian stands there, his hands trembling, wondering if he has accidentally slipped into a highly unrealistic dream. We open on the training ground at Viola Park, where Coach Tony is still waiting for an answer to his question. Our guy is currently frozen like a computer that just suffered a blue screen of death. Internally, Jian is screaming. Tony's face looks incredibly serious, and Jian can feel the crushing weight of the invitation. It's one thing to show off in front of his U17 peers, but joining a senior squad that is currently being roasted by 40,000 angry Italians is a completely different level of danger. Tony notices the kid is about to pass out from stress, so he quickly waves his hands to lower the stakes. He clarifies that he isn't saying Jian is going to start in the Serie A next weekend, he's simply asking if he's mentally ready to take a shot at the opportunity. Jian takes a heavy gulp, the saliva scraping down his dry throat. He looks down at his boots, his mind racing through all the late nights he spent running himself into the dirt with Coach Luca. He scratches the back of his head, admitting with a soft, embarrassed smile that while he has zero confidence about actually playing in a real match, there was a specific moment in the stands yesterday where he felt a burning desire to try. Tony's face immediately breaks into a wide, triumphant grin. He slaps his chest, declaring that this single spark of ambition is more than enough. Jian just blinks, completely confused by how fast the vibe shifted. Tony crosses his arms, speaking with genuine warmth. He admits that he fully understands the terror. Just the mere thought of running out in front of tens of thousands of screaming fans is enough to make any normal kid's legs turn to jelly. But then he points a dramatic, energetic finger right at Jian's nose. He yells that Jian has a massive cheat code on his side, his age. Tony steps closer, placing a firm, reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. He explains that when a 16-year-old rookie steps onto a professional pitch and gives everything he has, the fans don't boo him for making mistakes. They cheer for his courage. He looks deep into Jian's eyes, his tone turning incredibly firm. He tells him that if a window opens in the future, he must not hesitate for even a fraction of a second. He demands to know if Jian understands. Jian stares at the coach's hand, those words echoing inside his chest. Don't hesitate. For a kid whose entire life has been defined by overthinking and performance anxiety, this is the ultimate advice. A surge of genuine, fiery motivation sweeps through Jian. He clenches both fists, his face lighting up with a determined shout of agreement. Tony laughs, telling him to take that energy and go rest up for the weekend. Jian bows politely and sprints out of the office, shouting his thanks. Tony waves goodbye with a pleasant smile, but the very second the door clicks shut, his entire demeanor changes. He reaches behind his back and slides his phone out with a sneaky, mischievous grin. He starts tapping the screen at lightning speed, looking like a mastermind who just successfully executed a high-level heist. Elsewhere in the facility, the senior head coach Vincenzo picks up his vibrating phone. Tony's voice comes through the receiver, his tone dripping with confidence. He tells Vincenzo that they need to schedule a private meeting this weekend to discuss the future of their attacking line. We cut to Sunday, match day for the U17 squad against Modena. Jian is on the pitch stretching his arms, but his mind is still stuck on his conversation with Tony. He feels a sudden wave of guilt. He stretches his hamstrings, admitting to himself that his sudden desire to play for the first team wasn't actually born out of some pure heroic passion for the sport. He looks up at the sky, imagining a massive, glowing fantasy scenario where he runs out in the number 20 kit, 40,000 fans are chanting his name, and a chibi jiwoo is watching from the stands with stars in her eyes. He worries that Coach Tony completely misunderstood his selfish desire to show off for his friend as some wholly professional ambition, but then he shakes his head, clearing the thoughts. No, that's not entirely fair to himself. The intense, exhausting late-night training sessions with Luca weren't a lie. He is genuinely starting to find a bizarre, addictive joy in facing down his deepest fears and breaking through them. Suddenly, a heavy hand slaps his shoulder. It's assistant coach Luca, asking if he's ready to dominate today's match. Jian flashes a bright, cartoonish smile, shouting that he is going to give it everything he has. He accepts that even if Jiwoo was the initial spark that dragged him out of his shell, the sweat he's pouring onto this grass is absolute reality. He jogs over to join the team huddle, but a small lingering question remains in the back of his mind. Why did Coach Tony suddenly bring up the first team with such specific calculated timing? We jump to that evening at AC Firenze's premium first-team training complex, Viola Park. The modern stone and glass buildings look exceptionally sleek under the darkening sky. Coach Tony slides open the glass door of a private lounge, announcing his arrival. Sitting heavily on a cream leather sofa is the senior boss Vincenzo, who looks like he hasn't slept since the previous Tuesday. Tony walks in, looking at the mountain of tactical papers scattered on the table, and asks his old friend why he is working himself into an early grave. Tony, being the absolute menace that he is, immediately teases the elderly coach about his rapidly expanding forehead. Vincenzo's veins pop as he screams at Tony to shut up and sit his rude self down. Vincenzo sinks back into the cushions, sighing heavily. He asks how Tony has managed to live this long without getting publicly cursed out on a daily basis. Tony just chuckles, claiming that after 2 decades in professional football, his skin is basically bulletproof. Vincenzo throws his hands up in a dramatic display of classic Italian stress, admitting that the local supporters have officially reached their absolute limit with his tactical setups. There are literal Vincenzo OUT banners being painted in local garages as they speak. Tony gets down to business, asking what the board is planning for the upcoming winter transfer market. He asks if the front office is actually going to open their wallets to fix this offensive disaster. Vincenzo scoffs, his expression turning bitter. He reveals that the corporate rumors are depressing. If they can't secure a contract extension for their star striker, Dusan Vlahovic, the board is only planning to reinvest about 1/3 of the transfer fee back into the squad. Vincenzo laughs loudly at the absurdity of it, and Tony joins in. In corporate football, relying on the promises of a cheap chairman is a one-way ticket to getting relegated. Vincenzo shifts the focus, noting that Tony's youth squad seems to be running on absolute cheat codes lately. He mentions he heard they won their match today against Modena. Tony folds his hands under his chin, wearing a smug, proud smile as he admits that, yes, they are doing reasonably well. Vincenzo stands up, pointing an accusing, jealous finger at him. He jokes that Tony only came over here to flex his successful youth record on a dying senior coach. Tony tries to soften the blow, stating that the senior team's actual performance isn't as catastrophic as the media claims. Vincenzo immediately shuts that down, claiming their recent victories have been nothing but pure, unadulterated luck. Vincenzo walks to the glass window, looking out. He admits that winning by luck is a resource that runs out fast. He fully understands why the supporters are furious when they are forced to watch 90 minutes of desperate, stressful defending every single week. He grabs his head in absolute frustration, yelling that his hands are tied. They desperately need an injection of creative flair, but Dusan is already packed for a transfer, and the attacking line has zero imagination. Tony looks at his old friend, his tone turning serious. He acknowledges that Dusan has basically been carrying the entire senior offense on his back for 2 seasons. When a world-class striker is doing a solo carry, it is only natural that his head gets turned when giant European clubs start waving massive contract offers in his face. Vincenzo looks exhausted, admitting that the star striker is almost certainly going to transfer either this winter or next summer at the absolute latest. He looks down, his voice dropping to a whisper. He admits that if they lose their leading striker and can't secure any quality replacements in the winter transfer market, they might as well write off the entire season as a complete L. Tony leans forward, his eyes narrowing. He asks if Vincenzo has actually drafted a list of potential replacements for the transfer window. Vincenzo admits there are a few names on the board, but none of them are guaranteed. He mutters that they will keep searching since the chairman technically promised some funds. Tony pauses, his smile turning incredibly sharp, and asks a direct, heavy question. Has Vincenzo ever considered actually trusting his judgment? Tony's face is a portrait of absolute, unwavering confidence. He is ready to play his MasterCard. Vincenzo looks at him with a deadpan stare, asking if Tony is seriously offering to pull his old boots out of retirement and play as an active midfielder. He tells him that joke isn't funny. Tony chuckles, and Vincenzo suddenly realizes what his friend is actually hinting at. He asks if Tony is referring to the special prospect he kept spamming him about in their text messages. Tony nods, his tone turning deeply professional. He explains that this kid isn't just a regular runner, he is a genuine game conductor. We see a flashback to earlier that day. Jian is on the pitch against Modena, executing a breathtaking diagonal cross that slices through the defense at an impossible angle, leaving the opposing fullback looking like a confused spectator. The scoreboard flashes, 1-0 in the 14th minute off a brilliant Lee Jian assist. Tony explains that the kid doesn't just pass, he has the rare instinct to solve the scoring problem himself whenever the system breaks down. In the 31st minute, Jian scores a sensational solo goal, celebrating with his teammates. Tony declares that while it might seem slightly premature, he is absolutely convinced that the entire future of AC Firenze is going to revolve around this kid. Vincenzo rubs his beard, his analytical mind engaged. He notes that Tony is usually incredibly conservative with his player evaluations, so seeing him hype up a kid this aggressively is highly unusual. But then his eyes narrow in classic old-school skepticism. He points out the massive undeniable catch: the boy is only 16 years old. Tony waves his hand dismissively, admitting that while the kid obviously needs professional experience, his learning curve is absurdly steep. He reveals that even in today's match, the level the boy displayed was practically exceptional. Tony clenches his fist with intense conviction. He argues that if they integrate him into the first team now to gain experience this season, he will be a fully realized elite asset by next season. He asks if it isn't smarter to save their winter budget for a second-tier midfielder and let the kid handle the creative load. By saving their precious funds now, they can completely reorganize the entire roster during the summer window and start the next season with a massive competitive advantage. Vincenzo folds his hands, closing his eyes as he processes the massive tactical gamble. He opens his eyes, looking directly at Tony. He admits that he has known him for a very long time, and he knows Tony is not the type of coach to get emotional or carried away by a few youth league highlights. But relying on a 16-year-old child to carry the weight of a struggling professional senior squad for half a season is an incredibly high-risk gamble that could easily destroy the kid's career. Still, because he respects Tony's eye for talent, he promises to give it serious consideration. Tony looks at him deadpan and asks if Vincenzo actually watched the match analysis video and statistical records he sent to his phone last week. The room goes completely, painfully silent. The two men just stare at each other across the coffee table. Vincenzo laughs sheepishly, admitting he's been slightly busy with the fan protests lately. A massive comical vein pops on Tony's forehead as he asks if Vincenzo is actively trying to get slapped. Tony facepalms in pure frustration, yelling that he specifically sent those files to ensure the senior boss would review them, and the man hasn't even opened the attachment. Vincenzo rubs his head, running damage control. He promises that since they are officially out of options, he will watch the tactical analysis tonight. Tony immediately brightens up, offering to send over the footage from today's Modena victory as well, but Vincenzo quickly raises a hand to stop him. Vincenzo stands up, his expression turning sharp and decisive. He states that if they are going to do this, they are going to do it properly. Looking at a video is useless. He tells Tony to arrange for the kid to show up at the senior pitch next Monday. We see a striking graphic of Jian walking, a dark, focused aura rising from his shoulders. Today against Modena, he was substituted out at halftime after registering 2 goals and 1 assist in 45 minutes of pure dominance. The final score of that match was a crushing 7-1 victory. We jump to the following Monday morning at the recovery training session. Coach Tony waves a hand, calling out to Jian as he jogs onto the field. Beside him is Coach Luca, who is wearing a very calm, knowing smile. Luca tells Jian to skip the recovery drills and come with him immediately. Jian is completely caught off guard, asking what is going to happen to his scheduled training session. Luca simply chuckles, telling him that his training session today is going to take place there. Jian looks confused, repeating the word, there? He notes that at that exact moment, his brain was completely incapable of imagining what was waiting for him just a few hours later. We cut to a few hours later. A heavy, massive hand drops onto Jian's shoulder, and a deep, gravelly voice tells him not to look so incredibly terrified. It is the senior manager, Vincenzo, standing right behind him. Jian's face has gone completely white, his eyes wide with absolute instinctual panic. His internal monologue screams in realization. He is currently standing on the pristine, massive first-team training pitch. The physical shadow of senior professional players looms over him as the substitution board goes up. Our guy has officially been thrown straight into the deep end of the professional coliseum, and his survival starts right now. We are back at Viola Park, and the senior first-team training session is officially underway. The veterans are looking absolutely locked in, warming up with the kind of intense, heavy-stepping energy you only see in guys whose weekly bonuses depend on them keeping their starting spots. Our guy Jian is walking onto the pitch looking like a high schooler who accidentally walked into a high-level corporate boardroom. He's looking at players he's only ever seen on sports highlights, and his eyes completely lock on to Dusan Vlahovic. Coach Luca gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder, telling him to stop gaping like a tourist and go pay his respects to the big boss. And there he is, Coach Vincenzo Italy. At first glance, the man looks incredibly peaceful, sporting a serene, gentle, bald-headed smile that makes him look like a friendly neighborhood monk. Jian bows politely, trying to keep his voice from cracking, while Vincenzo claims he's heard quite a lot of interesting rumors about the kid from the youth coaches. He pats Jian on the shoulder, telling him to just relax and treat this first-team training as a simple, low-stakes observation match. Jian nods, internally sighing with relief because he thinks the coach is actually a sweet, gentle old man. Vincenzo tells him to go warm up lightly with the squad, and Jian jogs off, trying to convince himself that he can handle this without having a mental breakdown. He's literally mid-thought, thinking about how surprisingly kind and warm the first-team manager is when the universe decides to correct his expectations. Vincenzo suddenly erupts, screaming "Slew!" at the top of his lungs with enough raw volume to shake the goalposts. Jian jumps about 3 feet into the air, his soul briefly leaving his body. The coach's face is completely red, his veins popping out as he unloads on a senior player, screaming at him to think 3 steps ahead and stop moving like a snail. Jian stands there, sweating profusely, realizing he completely misread the old man's personality. The screaming doesn't stop. Vincenzo is still pacing the touchline, demanding absolute speed and precision, and Jian's anxiety levels are officially back to a solid 10 out of 10. Jian realizes that the coach's advice about not feeling pressured was an absolute lie, and he needs to stay on maximum guard. Luca just laughs awkwardly next to him, trying to downplay the fact that the boss is currently acting like a drill sergeant. Jian takes a deep, steadying breath. He reminds himself that today, he is essentially representing the entire U17 Academy on this pitch. If he plays like a coward, he's not just embarrassing himself, he's letting down Coach Tony and Coach Luca, who put their entire reputations on the line to get him this trial. He clenches his fist, locking into his zone. Vincenzo calls him over to break down the immediate tactical objective. He starts explaining the drill, but before the coach can even finish his sentence, Jian nods and says he fully understands. Vincenzo stops mid-breath, staring at the 16-year-old in absolute silence. He asks if the kid seriously understood the entire tactical transition in about 3 seconds. The senior manager's eyes pop with a terrifying, wild intensity. He's internally wondering if this kid is incredibly arrogant or just trying to speedrun his coaching explanation. Jian is sweating bullets, thinking he spoke too fast because the old man looks ready to eat him alive. Vincenzo crosses his arms, looking deeply skeptical. He warns Jian that this is a first-team scrimmage, not a schoolyard game, but tells him to go ahead and show what he's got. He signals the pitch, shouting for Lorenzo to step out of the scrimmage and telling Jian to slot directly into the attacking line. Jian sprints onto the field, his brain immediately mapping out the tactical landscape. The core instructions were actually simple. Drop the line, bypass the midfield block, and connect with a direct shot without relying on crosses. But his brain completely short-circuits when he realizes he is literally playing on the same attacking line as Dusan. On the touchline, Vincenzo watches with a critical, heavy stare. He knows the team's fatal flaw. Every single opponent they face in the Serie A knows Firenze only has one move: whip the ball in from the flank and pray. So they just park a bus in the penalty box and clear the crosses all day. It's an absolute tactical tragedy. Because the offense is so incredibly predictable, opposing defenders don't even need to study film, they just crowd the penalty box, crowd the target man, and clear the ball with zero effort. The entire attack dies in the final third. Vincenzo knows that to break this curse, he doesn't need stronger runners or taller headers, he needs a fantasista. A creative wizard who can paint a completely different picture on the grass. He remembers Tony's promises that this kid is the solution. On the pitch, the senior midfielders look down at Jian, asking what his natural position is. Jian nervously stammers out that he's a seconda punta, a shadow striker. Vincenzo places his hands on his head, staring at the pitch. He knows his time is running out. The local newspapers are already printing massive headlines demanding his immediate resignation, and the fan protests outside the stadium are getting louder by the hour. This trial isn't just a test for Jian, it's a desperate gamble for Vincenzo's survival. The senior boss bites down on his whistle, his eyes narrowing with sharp, critical focus. He mutters that he's going to have to judge the kid with absolute cold-blooded severity. He blows the whistle, and the scrimmage begins. The ball is kicked off, the heavy impact of boots against leather sending a sharp thud echoing across the empty training stadium. The players move instantly, their tactical positions shifting on the green grid as they transition into their offensive shapes. The physical intensity is immediately on a different level. Senior defenders are throwing their bodies into tackles, shielding the ball with brute strength that makes the U17 matches look like a friendly park run. Jian runs through the center, his heart hammering against his ribs. Just sharing the grass with a superstar like Dusan is making his legs feel incredibly heavy, but he forces his panic down. He checks his shoulders, scanning the space behind him. He tells himself to focus. There are no fans here, and Jiwoo isn't in the stands to watch him fail, so there's zero excuse to let his performance anxiety take over. A senior midfielder drives down the left flank and launches a heavy direct pass toward the center. The ball comes flying toward Jian at high velocity. Instead of panicking under the pressure of an approaching defender, Jian takes a soft, delicate first touch, instantly cushioning the momentum. On the touchline, Luca smiles proudly as Vincenzo watches in silence. Luca points out that Jian has an elite instinctive habit of constantly turning his head to map out his surroundings before the ball even reaches his boot. Vincenzo is still skeptical, waiting to see if the kid will just make a safe, boring back pass. But the second Dusan Vlahovic makes a sudden diagonal run to drag the center back out of the penalty box, Jian doesn't hesitate. He charges directly into the vacated space. He drives forward with the ball, his pace accelerating as he cuts through the center of the defensive block. The senior center back is caught completely off guard, staring at the kid in disbelief. He thinks Jian is trying to force a low IQ solo breakthrough into the crowded box. Dusan suddenly cuts back, screaming for the ball with wide, hungry eyes as he exploits the defender's visual blind spot. The fullback slides in hard, trying to shut down Jian's driving lane, but in a fraction of a second, Jian's eyes flash with cold, calculated spatial focus. Instead of trying to force a physical breakthrough, Jian suddenly stops his momentum and executes a delicate, high IQ flick of his boot. He chips a beautiful, lofted pass directly over the sliding defender's leg, placing it on a plate for the running striker. Vincenzo's jaw literally drops. His eyes are wide with complete, unadulterated shock. He is watching Dusan, the notoriously picky, frustrated superstar striker, actively hunting for a one-touch link-up. He's doing it with a 16-year-old rookie. Jian's pass travels with perfect weight, landing precisely in the path of Dusan's forward stride. Jian delivered the pass with a flawless, knife-like flick from the outside of his boot. It was delivered at the exact waist height of the defender, traveling through a space where no traditional pass should logically fit. It completely severs the offside line with surgical, microsecond precision, matching Dusan's run to the millimeter. It is the ultimate service, catered specifically to Dusan's highly demanding elite preferences. The superstar striker doesn't even need to slow down, he just opens his body and fires a vicious, powerful volley. The ball screams through the air and violently rattles the back of the net with a heavy, satisfying rip, an absolute masterpiece of a goal. Vincenzo is frozen on the touchline, his mouth slightly open. He admits to himself that even though Tony spent weeks hyping up this kid, he privately had zero high expectations. He assumed Jian was just another decent youth prospect. But this was an outside of the foot pass threaded through a micro gap that only existed for a fraction of a second, completely breaking a senior defensive line and creating a clear goal-scoring opportunity out of absolute thin air. For a 16-year-old kid to walk onto a senior pitch and paint a tactical picture that creative is beyond anything the manager had anticipated. Dushan runs over, wrapping a massive arm around Jian's neck and giving him a solid grinning pat, while Jian just stammers out a polite blushing thank you. Luca steps up next to Vincenzo, wearing a smug, satisfied grin that says, "I told you so." He tells the senior boss that he shouldn't be losing his mind just yet because the show is only beginning. Vincenzo stares back at the pitch. He realized he was wrong to doubt them. He thought his youth coaches were simply overhyping their favorite student, but watching Jian move on the grass is a completely different experience. As the scrimmage continues, the manager's astonishment only deepens with every single touch of the ball. Jian is moving past senior defenders with high-speed deceleration tricks and body feints that make his age look like a typo on his registration form. This isn't just amazing for a 16-year-old, this is elite professional-level playmaking. Vincenzo analyzes the flow of the game. Whenever the ball gets stuck in midfield and the senior players start passing in circles, Jian instinctively drops deep into the half spaces to offer a clean exit route. He collects the ball and immediately drives forward, his movement forcing the opposing defense to shift their entire shape to cover him. And the exact millisecond a gap appears in their defensive front line, Jian threads a needle-like lofted pass directly over the defenders' heads, dropping it perfectly into the box. Dushan's face lights up with absolute joy, shouting "nice" as he runs onto the service. The star striker, who has spent the entire season looking thoroughly depressed while receiving nothing but terrible, aimless crosses, has finally found his absolute element on this pitch. He cushions the ball on his chest with perfect elegance. The connection between the academy kid and the team's superstar is a beautiful, fluid sight that AC Firenze's senior squad hasn't produced in years. Dushan strikes the ball on the half volley, burying another goal into the bottom corner. Vincenzo is scratching his bald head in sheer, manic excitement. He mutters that Jian is scratching the exact tactical itch that has been driving him crazy all season. The spaces his senior midfielders couldn't reach, the passes they couldn't make, Jian is executing them with absolute ease. Vincenzo can't even wait for the scrimmage to officially end. He pulls out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he dials a number. The call connects, and Vincenzo immediately starts yelling into the receiver, demanding to know why Tony is taking so long to answer his phone. Vincenzo tells him there is no logical reason to drag this out or wait for the winter transfer window. He wants to wrap up the administrative paperwork immediately. Behind him, Dushan is still screaming for one last goal, the senior squad completely revitalized. Tony's voice comes through, asking what the senior coach is so hyped up about. Vincenzo turns his head, his eyes burning with absolute certainty, and admits that Tony's evaluation was 100% correct. Vincenzo screams into the phone, declaring that they are officially promoting Li Jian to the first-team squad starting next week. He blows his whistle, calling an official end to the training session and thanking the players for their hard work. Jian walks off the pitch, his chest heaving as he wipes the sweat from his face. He's completely exhausted, internally praying that he didn't make any massive tactical errors that would annoy the veterans. Suddenly, a massive, towering shadow blocks his path. Jan looks up, his eyes widening in terror as he sees Dusan Vlahovic standing right in front of him with a dark, intense stare. Jan's heart drops into his stomach. He stands there frozen, wondering if he accidentally insulted the superstar striker during the scrimmage and is about to get publicly executed on the senior pitch. We cut to the U17 Academy offices, where head coach Tony is standing completely still, holding his phone to his ear in absolute disbelief. Tony suddenly slams his hand onto his desk, his voice echoing through the room. He asks Vincenzo if he's lost his mind, arguing that promoting a 16-year-old kid to the first-team starting lineup next week is ridiculously premature. Vincenzo, standing on the empty senior pitch, simply deadpans that he believes it is the perfect timing. Tony yells back, demanding to know why he's rushing this. Tony argues that Jian still has massive physical and tactical gaps in his game, and the academy needs to keep him longer to properly develop his foundation without exposing him to first-team media scrutiny. Vincenzo scoffs, yelling into the phone that Tony is being ridiculous. He claims that Jian will learn 10 times faster by training directly with the senior squad every single day. Tony continues to argue, his voice rising, but Vincenzo is completely unmoved. On the senior pitch, Jian is standing a few yards away, watching the first-team manager scream into his phone, looking completely lost. Our guy's face is a portrait of pure, comically blue-screened panic as he listens to the two coaches argue over his immediate future. We see a quick flashback to the previous night. Jian was lying awake in his bedroom, staring at the ceiling as he remembered the high-pressure match he watched from the stands. He had pulled out his tablet, searching through the senior team's official highlight reels. He admits he never paid much attention to the first-team roster because he assumed the big leagues were a distant dream, but after Tony's hints, he wanted to see what he was up against. And there was one player who completely dominated every single video. The star forward whom the 40,000 fans cheered for even when the team was playing terribly. The ultimate icon of the club, Dusan Vlahovic, and that exact legendary player is currently standing right in front of him, looming over him with an incredibly intense, unreadable expression. Jian's shoulder is gripped by a massive hand. He's internally sweating, wondering if he made some catastrophic technical error during the training match that insulted the superstar's playstyle. Suddenly, Dusan's face breaks into a wild, energetic grin. He shakes Jian's shoulder, demanding to know why on earth the kid wasn't born 2 years earlier. Dusan claims that if Jian had been born sooner, the club would already be dominating the Champions League instead of struggling in the mid-table. Jian can only offer a blank, completely confused "excuse me?" His brain has officially stopped working. The Champions League? He's a 16-year-old academy kid who was playing reserve matches a month ago, and now the club's star player is talking to him about European dominance. Dusan simply laughs, giving him a friendly slap on the back, and states that he genuinely likes Jian's vision on the pitch. He tells Jian to hurry up and secure his official promotion to the senior squad before walking away. Jian exhales a massive sigh of relief, realizing he isn't going to get yelled at after all. Luca walks up next to him, wearing a proud, teasing smile. He notes that Jian has officially made it big, asking if he actually understands who just praised him. Jian smiles awkwardly, claiming that of course he knows Dusan. Luca's expression turns slightly serious as he watches Dusan walk back to the locker room. He notes that Dusan has suffered an immense amount of frustration this season. On paper, Dusan looks like a giant, physical target man who should just wait in the box for crosses, but his actual tactical strength lies in high IQ space creation and quick link-up play. Because the senior midfield was completely incapable of creative passing, Dusan was forced to spend 90 minutes chasing terrible high-altitude crosses that wasted his true talents. Luca notes that it must have been an absolute nightmare for a world-class striker. But looking at the massive, genuine smile on Dusan's face today, it's clear he was absolutely delighted by the precision of Jian's low, creative passes. Luca playfully nudges Jian in the ribs, teasing him about how their on-field chemistry was practically perfect today. Jian blushes, trying to downplay it, but internally, Jian admits that the success was entirely due to Dusan's world-class movement. The way the striker calculated his runs inside the box, his explosive acceleration to break the defensive line, and his ability to exploit the center back's visual blind spot made playmaking incredibly easy. Jian realizes that when you play with a striker of that caliber, you don't need to make a supernatural pass, you just need to put the ball in the correct space, and they will turn it into a goal. He humbly mutters that he didn't actually do much. Luca reaches out, affectionately ruffling Jian's messy dark hair. He notes that the kid has clearly learned an immense amount of tactical wisdom from just a single first-team scrimmage. He tells Jian to hold his head high. Getting genuine, unsolicited praise from a world-class superstar is something most academy graduates can only dream of. Jian smiles, his confidence receiving a massive boost. He says he's just incredibly glad he didn't embarrass Luca or tarnish the U17 Academy's reputation on his first day. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere is completely shattered. Vincenzo France comes charging down the path, screaming Jian's name at the top of his lungs like a madman. Jian and Luca flinch in synchronized terror. Luca nervously asks if something is wrong, while the elderly manager is leaning over, gasping for breath after sprinting across the complex. Vincenzo slowly raises his head, his sharp, intense eyes locking onto Jian's waist. Without saying a single word, the senior manager suddenly crouches down and starts squeezing Jian's legs, waist, and ribs with absolute bizarre intensity. Jian stands there, looking comically violated as Luca watches in complete sweat-drop confusion. Jian desperately tries to pull away, asking why on earth the coach is treating him like a piece of livestock. Vincenzo ignores the screaming and demands to know his exact physical weight. Jian stammers out that when he was measured 2 months ago back in Korea, he was about 63 kilograms. Vincenzo rubs his chin, analyzing Jian's lean, athletic build. He notes that since the kid has almost zero body fat and a highly defined muscle-focused core, 63 kilograms seems slightly off. He demands to know his height. Jian says he was measured at 176 centimeters. Vincenzo notes that was also 2 months ago, and mutters a quiet, Before Jian can even process what is happening, Vincenzo grabs him by the wrist and starts dragging him down the corridor, yelling that they are going to measure his actual physical stats right this second. Jian is screaming in confusion as Luca sweats in the background. They stand in front of the medical scale, and the digital display flashes H 177 cm, W 66 kg. Vincenzo stares at the numbers, his face darkening with absolute rage as he mutters Tony's name. He realized Tony lied to him, claiming the kid only weighed 60 kilograms to convince the senior team that he was physically too weak to handle first-team training. Jian is still standing on the scale, awkwardly asking if he's allowed to step down now. Vincenzo ignores him, analyzing the data. Gaining 1 centimeter of height and 3 kilograms of pure muscle mass in just 2 months is definitive proof that Jian is currently in a major physical growth period. The manager's expression softens slightly, and he rubs his bald head with a heavy sigh. He admits that he finally understands why Tony was so incredibly furious on the phone. He remembers Tony's warnings about the extreme dangers of fast-tracking a youth player. If a teenager participates in too many high-intensity professional matches during a major growth spurt, it can severely damage their development and permanently arrest their growth. At worst, the extreme physical impact of senior-level challenges on developing growth plates can lead to catastrophic career-ending injuries before the kid even turns 18. Vincenzo stands there, deeply conflicted. On one hand, his job security depends on using Jian's creative passing to save the team's season. On the other hand, destroying a generational talent's physical future for short-term results is something his conscience cannot allow. He looks at Jian. The kid is standing there looking comically pure and innocent, completely oblivious to the massive tactical and physical dilemma he has created for the coaching staff. Vincenzo suddenly breaks into a warm, genuine laugh. He shakes his head, muttering that this is absolute madness. He never imagined that after managing professional teams for decades, he would end up having a fierce, dramatic argument with his own youth academy coach over a single tiny kid. Jian looks at him, completely baffled by the mention of a quarrel. Vincenzo quickly waves his hand, claiming it's nothing for him to worry about, and gestures for Jian to step closer. He praises the kid for taking such excellent care of his physical condition so far. He asks if Jian is actively doing core and strength training, and Jian explains that he's been doing grueling after-hours physical drills with Coach Luca. Vincenzo nods in approval, then asks a crucial nutritional question: how many times does Jian eat a day? Jian holds up 3 fingers, counting off breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Vincenzo looks slightly concerned. He explains that while 3 standard meals are a good baseline, a young professional athlete undergoing a massive growth spurt needs a highly specialized, calorie-dense diet to sustain their physical development. He advises Jian to focus heavily on clean white fish instead of heavy red meat, suggesting his family steam it to preserve the essential proteins and nutrients. Jian's brain immediately flashes back to a terrifying visual of his dad's signature culinary abomination, a grotesque, mayonnaise-covered anglerfish stew. Jian's face goes pale as he remembers his supportive dad's cooking, but he politely smiles and promises Vincenzo that he will try it tonight. Vincenzo pats his shoulder, telling him that eating high-quality meals at his age is the absolute key to fast-tracking his physical growth. Jian bows, thanking the senior coach for his genuine care. He's internally touched, realizing that despite his terrifying, screaming exterior on the touchline, Coach Vincenzo is actually an incredibly warm and detailed mentor. Vincenzo suddenly cuts in, saying there's one more thing. He tells Jian not to be surprised by his physical changes, because they will be meeting again next week to monitor his progress. Jian blinks, completely caught off guard. Next week? Luca's jaw drops behind him. Vincenzo pats his bald head, realizing he forgot to share the administrative update. He casually announces that starting next week, Jian will be going back and forth, dividing his training time between the U17 Youth Academy and the senior first-team squad. Jian and Luca's eyes turn into massive plates as they scream "Yes" in perfect unison. Vincenzo tells him there's zero reason to look so terrified. If he continues to perform at this exceptional level during senior training, there is a very real chance he will make his official debut in a professional Serie A match soon. The senior manager smiles, telling Jian to pack up his gear and head outside because he's personally driving him back to his apartment. Jian nods, still floating in a state of absolute disbelief. As they walk away, Luca quickly catches up to Vincenzo, nervously asking if he actually cleared this massive decision with Coach Tony. Vincenzo proudly grins, claiming of course he did. Luca is internally sweating. Knowing Tony's protective nature means this agreement must have come with massive, terrifying conditions. Vincenzo continues to laugh, declaring that Jian is currently the most valuable, needed talent in the entire club. He tells Luca that he's taking the kid home personally, so Luca is on his own for the commute back. Luca comically screams in outrage at the sudden betrayal, Vincenzo looks up at the sky with an incredibly creepy, proud expression of pure worship. He is internally celebrating his masterstroke, wondering where on earth the heavens were hiding such an adorable, perfect treasure of a playmaker. Back in the locker room, Jian is packing his sports bag, his mind focused on Vincenzo's nutritional advice. He repeats the words, white fish, determined to follow the professional diet to the letter. He looks down at his hands, a quiet, intense wave of excitement washing over him. He realizes this is real. He might actually get to play in a real first-team match next to the superstar veterans. His face breaks into a happy, cartoonish smile as he realizes he has a massive, incredible career achievement to brag about to Jiwoo. He runs out to join Vincenzo while Luca is left crying in the background, walking home alone like a forgotten side character. Meanwhile, we cut back to Coach Tony's office where the lights are still burning. Tony is leaning over his desk, speaking in a quiet, firm voice. He is reviewing a strict handwritten contract list. The rules are absolute. First, Jian is only allowed to play in first-team senior matches once a month. Second, he must continue to participate in the regular U17 league games. Third, his playing time must be strictly moderated to around 50 minutes. Fourth, he is completely banned from competing in physical heading duels. Fifth, there must be zero tactical pressure placed on his results. Tony states that these conditions must be treated as a non-negotiable priority if Vincenzo wants to keep using his playmaker. He presses the button on his screen, ending the call with Coach Vincenzo. He lets out a long, heavy sigh of exhaustion. Tony stands by the window, staring out at the empty training pitches. He mutters to himself, wondering why he feels so incredibly anxious and protective when this is technically the most successful day in the Academy's history. He looks down, his expression full of complex, warm paternal emotion. He sighs, wondering if this is the exact protective, anxious feeling a father gets when they send their beloved daughter off to get married. Our guy has a literal squad dad protecting his future. We shift focus to Jiwoo's bedroom at her homestay. She's lying on her bed, scrolling through her notes when her phone suddenly starts violently vibrating on her bedside table. The caller ID flashes, Jeannim. She slides the screen open, laughing as she asks what our resident genius is doing calling her at such a late hour. But before she can even finish her teasing greeting, Jian screams into the receiver that there is a massive, life-threatening problem. Jiwoo's smile instantly vanishes, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated horror. Jian's voice crackles through the speaker, screaming about a devastating fire. The screen fades to black, the burning words revealing a terrifying cliffhanger, "It's ALL burned?" What on earth just happened? Did Jian's house burn down? Did supportive dad's kitchen finally explode from a mackerel cooking experiment? You cannot click away now, because next week, everything changes. We are back at Viola Park, looking at a lunchbox that actually looks like a 5-star gourmet meal. Jian is staring at the steamed white fish and cherry tomatoes, completely impressed when Coach Vincenzo suddenly creeps up behind him like a bald jump scare. Vincenzo's eyes pop, calling it a perfectly packed lunchbox. He leans in with a massive teasing grin, asking if his girlfriend prepared this. Jian's face immediately turns into a red alert siren. Vincenzo says Tony leaked the gossip. Jian internally vows to change the password to his life because Tony has zero filter. MC insists she is just a friend. Coach isn't buying it for a second. Vincenzo tells him to eat up, slapping him on the back. MC sits and eats, explaining how they got here. Flashback to when Vincenzo suggested a weight gain plan and our guy actually attempted to cook whitefish himself. Emphasis on attempted. Jiwoo slides the door open, panicking. MC is holding a plate, completely surprised to see her in his apartment. She asks where the fire is. She sniffs the air, detecting burnt food. MC shows off a charred lump of coal on a plate with a nervous grin. Jiwoo's vein pops. She unloads. She points out that he said there was a fire, and she assumed his kitchen was actively turning into ash. She collapses on the chair, completely exhausted. She says she ran over so fast she didn't even think. Jian sighs, looking at her, but then his eyes drift downward. He notices she isn't even wearing socks. She literally ran through the streets of Florence in basic slides, and her toe has a small scratch from the rush. MC feels deeply touched and incredibly guilty. He realizes that her unwavering, slightly aggressive care is the real deal. Jiwoo inspects the charcoal lump, asking if he baked his soccer shoes. MC smugly admits it was his attempt at following the coach's diet plan. External shot of the house. Jiwoo's voice echoes, demanding to know how this toxic waste is supposed to be food. She holds the plate, shivering at the absolute hazard he created. MC explains the coach wants him to gain weight. Jiwoo claims cooking is an art form. She boasts about her big sister culinary skills. She forces him to call her Nuna before she helps him. Jian yields. She laughs triumphantly while MC is dying of cringe inside. MC realizes he can never win an argument against her. Jiwoo asks why he suddenly needs to gain weight. MC decides this is his golden opportunity to show off his career progress. He scratches his neck, acting casual. He says he's just competing with some senior players. He drops the bomb. He's officially training with the first team because the coach says his talent is on a different level. Jiwoo is thrilled, calling it awesome. MC is feeling smug, but then Jiwoo turns her back and walks off. She inspects his kitchen, pointing out that a guy who turns fish into charcoal has no business managing a meal plan. She slams a stack of beautifully prepped lunchboxes on the table. She declares his meal plan is now her official responsibility. Back to the present at Viola Park. MC is eating the lunch she packed. He is thanking Vincenzo when he suddenly chokes on his food. Vincenzo hands him water. Jian gulps it down frantically while the coach laughs. Suddenly, MC's phone starts vibrating on the bench. It's Coach Tony calling. MC says he needs to take it, but Vincenzo blocks him. Vincenzo takes the call himself. MC tries to listen, looking incredibly nervous. Vincenzo tells Tony to hand over the phone, ignoring Jian's protests. Tony on the other end is talking about U17 weekend match preparation. Vincenzo screams into the phone, demanding to know why Tony is bothering the kid during lunch. Vincenzo says Jian is eating, hangs up, and Tony is completely stunned on the other end. Tony is vibrating with absolute boomer rage, calling Vincenzo an octopus-headed coach. Vincenzo tells Jian it's all handled. He plays it cool. Jian eats, wondering why his life has turned into a custody battle between two middle-aged tacticians. Wednesday senior training, Thursday U17 training, then the away match against Roma FC. Team lineup, Roma versus Firenze. The team shouts for victory. The opponents are looking serious. Roma is fourth in the league, carrying a solid 3-match clean sheet streak. Jian wonders if his 2 days of training with the first team actually did anything. Facing a low block defense, his role is to unlock the spaces. Opponents scream to block number 20 early. Jian makes his move. He slides past them effortlessly. The defense looks incredibly slow, sloppy, and predictable to him now. On the sidelines, assistant coach Luca's face drops in shock, asking if Jian was always this comfortable. Tony smiles with a knowing, sharp look. Tony explains that once you've spent your week trying to survive against elite Serie A center backs, playing against U17 kids feels like playing on peaceful mode. Goal 1. Done. Goal 2. Easy work. Goal 3. Jian bags his first ever hat-trick in Italy. He stands on the pitch, sweating but completely energized, realizing how much he's grown. Tony subs him off early to prevent growth plate fatigue, telling him he did well. Tony looks serious, saying there is something he needs to tell him. Tony hands him a document. It's the squad sheet for the senior match against Genoa. Lee Jian is officially listed on the bench. October 24th. The big day is finally here. Inside the senior locker room, Coach Vincenzo is yelling final tactics, but Jian is currently experiencing a full system reboot. He's sitting on the bench, his heart hammering against his ribs, looking like a freshman who accidentally walked into a university exam. He can't hear a single word of the instructions. Vincenzo is yelling to find the space and push through, not just send it high. Jian looks at the heavy locker room doors, knowing the crowd is waiting. He sits with his head down, clutching his knees. He wonders if he can really do this, but then tries to rationalize that he probably won't be substituted in anyway. A hand lands on his shoulder. It's senior team captain Cristiano Birashi. Birashi smiles, asking why he's muttering to himself, and tells him to head out. Jian stands up, taking a deep breath. He performs his classic empty mind gesture to clear his anxiety. The team runs out to the roaring stadium. The stadium is packed, the noise level off the charts. In the stands, Jiwoo and Jian's dad are watching. Jiwoo is thrilled to see Jian's name on the roster. Jian's dad looks incredibly emotional, staring down at the pitch. Flashback to Jian, awkwardly asking his dad to watch the game. Dad was busy with work, but immediately used his annual leave, hugging him in tears. Dad is clenching his fist, deeply moved by his son's milestone. Jiwoo asks if Jian will actually play. Dad admits that just making the squad at 16 is a miracle, so debuting today might be tough. But Jiwoo is completely confident. She proudly asserts that Jian is a soccer genius and will definitely play. On the bench, Jian is sitting straight as a board, completely frozen. Behind him, Vincenzo is screaming instructions to the players on the field. Jian tries to calm himself by focusing on the match. Genoa is bottom of the league, so Firenze has the initiative, but they aren't scoring, and Vincenzo is getting furious. Vincenzo screams, asking why they are only attacking from the side. Genoa knows Firenze only crosses, so they easily lock down the penalty box. By the 15th minute, the home fans are already losing their patience, screaming curses in Italian. The home crowd's frustration is pouring onto the pitch. Vincenzo looks grim. Jan is sweating, hoping a goal comes soon to save the atmosphere. Suddenly, Dusan Vlahovic wins an aerial duel. Goal. 1-0. The net ripples. The bench explodes in cheers. Jian claps happily, impressed by the star striker. He thinks the angry fans will finally calm down. Instead, a toxic fan screams, complaining that they got lucky and will now keep crossing endlessly. They argue they need to lose for the coach to get fired. Jian is terrified because Vincenzo is standing right there and can clearly hear everything. Jian realizes how deep the tactical crisis is when even scoring doesn't make the fans happy because the football is so boring. He looks at Vincenzo. He notices the coach looks completely undisturbed by the toxicity. In fact, the coach flashes a dark, highly confident grin. 10 minutes into the second half, score is still 1-0. The ball is kicked, a messy deflection off a Genoa defender's back. It trickles past the keeper. 2-0. The fans are even more annoyed, complaining that luck is the only thing keeping them ahead. Jiwoo is confused, asking why the atmosphere is so quiet and angry when they are winning. Dad explains that winning isn't everything, the lack of fun makes it hard to watch. Jiwoo agrees. Dad sighs, saying it would be more fun if Jian came out, then catches himself. Dad's eyes suddenly go wide. He is completely stunned. Jiwoo screams and points toward the technical area. Jian is stripping off his training jacket at the touchline. Dad is speechless, processing that his 16-year-old son is actually about to play. He is preparing to make his debut in a Serie A match. Coach Vincenzo puts a heavy hand on Jian's shoulder, giving him one final piece of advice. He smiles fiercely, telling him to do whatever he wants on that pitch. Jian's eyes go cold and hyper-focused. The playmaking aura flares. He nods. Vincenzo basically hands our guy a literal license to throw, but the catch is, if Jian starts playing like a scared kid, the coach will personally make sure he regrets it. With a heavy slap on the back, Jian is thrown straight into the fire, replacing number 14. His orange cleat touches the grass, and reality finally catches up with him. He signals a tactical shift to the squad. Firenze instantly transitions from a rigid 4-3-3 into a highly creative 4-2-3-1. Jian slots directly into the center of the attacking midfield three, operating right in Vlahovic's shadow. The Genoa defenders look at the 16-year-old kid like he's a lost ball boy, refusing to alter their deep defensive block. But Jian didn't spend the last week just eating Jiwoo's lunchboxes. He spent every single second on the bench running millions of tactical simulations in his head. He sprints forward, his spiky dark hair cutting through the evening air. Genoa is giving the midfield way too much space, assuming the rookie will panic under pressure. He collects the ball with a delicate first touch, his spatial overlay grid instantly lighting up. The senior midfielders are exhausted, meaning they are more than happy to feed the fresh sub. Jian realizes that since the coach gave him total freedom, he doesn't need to ask for permission to cook. Genua's fullback shifts wide, expecting another predictable, boring cross to the far post. Jian plants his foot on the ball. He rejects the wide run entirely, driving directly into the half space. The Genoa defense is insulted, their center backs yelling that a scrawny teenager can't break their central line. Jian just smiles. A defender lunges in with a desperate heavy challenge. But compared to the terrifying physical training matches against his own giant teammates, this tackle looks incredibly slow. Jian skips over the slide with a fluid deceleration cut. 3 more defenders immediately close in, forming a dense wall of red and blue jerseys. But our guy has a world-class cheat code. He locks eyes with Vlahovic, who is already making a sharp horizontal run. His body reacts before his brain can even overthink the weight of the moment. He slips a disguise pass to the superstar striker and immediately sprints into the open space. The mental simulations and the physical grass of the stadium begin to merge perfectly. He knows Vlahovic's elite movement means the return pass will arrive with millimeter precision. But just as Jian makes his run, a defender anticipates the trajectory and steps in. The passing lane is completely dead, except Vlahovic is playing on a completely different ping. Instead of a standard pass, the superstar striker draws the entire defense toward him. He shields the ball with his massive frame, completely freezing the center backs. Jian prepares to adjust his run, expecting a simple physical layoff. Vlahovic executes an insane, highly technical Rabona kick right through the defender's legs. The ball floats over the defense, completely bypassing the offside trap. It's the ultimate selfless play from the team's biggest star. Jian bursts through the final line of defense, the ball dropping beautifully in front of his stride. He takes a deep breath, the massive roar of 40,000 fans suddenly fading into absolute silence. The stadium disappears. The lights blur. He doesn't think about his pro contract or the pressure of the Serie A, he only thinks of his dad and Jiwoo watching from the VIP seats. He wants to show them that their sacrifices weren't in vain. He unleashes a powerful, swerving strike with absolute conviction. The ball slices through the air, traveling with incredible velocity. In the stands, Jiwoo clutches her hands together, her eyes wide with hope. The goalkeeper can only watch in absolute frozen despair. The ball tears into the top corner of the net. Goal. 3-0. Jian stands there panting, his hands on his knees as the physical feedback of the stadium rushes back. The sound is deafening. It feels completely surreal, like he's playing a highly realistic virtual reality game. He starts to wonder if his brain finally snapped and he's still asleep back in his apartment. Suddenly, a massive arm wraps around his neck. Vlahovic puts him in a playful, aggressive headlock, laughing that the rookie completely stole the show. The physical impact of his teammate's grip makes Jian realize this is absolute reality. He actually scored. On his professional debut, his teammates swarm him, ruffling his hair and screaming in pure excitement. Captain Birashi pushes the defenders away, telling them to stop roughing up the kid before they accidentally break his growth plates. Birashi checks on him, asking if he's still breathing. And then, the captain gives him a firm, supportive shove toward the stands. Jian looks up and sees the massive purple wall of home supporters. They are singing the historic club anthem, their voices shaking the entire stadium structure. The sheer, unadulterated scale of the worship is overwhelming. He looks at his hand, remembering all the late nights he spent running himself into the dirt. For the first time in his entire life, the performance anxiety is completely gone. He clenches his fist and raises it high in triumph, letting the love of 40,000 people wash over him. In the stands, supportive dad is singing along at the top of his lungs, his face covered in proud tears. Jian jogs back, feeling incredibly embarrassed but secretly loving every single second of the anthem. But as he approaches the bench, a senior midfielder looks at him with a highly serious, unreadable expression. The veteran warns him that he's going to have to brace himself after the match. Jian asks what he means, but the veteran just walks away with a mysterious, teasing smile. Jian's social anxiety immediately triggers, his brain wondering if he celebrated too arrogantly or broke some sacred unwritten locker room code. The match ends with a comfortable 3-0 victory, but as the crowd continues to chant his name, our guy is internally sweating bullets about the upcoming hazing ritual. We open in the quiet locker room, where Jian is nervously zipping up his gear bag. His hands are still trembling from the residual adrenaline of the debut. He tells himself to just slip out quietly, find his dad and Jiwoo, and go eat some premium steak to celebrate going off work. Suddenly, Captain Birashi blocks the doorway, asking him what on earth he was thinking out there. Another veteran laughs, joking that if he were a rookie who just scored a debut wonder goal, he would have escaped through the window to avoid the consequences. Birashi slaps Jian's shoulder, telling him he has to pay the price for his arrogance. Jian's face goes completely pale, his brain imagining some brutal old-school Italian hazing ritual involving ice buckets or head shavings. He slowly follows the captain down the concrete corridor, his legs feeling like lead. He asks if he's about to get disciplined, but Birashi just tells him to look ahead. The captain pushes the heavy metal exit doors wide open. A brilliant, blinding flash of camera lights instantly hits Jian's face. A massive crowd of thousands of screaming fans is pressed against the security barricades, chanting his name. They are waving customized purple signs, yelling about his insane youth academy statistics of 10 goals in 6 matches. They are actively mocking Gioventus, screaming that they love him even more because he humiliated their traditional rivals. Cameras are clicking everywhere, fans thrusting jerseys and markers through the metal gaps. Birashi leans in with a smug grin, telling him this is the actual price of scoring a debut goal. Jian tries to backpedal into the safety of the corridor, but Birashi grabs him by the collar, telling him he has to take responsibility for his fame. The captain explains there are only 2 paths available for a professional player in this situation. Path 1 is acting like a tired diva, telling the supporters to get lost, and running straight onto the team bus. Path 2 is standing there, signing every single autograph, and thanking them with a genuine, humble heart. Jian, being the polite kid that he is, realizes Path 1 is a speed run to becoming a media villain. So he swallows his embarrassment and starts signing the jerseys, his hands still shaking as he smiles for selfies. The supporters are absolutely delighted, screaming for him to start in the lineup next week. Birashi eventually steps in, placing a protective arm around Jian's shoulder and telling the crowd that's enough, because the kid is only 16. The captain then loudly offers to sign autographs for anyone who missed out, expecting a massive surge of appreciation. Instead, a toxic supporter screams that nobody wants his signature, prompting the other players to desperately hold Birashi back as he tries to fight his own fanbase. Jian climbs the steps of the team bus, feeling completely drained of every single drop of energy. The moment he steps inside, the veterans look up with wide, mischievous grins. They start teasing him, complaining that because of the rookie's massive fan session, the entire team bus is going to be late leaving the stadium. Birashi tells them to stop joking before they actually make the kid cry. But then the veterans break into loud laughter, admitting they are actually incredibly grateful because his goal saved them from a 2-hour post-match lecture from Vincenzo. They warmly welcome him to the first team, and Jian lets out a massive sigh of relief as he walks down the aisle. He collapses into his leather seat, his body sinking into the cushions. He looks out the window, the engine of the bus starting with a low, heavy rumble. Even in the dark, hundreds of fans are still gathered outside, waving at the bus. He watches the passing streetlights of Florence, still unable to believe that 40,000 people were just chanting his name. He pulls out his phone, his face flushing red. He opens his messenger, typing a message to Jiwoo because he desperately wants to brag about his debut. We jump to Monday morning at the U-17 Academy training ground under a brilliant blue sky. Jian is walking through the gates, scratching his head with a thoroughly defeated, embarrassed expression. We rewind to see his weekend phone call with Jiwoo, where she immediately shut down his bragging, asking if he was expecting superstar treatment from his childhood friend. She mocked him, mimicking his voice and teasing him about how his big sister would graciously praise him. Just thinking about her teasing makes Jian's face burn with embarrassment. But then he remembers the rest of the conversation. His dad had grabbed the phone, revealing that the exact second Jian scored, Jiwoo was screaming like a maniac, calling him the coolest player in the world. Jiwoo had gone completely red, screaming for the dad to shut up, before hanging up in a flurry of tsundere panic. Jian smiles, realizing her teasing is just her way of hiding how proud she actually is. Suddenly, a loud dramatic shout echoes across the U-17 pitch. Coach Luca comes sprinting toward him with open arms, screaming that the club's rising star has arrived. Jian desperately tries to quiet him down, terrified that the other academy trainees will think he's getting cocky. But Luca doesn't care, loudly declaring that his wonder goal was absolute tactical perfection. The entire U-17 squad walks over, their eyes shining with genuine, deep respect. Jian nervously smiles, telling them that today, the front office officially signed the administrative papers to promote him permanently to the senior first team. The academy players immediately swarm him, laughing and putting him in headlocks as they celebrate his massive success. They tell him to keep dominating the senior league, promising they will work twice as hard to join him up there soon. Bruno steps up, his expression quiet and supportive. He looks at Jian, stating that he is a genuine genius. Jian tries to deny it, but Bruno cuts him off. He points out that entering the first team at 16 is something only a genius can achieve. He warns Jian that acting too humble is actually insulting to the rest of them who are working ourselves to death just to get a trial. Bruno grabs him by the shoulders, his tone turning incredibly firm. He reminds him that he is now the official representative of the U-17 Academy on that senior pitch. He tells Jian to show the seniors, the managers, and the entire Serie what the Firenze Academy kids are made of. Jian nods, a deep, heavy sense of responsibility settling over him. Luca interrupts, checking his watch and saying it's time for Jian to head over to the senior pitch for his official first day of training. Jian waves goodbye, his teammates yelling their support as he sprints toward the senior complex. He looks back at the U-17 pitch, his mind filled with a complex mix of nostalgia and determination. He runs through the modern gates of Viola Park, Bruno's words echoing in his head. He realizes his actions on the senior pitch will directly affect how the coaches view the entire youth academy. He plants his orange cleat on the senior grass, resolving to never show even a single second of weakness. He bows deeply, screaming a loud, formal greeting to the senior players. The veteran first-team players turn around, their faces dark, bearded, and incredibly intimidating. They look like a group of heavy-level dungeon bosses who just spotted a level 1 rookie in their territory. Two massive defenders step forward, asking if the cute youngest member of the squad needs some help with his stretching routine. Jian's face turns into a purple screen of pure comedic panic as he realizes his resolution to never show weakness has survived for about 3 seconds. He screams in terror as the giant senior players chase him across the pitch to forcibly stretch his hamstrings. On the touchline, Coach Vincenzo watches the chaos, his expression turning highly serious as he reviews the upcoming match schedule. Their next opponent is UC Sampdoria, a team notorious for employing a highly physical, bone-crushing low block. He looks at Jian's lightweight, developing build, wondering if his new creative star can actually survive that level of professional violence. So, The senior first-team dressing room is not exactly the warm, welcoming sanctuary our guy was hoping for. Instead of a standard introduction, the veterans have immediately initiated a high-stakes hazing ritual, pick the ugliest guy in the room. Jian is sweating through his shirt, trying to play nice by saying everyone looks cool, but these guys are built like brick walls and they are not accepting diplomatic answers. Every single one of them is staring him down, silently begging him not to pick them while pointing fingers at their friends. Under absolute psychological duress, Jian panics and points directly at the team captain, Cristiano Birashi. The room absolutely erupts. The veterans are screaming with laughter, calling the captain an ancient fossil, while Jian is flat on his back praying for a quick exit. Birashi tells the rest of the squad to shut up, then turns to Jian with a terrifyingly serious face and asks to have a little chat. The guys tease him that the captain is about to murder the rookie, but Birashi just yells at everyone to get on the pitch. Once they get away from the crowd, the atmosphere completely changes. Birashi hands Jian a water bottle, acting surprisingly mature. He admits that the senior squad is packed with absolute maniacs who do not have a single normal bone in their bodies, but he explains that all the teasing is just their highly aggressive way of trying to make the rookie feel welcome. They are completely crazy, but when the whistle blows, they are dead serious about winning. All Jian needs to do is focus on his soccer and let the team handle the rest. Jian is deeply moved, thinking he has finally found a true leader, a real captain who leads by example. He is walking back feeling incredibly inspired, thinking about how Birashi is the absolute standard of a professional athlete. And then, he looks up. The professional athletes are currently in the middle of a high-speed war trying to pull each other's shorts down on the training pitch. It is a complete kindergarten sandbox, and the guys are running around like toddlers who just discovered laundry detergent. Birashi looks at the chaos, tells Jian to stay normal and not let these complete weirdos influence him, and then immediately sprints into the pile, screaming that nothing is fun unless he is involved in the pantsing war. Jian stands there, his respect for the captain completely evaporating into the atmosphere in about 4 seconds. Welcome to the professional league. But the comedy hour ends the second the actual training match begins, and Birashi shifts back into game mode. This is where the real nightmare starts for our guy. In the youth leagues, referees protect players from heavy physical contact. In the senior team, physical contact is not just allowed, it is a basic requirement. Ricardo Sahurara, the starting left winger, completely levels Jian during a 50-50 ball challenge without even blinking. Sahurara is a human tank, and he tells Jian to put some actual muscle into resisting him next time. Jian is left lying on the turf, gasping for air and realizing his current lightweight build is a massive liability. In youth soccer, he could bypass everyone with pure spatial calculation. Here, if a defender catches him, he gets treated like a speed bump. He tries to fight back stubbornly during the next play, but Sahurara just leans his shoulder in and the laws of physics do the rest. It is not even a contest. Jian is completely off balance, stumbling around like a toddler on ice. Sahurara tells him he is still light years away from being ready for this level. Our guy is looking up at him, wondering if every defender in Serie A is going to feel like a literal concrete wall. Fortunately, the assistant coach blows the whistle for a training break, saving Jian from further structural damage. He collapses onto the grass, completely spent, while his teammates joke about needing to perform CPR on the rookie. But then, Lucas Tonawara walks over. Tonawara is a starting defensive midfielder from Uruguay, and more importantly, he is only 168 centimeters tall. Jian immediately sits up, asking him how on earth a guy of their size survives physical battles against giant European center backs. Tonawara looks at him, takes a sip of water, and thinks about how to explain his survival strategy. He deadpans that honestly, he is completely terrible at physical fights too. Jian is baffled because Tonawara is a defensive midfielder. His entire job description is fighting physical monsters in the center of the pitch. Tonawara smiles and drops his ultimate secret. If he feels like he is about to lose a physical battle, he just lies down on the floor. He explains that referees are human and they instinctively favor the smaller player when a giant defender runs into them. It is not about raw power, it is about being clever. There is absolutely no reason to play the hero and fight a physical war you are guaranteed to lose. Then another senior teammate joins them, asking Jian if he knows a player named Navid Silva. Jian only knows the name, prompting the senior to joke about how old he is getting. But he explains that Silva was only 170 centimeters tall, and yet the most brutal defenders in the Premier League could never touch him because his processing speed was 3 steps ahead of everyone else. He handled the ball cleanly, moved before the defender could plant their feet, and completely avoided physical confrontations. The senior looks at Jian and tells him that training against him felt exactly the same. For a brief moment on the pitch, it felt like Navid Silva was running right in front of his eyes. He tells Jian that he possesses that exact same rare, unteachable spatial talent, and more importantly, Jian is actually taller than Silva was. So he needs to stop obsessing over his physical weaknesses and start maximizing his actual strengths. Jian locks in. Focus on strengths, not weaknesses. The light bulb finally goes on in his head. Up on the touchline, head coach Vincenzo Italy is watching this entire exchange. He noticed Jian was struggling because he was trying to play like a physical target man, which is completely against his nature. He hopes Tonawara's advice clicks, because they need him ready. The whistle blows and the training match restarts. Jian instantly drops the stubborn physical act. When Saharara comes charging in to body check him again, Jian does not try to hold his ground. He drops his shoulder, uses his spatial map to find the empty space behind the defender, and lets Saharara's own momentum carry him away. It is a beautiful, fluid turn. He claims the space, drives forward, and coordinates the attack. Vincenzo's eyes light up. This is exactly what makes Jian a genius, the ability to process tactical advice and execute it immediately. Jian threads a millimeter-perfect high-speed pass through the defensive line, completely unlocking the defense. He is running wild among the first-team seniors, playing chess while they are trying to play checkers. Vincenzo smiles. Their next opponent, UC Sampdoria, is a notoriously physical team that loves to crush rookies. He was hesitant to play Jian because of the injury risk, but seeing this level of adaptability changes everything. If he wants Jian to grow into a world-class player, he needs to let him gain real-world experience against the most brutal defensive units in Italy. He wants Jian to show the league that a 16-year-old can dominate the pitch. The ball hits the back of the net, and the training session ends with absolute confidence. Meanwhile, in the streets of Genoa, a reporter is chasing down Sampria's head coach, Roberto Darcabe. He asks Darcabe what he thinks about Firenze's new 16-year-old rookie sensation. Darcabe stops, looks at the reporter, and plays a highly arrogant psychological game. He says he has no idea who the kid is, but he hopes he does not play, because his team simply does not want to hurt a little boy. The media warning is out, and the official squad sheet for round 10 is locked in. Li Jian is starting on the bench, but the battle lines have been drawn. Cut to the team bus. Jiwoo has already seen the interview online and sends Jian a link, asking if her Italian translation of Darcabe's trash talk is correct. Jian is staring at his screen, sweating as he types back that she is unfortunately spot on. Jiwoo is absolutely furious on his behalf, texting back that there must be something seriously wrong with that coach's brain. She tells Jian to ignore him, but Jian is internally seething. He wants to play in this match more than anything, not just to win, but to personally flatten that coach's arrogant nose. Suddenly, a shadow looms over his seat. Captain Birashi is grinning, asking if he is texting his girlfriend. Before Jian can deny it, Birashi screams to the entire bus that their youngest has a girlfriend. The veterans instantly dogpile him, demanding to see a photo and teasing him mercilessly while Jian screams for his life. Honestly, these seniors are 100 times scarier than any opponent they will face today. They arrive at Sampria's home stadium, the Stadio Luigi Ferraris. The atmosphere is hostile, and Jian's second Serie A match is officially underway. Vincenzo Italy told him to be ready to go on, warning him that Sampdoria is going to try to turn the pitch into a wrestling ring. Jian sits on the bench, carefully analyzing the tactical flow. Compared to the coach's warnings, the first half is surprisingly quiet, but it is a deceptive calm. Both teams are incredibly physical, and they are spent testing each other's limits. Sampria's defensive structure is a masterpiece of modern suffering. They are running a dense 4-4-2 central block, a literal defensive shield designed to suffocate any creative play in the half spaces. Their center backs are so physically imposing that even Dusan Vlahovic, who is 190 centimeters tall, looks like a normal-sized guy next to them. Because of this physical gridlock, the first half ends in a highly frustrating scoreless stalemate. As the players head toward the tunnel for halftime, Vincenzo stops Jian on the touchline. He tells him he is going in immediately for the second half and orders him to warm up right now because he is about to explode at the starters. Jian's heart rate spikes. The opportunity has arrived much faster than he expected. This is his chance to flatten Darcabe's nose and prove that he is not just some kid who belongs in a youth academy. The players huddle up on the pitch, yelling their team chant as they prepare for the restart. The whistle blows and the second half is underway, but this debut is completely different from his first match. Against Genoa, they had a comfortable lead. Today, the score is tied 0-0. The pressure is on. He enters the field as number 20, replacing Mala with a direct mandate to change the offensive tempo. His tactical role is to act as the transition link, moving quickly from defense to attack before the low block can settle. Jian maps out the pitch, preparing to find his first pockets of space, but then he notices something strange. Sampuria's defensive movement has completely changed. They are not sitting back anymore. They are raising their entire defensive line, pushing high up the pitch to apply immediate, suffocating pressure on Jian. The defenders are calling out his number, marking him tightly, but Jian's spatial computer is already running the calculations. Pushing a defensive line high means the space behind them is massive. If he can sneak into that open pocket first, he can dismantle their entire formation with a single pass. He makes a sudden, off-ball run, completely losing his marker, who screams in frustration as Jian slips away. The ball is played to him, and Jian prepares to execute a quick, one-touch release to exploit the gap. Just like in training, he wants to keep it as concise and fast as possible. He turns his head, checking the forward runs in advance, ready to thread the needle, and then the lights go out. A Sampuria defender flies in with a brutal, high-impact body check, catching Jian completely off guard. The sky spins, and Jian is sent flying through the air. He crashes heavily onto the turf, sliding across the grass. The physical pain is immediate. It is a completely different level of violence compared to training with his teammates. The giant defender stands over him with a smug, intimidating glare, asserting his dominance. Jian clutches his shoulder, tears of pain welling up in his eyes, realizing Darkhave's warning was not an empty threat. But before the defender can enjoy his moment, an absolute banshee scream echoes across the stadium. It is Ricardo Saharara, and he is running at the defender like a feral wolf. Jian looks up, completely stunned by the sheer volume of the reaction. The referee immediately blows the whistle, pulling out a yellow card for the defender. But the Sampuria player just laughs, mocking Jian for being too weak to stand up. That is the final straw. The entire Firenze squad storms the defender, physically shoving him back as a massive brawl erupts. Jian tries to tell them he is fine, but Saharara tells him to stay out of it, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Birashi and the seniors are face to face with the Sampuria players, screaming that they are going to murder anyone who touches their rookie. Birashi turns to his team, telling them that they have been far too lenient today. From this moment on, they are not just playing soccer, they are going to physically crush this team. Jian is staring at his teammates, completely blown away by how protective these crazy seniors actually are. And then, he remembers Tonawira's survival advice. He immediately grabs his head and groans, acting like he is in extreme agony. If his teammates are going to go to war for him, he might as well give them some extra motivation by playing the victim card. The seniors see him groaning, and their rage spikes to absolute maximum. Birashi tells the defender he is dead if he catches him, his face twisting into the most terrifying expression Jian has ever seen. Even Milencevic, the starting center back who is normally a quiet, gentle giant, is currently looking like an active volcanic eruption. Milencevic is 195 centimeters of pure Serbian muscle, and when he gets angry, people start praying. Jian is internally laughing, feeling incredibly reassured that these absolute monsters are on his side. The referee finally restores order, and the match is set to resume. Jian realizes Tonawira's strategy worked perfectly. The referee is now watching Sampuria like a hawk. But then a horrifying realization hits him. Jiwoo is watching this match on television. If she saw him crying and rolling on the floor like a drama queen, she is going to tease him for the next 10 years. He shakes it off, telling his teammate he is fine, and locks his focus back on the pitch. The match resumes, but the tactical plan is completely out the window. The game has descended into a physical war zone. Sampuria is pressing relentlessly, and the Firenze seniors are flying into bone-crushing tackles. The ball is almost secondary at this point. Both teams are actively trying to take each other out of commission. Jian watches his teammates throwing their bodies on the line to protect him, and his chest burns with a sudden surge of adrenaline. He cannot just stand there and watch them fight. He needs to contribute. But he cannot fight them physically. He needs to use his actual weapon. On this chaotic, violent battlefield, his ultimate play is not strength. It is using his spatial supercomputer to claim the empty space they are opening for him, and choosing the exact position to dismantle their defense once and for all. Before the second half started, Sampuria's coach, Roberto Darkebe, was busy giving his squad a masterclass in tactical arrogance. He warned them about a certain creative rookie who acts as a secondary striker with unteachable spatial awareness. His instructions were simple. Teach this 16-year-old kid how terrifying the professional league actually is the second he tries to touch the ball, and for a second, it looks like the trap is working perfectly, as 3 Sampuria defenders completely crowd Jian on the left flank. Their defender is literally trash-talking him, asking if he has the courage to receive the pass in such a suffocatingly tight space. He expects Jian to crumble under the physical pressure just like before, but Tonawara plays a quick, low pass right into the eye of the needle. The defender is shocked, yelling that the rookie is a fool for trying to receive the ball with his back turned to the defense. Our guy just smiles. He is not a genius, but he is certainly not stupid enough to fall for the exact same physical trap twice. He uses a brilliant deceleration turn, letting the defender's own massive weight carry him right past the ball. He knows he still has a long way to go, but right now, the entire left flank has been dragged out of position to mark him. He has exactly 3 defenders committed to his side of the pitch, which means the opposite side is completely vacant. Jian flashes back to his youth training days where his senior Enzo praised his crossing timing. Enzo told him his swerving balls were top-notch, especially when cutting in from the right wing to shoot or deliver with his left foot. Jian applies that exact lesson right here in the top flight. He shields the ball with his low center of gravity, fakes to the left, and uses his position to freeze the center backs. The Sampdoria defender is completely panic-stricken, screaming at his teammate to watch the card he received earlier. Jian has officially turned their defensive line into a disorganized mess, trapping them in a tiny pocket of their own making. The moment they frantically rush in to salvage the play, Jian cuts sharply from the left toward the center, opening up a flawless view of the entire penalty area. This was his plan from the very start. By dragging 3 defenders to his side, he knew senior Vlahovic would be waiting completely unmarked on the opposite wing, and Vlahovic does not miss. He runs right on the edge of the offside line, tracking the ball as it arcs gracefully over the defense. Jian puts everything into this delivery, thinking about his dad and Jiwoo watching from home. He wants to prove he belongs on this pitch with the seniors, with the teammates who just stood up to fight a war for him. The defender tries to recover and track Vlahovic's run, but the service is too perfect, and Vlahovic meets the ball cleanly on the volley. The strike is absolute violence, tearing past the goalkeeper's outstretched hands. Goal. Just like that, Firenze takes a 1-0 lead on Sampdoria's own turf. Taking the lead completely changes the psychological state of the match. With his teammates actively shielding him from physical retaliation, Jian feels like he is flying. He starts playing with absolute unchecked boldness, bypassing the physical challenges with ease. The giant defenders who looked like terrifying final bosses 10 minutes ago now look incredibly slow and predictable. The defender marking him is completely toothless now, terrified of receiving a second yellow card and getting sent off. To compensate for his passive play, the rest of the Sampdoria defense overcommits, sliding over to mark both Jian and Vlahovic, and that is the fatal mistake. By shifting their entire block to the wings, they leave the central midfield wide open. Jian spots the gap instantly. He looks toward the camera, mentally telling Jiwoo to watch this. The only nose getting flattened today is Coach Darkabes. Jian slides a perfect diagonal pass right into the path of Tonawara. Tonawara lets fly with a massive curling rocket from distance that flies straight into the top corner. 2-0. The referee blows the final whistle and the match is officially over. Jian collapses onto the grass, completely exhausted but smiling. 2 assists in the second half to secure a massive away victory. The seniors immediately mob him on the pitch, laughing and praising the rookie for being surprisingly brave. They tease him about how he was daringly challenging those giant defenders, only to turn back into a polite, quiet kid the second the match ended. Saharara walks up, grabs Jian's face and starts pinching his cheeks, yelling about how soft his skin is. Birashi pulls him away, telling the rookie he needs to prepare himself immediately. Jian is confused, but Birashi just gives him a highly mischievous, knowing grin. Cut to Jian's house back in Florence. Jiwoo and his dad are staring at the television, completely glued to the screen. The announcer declares that number 20, Lee Jian, has been officially selected as the player of the match. They are thrilled, but Jiwoo notices Jian's face on the screen looks incredibly stiff and pale. The reporter slides the microphone under his nose, asking him what special instructions the coach gave him before subbing him on. Jian's social anxiety debuff instantly activates, and he completely freezes on live national television, stuttering like a broken record. The reporter kindly tries to bail him out, explaining how he targeted the left half space to create the perfect opportunity for Vlahovic. Jian starts rambling, completely scrambling his lefts and rights in a panic. Jiwoo is watching this unfold on the couch, her cheeks flushing pink as she mutters how cute he is. The reporter continues the praise, noting that a 16-year-old genius has officially taken Serie A by storm. He asks Jian if he has a final message for the passionate fans back in Florence. Jian stands there, his brain completely short-circuiting. He looks down and whispers a sentence in Korean, "I am a genius." He immediately panics, realizing what he just said, and quickly switches back to Italian, promising to work even harder. Jian's dad is utterly baffled, wondering why his son suddenly started bragging in Korean, but he realizes Jian wasn't talking to the fans. He was talking directly to Jiwoo. Then, the reporter asks the ultimate danger question: who is the first person that comes to his mind right now? In the background, Birashi is aggressively making hand gestures about a girlfriend. The reporter gasps, asking if the young rookie has a secret girlfriend. He demands that Jian say something sweet to his girlfriend on live television. Jian, completely overwhelmed by the camera lights and the captain's teasing, stammers out a thank you for always supporting him. He finishes the interview with a completely blank stare, realizing he basically confirmed he has a girlfriend on national TV. His soul literally leaves his body as he realizes the sheer gravity of what he just did. Back on the couch, Jian's dad is sweating profusely, while Jiwoo turns to him with a very dark, terrifying smile, asking what exactly Jian just said. The next morning, Florence. Jiwoo corners Jian on the street, demanding to know why he is going around telling the media weird lies. She reveals that his dad translated the entire interview for her. Jian is shaking, his face completely pale. He mentally curses his dad for abandoning him to the wolves. He stands there frozen like a statue. Jiwoo crosses her arms, teasing him about how much he must like this Nuna to go around bragging about her as his girlfriend. Jian's face turns bright red, and he starts yelling that the interview yesterday was not him, claiming it was just some crazy person who looked like him. He runs away at full speed, muttering that he is never doing another interview as long as he lives, while Jiwoo happily chases after him. Suddenly, Jian stops dead in his tracks, and Jiwoo crashes right into his back. She rubs her nose, asking him why he stopped so suddenly, but Jian is lost in deep thought. He is looking at his latest medical report at the training facility. Height, 177 centimeters. Weight, 67.6 kilograms. He gained a pathetic 0.1 kilograms despite eating 5 massive meals a day. He asks the doctor if the scale is broken. The doctor laughs, telling him to just focus on training. But Jian walks out of the medical room feeling incredibly frustrated. He pulls out a cereal bar, chewing on it aggressively. He is desperate to grow and bulk up as quickly as possible. He remembers the Sampuria match. He was the weak link his seniors had to constantly protect. Because of his physical limitations, they had to play with extreme, dangerous violence just to shield him from the defenders. He is deeply grateful, but he also feels incredibly guilty for being a physical liability on the pitch. He wants to bulk up, and more than anything, he wants to learn the calm, mature composure his seniors display. But his worries are not just about his physical weight. The after effects of his highly embarrassing interview are starting to catch up with him. The clip of him stuttering and declaring his genius has been broadcasted on giant screens all over the city. As he walks through the local plaza, the fruit vendors and residents are waving at him, cheering him on for the next match. He is incredibly grateful for the love, but it also brings a terrifying realization. The Italian media and fans are notoriously fickle. If he plays well, they treat him like a god. But if he messes up even once, they will turn on him and boo him off the pitch in a heartbeat. The psychological pressure starts creeping back, heavy and suffocating. He arrives at the training pitch, stretching his arms, trying to find that mature senior composure. Suddenly, Saharara and another veteran slide into his personal space, screaming, "If a hippo and a rhino fight, who wins?" Jian's composure instantly disintegrates into pure confusion. They grab his shoulders, screaming that this is a high-stakes bet and a matter of pride, getting saliva all over his face. Jian stands there with wet hair, wondering where exactly this legendary mature composure is, because these guys are arguing about zoo animals the day before a massive match. He stammers out rhino, and Saharara looks like he is ready to commit a locker room felony. But the coach blows the whistle, saving Jian once again. He runs onto the pitch, realizing that in the end, only hard training will lead to actual growth. If he can show his value today, he might get a chance to play as a substitute in their upcoming away match against AC Roma. Later that night, during his personal overtime training, Coach Vincenzo Italy calls him over. He stands under the stadium lights as Vincenzo explains their tactical approach for the next fixture. The coach tells him to wrap up and get some rest, leaving Jian standing alone under the night sky. Tomorrow's opponent is AC Roma. They are ranked 7th in the league, while Firenze is 8th. It is a crucial battle for the rankings. He looks up at the bright stars, his heart pounding violently against his ribs. He does not need to wonder about his mood anymore, because his anxiety is screaming. Vincenzo did not list him as a substitute. Li Jian is officially starting the match against AC Roma. Match day. The Stadio Olimpico in Rome is an absolute cauldron of deafening noise, packed with hostile home fans. Jian runs onto the pitch for warm-ups, his legs feeling incredibly heavy and stiff from the sheer pressure of starting. Assistant coach Luca walks over, asking him if he has loosened up and checking his physical condition. Jian nods, welcoming the distraction. Luca offers to break down his specific role for today's match one more time. Luca points across the field to Roma's number 7, Lorenzo Fellini. For the first time in his career, the coach is giving Jian a strictly defensive task: shut down Fellini. Fellini is the absolute heart of Roma's tactical transition. Almost their entire offensive power flows through his feet. Jian's assignment is to prevent Fellini from dropping deep to receive the ball and orchestrate their build-up play. Jian locks in, clenching his fist and promising to execute the plan. The coach trusted him enough to give him a starting role in such an important match, and he refuses to let him down. The crowd lets out a massive roar as the teams line up on the pitch. Jian stands in the center circle looking around the historic stadium. It is his first time playing in Rome. A hand taps his shoulder, and Jian turns around. It is his primary target, Lorenzo Fellini, wishing him a good game with a calm, imposing gaze. They shake hands, and Jian realizes that since they play the same position, the media is going to compare them throughout the entire match. Birashi yells at him to focus, and Jian takes his position, his eyes narrowing. The referee blows the whistle, and the high-stakes battle is officially underway. Roma immediately plays the ball backward, slowly testing Firenze's defensive block and keeping possession, but Jian's gaze is locked entirely on number 7. He does not care about the ball, he only cares about Fellini's coordinates. Firenze's strategy is to wait patiently without pressing too high, but if Fellini drops deep to receive, Jian is the primary hunter. Fellini looks around, searching for a pocket of space near the halfway line. He spots an opening and makes a sudden run backward to collect a pass from his center backs. Jian recognizes the movement instantly. It is the exact same play he loves to make himself to initiate the build-up. And because he knows the play, he knows the counter, stick close to his back and prevent him from turning around. Jian sprints in, pressing his body against Fellini's back the second the ball arrives. Fellini is surprised by the rookie's speed. Jian thinks the defense worked perfectly, but Fellini is incredibly experienced. He quickly releases the ball with a one-touch pass and immediately launches into a high-speed forward run. Jian tracks him, determined to move one step faster this time. He catches up, preparing to stick close to his shoulder before the return pass can arrive, but Fellini simply shrugs his shoulder, absorbing the contact effortlessly. Jian is sent flying to the grass, realizing he just got completely bullied in a pure contest of physical strength. He looks up from the turf, but he tells himself it is still fine because their defensive line is well positioned. Fellini collects the ball, but he is still far from the penalty area, so Jian expects him to play a simple pass. But Fellini does not look for a teammate. He cocks his leg back and unleashes a monstrous, soaring strike from a ridiculous distance. The goalkeeper leaps at full stretch, but the ball is traveling with terrifying speed. Jian can only stare in absolute horror, a classic Italian curse word escaping his lips as the ball flies toward the top corner. Fellini cocks his leg back and strikes the ball with absolute violence. The ball travels like a rocket, leaving Jian completely frozen as he watches it sail toward the top corner. But luck is on their side today. The ball strikes the outer edge of the post and bounces wide. Fellini runs back, looking highly apologetic as his teammates scream at him for shooting from such a ridiculous distance. Jian is clutching his chest, gasping for air as his heart rate hits the ceiling. That shot scared the absolute crap out of him. Even though Fellini missed, Jian knows this entire dangerous situation was caused by his own physical mistake. And starting from that single long-range strike, the entire atmosphere in the Stadio Olimpico swings violently toward AC Roma. Fellini is not even a technically gifted dribbler, but he continues to bypass Jian using raw physical power. Firenze's backline is forced to defend with absolute desperation, throwing their bodies into blocks to prevent a goal. Jian is getting pushed back on every single duel, his lightweight build feeling like a toy in a wind tunnel. He tries to reach for the ball, but his legs feel too short and slow compared to the muscular stride of the Roma playmaker. He is completely upset with himself, his teeth clenched in pure frustration. When Jian actually gets the ball, Fellini defends him using the exact same body-pressing tactic, except Fellini feels like a literal mountain pressing against his spine. Jian cannot move, let alone turn. The referee blows the whistle for halftime, ending a brutal first half where Jian was completely outclassed in every physical category. The team is celebrating the 0-0 scoreline as a strategic success, but Jian sits on the bench with his head down, feeling utterly useless. He is complaining about his age in his head, thinking it is incredibly unfair that his body simply cannot compete with fully grown adults yet. In the locker room, the coaches are trying to keep the energy high, telling everyone to play cohesively in the second half. Head coach Vincenzo Italy walks over to Jian, asking if he still has enough stamina to run. Vincenzo tells him to raise his hand immediately if he gets tired, warning him that getting injured from overexertion would be a disaster. He rallies the squad, screaming at everyone to get ready to head back out. As they walk through the tunnel, assistant coach Luca pulls Vincenzo aside, looking highly concerned. He asks Vincenzo why he didn't give Jian a separate tactical lecture since the kid looked completely exhausted and defeated. He reminds the head coach that Jian struggled immensely in the first half against a world-class physical opponent, but Vincenzo looks at him like he has lost his mind, pointing out that Jian is only 16 years old. He tells Luca that expecting a kid to score or assist in every single high-stakes match is ridiculously harsh. Jian was actively pressing the opponent's key playmaker throughout the entire 45 minutes and trying highly creative ways to beat the press. Vincenzo smiles, walking up behind the rookie who is silently preparing himself. The coach reaches out, places a massive hand on Jian's head, and tells him he is doing an excellent job. Jian is stunned, watching the coach walk ahead. He realizes that even though he is reaching his physical limits, their team is not losing. He needs to calm his mind and actually think about what went wrong. He was annoyed at himself for failing to completely block Fellini, but is he actually a defensive specialist? Of course not. So why did the coach task him with marking the opponent's ace one-on-one in the first place? Back on the touchline, Luca is still worried, asking if they are giving Fellini too many chances. Vincenzo looks at him, asking if Jian is a defender. He explains his instructions were simply to apply pressure and delay. That pressure and delay alone are more than enough help for the defense. Jian's eyes widen as the realization hits him on the pitch. In a 90-minute game, he does not have to block every single breakthrough. If he fulfills his role of delaying the play, his senior defenders behind him are supposed to block the actual shots. He realizes he was being incredibly arrogant, whining about his age and making pathetic excuses. He assumed that because he was starting, he had to be a superhero capable of completely shutting down a world-class ace. He was simply too eager to look good. Vlahovic screams at him to get ready to press again, and Jian locks in. He gets his head straight. He does not need 90 minutes, he just needs to focus on playing his role for 10 more minutes. Forget the physical battle. Focus entirely on what he can actually do, spatial calculation and off-ball movement. Up on the touchline, Vincenzo notices the fire returning to the kid's eyes. He tells Luca that he intentionally withheld the explanation earlier because he knew Jian was a smart player. Jian is the type of player who is never satisfied with mediocre play and will always seek his own solutions. Most players with that level of elite talent would rather die than lose a direct duel. For someone with that mindset, facing a physical giant like Fellini is the ultimate crucible. Vincenzo could have easily given him the answer, but he was genuinely curious how much Jian would grow by solving this tactical puzzle on his own. On the pitch, Jian is breathing heavily, looking at the entire layout of the field. AC Roma has raised their defensive line higher than in the first half because they are desperate to score at home. Because their entire formation has pushed up, Fellini is now positioned deep inside Firenze's territory. This is a high-risk tactic where Fellini acts as the high target man instead of dropping deep to receive. No matter what, Roma's midfield will try to force the ball to Fellini's feet. Jian realizes that if he can intercept that transition ball, he can trigger a deadly counterattack against a very thin defense. He watches the Roma midfielders scan the field, searching for a passing route to Fellini. Jian deliberately takes a step back, opening a slight tempting passing lane as visual bait. The midfielder bites, thinking there is a gap, and strikes the pass. That is exactly what Jian was waiting for. He launches into a high-speed sprint, anticipating the trajectory and intercepting the ball cleanly. He quickly balances his body, taps the ball ahead, and screams for defensive backup as he drives forward. Because Roma's entire defensive line advanced, the layers he needs to break through are incredibly thin. Vlahovic is running alongside him into the penalty box, completely dragging the attention of the remaining defenders. Because of Vlahovic's presence as massive visual bait, no defender dares to challenge Jian directly. Jian enters the box, slows down his tempo to avoid the offside trap, and fakes a pass. As the defenders shift their weight to block Vlahovic, Jian rolls a delicate pass right into the pocket. He does not even need to look at the net. He has practiced this sequence with Vlahovic 100 times. Vlahovic fires a powerful first-time strike into the back of the net.
Goal! AC Roma 0, Firenze 1 in the 55th minute!
Following legends like Francesco Totti and Daniele De Rossi, Fellini was supposed to be the next Roman emperor, but the live internet streams are currently completely focused on the mysterious number 20 from Firenze. The Italian live comments are losing their minds, spamming the stream with questions about who this 16-year-old prodigy is. Back in Florence, Jiwoo is proudly scrolling through her phone, her eyes sparkling. She smiles, whispering to herself that her jian has truly grown into a real professional. Immediately after the goal celebration, the referee's board goes up, substitution. Jian raised his hand the second they scored, knowing his physical limits and refusing to become a defensive liability. He walks off the pitch, gasping for air, feeling a bit frustrated that his stamina could not carry him further. He thinks he could have done better, but then a massive sound echoes through the stadium. An unexpected round of warm applause rings out from all corners of the Olimpico. Jian looks up, completely bewildered. This is Roma's home stadium, and he is the opposing player who just dismantled their defense. Vlahovic walks up behind him, smiling, and asks him if he realizes he just earned the respect of the opponent's fans. He explains that Roma fans pride themselves on knowing real football, and they are openly acknowledging his world-class display. Vlahovic slaps his back, telling him to hold his head high and walk out with absolute confidence. But Jian is incredibly embarrassed and just wants to escape to the dugout as fast as possible. Saharara gets mad at him for running off, telling him they are winning, so he should take his sweet time and walk out slowly to waste time. Luca runs over, wrapping an arm around him with a proud grin. Jian sits on the bench thanking everyone, but he still feels a lingering sense of guilt for asking to be substituted. He sits in the dark dugout, staring at his cleats, deeply dissatisfied with his first half display. He keeps thinking about how he got bullied physically in the first half rather than celebrating his brilliant assist. He clenches his fist, thinking that if he had regained his composure earlier, they could have scored another goal. Then he suddenly pictures Jiwoo's reaction, and his face goes pale with embarrassment. He tries to comfort himself, thinking that scoring and assisting against a giant like Roma is still something to be proud of, but his worries are interrupted by a massive roar from the home crowd. In the 75th minute, Fellaini delivers a cross, and Abraham scores a header. Roma equalizes, making it 1-1. The match ends in a 1-1 draw, halting Firenze's winning streak. But securing a point away in Rome is still considered an incredible result for the club. As they walk to thank the fans, Saharara is in high spirits, yelling about how long it has been since they saw their fans so happy. He notices Jian looks incredibly gloomy, asking him why he isn't smiling after such an active performance. Jian mumbles that right after he became a starting player, their winning streak was broken. Saharara looks at him like he is crazy, lock-holding his neck and yelling about how ridiculously arrogant and laid back this kid is. Back in the locker room, the physical fatigue finally catches up with our guy. He collapses onto his bench, slowly reaching into his bag for his phone. He is worried about the media and the fans' reactions on social media. But more than that, he is absolutely terrified of checking Jiwoo's messages. He turns on the screen, 99 missed messages. He opens the chat. Jiwoo has sent screenshots of him getting bodied in the first half, asking how on earth he endured that physical abuse. She is spamming the chat, warning him not to overdo it, asking who that number 7 is, and threatening to personally blow up Fellaini's messages. Jian is sweating, amazed by how many texts she managed to send in just the first 45 minutes. Then he sees a text from the 55th minute where she is celebrating his assist with absolute joy. But the last message is a highly blurry, unrecognizable picture of what looks like a ghost. Jian smiles, realizing it is just a photo of his dad practicing golf swings inside the living room. He types back, telling her that as long as his dad and she are not disappointed, he is fine, and asks to see a picture of her too. The second he hits send, his eyes go wide as he realizes the massive double meaning of his text. Jiwoo replies instantly, teasing him about how incredibly honest he has become and asking if he really misses his Nuna that much. Jian starts screaming in the locker room, frantically typing that he just wanted to see her funny pictures because his dad's photo was hilarious. The seniors are staring at him, completely baffled by his frantic flailing and wondering if the rookie has finally lost his mind from match stress. Jiwoo texts back, telling him not to be shy, and promises to send a photo of her bare face later, leaving Jian buried in his jersey in pure embarrassment. A few days later, Jian returns to the U17 team's training facility. He wants to visit his old coaches, but the moment he opens the door, a massive shout echoes through the hallway. Coach Luca is absolutely furious, grabbing Tony and yelling about how Jian was eating 5 meals a day and doing late-night training in secret. He blames the first-team coach, screaming that he is going to call that octopus old-timer Vincenzo right now and teach him a lesson. Jian desperately tries to calm him down, explaining that Vincenzo is actually treating him incredibly well. Luca crosses his arms, still grumbling, but asks Jian if he is feeling okay now. Jian smiles warmly, assuring him he is completely fine. Tony walks over, telling him that since he is doing well, he does not need to force himself with extreme bulking diets anymore. He explains that at his age, his skeleton is still growing, and forcing a rapid weight gain will only lead to career-ending growth plate injuries. Jian realizes Tony is completely right. His heavy legs on match day were likely a direct result of overexhaustion. Tony smiles, pointing out that even with a heavy body, the kid still managed to secure a brilliant assist. Jian politely bows, saying it is all thanks to the shooting and physical drills he practiced with Coach Luca after hours. Luca lights up like a proud father, teasing Tony about how incredibly polished Jian's social skills have become since joining the first team. Hearing their familiar laughter, Jian feels an immense sense of comfort, like he has finally returned home. Tony pours him some warm tea, shifting the conversation to their next massive league match. He asks if the next game is against Lazio, and Luca confirms, mentioning a specific player named Rica Romero. Luca looks at Jian, warning him that if he plays in the next match, he needs to perform better than that Rica guy. Jian is confused, asking who he is, and Luca explains that Lazio's coach has been constantly bragging about him. He is also 16 years old, debuted in their first team in August, and is currently lighting up the league. Luca reveals he got so annoyed by the bragging that he blocked the Lazio coach on social media. He pats Jian's shoulder, telling him this is his ultimate chance to show the entire country who the real genius is. Jian flashes a confident peace sign, joking that he has already debuted and scored 2 goals, so they have nothing to worry about. The office fills with loud laughter as the coaches celebrate his confidence. But elsewhere in Italy, the atmosphere is electric. The media is calling Rica Romero the hottest young prospect in Serie A, and on the screen, Romero rises above the defense, scoring his 3rd goal of the season. The battle of the 16-year-old geniuses is officially set, and the next match is going to be an absolute war. We start back in the apartment where Jiwoo is busy doing some deep research on the computer. She spins around, asking Jian if he knows about a guy named Rica Romero who is currently being hailed as a true genius. She shows him the live chat stream where the fans are literally calling this kid the second coming of Messi. Jian shrugs his shoulders, acting completely unbothered while claiming there are plenty of geniuses in the professional leagues. But his casual facade immediately breaks when Jiwoo points out that Romero has already scored 3 goals this season. Jian is internally losing his mind, frantically pointing out that he has 2 goals and 2 assists, which technically means he has more offensive points. Jiwoo just tilts her head with an innocent smile, asking if scoring actual goals isn't way more important than simple assists. Jian stands there, his soul crushed as he realizes she has absolutely no understanding of how playmaker mechanics actually work. He walks away grumbling to himself, calculating the match ratio to prove his superior efficiency. Jiwoo runs up behind him, laughing as she pats his back and tells him she was obviously just teasing her favorite genius. She offers to search Jian's name next, which instantly triggers his fight-or-flight response. He tries to stop her, remembering his highly embarrassing live TV declaration, but she is already scrolling through his comments. Fortunately, the top flight fans are absolutely singing his praises, calling his performance against AC Roma a tactical masterclass. Jian lets out a massive sigh of relief, thanking every single random internet commenter who just saved his social reputation. Jiwoo looks at him, asking if their upcoming match against Lazio is officially a direct battle of the geniuses. Jian tries to play it down, muttering that he doesn't even know if he will start, but Jiwoo is completely fired up, clenching her fist and declaring that this is a high-stakes battle of personal pride. Jian looks at her, realizing that both she and the coaches are incredibly invested in this rookie rivalry. He hesitates for a second, his face turning slightly serious as he asks her a highly vulnerable question. He asks if he loses this match, will she start rooting for the Lazio kid instead? Jiwoo is completely stunned, her mouth wide open at how ridiculously insecure her genius playmaker can actually be. She immediately grabs his cheeks, pinching them hard and calling him a complete idiot. Cut to match day. The Stadio Artemio Franchi is packed to the brim with roaring purple fans. Jian stands on the pitch, feeling incredibly light and energetic after finally adjusting his diet and resting his growth plates. Their opponent, Lazio, is a powerhouse team currently competing in the European tournament, meaning this is no walk in the park. But Jian has officially let go of his physical burdens, remembering Tony's advice to enjoy his youth and simply train hard. Luca walks over, asking him if he is ready to show the league his actual value. Jian smiles, locking his focus onto the field. He is ready, and that is the absolute best he can do. Up in the VIP box, Coach Tony and assistant coach Luca are watching the crowd, noting how the fans who were screaming for Vincenzo's firing are now singing his name. The entire stadium is buzzing because both 16-year-old geniuses are officially starting today. Luca jokingly asks Tony why he is dragging his student into this personal coaching rivalry, but Tony just grins, saying he knows Jian is about to show them a completely different level of football. Jian's spatial talent is not a step behind anyone in this league. The players huddle up in the center circle, letting out a massive team yell as the whistle sounds. Jian immediately scans the field, locating Lazio's number 17, Rica Romero. Romero is small but heavily built, possessing incredibly fast feet and an aggressive, direct dribbling style. Lazio takes the kickoff, and Jian expects them to play the ball backwards slowly to test their shape. But his calculations are shattered the second the ball is kicked. Lazio launches into a high-intensity, full-team sprint, flooding Firenze's half with attackers and midfielders. They are executing a highly aggressive, high-pressing system right from the opening whistle. Coach Vincenzo's pre-match brief emphasized stable clearances and rapid transitions to counter this high press, but the sheer physical speed of Lazio's press has caught Firenze's backline completely off guard. Even the veteran center-back Milancevic looks panicked as a blue jersey closes him down. Jian runs back to offer a passing outlet, trying to stabilize their possession. He points to the opposite side of the field, screaming at Milancevic that the other wing is completely open. But under heavy physical duress, Milancevic panics and passes directly toward Jian's heavily marked side. It is a complete disaster of a pass, intercepted cleanly in the danger zone by Lazio's midfield, and the player who collects the loose ball is none other than Rica Romero. Romero drives forward with a lightning-fast, threatening dribble, exploiting the gap in the left flank. The corner flag is completely open, and the Firenze defenders are scrambling to slide over. Firenze's central defenders are towering, but Romero does not look for a cross. He cuts inside and unleashes a powerful swerving strike from an incredibly tight, impossible angle. The ball flies high over the bar, completely missing the target. Jian watches the ball sail out, wondering why on earth Romero took a shot with absolutely no angle from the start. But the situation itself was incredibly dangerous. A single mistake in possession almost cost them a goal. Romero runs back, raising a finger and arrogantly telling his teammates to feed him the ball again. Jian is staring at him, amazed by how a 16-year-old kid can possess that much unchecked, borderline delusional confidence. Suddenly, Romero walks right past him, leaning in close. He mutters a sentence in Italian with a dark, mocking grin. "You are a genius? Really?" The psychological trash talk is out, and Romero runs off laughing. Jian stands there, completely stunned that this kid just decided to mock his media title on the pitch. The referee calls for a goal kick, and the pressure is on. Firenze wants to build up from the back with short passes, but Lazio has parked their entire midfield press in their half. They are trying to force Firenze into a desperate, inaccurate long kick where Vlahovic will be heavily outnumbered. Lazio's tactical grid is a complete chokehold, and the keeper is running out of time. The veteran defenders are looking stressed, completely hesitant to receive a pass in such a dangerous zone. If they cannot find an outlet, they will be forced to turn over possession. Suddenly, a blue jersey slides into the eye of the needle. Jian drops back deep, surrounded by 3 Lazio players. Milancevic's eyes go wide in sheer disbelief. Jian looks right at the keeper, clenching his fist, and calmly demands that they give him the ball right now. The Lazio players are grinning, thinking our guy has officially lost his mind by calling for a pass in a complete dead end. Romero is watching with a smug smile, expecting Jian to panic and gift them an easy possession. But the goalkeeper trusts the rookie and slides a short, high-speed pass directly to Jian's feet. Romero's smile instantly vanishes as Jian collects the ball cleanly under a heavy 2-on-1 press. The Lazio defenders are charging from both sides, confident they can easily body him off the ball. But Jian's spatial supercomputer has already run the coordinates. Trying to break through both physical defenders simultaneously is a low percentage play, so he does not try to fight them both. He pushes the ball slightly to the side, isolating the closest defender and turning a 2-on-1 trap into a simple 1-on-1 duel. He initiates a high-speed drive toward his opponent. The defender shifts his weight, expecting Jian to cut inside to the left wing. But Jian executes a razor-sharp upper body feint, dropping his shoulder. The defender completely falls for the bait, tackling thin air as Jian breezes past him. One broken ankle down, one more defender to go. The second defender rushes over to cover, his face twisted in pure desperation. Jian takes a delicate touch, pretending to watch the right back's run to fake a pass. He quickly folds his right foot, dragging the ball back behind his standing leg. The defender flies past him like a runaway train, sliding straight into the shadow realm. Jian rolls the ball cleanly, leaving both world-class presses completely dismantled on the grass. Vincenzo's first instruction of press resistance has been executed flawlessly. Now comes the second instruction, rapid offensive transition. Jian drives into the vacant midfield at full speed. Because Lazio's entire team was pressed high, their defensive line is completely uncoordinated and open. They have absolutely no protection, and Vlahovic is already launching into a vertical sprint. Jian maps out the coordinate grid. There is a massive pocket of empty space between their center backs and the goalkeeper. And with a world-class striker like Vlahovic on the run, that empty pocket is an absolute death sentence. Jian unleashes a pinpoint low diagonal pass right into the path of the striker. Vlahovic runs onto the service while Jian continues his sprint into the box to back him up. The Lazio keeper stays on his line, trying to read the angle. Firenze has completely broken through their defensive line with a single passing sequence. Vlahovic takes a touch under heavy physical contact and unleashes a powerful, low drive toward the bottom corner. But the Lazio keeper pulls off an absolute miracle of a super save, deflecting the ball away. The Lazio bench goes wild celebrating the save. Firenze's fans are screaming in frustration as the ball bounces loosely back into the box. But the play is not over yet. Jian remembers Coach Luca's golden advice from their late-night shooting drills: opportunities on a football pitch only come to those who are mentally prepared. While everyone else was watching the shot, Jian's spatial computer was already tracking the rebound trajectory. He flies through the air, beating his defender to the loose ball and strikes a clean volley into the back of the net. Goal. Firenze takes a 1-0 lead in the 27th minute. Jian runs toward the corner flag, a massive, uncharacteristic roar escaping his mouth. He screams toward the stands, mentally asking Kim Jiwoo if she just saw who the undisputed genius actually is. The referee blows the whistle for halftime, and Firenze heads into the locker room with a comfortable lead. Up in the VIP box, Coach Tony is having the time of his life, letting out a smug laugh as he scrolls through his phone. He explains to Luca that Lazio's fast-paced, high-pressing game is highly dangerous because it forces opponents to lose their composure. But Jian completely shattered their entire tactical flow with his insane, calm press resistance. He did not just score, he made their entire system look completely useless. Tony is practically glowing, incredibly proud of his students' tactical growth. The media wanted to build this match as a clash of generational titans, but Jian's masterclass has only made Romero look incredibly pitiful. It is simply a completely different level of footballing talent. Tony laughs, mentioning he is incredibly glad he blocked the Lazio coach on social media. But Luca looks down at the pitch, his expression shifting to concern. He points out that Romero has been completely shut down throughout the entire first half and is likely getting substituted. Tony nods, noting that the kid's massive pride has been completely shattered today. Cut to the bench. Romero sits with his jacket zipped up, staring blankly at his cleats. For the past 16 years, he has lived solely on absolute, unchecked confidence. No matter where he went, the academies, the youth leagues, he was always the undisputed star. He recalls his coach briefing them before the match, telling them they had to shut down number 20. Romero had scoffed, arrogantly telling his coach he was making too much of a fuss over some kid. He had promised to show the entire stadium what real talent actually looks like. But now, he sits on the bench while that very kid is celebrating a spectacular goal on the pitch. He tries to convince himself that his individual dribbling skills are still far superior, but his cope is completely shattered in the second half. Jian collects the ball near the halfway line, facing Lazio's star defender. With a sequence of rapid stepovers and a sudden deceleration cut, Jian completely leaves the best defender in the team stumbling. Romero's mouth goes wide as he watches Jian breeze past their defense. Jian drives into the penalty box, cuts inside, and unleashes a powerful swerving strike. The ball flies into the far corner of the net. Goal. 2-0 for Firenze. The stadium erupts, and his teammates tackle Jian in a massive celebration, while Jian puts on a modest smile. Romero stands on the touchline, his face completely pale. For the first time in his life, he realizes he is looking at an insurmountable wall, and somewhere in Italy, a scout unclicks his pen, realizing the landscape of Serie A rookies has officially been rewritten today. Our guy is finally off the pitch, gasping for air like he just ran a marathon in sand, and honestly, he did. He collapses onto the bench, his legs feeling like absolute jelly. He checks his stats in his head. He got subbed off in the 20th minute of the second half, which is progress, and walked away with 2 goals. He drinks his water, staring out at the stadium, realizing that his body is slowly catching up to his elite brain. Then, Senior Jose Canahan drops by, smiling like a proud older brother. He points out that once you sit down, the fatigue hits you like a truck. Canahan tells him he was running so hard to get the ball today that his body probably forgot how to feel tired. Jian just rubs his head, acting humble. He explains his tactical logic. Because Lazio was pushing their defensive line extremely high and pressing like absolute maniacs, he had to constantly drop deep into his own midfield to pick up the ball and trigger transitions. Meanwhile, on the touchline, the manager is screaming his lungs out at the players to stop sending pointless crosses. Classic. Jian shrugs it off. He is just glad he was focused enough to ignore the exhaustion. After all, there was one specific player he absolutely refused to lose to. He looks over at the opponent's bench where Rica Romero is sitting, looking like his entire world just collapsed. But Jian's actual motivation is even funnier. He was genuinely terrified that if he underperformed, Jiwoo would start cheering for Romero instead of him. He starts shaking his fists in a silent, jealous rage, realizing how ridiculous he is being since Jiwoo is not even his girlfriend. His teammate next to him is just staring at him like he is having a midlife crisis at 16. He calms down, telling himself that at least today, he looked like the superior genius. Suddenly, the air splits as the ball flies into the back of Firenze's net. The Lazio attacker, Lin Mobile, just pulled a goal back out of nowhere. The bench goes absolute chaos. The substitutes start shaking the senior players, screaming that this is what happens the second you bench the kid. They yell at the coach to put the genius back on, and Jian is sweating bullets, praying they are just joking because his legs are physically done for the day. He looks back at the pitch, analyzing how easily Lin Mobile scored. It hits him that Italy is absolutely crawling with world-class soccer prodigies, and if this is just the domestic league, the entire European stage is going to be a completely different level of violence. To get there, Firenze needs to qualify for the European tournaments, which means they will be facing the absolute peak of human talent. He clenches his fist. He knows that underneath his genius label, he is just an ordinary guy working himself to death to keep up. He cannot let Jiwoo ever see through his bluff. Then, another counterattack sparks on the pitch. Firenze drives forward, the ball whipping across the penalty area, and superstar striker Dusan Vlahovic is there to bury it, killing off any hope of a Lazio comeback. The whistle blows. The match ends 3-1. Firenze walks away with a massive 3 points. Jian claps, letting out a sigh of relief. The hard part is finally over. Except it is not, because now he has to face his ultimate nemesis, the live post-match television interview. He stands in front of the camera, looking like a hostage being forced to read a script. The reporter smiles, pointing out that today was billed as the battle of the 16-year-old geniuses. She asks him if he saw Romero's pre-match trash talk. Jian's eyes go wide. He remembers Romero claiming he would show everyone who the real genius is. The reporter leans in with the microphone, asking him directly who he thinks the real genius was today. Jian's social anxiety instantly short-circuits. He knows if he says his own name, he will look arrogant, but if he says Romero, he looks like a coward. He frantically points a finger and blurts out that the real genius is Coach Luca's student. The reporter looks stunned, then immediately softens, calling it an incredibly humble and respectful answer. Jian just sweats, realizing he successfully deflected the bullet. He congratulates himself internally, thinking he handled the media perfectly. But then the reporter drops a curveball. She mentions that according to the club's retail department, there has been an insane spike in female fans buying his jersey. Jian literally turns into solid stone. The cringe is already manifesting. She asks him what his personal charm point is that makes him so incredibly popular with women. Jian looks like he is about to throw up his breakfast. He stands there, sweating profusely, realizing he has never thought about his own charm in his entire life. The silence is stretching, the camera is rolling, and his brain is running a million calculations a second to find a safe corporate answer. In complete panic, he shouts out the Korean phrase ilpyeondansim, which translates to single-minded devotion. The reporter is completely blank, trying to repeat the foreign word. He quickly explains that it basically means having an unwavering, completely loyal heart. The reporter's eyes light up, interpreting it as focusing completely on one person. She gasps, calling it the most romantic thing she has ever heard. Jian is just happy she bought it. She wraps up the interview, and Jian practically runs away from the camera, thanking the heavens that he survived without making a complete fool of himself. The next day, he is at Jiwoo's place, and the moment he walks in, she slams her hands down and yells that his interview has completely broken the internet. She shows him her laptop, showing that the article already has hundreds of comments. The Italian fans have gone absolutely feral. They are spamming the word ilpyeondansim, interpreting his comment as a declaration of absolute loyalty to AC Firenze. They are praising him for rejecting money-hungry transfers and staying loyal to the shirt. Jian stares at the screen, realized his complete panic answer has accidentally turned him into a club loyalty legend. He mutters that this is not what he meant at all. Jiwoo turns around, her eyes narrowing as she asks what he actually meant then. He waves his hands, frantically claiming that yes, of course he meant club loyalty, trying to cover his tracks. But Jiwoo is not buying it. She crosses her legs, pouting, and points out that he was grinning like an idiot because he was being interviewed by a pretty reporter. Jian blushes furiously, yelling back that he definitely did not do that. She leans in, demanding a promise that from now on, he will never smile in front of pretty girls again. Jian is completely baffled, asking why he is not allowed to smile. She gets flustered, waving her hands and screaming that he needs to focus entirely on soccer. Jian looks at her, his brain stalling. Normally, he would be annoyed by her nagging, but looking at her pouting face right now, he realizes she looks ridiculously, dangerously adorable. Jiwoo turns away, whispering at him to just get the hint. He takes a breath, his expression softening. He smiles gently and tells her he promises. Jiwoo immediately brightens up, asking if he is serious, while Jian tries to play it cool, acting like it is no big deal. She still looks suspicious, complaining that his face looks too smug. They go back to their classic chibi bickering, with Jian teasing her that she is the real dummy here. A few days later, recovery training day at Viola Park. The sun is shining, but the peaceful atmosphere is shattered by someone screaming like a demon. Jian stands on the touchline, holding his water bottle, staring in absolute shock. The team captain, Cristiano Birashi, is currently running individual fitness drills like his life depends on it. Jian asks another senior player why on earth the captain is doing high-intensity personal training on what is supposed to be a recovery day. The veteran sighs, explaining that it is all because of their next opponent, the league giants, FC Milano del Mondo. He reveals a massive piece of club lore. Captain Birashi actually used to be a youth academy player for Milano. It was his absolute first love. Jian's eyes light up. He assumes the captain is just working hard because he wants to look cool in front of his former fans and show them how much he has grown. But Kanahan's expression goes serious. He tells Jian that the reality is significantly more complicated and painful than that. He explains that last year, Birashi was loaned to Milano with a full transfer option. He played his heart out, but when the season ended, Milano decided not to buy him. They basically deemed him not good enough and pushed him out. That is why he is currently running himself into the grass. As a kid, he stood in that massive stadium wearing their blue and black kit, dreaming of hearing the fans scream his name. But now, he is wearing the purple of Firenze, carrying a captain's armband that is not theirs. And more than anything, he wants to step onto that pitch and prove to his first love that they made the biggest mistake of their lives by letting him go. Hashtag chapter 42. Revenge on the first Lovelo. We cut to a flashback of the colossal Stadio Giuseppe Meazza, famously known as the San Siro. It is one of the oldest, most legendary stadiums in Europe, an absolute coliseum always packed to the brim with some of the most hostile, passionate fans in the world. Birashi remembers visiting this place as a child, holding his father's hand and looking up at the towering concrete pillars. That was the exact day his dream was born. He decided that one day he would run out onto this grass wearing the iconic black and blue uniform. From that moment on, Milano was the only club in his heart. He would mutter their fan chants in his sleep, clutching his chest, and when he finally joined their youth academy at 13 years old, he felt like he was flying. He rose through the ranks, his goals getting bigger with every step, until he finally signed his first professional contract with the senior team. He stood in front of the press, declaring that his ultimate dream was to become the captain of Milano, just like the legendary Javier Zanetti. He wanted to be a leader adored by every single fan in the city. But we snap back to reality. He is pulling a captain's armband tight around his sleeve, and that armband is purple. The blue and black dream is officially dead. Before the match, Birashi gathers the entire squad into a tight huddle. He looks around, his face completely shadowed, and asks them if they have ever had a first love. The players are sweating bullets. The senior keeper looks like he is about to cry, complaining that Birashi's intense stare feels like he is physically hitting him. Birashi ignores them, continuing his speech. He asks if they have ever wanted to make their first love regret everything by showing up as a vastly superior, cooler person. He looks down, his jaw clenched, and tells them that is exactly how he feels today. He erupts into a terrifying aura of pure energy, commanding them to help him secure this win. He tells them that when he screams Forza, they better scream Viola with everything they have. Jian looks absolutely terrified, screaming his lungs out just to survive. Birashi leans in close, whispering a deadpan threat that anyone who has a quiet voice today is not going to make it back to Florence alive. The players scream in panic, agreeing instantly. He tells them to ignore the hostile noise of the crowd and focus entirely on the pitch. He bellows Forza, and the team responds with the absolute roar of Viola that shakes the tunnel. The manager, Vincenzo Italy, watches them walk out, looking incredibly pleased with how fired up his captain is. As they walk onto the grass, Birashi suddenly slaps Jian's shoulder and tells him to forget everything he just said about first loves. He gives him a smug grin and tells him that actually, he should just marry his first love. Jian is completely confused until he looks up at the stands. The Firenze traveling fans have hung a massive banner that reads, "Firenze's single-minded devotee, Li Jian." Jian's soul literally leaves his body in pure embarrassment. He walks away, holding his head while the captain laughs, telling him it is time to move. Jian looks at Birashi's back. The captain's raw determination reminds him of his own match against Gioventù and his abuser, Jerome. He realizes the captain's psychological state today is exactly like his was back then. He agrees with the captain's logic. What matters more than your first love is your last love. And right now, their last love is Firenze. They are going to make Milano cry, but the task is monumental. Milano is a powerhouse team filled with absolute physical monsters that Firenze historically struggles against. Birashi knows he could never beat them alone, but looking at his teammates, he knows they have a chance, because they have a weapon that Milano could never replace. He looks at Jian. He tells Jian to run wild today. The whistle blows, and the match is underway. Tactically, Milano is deploying an aggressive 3-5-2 formation against Firenze's defensive 4-5-1. As expected of a giant club, Milano immediately pushes their defensive line incredibly high, suffocating the midfield with relentless pressure. Let's break this down. While both teams technically have 5 players in the midfield, Milano is constantly dropping their attackers back and pushing their center backs forward, creating a temporary numerical superiority of 7 players against Firenze's 5. It is an incredibly difficult system to play against, but Birashi is screaming at his team to match their intensity and keep pressing. Jian tracks the movement. Thanks to the captain's insane pre-match speech, the entire team is locked in defensively, refusing to give Milano an inch. He knows that if Milano cannot find a breakthrough soon, they will start getting anxious and force risky long passes or dribbles. Right on cue, Jian spots the opposing wingback pushing incredibly high up the flank, leaving a massive ocean of empty space behind him. He locks eyes with Birashi, both of them realizing this is the exact tactical error they were waiting for. Suddenly, Birashi lunges forward, cleanly intercepting a sloppy pass in midfield. Without even looking, he screams Jian's name and whips the ball forward. He didn't hesitate for a second. He trusted completely that Jian would already be moving into the empty space. Jian collects the ball, but the space is narrowing rapidly as 2 Milano defenders sprint to close him down. If he holds onto the ball for even a second too long, he is cooked. He visualizes his escape route. He slightly drags the ball back to evade the sliding tackle coming from his right, and in one fluid motion, spins his body to shield the ball from the defender rushing him from behind. It is absolute poetry in motion. He spots Senior Kanahan screaming for the ball on the right wing, the passing lane completely open. But instead of passing wide, Jian suddenly cuts back to the left. Because while mapping the pitch, he saw his captain sprinting down the left flank, his jaw clenched in absolute desperation. Jian unleashes a massive diagonal lob toward the left wing. Birashi looks up, tracking the ball in panic. He thinks the kid has completely overestimated his speed, realizing the pass is going way too deep. But as the ball hits the grass, something physics-defying happens. The ball spins aggressively backward, dead stopping perfectly in front of Birashi's feet. It is a literal mail delivery pass with perfect backspin. Birashi grins, thanking his genius junior. He drives forward, but Jian screams a warning from behind that a defender is closing in fast. Birashi knows he is not winning a foot race at his age, so he decides to change the rules of the engagement. He slams his body into the defender, using raw, veteran physical strength to shield the ball. His legs are burning, his chest feels like it is about to explode, and his body is screaming that he is too old for this. He stumbles, nearly losing his footing on the turf, but he unleashes a guttural scream, forcing his muscles to push through the agony. He cannot stop here. Not in this stadium. Through the sweat, he spots 2 purple jerseys sprinting into the box. There is no time to calculate who has the better angle or position. He trusts his instincts completely, swinging his leg and lofting a desperate looping cross into the penalty area. He falls to the grass, his body completely spent. He frantically looks back to see where the ball went. In the center of the box, a Firenze attacker leaps through the air, completely outjumping the Milano defender, and bullets a header past the keeper. The net ripples. It is a goal. Birashi sits on his knees, staring at the goal in absolute disbelief. This is his response to the club that abandoned him. This is his new love. Jian sprints over. tackling his captain in a massive embrace as the stadium scoreboard flashes 0-1. Firenze has taken the lead at the San Siro, and the captain has finally gotten his revenge. The San Siro is dead silent as the traveling Firenze fans let out an absolute roar. Milano's home stadium is completely stunned into quiet as the scoreboard lights up with a 0-1 lead for the visitors. The Firenze players instantly mob their captain. Tonawara is running over, ruffling Birashi's hair, praising the absolute god-tier delivery on that opening cross. But when they pull back, they notice the captain is standing completely frozen, his eyes shining in the stadium lights. Saharara is literally slapping his cheeks, asking if he is still stuck inside his own head. Jian looks closer and realizes the absolute madman is actually crying tears of pure, unfiltered relief. Before the emotional weight can completely derail the vibe, the team roars their battle cry, trying to keep the momentum rolling. Even the referee has to step in, telling them to wrap up the celebration before the hostile home crowd decides to launch a riot. Birashi quickly wipes his eyes, turning around with a serious face to tell everyone there is absolutely no reason to get carried away yet. He snaps right back into drill sergeant captain mode, screaming that this match is far from over. Jian watches him walk back, realizing that even if the others didn't notice, those tears showed exactly how much this single goal meant to his captain's career. The sheer amount of quiet suffering it takes to shed tears over one regular league goal is something our guy understands on a spiritual level. Then, classic social anxiety kicks in, and Jian starts shivering, realizing that if his backspin pass had missed, he would have ruined his captain's entire life story. But there is no time for a panic attack, because Milano is ranked third in the league for a reason, and they are restarting the play with absolute bad intentions. Jian locks eyes with the ball, telling himself to focus because this pitch is about to turn into a war zone. Milano immediately launches a lethal counter, the ball flying across the face of the goal and just barely missing the far post. On the touchline, assistant coach Luca is sweating through his tracksuit, telling head coach Italy that the defensive line is starting to leak. The boss strokes his white beard, pointing out the cold, hard numbers. They have conceded 5 shots in just 10 minutes since they took the lead. He cups his hands, screaming at the defenders to stick closer to their marks and play with some real aggression. Milano has completely abandoned their tactical patience, throwing men forward to force an equalizer before the halftime whistle. Here is how their offensive transition actually works. It is a highly effective, primitive pattern. The center backs launch a long ball, the target man drops it down with a header, and the second striker runs onto it to shoot. The main problem is that Milano's target man is Eden Zeko, a physical mountain whose aerial duel win rate is basically a cheat code. Firenze's defenders are tall, but Zeko is winning 4 out of every 5 long balls, easily recycling possession in their half. And once the ball hits the grass, their number 10 is there to clean up the second balls with absolute violence. This is Lorotaro, a stocky powerhouse who looks like he belongs in an MMA cage rather than a football pitch. He plays with a style that is the polar opposite of Jian's calculated, space-seeking approach. He just aggressively bodies defenders to create his own shooting lanes. The moment he gets a millimeter of space, he swings his foot, unleashing an absolute bullet toward the net. Jian watches from a distance, completely stunned by this man's mental fortitude. Lorotaro doesn't care if he misses or loses the ball, he just keeps moving. He literally claps his hands, demanding his teammates send him the ball again after wasting a massive opportunity with a selfish shot. And that kind of zero-shame confidence is an absolute nightmare for a defensive line to handle. He keeps knocking on the door, driving through the half spaces over and over, until finally, in the 42nd minute, he unleashes a spectacular curling strike that beats the keeper cleanly. The San Siro erupts into a literal earthquake as the home crowd screams Lorotaro's name, celebrating the equalizer. Jian stands near the center circle, completely awestruck by what he just witnessed. He thinks to himself that if he had failed 7 times in a row on live television, he would be too embarrassed to even look his teammates in the eye. But this man just succeeded once out of 8 tries and is currently celebrating like he just won the World Cup. And the fans are cheering for him like he is a god, completely forgetting the 7 terrible misses that came before it. Jian stares at him, wondering if that level of bulletproof mental toughness is the true definition of a big club ace. The halftime whistle blows, and the team heads into the locker room, where head coach Italy is already pacing like a caged tiger. He slams his clipboard, screaming at Tonawara to cover his defensive zones properly instead of leaving gaps. Then he turns his terrifying gaze to the rest of the squad, asking them if their entire offensive strategy is just passing the ball to Jian and praying for a miracle. Jian shrinks into his jersey, wishing he had an invisibility cloak, while the senior players sweat under the manager's wrath. The coach bellows at them that if they see an opportunity, they need to stop hesitating and strike with absolute boldness. Birashi stands up next, his eyes burning as he tells the squad that if anyone in this room is satisfied leaving here with a draw, they shouldn't even bother putting their cleats back on. He slams his fist, declaring that this is a match they can absolutely win if they just lock in. The team roars in agreement, the captain's intensity fueling their fire as they prepare to head back out. But before they exit the tunnel, Jian quietly walks up to Coach Italy, looking like a student who forgot his homework. He nervously asks the coach if he can suggest a small tactical adjustment for the second half. He starts gesturing with his hands, quietly breaking down a complex positional switch to exploit Milano's defensive buildup. Jian immediately starts panic rambling, claiming he isn't trying to act arrogant, but the coach just bursts out laughing, telling him he understands exactly what the kid is proposing. Jian scampers off, relieved he didn't get executed, while Vlahovic walks up to see what that was about. The coach has a massive proud grin on his face, crossing his arms. He tells Vlahovic that their 16-year-old rookie just walked up and designed a tactical blueprint entirely on his own. The assistant coach teases the boss, asking if his face is red because he snuck some wine at halftime, but Italy just snarls at him to shut up. He looks at his star striker and tells him they are officially running Jian's strategy for the rest of the match. Meanwhile, Jian is walking onto the pitch, his brain running a simulation of his own social demise. He starts imagining a cartoonish scenario where the coach publicly executes his career, screaming that arrogant rookies belong back in the youth academy. Suddenly, Vlahovic slaps his shoulder, telling him he heard about the plan, causing Jian to jump 10 feet in the air and bow in pure apology. Vlahovic just chuckles, asking why he is apologizing when the idea was actually brilliant. He winks at the kid, telling him to get ready to execute their new system. The whistle blows, and the second half is officially underway. Milano's Lautaro is already smiling, assuming they will breeze through Firenze's defense just like they did in the first half. But as he scans the field, his expression completely freezes. Vlahovic and Jian have completely swapped positions, placing our guy right on top of their defensive line. The ball is played back to the Milano center back, but before he can even look up, Jian is sprinting at him like a guided missile. Here is the genius of Jian's adjustment. Previously, Milano's defenders had all the time in the world to launch long balls because Vlahovic conserved his stamina by not pressing. But now, Jian is sticking to them like absolute glue, completely suffocating their passing lanes. The defender panics under the kid's high-speed press, realizing he has zero safe short options. In complete desperation, he lofts a rushed, sloppy long ball forward, and without the proper setup, the inaccurate pass is easily read and intercepted by Firenze's backline. The ball drops cleanly at the feet of Tonawara in the midfield. Jian turns around, his eyes cold and focused, telling his senior teammate that it is officially their turn to cook. Hashtag Chapter 44, The Compete Conquest. On the sideline, Milano's coach, Simone Inzaghi, looks like he just watched his stock portfolio crash. He instantly realizes the tactical trap they have fallen into. Their entire offensive engine relied on having a peaceful, pressure-free backline. That piece allowed them to feed Zico with pinpoint accuracy, turning their direct football into a cheat code. But this 16-year-old wildcard has completely ruined their scheduled playbook. Tonawara drives forward with the ball, triggering a high-speed counterattack as the Milano defense scrambles. The Milano midfielder runs to block him, predicting that Tonawara is going to look for Jian like he always does. He slides over to cut off the passing lane, but Tonawara is already occupying the space. Tonawara remembers the manager's locker room speech, telling him to play with absolute boldness. He plants his foot, preparing to unleash a pass, but instead of passing, he pulls off a beautiful body fake, leaving the defender tackling thin air. He slips past his marker cleanly, realizing the entire field has opened up for them. Firenze now has a massive numerical advantage. Tonawara slides a quick pass wide to Kanahan on the right wing. Kanahan assesses the lone defender in front of him, taking a deep breath. Rather than trying to force a low-percentage dribble, he plays a crisp pass inside to Jian, who has drifted into the half space. Jian receives the ball, instantly turning his head to look at Vlahovic on the far side to draw the defense's attention. But using that gaze as visual bait, he slides a beautiful disguised through ball back into the path of Kanahan's run. The Milano center back screams at his teammates to block Vlahovic, assuming a cross is coming to their star striker. Jian watches them commit, thinking to himself that they are fundamentally misunderstanding the play. He admits to himself that he doesn't have Laurotaro's crazy, fearless mental toughness. But he doesn't need it when his team has a world-class number 9 who commands this much gravity. Vlahovic leaps into the air, drawing 2 defenders with him. The defender thinks Vlahovic is going for a low-probability header shot from distance. But Vlahovic doesn't shoot. He cushions a delicate header back across the penalty area. The Milano backline frantically screams offside as Enzo runs toward the ball. Enzo is indeed standing in an offside position, but Enzo was never the target, he was the ultimate decoy. While every single defender watched him, Jian sneaks in from their blind spot. The Milano defender's eyes go wide in pure horror, realizing he has completely lost track of number 20. With millimeter-perfect timing, Jian breaks the offside trap, arriving a split second after Vlahovic's header drops. It is a seamless, beautiful counterattack sequence. Jian is now completely one-on-one with the goalkeeper. The entire stadium seems to go quiet as he prepares his strike. His heart is pounding like crazy, the sheer pressure of the moment screaming in his ears. He can feel the defender frantically recovering behind him. He is terrified of wasting this perfect opportunity and letting down his teammates. He knows he doesn't have a steel mentality, and Romero is chasing him down like a demon. To block out the noise, he concentrates with everything he has, focusing entirely on replicating the perfect shooting technique he practiced with Luca. He strikes the ball cleanly with the inside of his foot. The keeper dives, but the ball flies past his outstretched glove, heading directly toward the corner. It sails past the post and hammers into the back of the net. Goal. Jian lets out a massive breath as his vision returns to normal. The Firenze players explode onto him, burying him in a pile of purple shirts as they take a 2-1 lead at the San Siro. On the touchline, Italy smiles, telling his assistant that this was a masterpiece built by every single player on the pitch. We skip to the 30th minute of the second half. The substitution board goes up. Jian's stamina is completely spent and he is subbed off for defensive midfielder Amkabat. He receives a proud handslap from his senior. The coach immediately orders a complete defensive lockdown to preserve their lead. Jian sits on the bench, watching as Milano's subsequent attacks look increasingly desperate and disorganized. Conceding that second goal after assuming they were dominating has completely drained Milano's mental tank. Meanwhile, Firenze's defensive line, led by a roaring Captain Birashi, is operating like an absolute brick wall. We enter the final 3 minutes of stoppage time. Firenze is defending with pure, gritty determination. Birashi physical checks the attacker, refusing to let them turn. The ball is cleared away one last time, and the referee blows his whistle to end the match. It is over. Firenze has defeated league giants Milano 2-1 on their own legendary turf. The entire squad, including the bench, sprints onto the pitch to mob Captain Birashi. The captain is crying tears of joy again, getting squeezed by Tonawaira as the realization of his revenge finally sinks in. We cut to the locker room, and Birashi is apparently celebrated by stripped down to his underwear, flex posing, and screaming that today is a naked party. He launches into an incredibly dramatic shirtless speech about how true love is about staying during hard times, looking like an absolute maniac. Saharara chuckles, throwing a towel at him and telling him to stop before he makes everyone cringe to death. Jian watches the absolute chaos with a warm smile, realizing how lucky he is to have found a squad this crazy. Suddenly, Coach Italy steps into the room, a wide grin on his face, but he tells them they need to wrap up the celebration. The senior players look confused, and Italy reminds them that today officially marks the start of the international break. He tells them they need to pack their bags because several of them have been called up to their respective national teams. Jian is surprised, chatting with Vlahovic about how many international tier players they actually have in this locker room. Vlahovic looks down at him, casually asking why Jian hasn't started packing his own bags yet. Jian blinks, completely confused. Vlahovic asks him if he seriously hasn't received a call from the Korean Football Association yet. Jian laughs it off, claiming there is no way a rookie like him would get selected for the national team, but Vlahovic just pokes his head, telling him his extreme modesty is getting annoying. Jian walks back to his locker, his expression turning serious as he realizes it has already been 4 years since he last set foot in Korea. We cut to a luxurious house where the sun is setting over the garden. Jian's dad is standing in his kitchen, wearing his signature egg pattern apron, staring intensely at his phone. He slowly puts the phone down on the counter, letting out a long, heavy sigh. He mutters to himself that he can't even begin to imagine how much immense pressure Jian is going to feel once he finds out about this. We look at his phone screen showing a massive Korean sports portal. The headlines are absolutely exploding. A heated national debate has erupted over calling up a 16-year-old rookie from Italy to the South Korean national team. It looks like our guy is about to be forced to return to the very country where his football dreams were shattered, and this next arc is going to be a complete trial by fire. Our guy is finally home. He pushes the door open, his voice echoing through the quiet hallway of their Florence house. His dad pokes his head out of the kitchen, welcoming him back with a warm smile and telling him to wash up before dinner. Jian kicks his sneakers off, suddenly remembering something, and starts rustling through his travel bag. He pulls out a neatly wrapped package, handing it over. His dad looks at the label, completely confused. Jian rubs his neck, explaining that Milano is famous for luxury fashion, so he used his first real paycheck to buy him a premium designer golf shirt. His dad's eyes instantly turn into absolute waterfalls of pure, cartoonish pride. He lunges forward for a giant, tearful hug, but Jian has already bolted down the hallway toward the shower to escape the secondhand embarrassment. His dad just stands there holding the package, laughing to himself as the bathroom door slams shut. He looks down at the luxury shirt, realization hitting him. He still thinks of his son as a little kid, but things like this prove just how much the boy has grown. He remembers the dark days back in Torino, when he was terrified that the psychological pressure would make the kid hate the sport forever. But now, Jian walks out of the bathroom with a massive, relaxed smile on his face, muttering about how good it feels to be home. His dad smiles, hoping with all his heart that his son is finally happy playing the game, and then he proudly presents his latest culinary abomination, peanut butter spicy cod stew. Jian's face instantly freezes in absolute instinctual terror. He stares at the gray fish head floating in peanut sauce, seriously questioning whether he should stop treating his dad like a functional adult. We cut to 2 days later, in the sun-drenched streets of Florence. The peaceful holiday vibe is shattered by Jiwoo aggressively poking Jian's phone screen, yelling at him about his tragic photography skills. Jian is holding the camera, completely baffled. He asks if she seriously wants her photos to look all warped and elongated like some weird modern art project. Jiwoo stomps her foot, telling him that aligning her toes with the bottom of the frame is basic aesthetic knowledge. Since the international break is underway, the league is on a 2-week pause, and the players have been given a rare 3-day weekend. Jian is currently spending his free time acting as Jiwoo's highly unpaid personal Instagram photographer, sighing that all of his natural talent must have gone into his feet. She drags him to the front of the towering Florence Cathedral, striking a pose and demanding he capture her best angles. Jian sighs, locking his eyes onto the screen and trying to center the shot like he is mapping a passing lane on the pitch. He clicks the shutter. He hands the phone over, and Jiwoo instantly loses her mind, screaming that he made her look like a side character while the background looks absolutely gorgeous. Jian defends himself, yelling that he followed her instructions exactly. Before they can start throwing physical punches, a middle-aged bald man with round glasses tentatively steps up, asking if he is looking at Li Jian. The moment Jian nods, the quiet street instantly turns into a zombie movie. A massive crowd of local fans materialize out of nowhere, swarming our guy with absolute hype. They are shoving papers and shirts into his face, begging for photos and autographs. Jian is sweating, trying to politely explain that he is currently hanging out with his friend. Suddenly, Jiwoo raises her hand high into the air, her eyes sparkling with absolute main character energy. She shouts that she will handle the photos. Jian tries to stop her, whispering that they aren't inside a stadium and she doesn't need to do this. But Jiwoo just gives him a confident smirk, telling him that in the modern era, fan service is just as important as on-pitch skills. She claps her hands, organizing the chaotic crowd of Italian fans into a neat, disciplined queue. Jian points out that she is speaking entirely in rapid-fire Korean to a bunch of confused Italians, but Jiwoo just shrugs, claiming that body language is a universal currency. Our guy just watches her run the show, realizing his quiet date has officially transformed into a corporate meet-and-greet event. She snaps photo after photo, finally reaching the last person in line, a massive, muscular Italian man wearing sunglasses who hugs Jian's shoulder. The giant fan takes his phone back, giving Jian a huge thumbs up and yelling "fighting" in Korean before running off. Jian collapses onto a nearby bench, letting out a massive sigh. Jiwoo stretches her arms, laughing that they finally finished the entire crowd. She looks at him, teasing him about how insanely popular he has become in the city. Jian just grumbles, reminding her that he told her they could have just walked away. She nudges his shoulder, asking if he saw how incredibly satisfied the fans were with the photos she took. Jian gives her a highly skeptical, deadpan look. Jiwoo immediately puffs up her chest, demanding to know why his face looks like he doesn't trust her photographic genius. He sighs, muttering that it's fine, but his expression remains completely flat. Jiwoo crosses her arms, turning away with a massive pout, complaining that she works so hard to help him and he is acting completely ungrateful. Jian panics, frantically waving his hands to apologize. He looks down, his voice softening. He explains that he isn't mad at her, he was just worried she would get completely exhausted on her only day off. And underneath that, he confesses he is just annoyed that their quiet date got completely ruined by his own fame. Jiwoo's eyes go wide. She looks at his embarrassed face, her pout instantly vanishing. She points a finger at him, warning him that if he keeps acting this cute and indifferent, she might actually lose her mind. She flips her ponytail, laughing that since she is feeling incredibly generous today, she will let him off the hook. She runs ahead, happily shouting that he has to buy her some delicious Italian pasta to make up for it. Jian watches her run down the street, his head drooping. He admits to himself that the real reason he was annoyed was because he desperately wanted to take a picture together with her today. Jiwoo stops, turning around to yell at him for lagging behind. Jian stands frozen, his inner monologue screaming at him to just open his mouth and say it. He takes a deep breath and blurts out a loud, stuttering request to take a photo together. Suddenly, an elderly Italian lady in a green sweater steps into the frame, speaking to them in native Italian. She smiles, asking if the two young lovers would like her to take their picture. She holds out her hand, gesturing for the phone with a warm, grandmotherly grin. Jian's brain instantly short-circuits. Jiwoo happily hands over her phone, thanking her repeatedly in broken Italian. They stand in front of the cathedral doors. The old lady motions with her hand, telling them to stand a little closer. Jiwoo steps right next to him, her shoulder brushing his chest. Jian's eyes go wide as the sweet floral scent of her shampoo hits his nose. His heart starts pounding like crazy, completely erasing every single memory of his teammates' sweaty locker room celebrations from his brain. This is pure, unadulterated main character energy. The camera clicks. The old lady hands the phone back, wishing them a beautiful date. Jiwoo immediately starts tapping the screen to inspect the results. She looks at the photo, a soft, incredibly happy smile spreading across her face as she whispers that at least she looks good. Jian tries to peek over her shoulder, but Jiwoo instantly hides the screen, teasing him and running off toward the restaurant while Jian chases her down the street. We see her phone screen. She has set that exact photo of them standing close together in front of the cathedral as her new profile picture, with the status, "I'll become a chef!" Our guy is officially winning off the pitch. We jump to 2 days later. Jian is in the entryway, tying his laces and shouting to his dad that he is heading out. His dad walks out of the kitchen, pointing out that the first team coach explicitly told him to rest for 3 full days. Jian just smiles, claiming that 2 days of doing nothing is more than enough to fully recharge his batteries. He promises he will just do some light warm-ups and come right back. His dad smiles warmly, telling him not to overdo it. Jian runs out the door, his dad waving from the steps and telling him to send his best regards to Coach Tony. Instead of heading to the high-pressure premium facility of Viola Park where the senior squad trains, Jian decides to spend the last day of his holiday at his old U17 stomping grounds. He runs through the streets, genuinely excited to participate in a classic, intense training session with his old mentor, Coach Luca. He arrives at the U17 training facility, the familiar purple sign welcoming him back. We instantly transition to a high-speed training match. Luca lunges forward, trying to block him, but Jian executes a lightning-fast step-over, the ball moving in a blur as he breezing past his old coach. They halt the play, both of them catching their breath. Luca wipes the sweat from his forehead, laughing that he actually managed to block Jian a few times earlier. Jian just grins, pointing out that his coach was obviously going easy on him to prevent any injuries. Luca walks over, wrapping a massive arm around Jian's shoulder and squeezing his biceps. He marvels at how rock hard the kid's muscles have gotten in just a few months of senior-level conditioning. They sit down on the turf, Luca handing him a sports drink. He notes that Jian finally got a rare break, but instead of resting, he ran right back to the training ground. Jian admits he gets a bit anxious if he stays idle for too long. He looks down, his expression turning serious. He explains that after resting for 48 hours, his body was screaming to move, and he wants to maintain his absolute peak physical condition. Luca looks at him, his face filled with genuine respect. He notes that having that level of internal motivation is what separates the average players from the real professionals. He taps Jian's shoulder, reminding him to prioritize injury prevention above everything else. Jian nods, but his eyes suddenly lock onto something behind the coach. He points toward the steel fence surrounding the pitch, prompting a confused Luca to turn around. Clinging to the metal fence like a group of highly intense cage dwellers is a squad of young youth players. In the center is a curly-haired junior staring at Jian with a dark, terrifying, almost murderous glare. Luca sighs, waving his hand to call them over. He explains to a trembling Jian that these are his U17 juniors. Since Jian and Gina were promoted to the senior squad, the academy had to recruit new talent to fill their spots. Luca grins, pointing a finger at the curly-haired kid and telling Jian that some of these new recruits are actually his biggest fans. Jian frantically waves his hands, stammering that being called an idol is way too much pressure for a quiet rookie like him. He looks back at the fence, watching the kids whisper in excitement. He mutters to the coach that, judging by that one kid's face, he definitely doesn't feel welcomed. Luca looks over, his own face breaking into a sweat as he spots the curly-haired kid's terrifying expression. Luca leans in close, slapping a hand on Jian's shoulder. He whispers that Jian shouldn't take that scary face personally because the junior has a very specific, highly intense reason for staring like that. He deadpans that the curly-haired junior is currently feeling an overwhelming wave of deep emotional admiration for his idol. We look at the kid's face. He looks like a horror movie villain preparing to execute a target, while Jian stands there completely frozen, praying for his physical safety.
Hashtag Chapter 46 The Falls 9 debut.
The curly-haired junior suddenly lunges forward, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know what he must do to play soccer as beautifully as his senior. Jian takes a step back, completely startled by the sudden explosion of energy. He stammers, asking if the kid is seriously talking about him. The junior keeps yelling, asking if Jian's success is purely because he was born a genius. He laments that for an ordinary person like himself, reaching that level must be completely impossible. Jian frantically waves his hands, trying to deny it. The junior suddenly bursts into loud, dramatic tears, crying to the coach that he knew he could never do it. Jian is completely flustered, trying to calm the crying child while Luca just laughs his lungs out in the background. Luca explains that this kid is actually an absolute fanatic. He spends every single day asking the coaching staff about Jian's old youth training schedules and routines. Jian looks at the junior's tear-soaked, intensely serious face. He asks why the kid has to look like he wants to murder him if he is actually a fan. Luca chuckles, explaining that whenever the kid gets incredibly nervous, his face naturally twists into that terrifying glare. He tells Jian to be understanding, laughing that the poor kid is just starstruck to meet his absolute idol. Jian's face goes pale as he sweats under the intense pressure of being called a hero. The junior sniffles, looking up with big, watery eyes, and begs his senior to share even a tiny tip to help him improve. He clutches his fists, whispering that his ultimate dream is to become a player exactly like Jian. Jian looks at him, his expression turning quiet and genuine. He takes a breath and tells the junior that the truth is, he is not a genius at all. The junior and the other youth players look completely shocked, their eyes popping out in sheer disbelief. Jian smiles gently, explaining that he actually considers himself the least talented and worst player in every single room he enters. He tells them that because he believes he has zero natural talent, he forces himself to work twice as hard as everyone else on the pitch. He looks at their stunned faces, explaining that on the training ground, natural genius doesn't mean a single thing. He shrugs, smiling, and says that in his experience, putting in those endless, grueling hours of hard work is the only thing that makes him look like a genius when the matchday lights turn on. The curly-haired junior stands completely frozen, his brain struggling to process the sheer weight of his idol's words. Jian suddenly realizes his speech sounded incredibly cheesy, and he starts panicking, waving his hands and rambling that he probably didn't make any sense. Luca steps in, clapping his hands loudly. He tells the U-17 squad they heard their senior's advice. Endless, brutal training is the only real answer. He commands them to get back to their positions and start running. The junior runs off, his eyes burning with absolute inspiration. He clenches his teeth, thinking that his idol is even cooler and more humble in person than he imagined. He looks back at Jian's figure, his inner monologue screaming that his senior is the ultimate relentless hard worker, transforming him into a literal giant of inspiration in the kid's mind. We skip to 2 days later. First team training at Viola Park has officially resumed. On the sidelines, the senior players are gathered around a water cooler, loudly arguing about the upcoming International World Cup qualifiers. Jian walks over, listening. He learns that the Italian national team suffered a disastrous draw yesterday, putting their qualification in serious jeopardy. The players are panicking, remembering the absolute national nightmare of missing out on the last tournament. Jian internally wonders if Italian soccer is actually undergoing a massive crisis. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him, and a loud voice screams his name. It is bald senior winger Saharara, looking incredibly intense. He demands to know how South Korea performed in their final qualifiers yesterday. Jian shrinks back, nervously replying that luckily they managed to qualify. Saharara instantly clutches his face, screaming in pure, dramatic jealousy. He grumbles that their captain, Birashi and Bonaventura must have used up every single ounce of their physical strength in the Milano match, leaving nothing for the national team. He mutters that the national coach should have selected him instead. He slaps a hand on Jian's shoulder, seriously asking if he should just naturalize and get Korean citizenship so he can participate in the World Cup with them. Vlahovic strolls by, laughing and pointing out that since Jian wasn't even selected for the squad, a backup winger like Saharara wouldn't stand a chance of making their list either. Saharara scowls, demanding to know who Korea's main winger is. Jian smiles, replying that their starting left winger is Sonny. An absolute sparkling visual of Sun Heung-min wearing the national captain's armband appears on screen, radiating pure superstar energy. Saharara's face instantly turns into a portrait of absolute despair. He screams that there is no way on earth he could ever win a starting spot against a world-class superstar like that. Before their comedy routine can continue, head coach Italy's voice cuts through the air like a whip, commanding everyone to shut their mouths and line up. His forehead is pulsing with red veins. Since the manager is a proud, traditional Italian, watching the national team draw yesterday has left him in an absolutely foul mood. Jian and the others scramble to get in line as the coach screams at them to move their legs. The manager bellows that from this moment on, the World Cup doesn't exist to them. The only schedule that matters is Firenze's upcoming fixtures. He glares at them, warning that if he hears a single person whisper the word qualifiers again, he will personally make their lives a living hell. Jian gulps, realizing the boss is significantly more pissed than usual. The coach cracks open his tactical board, announcing that their next fixture is the round of 32 in the Coppa Italia against Hellas Verona. He declares that this is an absolute must-win match, but because of the international break, they will be playing without any of their starting senior players who were called up. Jian's eyes go wide. Playing without the starters means the entire burden of the match is going to fall on the bench players and a few raw academy prospects. He knows their squad depth is dangerously thin. The coach looks at the small group of players standing on the grass, confirming they are the ones who will have to secure the win. He softens his voice slightly, telling them that while the pressure is immense, they should view this as a golden opportunity for the players who rarely get matchday minutes to prove their value. He bellows at them to go out there and show him they deserve a permanent spot in his starting 11. After the huddle breaks, assistant coach Luca whispers to the manager, pointing out that their young playmaker looks completely paralyzed. He turns around, and Jian has literally turned into a solid block of gray stone, his eyes spinning in pure, classic performance anxiety. Luca screams his name in panic. We cut to a quiet moment on the bench. The manager sits next to Jian, gently asking if the kid is feeling too much pressure. Jian looks down, admitting he is terrified. He confesses that this is their first major fixture without their star striker, Dusan Vlahovic, and he is deeply worried about whether he can perform without his main target man on the pitch. The manager looks at him, his expression serious. He knows Vlahovic is a world-class forward whose physical presence commands attention across the entire European continent. He understands Jian's psychology perfectly. The kid is overthinking again, assuming his recent brilliant assists were only possible because Vlahovic was there to finish them. The coach slaps a warm hand on Jian's shoulder, telling him he has already calculated a solution. He smiles, revealing that for this specific match, they are going to completely overhaul their entire offensive system. Jian looks up, his eyes wide as he repeats the words. The manager leans in, mapping out a highly complex, revolutionary tactical setup on his board. Jian listens intently, slowly nodding his head as the geometric lanes click in his brain. The coach finishes his explanation, his fist clenching as he asks the kid if he can execute this new role. Jian stands up, a dark, hyper-focused fire replacing his anxiety as he clenches his own fists and promises he will try his absolute best. We transition directly to the practice scrimmage. The whistle blows, and the backup defender's jaw drops in pure shock as he watches Jian run straight into the central forward position. The midfielder looks at his tactical grid, completely confused. He expects Jian to stay high, but instead, number 20 suddenly drops deep into the midfield to receive a short pass. Jian collects the ball cleanly, his movements fluid and rapid. Jian's internal commentary explains the tactical genius of this system. He doesn't possess Vlahovic's towering muscular physique, meaning playing as a traditional target man number 9 is physically impossible. That is why the coach has deployed him as a nominal number 9 on paper, but given him the creative freedom to operate entirely like a number 10 playmaker. Let's explain this tactical masterpiece slow and clear so even a newcomer can follow. In a standard system, when a team has a giant striker like Vlahovic, the opponent's center backs have one simple clear job: stay glued to him and mark him out of the game. But if Jian pretends to be the central striker, runs into their defensive zone, and then suddenly drops deep into the midfield like a playmaker, the opposing center backs are left completely stranded. If they follow him into the midfield, they fracture their own defensive line. If they stay back, they are left marking empty air, completely useless. And that is the exact goal of this system, to create massive oceans of empty space by making the opponent's central defenders completely redundant. Jian maps the open lane, sliding a rapid pinpoint pass to the overlapping winger, and when the final pass is ready to be delivered, Jian sprints back into the box to finish the play himself. In modern football terminology, this is the absolute peak of tactical evolution, the false 9. An absolute glowing visual of Vlahovic's shadow looms over Jian as he strikes the ball. On the sideline, Coach Italy's mouth is wide open in pure, ecstatic disbelief. He knew there was no tactical role on earth more perfect for Jian's high IQ playstyle, but he never imagined the kid would execute the complex positioning this flawlessly on his very first attempt. The ball hammers into the back of the net. Jian catches his breath, realizing that with this false nine system, they might have just unlocked the key to solving their biggest tactical crisis. We cut to later that night. A television screen glows in a dark room. The news anchor drops an absolute nuclear bomb of Serie A transfer news. He announces that superstar striker Dusan Vlahovic has officially rejected the highest contract extension offer in AC Firenze's history, and it is now certain he will leave the club after the first half of the season. We look at Vlahovic, sitting on his bed in the dark, a towel draped over his muscular shoulders as he stares out the window with an intensely serious expression. The anchor deadpans that all eyes in Italy are now focused on how Firenze can possibly hope to fill this massive, generational void. The stakes have just reached an absolute boiling point, and our guy is standing right in the center of the storm. Here we go. Coppa Italia round of 32. Firenze is hosting Hellas Verona at the Stadio Artemio Franchi, and the fans are making a massive amount of noise. Down on the pitch, assistant coach Luca is sweating, asking the boss if their tactical experiment is actually going to work today. He has some serious doubts. He knows Jian is talented, but deploying a complex false nine system in a high-stakes competitive match is a massive risk. If it fails, they are cooked. He looks at head coach Italy, asking him what kind of player he actually prefers to trust in these situations. Vincenzo Italy just smiles, crossing his arms. He tells Luca he prefers players who can understand complex tactics instantly without a single moment of hesitation. He stares at the field, his blue eyes cold. He says instead of worrying like a bunch of nervous juniors, they need to give this kid a chance to prove his value. Because in his experience, the only way to fill a massive Vlahovic-sized void in your squad is by developing an even bigger talent, and Jian has that exact ceiling. Up in the VIP seats, the resting starting players are looking at the lineup sheet. They are sweating, noting that their bench depth is looking incredibly thin today. But Captain Birashi tells them to relax since Jian is on the pitch. The other players point out that this is the first time our guy has ever played without Vlahovic's physical presence to protect him. They look serious, noting that Vlahovic's transfer departure is basically certain now. The golden era is shifting. For the fans, today's cup tie is basically a high-stakes mock exam to see if Firenze's offense is going to completely collapse once the transfer window opens. The stands are filled with nervous chatter, with fans demanding to know why the board couldn't retain Vlahovic and who on earth is going to score their goals now. Birashi smiles, noting that the manager's response to the fan panic is incredibly fiery. Putting a 16-year-old rookie at the absolute spearhead of the attack is a massive statement. Meanwhile, Jian is on the field, feeling the immense weight of the entire stadium pressing down on him. Up in the crowd, a familiar voice pierces through the stadium noise. Jiwoo is screaming at the top of her lungs, telling Jian he better not dare to mess this up. The veteran players on the sideline hear her, completely amused. They ask if that loud girl is Jian's girlfriend, while Birashi just grins. They notice bald senior winger Ricardo Saharara is starting on the left wing today since he didn't get called up to the national team. The commentators in the crowd start discussing Saharara's history. He was a promising prospect at first, key striker for Empoli, played for Italy's youth national team. But his career took a devastating turn when he transferred to AC Milan too early, where he ended up rotting on the bench for 2 painful years without playing. He returned to Empoli, but his confidence was completely shattered, and he was loaned out to Firenze as a classic failed talent. But against all odds, he started finding his form again in Florence, with local journalists even whispering about a second career prime. But then Vlahovic arrived, completely claiming the spotlight and pushing Saharara right back onto the bench. Jian looks over at his senior teammate, noticing that Saharara looks unusually serious and focused today, carrying a heavy burden. Saharara glares at the grass, his inner monologue screaming. He is 30 years old, and he knows his time at the top level is running out fast. Since Vlahovic became the absolute core of the team, Saharara has felt himself slowly losing his identity as a forward. But Firenze is the club that rescued him from his lowest point, and he desperately wants to dedicate whatever remains of his career to helping this team win. He has no grudge against Vlahovic, but he knows his departure is the absolute last door that will ever open for him in professional football. Whistle blows. Kickoff. Firenze starts passing. Jian drops deep. Receives the ball. Verona defender rushes. Bodies him hard. Verona wins possession. Saharara slides in, wins the ball. Sahara tells him to play without fear because his seniors will always back him up. Jian thinks, how reliable. Thanks to Senior Sahara, I didn't lose the attacking chance. Let's see how the opponents respond. He drops deep into the midfield again, watching how Verona's defensive line responds to his movements. The Verona center back spots him dropping, but he holds his hand out, telling his teammates to stay put and hold their deep positions instead of following a false nine. Jian's eyes narrow. If they refuse to follow him, he will gladly exploit their passivity. He joins their midfield buildup, creating a temporary 6 versus 5 numerical advantage in the center of the pitch, sprints past midfield, turns with speed, confuses the defender, bypasses the block, drags them out, maps the fullback, lobs a pass. Sahara controls it, fires a rocket, it misses. Ah, a pity, but a great process. Jian says, Senior Sahara! Nice Sahara is standing with his hands on his head, looking completely devastated. He feels the heavy weight of his age. He turns around, his face flushed red as he frantically apologizes to Jian, promising he will bury the next opportunity. Jian tells him there is absolutely no need to apologize. Looking at the sweat pouring down his senior's face, Jian finally understands. What he felt from Sahara before the match wasn't just a sense of responsibility, it was pure desperation. Jian slaps his back, telling him they are going to score a goal together today no matter what. Sahara grins, agreeing instantly. But the match remains incredibly difficult. We skip to the 20th minute of the first half, and Verona is still parked in a deep, suffocating low block. They have zero intention of attacking, completely content to choke out the game and play for a scoreless draw. On the sideline, Coach Italy's face is completely serious. He knows Verona is trying to neutralize Jian's false nine movement by simply refusing to step out of their box. Sprints into space, slashes the defense, lobs the ball, drives the channel, confuses the center back, receives the pass, adjusts his body, drags behind heel, balances his weight, curls the shot, far post corner, net ripples cleanly, goal. The stadium explodes as Sahara hugs Jian's neck, screaming in pure ecstatic joy that their plan actually worked. Up in the VIP box, the senior players are celebrating, muttering that watching Jian play today feels like watching a legend at the absolute peak of his career. Sitting in the corner of the box, a mysterious veteran with silver hair and a slicked back ponytail smiles. He looks down at our guy, his eyes nostalgic as he whispers that Li Jian reminds him of the old days of Italian football. Chapter 48. The resurrection off the Fantasista. The stands are absolutely rocking as the home fans celebrate the opening goal. They are completely stunned. The commentators are going completely wild, claiming that Jian's jaw-dropping first touch and curled finish was the literal resurrection of the legendary Fantasista Roberto Baggio. Down on the pitch, Jian's teammate Enzo is screaming in joy, while on the sideline, the coaches are trying to maintain their composure. Jian runs toward the corner flag to celebrate, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. But as he reaches the flag, his introverted, socially anxious brain suddenly realizes he has no idea how to celebrate. He just stands there holding the flagpole, a completely clueless, cartoonish grin on his face. Before he can melt from embarrassment, Sahara leaps onto his back, celebrating wildly. The rest of the squad mobs them, ruffling Jian's hair and praising their lucky charm rookie striker. Sahara actually starts tearing up, grabbing Jian's shoulders and crying tears of gratitude. Jian is completely bewildered, asking why his senior is crying when Jian is the one who scored. Sahara just bellows that he is grateful for everything. Jian sweats, realizing his senior's emotional intensity is a bit much, but he is glad he could help. He clenches his fist, realizing that even without Vlahovic on the pitch, Firenze can still score beautiful goals. The false nine experiment is officially a massive, undeniable success. Drives the attack, lobs across, header hits net, scoreboard lights up with 2-0 for Firenze. The home crowd is in absolute disbelief, screaming that they thought Vlahovic was 80% of this team, but they look even stronger today. The fans are celebrating, pointing out that their offensive transitions look 10 times more fluid and creative now that Jian is operating as the central playmaker. On the sideline, head coach Italy stands with his arms crossed, looking incredibly smug. He knows the fans' reaction is completely natural. A powerful striker and a creative playmaker are a combination that never fails, and the fans were terrified that losing Vlahovic would ruin the entire project. But what they didn't realize is that while Vlahovic was a lonely giant who struggled without service, Jian is the actual brain of the team. He can perform his creative playmaker role regardless of who is standing next to him on the pitch. And even better, his presence is actively reviving the struggling veterans like Sahara, who is slowly finding his old prime form. The halftime whistle blows. The players head toward the tunnel, chatting happily about their great rhythm, but Sahara walks in silence, his eyes fixed on the grass. He isn't jealous that the others scored, he is just desperate to make his own mark on this game. He looks out at the Artemio Franchi stands. This is his home stadium, and he wants to show his fans that he is still a world-class player. He slaps his hands together, his face intensely focused as he pumps himself up for the second half. The second half kicks off, and Firenze's midfield is playing with absolute composure, passing the ball slowly to control the tempo. Verona is forced to push their defensive line extremely high to chase the game, leaving massive gaps behind them. An interception. Jian collects the ball in midfield, instantly driving forward. He slides a quick pass to Sohil on the wing before launching into a high-speed diagonal sprint into the open space. Sahara runs into the central zone Jian just vacated, pulling the defenders with him and breaking Verona's structure. Sohil releases a long ball back to Jian on the left flank. Jian goes one-on-one with the Verona fullback, easily bypassing him using his U17 training from Luca. He maps the box, spotting Sahara sprinting toward the back post. But Sahara's body is failing him. After running non-stop for 70 minutes, his 30-year-old legs are burning, and he is losing the foot race to his defender. Sahara grits his teeth, his inner monologue screaming. He knows his age is catching up to him, but he refuses to give up on this play. Intercepts the ball, dashes down left, splits the fullback, drives the box. Verona defender follows, fullback closes in, feints to right. Luca's training helps, spots the lane. Sahara struggles hard, pushes his legs, refuses to yield. Jian maps it, steps his pace, lobs across, ball meets box. Sahara slides forward. Keeper rushes out, slide misses ball. Defender clears badly, accidental header back, own goal scored, net ripples fully. The stadium erupts as the scoreboard changes to 3-0. Sahara is credited with forcing the goal, and he collapses onto his knees, roaring in pure triumph. Right after the goal, both Jian and Sahara are subbed off to a massive standing ovation from the entire stadium. On the sideline, Sahara grabs Jian, hugging him tightly as he cries tears of joy. Jian is smiling, gasping that he is literally suffocating under his senior's massive grip. He looks up at the stands, waving to his family. Sahara keeps hugging. Jian is gasping. Up in the stands, Jiwoo is crying tears of joy alongside Jian's dad, screaming at the top of her lungs that Jian did so well. Both are crying buckets, completely emotional about how brave and admirable he was on the pitch. Suddenly, Captain Birashi, wearing a neat designer suit, walks up to them in the VIP section. He looks at Jiwoo, smiling warmly, and asks if she is Jian's girlfriend. Jiwoo's face instantly freezes, her eyes popping out in a hilarious blushing shock as the word girlfriend echoes in her head. Girlfriend? Her brain freeze frames. This is the absolute peak of romantic tension, and our guy has no idea his captain just dropped a tactical bomb on his personal life. Wait, zoom in. Enhance. Yeah, that is the face of a guy who just realized his entire social life is flashing before his eyes. Out of nowhere, Captain Birashi and Bonaventura are cornering Jian's dad like a couple of high-energy hype men who just found a legendary spawn. Jian's dad does what any polite Asian parent does when confronted by gigantic sweaty athletes. He bows and immediately apologizes for his son's existence. But our senior players are literally treating this man like he gave birth to the soccer messiah, thanking him for his genetic contributions. Meanwhile, Jiwoo is standing in the back, silently processing that her guy's coworkers are absolute lunatics. And then, Birashi asks the forbidden question, pointing right at her and asking if she is the official girlfriend. Jiwoo's brain instantly does a blue screen of death, denying it so fast she almost pulls a muscle. But the seniors are not buying it. Look at these two, they look like two mischievous uncles at a family reunion who just found some prime gossip to exploit. Down on the pitch, Jian looks up at the stands and realizes his teammates are actively ruining his life in real time. The match ends with a comfortable 3-0 victory, but Jian is sweating more from the absolute social terror than the actual 90 minutes of running. The next day at Viola Park, things are supposed to be back to business, but the universe is not done with him yet. The minute he walks in, the senior squad is already lining up to deliver some heavy-duty romantic damage. He tries to text Jiwoo to salvage the situation, but she hits him with a casual that is a secret and tells him to keep training. As the rest of the senior squad returns from international duty, the locker room vibe goes back to normal. Well, almost normal, because Jan notices the team's crown yell, Dusan Vlahovic, is missing from the group. The rumors about Dusan leaving the team this winter are starting to look less like clickbait and more like an impending disaster. Jian remembers how much he relied on Dusan from day one, since he was the only guy who could match his crazy spatial coordinates perfectly. Losing him means our guy is going to have to carry the entire creative load on his back, which is not great for his anxiety. Birashi sneaks up on him like a tactical stealth unit, immediately picking up on his internal panic. He tells him straight up that this is the professional world where players pack up and leave, and he has to get used to the business. Jian understands, but it still feels weird to see a teammate you happily shared the pitch with prepare to walk away. So Birashi decides the best way to cure existential dread is to show him some grade A teammate nonsense. Bonaventura literally drops into a full power stance and screams jiwoo across the pitch, showing zero shame. Jian is physically recoiling from the secondhand embarrassment, having no idea what language they are even speaking anymore. He questions the pronunciation, but Boni just hits him with the classic, "it is an Italian accent" excuse. Jian finally snaps and demands to know what kind of nonsense they fed to Jiwoo during the match. Boni looks at him like a disappointed romantic master, calling him a clueless brat who does not understand a woman's heart. He tells him if he keeps acting this dense, he cannot even call himself a true, passionate Italian. Our guy casually points out that he is literally Korean, bringing the deadpan energy we all needed. That evening, the dinner table is so quiet you can hear the absolute social awkwardness radiating off the walls. His dad chose the absolute worst day to work late, leaving him alone in the danger zone. Jiwoo asks if her pasta tastes bad because he is eating like a glitching NPC, causing him to immediately choke. He frantically claims he is just saving it because it is delicious, which is probably the worst save attempt in his career. He remembers Boni's words about being dense, deciding it is finally time to make a tactical leap of faith. He starts stuttering out a speech about how grateful he is that she always cooks and cheers for him. He whispers grateful with his eyes glued to his plate, looking like he is actively fighting for his life. Jiwoo is completely frozen, and the romantic tension is so thick you could cut it with a rusty butter knife, and then she completely ruins the moment by screaming that he must have eaten something expired because he is acting weird. Jian is internally crying, having just tried to be honest while his social rating takes a massive hit, but then she reaches over and pats his head, teasing him that he is finally acting like a real passionate Italian. She smiles and thanks him for always eating her food with such a healthy appetite, making our guy's heart do a full backflip. And then, she immediately switches back to boss mode, threatening to feed him 3 more pounds of pasta because he praised it. But the domestic peace is short-lived as we transition to the 14th round, an away match against Collini Calcio. Coach Vincenzo decides to start Jian on the bench to preserve his energy for the upcoming storm. The starting lineup is packed with the returning first-team veterans, and they look like they mean business. Watching from the bench gives Jian a completely different perspective on the sheer physical weight of Serie A. Collini Calcio is sitting near the bottom of the table, but on their home turf they are not going to make it easy. The whistle blows, and the seniors immediately show why they are the starting choices, passing with surgical precision. But the guy who is completely dominating the pitch right now is our star forward. Number 9. Vlahovic rises above the defense like a cheat code, winning every single aerial duel with ease. He shrugs off 3 defenders at once, completely disregarding their physical presence as he hunts for the opening. In the 18th minute, he launches into a spectacular bicycle volley that completely defies gravity. The ball tears into the back of the net, leaving the goalkeeper questioning his life choices. The bench goes absolutely wild, showing what a world-class finisher looks like under pressure. Firenze keeps the pressure high, capitalizing on a corner kick to stretch Collini's defense to the limit. Vlahovic acts as the perfect decoy again, drawing 3 defenders out of position with his run. Milenkovic rises completely unmarked at the back post, hammering a powerful header past the keeper. And just like that, the first half wraps up with a comfortable 2-0 lead for the visitors. Watching this, Jian realizes how much easier life is when you have that kind of elite physical frame to bully defenses. The second half starts, and the tactical dominance from Firenze does not slow down for even a second. Around the 11th minute, Vlahovic uses his massive frame to shield the ball in the box. He cushions a delicate header pass right into the path of the oncoming winger. The ball flies wide to Saharara, who is charging down the opposite flank like a runaway train. He fakes the cross, pulling off a beautiful dummy that leaves the defender sliding into another time zone. He lays it back inside to Vlahovic, who has already timed his cutback run perfectly, and with a devastating strike from his left foot, Vlahovic blasts his second goal of the afternoon. A flawless 3-0 victory, a clean sheet, 3 points, and absolute tactical execution. Jian runs over to congratulate the team, happy that they secured the win so comfortably. Birashi smiles, telling him the seniors ran their lungs out today specifically so our young playmaker could rest. He tells him he has to show his absolute best in the next fixture, no excuses. But when Jian's voice wavers, Birashi's face turns instantly terrifying, knowing exactly what is on our guy's mind. Jian takes a deep breath. knowing the reason he needed this rest is simple, because their next opponent is the team that tried to break him, the traditional rival, Juventus. To understand the sheer toxicity of this match, we have to look at the history, starting with a brutal 11-0 loss for Firenze in 1928. In the 82 season, a controversial penalty handed Juventus the title, earning them the permanent nickname of Thieves. In 90, another controversial refereeing disaster in the Continental Final cemented the mutual hatred forever. The climax came when Firenze's legendary ace, Roberto Baggio, was sold to Juventus, sparking actual riots in the streets of Florence. Since then, Juventus has made a habit of stealing Firenze's talent whenever they get the chance. For the fans, this is not just a game of soccer, it is a blood feud that they absolutely cannot lose. Jiwoo is doing her homework, finally realizing why the entire city is on a knife's edge this week. She realizes this match is a massive deal, not just for the club, but for Jian's personal history. She decides to search the rival forums to see what the enemy is saying about our guy. All the Juventus fans are arrogantly talking about Vlahovic, assuming they will easily sign him this winter anyway. She sighs, thinking these arrogant rival supporters have no idea who the real ace of Firenze actually is. She finally finds a few threads mentioning Jian, and her eyes light up. The smart fans are calling him the real menace, warning that the 16-year-old is a statistical monster. But as she scrolls down, her smug smile slowly starts to disintegrate. Rival fans are mocking him, bringing up his failed trial at Torino and claiming he is just a mid-tier reject. Jiwoo sits in the dark, the sheer injustice of their toxic comments making her blood boil. Match day arrives, and the sky over Florence is looking incredibly gloomy. Jian's dad waves him off, telling him to play hard but stay safe on the pitch. As soon as he steps onto the cobblestone streets, the rain starts to fall. But the local fans in the streets are literally lining up in the downpour, shouting encouragement to our guy. Against any other team, this would trigger his performance anxiety, but today is different. The burden of expectation is usually terrifying, but today, his desire to win is burning hotter than ever. To be honest, he would rather leave everything on that pitch than suffer a single loss to Juventus. He hears his phone buzzing inside his bag, the screen lighting up through the rain. It is Jiwoo, screaming through the receiver and demanding to know his exact location. He tells her he is heading to the team bus, completely confused by her frantic tone. She tells him to stand exactly where he is and not to move a single step. He spots her through the gray curtain of rain, running toward him with zero protection. He stares at his phone, wondering why on earth she is running through a literal storm. Jiwoo is sprinting down the avenue, waving her arms like a maniac. She is completely drenched and gasping for air, leaving Jian horrified that she is out here without an umbrella. He immediately takes off his heavy team jacket and drapes it over her shivering shoulders. She looks up at him with wet hair, her face blushing as she tries to catch her breath. She tells him she just wanted to tell him to definitely win today, leaving him completely speechless. He asks if she really ran all this way through a torrential downpour just to deliver a simple pre-match pep talk. He tries to pull her under shelter, but she looks up with pure determination, telling him he cannot lose to those scumbags. Jian's eye goes wide, realizing that is a very specific choice of words for her to use. He asks her flat out if she saw the toxic hate comments on the internet. Jiwoo instantly panics, claiming she just studied the club's history and hates their rivals just as much as any local fan. Jian looks at her, having been terrified for a split second that his secret past had been completely exposed. But looking at her shivering in the cold, his only priority is making sure she doesn't catch a cold. He gently cups her face, promising her that he will absolutely secure the victory today. She runs back towards shelter, screaming for him to go out there and make history. Jiwoo watches him walk away, her eyes filled with protective concern. Jian sprints toward the stadium, his face darkening with a level of pure, unadulterated fury we have never seen from him before. We arrive at the hostile territory of Allianz Stadium, the home of Juventus. Up in the luxury executive box, a demanding voice cuts through the tension. Juventus CEO Maurizio is sitting in his leather throne, looking thoroughly unimpressed by his management's excuses. He reminds them that their high-budget squad barely scraped into the European spots last season. And this season, sitting in a pathetic fourth place is completely unacceptable for a club of their stature. He warns them that the local supporters are on the verge of an actual mutiny if they drop points today. They try to appease the public by launching a massive winter bid for Vlahovic, but that is not enough, because the real tactical danger is the 16-year-old kid they stupidly released a year ago. If they let their own discarded prospect dominate them on home turf, it will cause absolute chaos. He demands an overwhelming, crushing victory to prove their corporate superiority. He wants to show the home crowd that the kid they kicked to the curb is nothing but a temporary fluke. The whistle blows, and the high-stakes match is officially underway. Juventus starts in their rigid 4-4-2, looking to slow down the tempo and control possession calmly. But before the defender can even complete his first pass, a shadow cuts through the grass like a lightning bolt. It is Jian, launching into a spectacular sliding tackle right from the kickoff, stealing possession instantly. Usually, he would play it safe and read the game, but today his heart is racing with absolute fury. He remembers Jiwoo running through the freezing rain just to protect his dignity. He charges forward, completely ignoring his passing options as he drives straight into the heart of the defense. He is done playing the victim, having done nothing wrong, and he is going to make them pay for every single mistake. He winds up for a shot from a completely ridiculous distance, caught in a state of pure focus. He releases a massive rocket that crashes against the crossbar with a deafening blast. Jian glares at the defenders, his eyes burning with a promise of absolute destruction. The entire stadium is frozen in disbelief, knowing if that ball was an inch lower, it would have been a historic highlight reel. Up on the bench, Coach Tony is smiling, seeing how that single play has completely fired up the team's spirit. Up in the executive box, CEO Maurizio's fist is trembling as he slams the table in terror. He realizes their nightmare is coming true, because only 4 minutes in, our guy is already treating their multi-million-dollar defense like a personal training ground. The opposing defender is absolutely losing his mind right now, shouting curses in Italian. Their superstar attacker, a guy who is literally valued at over 100 million euros, starts screaming at his teammates to get their heads in the game. The entire defensive line is glaring at Jian like they want to delete him from the server, but our guy is completely unfazed. Normally, seeing these world-class stars in those iconic black and white stripes would trigger his performance anxiety. But today, his spatial brain is analyzing them like targets in a high-stakes raid. Birashi jogs over, slapping his back and asking if he is secretly running on premium fuel today. Jian immediately goes back to his classic humble mode, apologizing because he just saw an open lane and took it on instinct. Birashi tells him to drop the apologies. The game plan is the guide, but if he sees a gap, he needs to exploit it without hesitation. The captain barks orders to the squad, and Jian smiles, feeling the warm embrace of a team that actually has his back. He swallows hard, realizing that while his early solo run set the momentum, the real battle is just starting. The tactical blueprint for today is simple. Park the bus, absorb the pressure, and hit them on a lightning-fast counter. Jian's job is to drop deep, solidify the defensive block, and wait for the perfect transition window. But these Juventus players did not get those massive price tags for nothing. Their physical balance is absolutely top tier. Out of nowhere, their attacker drops to the grass like he just got hit by a sniper. Saharara looks at his hands in absolute disbelief, swearing he only touched the ball. But the opponent's acting skills are apparently worth millions too, as he jumps back up cursing to sell the contact to the ref. The defenders swarm Saharara, shouting that he did it on purpose while our bald veteran is ready to throw hands right then and there. The referee intervenes, giving Saharara a final warning and telling everyone to pipe down before things get out of hand. Jian watches the chaos, realizing he is not the only one on this pitch who is prepared to run himself into the dirt to win. Seeing his veteran teammates fight so aggressively gives him a massive boost of confidence. Juventus immediately launches a heavy press, trying to overload the wings and break through our low block, but the purple wall holds firm, throwing bodies into every single passing lane to stop the advance. Down on the touchline, assistant coach Luca is liking what he sees, noting that their defensive shape is holding up perfectly. Coach Italy keeps his poker face on, admitting the flow is good despite playing in a hostile stadium filled with 40,000 screaming fans. But he warns that in a heated atmosphere like this, one single variable can ruin the entire game plan, and right on cue, the referee blows a sharp whistle calling a foul right on the edge of our penalty area. Our defender is pleading his case, arguing it was a clear dive, but the ref is already marching them back. The heat of the moment got the best of them, and now they have gifted Juventus a direct free kick in the absolute danger zone. Up in the executive boxes, the rival coaching staff is already whispering, smelling blood in the water. This is prime real estate for a direct shot on target, and the tension in the stadium is hitting a boiling point. No one is surprised when their 100 million euro superstar steps up to take the kick, looking like a final boss. He starts his run-up, and our wall braces for impact as the keeper screams at them to focus. If this ball goes in, the momentum of the entire match will shift in an instant. He strikes it with massive power, but the ball flies high, completely sailing over the crossbar and into the stands. The superstar clutches his head, shouting in frustration, while Jian watches with a deadpan expression. Jian realizes that even players at that level can choke when their emotions are running too hot, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. With the danger cleared, Firenze launched their first real attacking transition in what feels like 20 minutes. The Juventus backline starts screaming, telling their players to push high and squeeze the space. But Jian is already moving, using a brilliant body feint to leave his marker tackling thin air. The commentators are losing it as number 20 goes on another solo transition, picking up massive speed. Jian maps the field, spotting Kanahan making a run down the flank and preparing to thread a diagonal pass. But their center back reads the play, lunging in to intercept the ball with a clutch tackle. And just like that, the tables turn. Juventus launch a lightning-fast counterattack of their own, driving forward in numbers. Jian's eyes go wide as he realizes he completely miscalculated the recovery speed of their midfield. A pinpoint cross is whipped into our penalty box before our defensive line can even recover their shape. The ball floats through the air, and our keeper is caught in no man's land. And to make things worse, their target man in the box is an absolute monster in the air. Their star forward rises above everyone, using his height to direct a powerful header toward the corner. But our keeper pulls off an absolute miracle save, stretching his fingertips to punch the ball away. He smothers the rebound on the grass, putting an end to what should have been a guaranteed opening goal. But before anyone can even breathe, the keeper jumps up and spots Jian sprinting toward the halfway line. In modern football, the attack starts with the goalie, and this is as direct as it gets. He lofts a massive ball downfield, and Jian brings it down with a delicate touch that is pure class. Vlahovic is occupying the last defender up front, while two midfielders are closing in on Jian from behind. Jian tells himself to stay calm, shielding the ball and preparing to use the defender's physical momentum against him. He plans to pivot and slip a quick pass to Vlahovic. But before he can release the ball, the defender completely bodies him from behind, sending him crashing to the turf as the whistle blows. The senior players immediately swarm the referee, screaming that the defender should be sent off for targeting their youngest player. Jian sits up, telling his protective teammates that he is fine, especially since they just won a free kick in a dangerous area. And to make the payoff even sweeter, the referee pulls out a yellow card to teach their aggressive defender a lesson. The ref shakes his spray can, painting a white line on the grass slightly left of the center. Jian calculates the distance in his head, measuring it at roughly 20 meters from the goal. With Vlahovic standing over the ball, this is prime territory to test their goalkeeper's reflexes. But as Vlahovic looks at the wall, his jaw is tight and he seems highly hesitant. The angle is not ideal for his dominant foot, and he starts scratching his head in frustration. Jian notices him gesturing toward the bench, wondering if the star striker is carrying a quiet knock. Suddenly, Vlahovic turns around and calls Jian over, leaving our rookie completely flustered. He casually rolls the ball toward Jian with a flick of his boot. Jian catches it, looking around like a kid who just got handed a live grenade. Vlahovic tells him straight up that there is zero angle for a left-footed curler to make it over that high wall, and with absolute confidence, he tells our 16-year-old rookie to take the shot instead. To be honest, Jian has always hated taking set pieces. The psychological burden of having the entire stadium's expectations resting on your shoulders is usually enough to trigger his anxiety. But looking at the black and white shirt standing across from him, a sudden spark of pure competitive desire ignites in his chest. He remembers Jiwoo running through the freezing downpour to cheer for him, and his face goes bright red. He takes a few steps back, mapping the coordinate grid of the goal, the keeper's position, and the wall. The wall is exceptionally tall, and the 9-meter distance feels incredibly close, leaving almost zero space for a traditional lob. As he shifts his stance, he notices his jersey is completely soaked from when he got fouled on the grass earlier. And then, his supercomputer brain clicks. Wet grass. The referee blows his whistle, and the entire stadium goes dead quiet. In that fraction of a second, the perfect physical trajectory maps out in his mind. Instead of aiming high over the heads of the wall, he is going to exploit the turf. He strikes the ball with his foot completely flat, releasing all the tension in his leg. He hits it with downward impact, driving the ball straight toward the ground. The ball flies under the jumping defenders, exploiting the exact moment they lift their boots to block an expected lob. The keeper realizes the deception way too late, his eyes going wide as he tries to drop his weight. The ball skips off the wet grass and hammers into the back of the net, tearing through their defense. Jian stands there in silence, letting out a long, slow breath as the stadium erupts into absolute noise. The Firenze bench goes completely insane, mobbing our guy and screaming that the kid just pulled off a generational masterpiece. The scoreboard flashes, Juventus 0, Firenze 1. The opposing goalkeeper is left sitting on the turf, trying to understand what just happened. He realizes the ball had zero rotation, hitting the wet pitch and skipping forward with unnatural acceleration. He looks at the grass, unable to believe a teenage rookie actually calculated the friction coefficient of wet turf to score a free kick. Our veteran players lift Jian onto their shoulders like a conquering king. They carry him toward the traveling fans, telling him he cannot just stand there after scoring a goal like that. Birashi points to the stands, telling him to soak in the moment because his performance absolutely deserved it. Jian looks at his hands, remembering when he was sitting on the bench at Torino, broken and forgotten. But today, he is the guy who just scored against their first-team stars, right in front of the fans who believed in him. He remembers Coach Italy's words, "Falling down is not a crime, but refusing to get back up is where you lose." He raises his fists, letting out a raw shout of pure joy as the traveling section screams his name. The veteran defenders of Juventus are left whispering, completely baffled by this unknown number 20. Their starting center back admits he has never seen a rookie play with that level of ice-cold tactical intelligence. The referee restarts the match, and the home team immediately pushes their lines forward, desperate for an equalizer. They shout that the minutes right after a goal are the most dangerous, throwing everything they have into the attack. But after Jian's goal, the morale of our entire squad is sitting at an all-time high. Birashi leads the defense with absolute physicality, throwing himself into a bone-crunching challenge to stop their winger. Milenkovic follows up, bodying their forward out of the box with raw, veteran strength. They pull off a quick transition, but their attacker manages to recover and fire a dangerous volley on target, but Saharara literally blocks the rocket of a shot directly with his face, leaving everyone in absolute shock. Jian is still recovering from a challenge on the other side of the pitch, watching his teammates play with pure, unyielding desperation. A hand reaches down to help him up. It is Vlahovic, smiling and asking if their youngest player is still in one piece. Jian grabs his hand, telling him he is perfectly fine as he pulls himself back up. The halftime whistle blows, and our squad heads down the tunnel with a precious 1-0 lead. Birashi laughs, pointing out that the home fans are glaring at Jian like he personally ruined their weekend. But as they walk down the concrete stairs, Jian spots a very familiar mohawk hairstyle in the opponent's ranks. It is Jerome, the guy who made his life a living hell back at the Torino Youth Academy. Jian looks him dead in the eye, realizing that the old fear that used to paralyze him is completely gone. Instead of feeling anxious, he actually feels a strange sense of satisfaction, because the kid Jerome looked down on as a weak reject is currently dominating the elite stars he reveres like gods. Coach Italy notices him pausing, asking if his stamina is holding up okay. Jian tells him he is perfectly fine, walking past his former bully without saying a single word. His silence is the ultimate flex, leaving Jerome standing there in absolute humiliated silence. Meanwhile, up in the executive suite, CEO Maurizio is looking like he is about to have a physical meltdown. And to make things worse, Firenze's youth director, Paolo Rossini, is sitting right next to him laughing like a cartoon villain. Rossini's assistant is frantically telling him to lower his voice before they get thrown out of the VIP section. But Rossini does not care, asking if he got a little too excited after seeing his rookie dismantle their billion-dollar defense. He smiles, noting that today was the absolute perfect afternoon to travel to Turin. He whispers to his assistant that securing Jian's contract at just €4,000 a week was the single greatest business decision of his career. He reminds him that he predicted the kid would become their most valuable asset within a year, and he was 100% right. He points to Chiesa on the pitch, reminding his assistant that the winger is currently on loan to Juventus, and since they included a very low buyout clause, the transfer is basically a done deal. That transaction alone is going to bring €40 million into Firenze's bank accounts. But Rossini has an even bigger prediction to make as the players walk back out for the second half. He tells his assistant that Jian is going to bring in twice that amount when the big European clubs inevitably start circling. The assistant is skeptical, asking if any club would really pay $80 million for a 16-year-old. Rossini laughs, calling his assistant's perspective incredibly narrow. He boasts that in a year, Jian's talent will be so massive that the entire Italian league won't be able to contain him. The assistant admits he is getting goosebumps, while Rossini tells him to focus on the immediate task at hand. They need to keep their eyes glued to the pitch, because the second half is about to begin. And down on the grass, the look in the eyes of Juventus superstar has completely changed, as he prepares to show our guy the true meaning of professional football. Second half begins, and our guy is running on a surprisingly healthy stamina tank. Firenze stays in their low block, while Juventus pushes their defensive line high, leaving a massive, delicious empty space in the back. Still, the opponents are putting a ton of physical pressure on our defense. Jian starts dropping back to cover, but Milenkovic looks at him like an overprotective father. He screams at him to get out of the box and focus on the attack. Milan's logic is simple. The seniors will handle the dirty work, so the kid just needs to focus on scoring. Jian locks in, remembering his actual position is forward. Our midfield intercepts a pass, starting the counter transition. The ball is immediately played wide to Jian, and his spatial brain activates. Time for another solo transition. He moves on pure instinct, having already calculated his running paths. With 2 attackers against 3 defenders, he chooses not to take a selfish shot. He whips a beautiful curl pass to Vlahovic on the opposite side. He sprints forward, drawing the center back's attention. He uses a sharp deceleration cut to leave his marker behind. Vlahovic collects the ball, faking a direct shot to freeze the defense, then plays a brilliant one-touch return pass back to Jian. The defender overlaps with the goalkeeper's line of sight, creating a perfect visual shadow. Jian strikes a low shot toward the far post, but the goalkeeper makes an absolute miracle diving save. The rival defense is celebrating like they just won the League Cup. Vlahovic jogs over, telling him it was a brilliant attempt and not to worry. He explains that strikers cannot score every single shot, especially with a keeper in prime form. He tells him to keep shooting, and Jian thinks his senior is an absolute king. The next 10 minutes are a complete goalkeeper highlight reel, with the rival keeper blocking every single shot we throw. But our squad is still holding the lead, and the mood remains confident. Then, the unexpected variable strikes. A high cross is whipped into our box. Milan jumps high to clear it, but collides violently with their striker. The whistle blows for a foul, but Jian is only looking at Milan. He runs over, asking his veteran teammate if he is okay. Milan turns around, completely covered in blood, and casually claims he is fine. The team is screaming at him because his head is literally torn open. The referee orders him off the pitch to stop the bleeding. Down on the sideline, the medical staff is working fast to apply a secure dressing. Coach Italy looks worried, knowing Milan is the absolute core of our defensive line. The match resumes, but the team's defensive cohesion is completely shaken, and in the worst possible moment, Saharara slips on the wet grass. The opponent steals the ball, launching a dangerous counter-transition. Our midfield is completely exposed as Captain Birashi rushes to cover. A quick pass is played wide to Chiesa down the right wing. He sends a sharp, low cross through the empty space. And in the exact spot Milan was supposed to cover, their striker flies in. He buries a powerful header into the back of the net to equalize. He celebrates with an iconic Su as the scoreboard updates to 1-1. Saharara is apologizing for his slip, but Milan, now sporting a massive bandage, walks up and apologizes for being weak and bleeding. He promises to dedicate his entire body for the remaining time, leaving the team praying he doesn't accidentally kill himself. Juventus keeps their lines high, determined to secure a home victory. They are aware of our counter threat, but Jian is already analyzing their positions. He realizes a standard shot is not going to beat their goalie today. They need a creative play to completely deceive their defensive line. Jian receives the ball, starting his run. A simple counter is not enough, he needs to create an unexpected variable. He spots Saharara signaling from the flank. Time to try something insane. The team sees the signal and prepares for the play. They call it Pattern 5. Jian drives the ball up, mimicking the previous counter setup. The rival center back rushes out to block his path, but Jian makes a sudden, subtle shift in his running direction toward the referee, and the referee acts as a physical shield, causing the defender to collide head-on with him. With the defender blocked, Jian accelerates into the open space. He slips a quick pass to Bonaventura, then sprints down the right flank. Bonaventura return passes immediately, leaving the rival defense chasing shadows. Jian prepares for a delicate, critical touch. He chips the ball over the defense with absolute precision. The goalkeeper is caught in no man's land, unsure if it is a cross or a shot. The ball curls high over his head toward the far post. It lands perfectly on the coordinate grid. Vlahovic uses his head to direct the ball across the face of the goal. The rival defense is completely frozen, trying to find who he is passing to. Sprinting from our own penalty box with his head covered in blood is our bandaged giant. Milenkovic leaps and headers the ball into the net to make it 2-1. Coach Italy is celebrating on the touchline, looking like his Christmas came early. Pattern 5 worked perfectly. Milan dived into the space created by Jian and finished Vlahovic's setup. Birashi hugs Tonoira, thanking him for making a crucial defensive cover during the play. The rival keeper is sitting on the grass, completely broken by the sheer unpredictability of our attack. Vlahovic calls the chip pass a work of art, but Jian says it was only possible because of his great positioning. Vlahovic laughs, admitting the height and angle were so difficult that no defender could have anticipated it. Birashi joins in, jokingly asking Jian if they should score another one to wrap up the match. Jian panics, swearing he never promised to score a third goal. The Juventus players are walking back, looking completely drained of their confidence. The match resumes and there are only 15 minutes left on the clock. We are 1 goal ahead, but our opponent is still a dangerous league giant. Jian keeps the pressure high, trying to disrupt their build-up play. An opponent bodies him aggressively from behind. He is sent crashing to the grass, realizing the second half is not going to end quietly. The whistle blows for a foul, and Tonoira is already in the defender's face. Saharara runs over to check on Jian while our midfielder continues his verbal assault. A massive multiplayer confrontation breaks out in the middle of the pitch. Jian tries to stand up and join the argument, but Saharara tells him to stay put. He tells him he does not need to risk a card, leaving the veterans to handle the business. Jian wants to make a tactical appeal, but Saharara asks what for. because Milan steps in looking like a bandaged final boss and asks if they want to die for real. The rival captain tries to push back, but Tonawara immediately launches into an Oscar-worthy dive. He thrashes on the grass like his leg was shattered, and the referee is already running over. The rival captain is completely panicked, realizing he already has a yellow card on his name. The referee pulls out a red card, and he is officially sent off. Sahirara is laughing, noting that this theatrical performance just burned 3 minutes of the clock. The goddess of victory is smiling, and Gioventù is officially down to 10 men. With their backs against the wall, they deploy an extremely aggressive, desperate tactic. They start launching shots from any distance, testing our defensive resolve. But their individual quality is still high, and our keeper has to stretch to clear a dangerous volley. Jian looks at Vlahovic, wondering if they would even have a chance against them if he transfers this winter. Vlahovic snaps him out of his daydream, reminding him the final whistle hasn't blown yet. Jian apologizes, locking his focus back onto the pitch. A 1-goal difference is never safe, and Gioventù is launching another dangerous transition. The winger drives down the flank, and our defense is screaming to watch the center. We block the initial cross, but the rebound flies high into the box. Their star winger leaps into the air. He pulls off a spectacular bicycle kick. The ball flies with incredible power toward our goal. It looks like a guaranteed nominee for goal of the season. But Sahirara literally blocks the shot with his head again, showing zero concern for his brain cells. The ball flies up, and our defense is screaming to find where the rebound lands. It falls cleanly at the feet of number 20. Jian controls the ball, and his coordinate grid instantly maps out the entire field. There are only 2 minutes left on the clock, and this is our final transition. If this attack succeeds, the victory is ours. He sprints forward, driving the transition down the center of the pitch. 3 defenders are closing in, preparing to sandwich him. He keeps his speed high, driving directly into their defensive line. The defenders prepare to lunge, expecting him to cut wide, but Jian keeps driving forward, drawing them even closer. He prepares to execute a sudden change of pace. He stamps his foot on the grass, performing a perfect deceleration stop. The defenders fly past him like glitching NPCs, completely fooled by his sudden break. With the space cleared, he slides the ball back onto his shooting foot. The goalkeeper is left completely exposed as the defenders try to recover their balance. Jian drives into the penalty box. The keeper rushes out, and Jian prepares a delicate low chip. He dinks the ball over the keeper's outstretched arms. The keeper can only watch as the ball floats over him and bounces cleanly into the back of the net to make it 3-1. The goalkeeper is left in absolute kneeling despair. He looks back, unable to believe he just got chipped on his own home turf. Our traveling section is going completely wild. Jian has officially sealed the victory at Allianz Stadium. His eyes are shining with a level of confidence we have never seen from him before. He lands cleanly, finally showing the world what a real genius looks like. Captain Birashi and the team sprint toward him, shouting his name. They throw themselves into a massive group celebration, screaming that the goal was completely insane. They playfully ruffle his hair, and Jian is laughing, begging them to stop because it hurts. The rival supporters are dead silent, while our traveling fans sing the club anthem. Because the final whistle blows, we officially defeated Gioventù on their own turf, ending the match with a glorious 3-1 victory. Up in the luxury boxes, CEO Maurizio is looking like he is about to have a medical emergency as he answers his phone. He walks away from the pitch, ordering his management to schedule a high-level meeting for tomorrow. He tells them their current winter transfer targets are completely wrong. He tells them they need to adjust their winter recruitment to sign the 16-year-old playmaker who just humiliated them. The locker room is absolute skin-colored chaos right now as the seniors celebrate like they just won the World Cup. Captain Birashi is standing on a bench in nothing but his underwear, screaming that no one is allowed to go home tonight. Jian is trying to squeeze into a corner, desperately holding up his phone to indicate he is in the middle of a video call. But the seniors immediately hijack the screen, waving at Jiwoo and introducing themselves as the legendary half-naked victory committee. Jian runs out into the quiet corridor, clutching his forehead in absolute secondary embarrassment. He shows Jiwoo his screen, apologizing profusely and telling her to pretend she did not see a locker room full of near-naked athletes. Jiwoo's face is completely red as she tries to change the subject, asking what is that white jersey he is holding. He explains that he swapped shirts with their playmaker Dabila, which is standard procedure after a massive derby. Jiwoo's eyes instantly light up, asking him to bring the jersey back to Florence and give it to her. Jian's brain instantly short-circuits. He stands there holding the shirt, his face going completely blank. Back at the hotel, Jian is complaining to Birashi, claiming his childhood friend has officially lost her mind. He is highly offended because they literally just risked their lives to beat Gioventù, and she is already demanding the rival playmaker's shirt. He complains that she only wants it because Dabila is handsome, while Birashi casually agrees that the guy is indeed a visual masterpiece. Birashi turns to the coach asking how much time they have left before their flight back to Florence. Hearing they have half a day, he stands up and orders Jian to put on a cap and follow him out. He tells him this experienced older brother is going to teach him a highly valuable lesson about adult relationships. They head to a premium shopping district in Turin, wearing heavy caps and glasses like two international spies on a secret mission. Birashi explains that if the local fans catch the players who just humiliated them on their own turf, things will get incredibly violent. Jian pulls down his cap, still feeling the lingering adrenaline of yesterday's historic performance. Out of nowhere, Birashi returns carrying 10 premium designer bags, leaving Jian completely shocked. The captain laughs, claiming that at this stage of his career, he has a surplus of cash but a massive deficit of free time. He looks at Jian's empty hands, calling him an idiot for planning to return to Florence empty-handed after a trip like this. Jian watches him pay, realizing that while his senior's personality is chaotic, his financial power is genuinely cool. He looks at his own wallet, realizing his professional salary is still pocket change compared to the starting veterans. Birashi spots his expression, asking with a grin if our young playmaker is feeling a bit jealous. Jian quickly denies it, admitting he just finds the captain's generosity and lifestyle highly inspiring. Birashi's tone goes quiet, recalling that when he was 16, he was not even earning 20 euros a week. He taps Jian's shoulder, telling him that in a few years, his market value will make the captain's contract look like pocket change. Jian smiles, asking if that day could really come, which immediately earns him a playful scolding to shut up. Birashi shifts his focus, walking over to the premium winter coat section to find something for Jiwoo. He quickly flags down a clerk, asking for the newest colors in their premium high-collar parka line. Jian looks at the price tag, gulping hard at the sheer number of zeros written on the paper. But he checks his balance and realizes it is manageable, deciding a warm winter coat is the perfect choice. Then his anxiety kicks back in, wondering if shopping with a 30-year-old bachelor is the best way to pick female fashion. Birashi turns around, holding up a stylish white parka with a high collar. He presents it with a sparkling grin, demanding to know what our guy thinks. Jian stares at the coat in absolute silence. Birashi sweats, worried that his veteran taste is completely out of touch with the younger generation. But Jian is already blushing, picturing Jiwoo wearing it with her signature ponytail tucked in, looking incredibly cute. Birashi looks at his smiling face, completely speechless at how quickly our guy collapsed into simp mode. He laughs hysterically, slapping Jian's head and declaring him a true passionate Italian. He grabs the coat, telling the clerk he is going to pay for Jian's purchase as well. Jian tries to fight back, but Birashi's grip is ironclad as he snatches the tag away. He tells him to just accept the gift, joking that when Jian is playing for a world-class giant, he shouldn't forget his old captain. Jian bows deeply, thanking his captain with genuine gratitude. He looks at Birashi's back, promising himself he will grow strong enough to support his teammates just like they support him. Birashi notes that after the upcoming weekend fixture, they will enter a 2-week winter break. But his expression turns serious, admitting the winter transfer window is going to bring some massive roster changes. He tells Jian to enjoy his vacation, teasing him to go on a trip with his girlfriend, which earns him another stubborn denial. Meanwhile, we transition to the premium headquarters of AC Firenze. Inside the boardroom, the directors are confirming that Chelsea's permanent buyout to Juventus is officially completed. Director Rossini shifts the documents, bringing up the next agenda item, Dusan Vlahovic. He explains that since the striker flatly rejected their record-breaking contract extension, keeping him beyond January is impossible. The senior board members agree that their only logical move is to cash in on a massive transfer fee right now. Rossini notes that their most advanced negotiations were currently with Juventus. A director asks if a better financial offer came in from a different club. Rossini pauses, announcing that a completely different kind of proposal has arrived. He stands up, revealing that Juventus wants to recruit Lee Jian instead of Vlahovic, offering a fee matching the striker's valuation. The board members are completely stunned, unable to believe a team would offer first-team star money for a rookie with under 10 appearances. Rossini admits that while youth is valued highly in modern football, offering a record fee for a half-season rookie is unprecedented. The directors realize that Juventus' CEO, Maurizio, is panic buying because Jian's performance yesterday threatened his job security. A board member suggests that sending Vlahovic to England and selling Jian to Juventus would maximize their corporate profits. But Rossini slams his fist on the table, declaring with dark intensity that Lee Jian is absolutely off limits. The directors sweat, pointing out that 80 million euros for a teenage rookie is a financial profit they cannot ignore. Rossini adjusts his collar, flatly refusing to authorize the sale under any circumstances. The board members ask if he genuinely believes the kid's potential has not hit its ceiling yet. Rossini looks out the window, declaring that Jian is not just a prospect, he is a generational world-class talent. He explains that simply finishing the season will double his market value, and if he has the chance to prove himself on a broader stage, his valuation will skyrocket beyond their imagination. He turns back to the board, dropping the name of the ultimate stage, the Champions League. He declares that once Jian plays in Europe, 80 million euros will feel like absolute pocket change. He challenges the room, telling them if they do not trust his vision, they can fire him from his position right now. The senior directors quickly back down, admitting they believe in his business judgment, but they point out his entire tactical scenario relies on one massive assumption. Can Firenze actually qualify for the Champions League without Vlahovic spearheading their attack? Rossini tightens his tie, admitting that securing a top 4 finish without their starting number 9 is an incredibly difficult task, but he states a simple truth. Without Vlahovic, it will be tough, but without Jian's creativity, even qualifying for the Europa League is a fantasy. The board members silent themselves, giving him the mandate to manage the roster as he sees fit. Rossini grabs his coat, relieved that the board members actually listen to logic for once. He knows he cannot hold on to Jian forever, as football is a business and timing is everything. Eventually, our guy will leave for a European giant. But today is not that day. On the training pitch back at Viola Park, Jian is running laps with a happy smile on his face. Assistant coach Luca calls for a minigame, and Saharara complains that they are being overworked before the break. Jian is feeling incredibly relaxed, looking forward to the upcoming league break and high school vacation. He receives a pass, his mind already drifting to his vacation plans. He is daydreaming about traveling to a warm resort with his dad and Jiwoo when he suddenly trips over his own feet, losing the ball. His teammate screams at him to focus, and Jian quickly apologizes, realizing he has let his guard down completely. The price for his complacency is swift. For the final league match before the winter break, Coach Vincenzo leaves him on the bench. Firenze comfortable takes a 2-0 lead against Stettia, but Jian is sitting in the dugout with a pale, depressed expression. He looks at his hands, wondering why his body feels so heavy despite resting for most of the week. He tries to excuse it as fatigue from the high-intensity Gioventu derby, but his conscience is not buying it. Looking at the pitch, his excuse completely crumbles. The senior veterans like Saharara are sprinting with 30% more energy than usual, leaving Jian feeling like an absolute amateur. He analyzes Saharara's expression, noticing the sharp, predatory intensity in his eyes. And the realization hits him like a truck, pro mentality. While his seniors immediately put the joy of victory behind them to prepare for the next match, he was already packing his bags for vacation. He clutches his knees, feeling a wave of intense embarrassment wash over him. He tells himself that if he lets the match end like this, he will hate his lack of professionalism forever. He swallows his anxiety, standing up and resolving to show the coach his determination. He walks up to Coach Vincenzo, his voice trembling but firm as he requests to play. Vincenzo looks at the bowing rookie, silent for a long moment. In the 37th minute of the second half, the referee's whistle blows. The substitution board goes up, number 20 is coming on. Luca asks Vincenzo what the rookie said to him on the touchline. Jian runs onto the grass, actively pointing and directing the defensive shift. Vincenzo smiles, admitting the kid came up to him and begged to play even just a single minute to help the team protect their lead. He notes that while his physical conditioning is heavy, Jian's ability to analyze his own mental flaws and correct them on the spot is world-class. That is the true defining trait of elite professional athlete. The whistle blows, ending the match in a comfortable 2-0 victory for Firenze. Vincenzo tells Luca he has already arranged a specialized vacation training camp for Jian's father to take him to. Luca is surprised, asking if there is really a resort that has those kinds of facilities. Vincenzo smiles, noting that the environment is beautiful, but the trainers they have lined up are absolute monsters. A few days later, Jian lands at Palermo Airport, looking around the tropical terminal. Out of nowhere, Coach Luca appears behind them, waving with a massive, sparkling grin. Jian is thrilled, thanking him for taking the time to meet them during the holiday season. Jian's dad bows politely, apologizing for troubling him, but Luca tells them to drop the formalities. He explains that Coach Tony has been counting down the days for their arrival. Luca wraps his arm around Jian, revealing he has also brought another one of his elite students to train alongside him. He winks, telling our guy he is going to find a very familiar face waiting at the villa. They drive down to a stunning, premium beachside villa looking over the blue waters of Palermo. And standing on the deck in a training tank is their former starting forward, Gino Calvani. Jian is ecstatic, and Gino slaps his shoulder, admitting he has been watching Jian's first-team masterclasses with massive respect. Jian gets flustered, claiming Gino is the real genius, causing his old friend to laugh. Luca explains that since Gino transferred to Palermo FC to secure starting minutes, he chose to spend his winter break training under Tony's guidance. Palermo is Tony's hometown, making this beachside villa the ultimate private training sanctuary. Jian looks at Gino, feeling incredibly fortunate to have a competitive peer to push his limits. Gino yells that they need to make the most of every single minute of their vacation. Their daily routine focuses entirely on physical conditioning, targeting Jian's biggest liability, his stamina. They run grueling sprints along the wet, sinking sand dunes of the beach. Coach Tony yells through a megaphone, explaining that building stable leg and core strength on sand is the only way to increase their striking power. They run until their lungs are burning, pushing their physical bodies to the absolute limit day after day. But it is not all torture. We see a flashback of Christmas Eve in Florence. Jiwoo is running through the beautifully lit streets wearing her new white parka, pulling Jian along to take a selfie. The memory of her happy face keeps him motivated through the final week of training. The 2 weeks fly by in a flash, and Jian shares a warm, bittersweet farewell with Gino at the airport. Jian's eyes go a bit teary, feeling the deep bond he has forged with his trainers. He turns back to Tony and Luca, standing under the terminal lights. He delivers a deep, respectful bow, thanking them for giving him the strength to face the challenges ahead. 2 weeks later, Jian walks back into the familiar corridors of Viola Park. Birashi spots him, running over with a wide smile to welcome him back. He immediately grabs Jian's thighs, teasing him that his leg muscles look incredibly solid after his beach vacation. Coach Vincenzo Italy opens the dressing room door, screaming at them to get onto the pitch for official training. Jian walks down the tunnel, wondering if his body has genuinely transformed over the winter break. The cool air of the stadium and the voices of his teammates feel exactly the same. But as he steps onto the grass, a sudden, heavy realization hits him like a truck. He looks at the pitch, remembering the towering presence that used to occupy the center. Dusan Vlahovic is officially gone, and the training ground is lined with massive, toxic banners from angry supporters declaring him a traitor. Birashi sighs, noting that public adoration can turn into pure hatred in a fraction of a second once a star player departs. He looks at Jian with an incredibly serious, heavy expression, telling him his role is about to become more important than ever. The curtain falls on our guy's face as the weight of the entire club's future officially drops onto his shoulders. Lee Jian is Firenze's new undisputed ace. All right, we are officially back, and the second half of the league is kicking off with a massive clash against SSC Empoli. And if you thought the locker room would be peaceful, you obviously don't know our captain, Birashi. He is currently giving a speech about how Vlahovic's transfer to Juventus has the fans ready to riot. Our guy Jian is just standing there, trying his absolute best to blend into the wall. Birashi is pacing around like a man who has had 6 espressos, talking about how the sting of betrayal from your star striker leaving in the middle of a top 4 push is unmatched. He reminds the team they're currently sitting in 5th place, and if they keep pushing, they can actually snatch that 4th place spot. Then he suddenly whipped around, grabbed Jian by the collar, and screamed, "What does it mean to be in the top 4? Jian's soul almost leaves his body as he stutters out that it means they qualify for the Champions League next season. Birashi is like, "Correct, now stop shaking." But the reality is still heavy. The team's undisputed star striker, the man wearing number 9, literally packed his bags and went to their blood rivals. Birashi asks them how they'd feel if they were the fans, and Jian is just sweating bullets in the corner, realizing the crowd is going to be incredibly hostile today. So the mandate is simple. Winning is not optional, and they have to put on a show while doing it. And of course, Birashi points directly at Jian, telling him the entire weight of the attack is on his shoulders now. Jian is just nodding like his life depends on it. They need to prove to the world that Firenze's attack didn't die the second Vlahovic left. As they run out onto the pitch, the atmosphere is actually terrifying. There are literal banners saying "D Vlahovic" and "Kill" hanging from the stands. Jian admits he felt a bit betrayed too. Just a few weeks ago, they were celebrating their massive win together, and now that same guy is wearing the opponent's jersey. But as Jian stretches, he locks in. Professional football is harsh, and the next time they meet Vlahovic on the pitch, he's just another enemy to destroy. It is kickoff time, and Jian is ready to show what he can do. Over on the bench, Coach Luca is looking at the crowd and telling the boss that this atmosphere feels way more intense than a standard league match. It's practically a riot out there, with fans screaming about money-hungry businessmen and questioning if the club even has a soul anymore. Vincenzo Italy doesn't even flinch. He just grabs Luca by the head, squeezes with absolute old man strength, and tells him to stop looking at the stands and focus on the pitch. He explains that they need to quickly adapt their entire system to revolve around Jian now. Luca is just crying from the headlock. Jian's role today is the false nine, the exact same creative system he used to dismantle teams in the cup tournament, but this time he's much more comfortable with the movements. The Empoli defender screams to block him, but Jian is already 3 steps ahead. Plus, he has a good history with Empoli. Back in his U17 days, playing against this team is what earned him his professional contract. He wants to carry that good memory forward, immediately calling for Senior Kanehan to make a run. The pass is fired, and the defense scrambles to cover the threat. The Empoli defender is already breathing heavily, wondering how on earth a teenager has this much stamina from the very first minute. Kanehan sells a beautiful fake, acting like he's going to cut inward to draw the defender's attention. But instead, he breaks out to the outside, sending a high-speed cross right into the danger zone. The defender thinks he's got it covered, but suddenly realizes there is a massive shadow looming behind him. It's number 20. Jian bursts into the box, but he sees the angle is completely crowded with defenders. He could shoot, but his spatial brain is already calculating a better option. He winds up his leg, making every single defender and the keeper jump to block the expected shot, but instead of shooting, he slides a delicate no-look pass right across the face of the goal. And Senior Saharara is right there to tap it into the empty net. 1-0 to Firenze. And the stadium absolutely erupts. Saharara runs over and grabs Jian in a massive headlock, laughing about how much sharper his passes have gotten over the break. Jian is just smiling, realizing that all those painful training sessions with Coach Tony have made his body feel incredibly light on the grass. On the touchline, Luca is celebrating, telling the boss that Jian is playing out of his mind today. France's tactical mastermind just nods, saying the kid's training is clearly paying off, but Italy, being the perfectionist he is, grumbles that Jian still looks like he's only playing at 80% capacity because of the winter break. Luca is just looking at him like, are we watching the same match? Luca asks how he could possibly do any better than this, but before he can finish his sentence, a blur of purple sprints past. Jian accelerates like he's just been shot out of a cannon. Luca's jaw hit the floor. He was literally just standing in the midfield a second ago, and now he's already inside the opponent's box. The boss just chuckles, noting that the kid is finally starting to use his toes. We get a close-up of Jian's boot digging into the turf. He is pushing off with absolute power. Even Jian is shocked, wondering if his speed actually increased or if he's just hallucinating. He doesn't have time to think. He lays off another quick pass to his midfielder. He wants to keep feeding Saharara, who is clearly having a world-class game today, but Saharara gets a bit too excited and overcooks the return pass, launching it deep into the corner. He immediately screams an apology. It looks like a completely lost cause. The ball is practically in another zip code. But Jian doesn't stop. He lowers his head and sprints. He knows the pass was terrible, but his brain is telling him that he can actually reach it. The Empoli defender is running back casually, confident he has the advantage because he's 10 yards closer. The defender is smiling, thinking Jian is just running to apply empty pressure. But then, Jian literally slides in out of nowhere, his toe reaching out and poking the ball right past the defender's face. The guy's eyes are about to pop out. Jian recovers instantly, leaving the defender eating grass as he drives toward the goal. And now we get the payoff. All those hours running on the sinking sand dunes of Palermo built incredible strength in his feet. Jian unleashes a rocket into the bottom corner. 2-0. The referee blows the final whistle, and Firenze secures a massive victory to start the second half of the season. Post-match interview time, and a very stylish reporter approaches Jian, congratulating him on the win. She starts asking him about the team's changed tactics and how they've adapted, and Jian is just standing there, sweating, wishing there was a training course for public speaking. Then, she drops the bomb. She asks him how he feels about his close friend Vlahovic transferring to their biggest rivals. Jian's face goes completely pale. He tries to be diplomatic, saying it's disappointing, but what's important is what happens after the season ends. The fans in the background immediately start shouting, "What?" They start panicking, thinking Jian just hinted that he's going to leave the club too. Jian is like, "No, wait, that's not what I meant." He runs back to the microphone, his face red, and blurted out, "I want us to be above Juventus after this season." The entire stadium goes dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Cut to the AC Firenze front office. The door is slammed open, and the assistant is screaming for the director. Director Rossini looks up, asking if someone set Vlahovic's house on fire or if they received another death threat. The assistant is gasping for air, asking if he saw Jian's interview. Rossini is like, "No, I turned the game off early. I have actual work to do." The assistant literally shoves his phone into Rossini's face, telling him he has to watch it right now. Rossini watches the clip of Jian declaring war on Juventus, and his face slowly twists into a terrifying grin. He realizes this kid is a marketing goldmine. Just when the fans were calling the board money-obsessed capitalists, this teenager single-handedly saved their PR. Rossini asks who they play next, and the assistant says it's Napoli. Rossini is ecstatic. He orders the assistant to monitor the fan reactions and get the marketing team into a meeting immediately. He looks at Jian's picture on his phone, declaring that they are going to turn this kid into a real national hero. And we all know when corporate suits start planning things, it never ends well for our guy. We open chapter 58 with a recap of Jian's absolute declaration of war on Gioventu, and the fans are completely losing their minds. They are clapping, chanting his name, and calling him the new king of Firenze, glad they don't even need Vlahovic anymore. Jian is walking through the streets thinking the stadium energy must have possessed him because he can't believe he actually said that on live television. Then we see a massive poster of Jian with the words "You're our hero" plastered across it, and a hand violently slams a laptop shut. It's Jiwoo. She is sitting in Jian's apartment looking at him with a mischievous grin, asking if he's been practicing his hero speeches behind her back. She teases him, saying the entire city is going crazy, calling him the savior of the club. She gets right in his face, teasingly asking if he's too famous to go out with his childhood friend anymore. Jian is practically vibrating with embarrassment, begging her to stop. He scratches his head, explaining that he just answered honestly because he was flustered, and had no idea the reaction would be this massive. He starts slapping his own mouth, calling it a curse. But Jiwoo's expression suddenly shifts, and she reminds him that since he's the hero now, he has to win the next match no matter what. Jian's face turns purple. He literally collapses onto the floor, crying about the crushing weight of public expectations. He tells her she doesn't understand the pressure of making a massive claim and then having to back it up against elite teams. Jiwoo just smiles, bends down, and tells him that she believes in him and that he's always done great when it mattered. Jian looks at her, and his heart does a little flutter. He realizes that just hearing her voice instantly cures his anxiety. She tells him if anyone criticizes him, she'll personally fight them. She flexes her tiny arm, and Jian just stares, feeling incredibly lucky to have her around. He stands up, suddenly feeling like a main character again, thinking that he can always let his guard down when he's with Jiwoo. Jiwoo looks at him, her cheeks turning slightly pink, realizing how sincere he's being. But then she immediately turns around, calling him lame to hide her blushing, and Jian realizes he just fell victim to his own bragging habits again. Fast forward to the day of the Napoli match, and the Firenze locker room is absolutely echoing with laughter. The senior players are holding up a promotional poster of Jian looking like a sparkling anime flower boy, complete with pink blush and a hero banner. They are literally crying tears of joy. Birashi and Boni are practically rolling on the floor, telling Jian that these posters are literally hanging on every single streetlight on the way to the stadium. Jian's face is redder than the banner. Saharara walks over, chuckling that the front office really went all out with the marketing to ride the hype of his last interview. Jian is clutching his head, complaining that the board is actively trying to ruin his life. Saharara jokes that it would be even funnier if they hung a giant version of it inside the stadium, but the laughter instantly dies as the door is kicked open. Coach Italy and Luca walk in, looking incredibly serious. Teammates whisper that the scary octopus has arrived. Vincenzo Italy stands before them, announcing that today's opponent is Napoli, currently ranked third in the league. He tells them that if they want to secure a Champions League spot, they have to drag the teams above them down. He raises his fist, shouting that they need to run like their feet are on fire to make Jian's interview a reality. The seniors are instantly hyped. They run out onto the pitch, the roaring crowd creating a massive wall of sound. But Napoli is a completely different beast compared to Empoli, especially because of their central striker. Firenze is deploying a more defensive 4-4-2 system today to counter Napoli's high-pressing 4-2-3-1 formation. From the kickoff, Napoli dominates possession, utilizing their incredibly fast, agile wingers to break down the flanks. Firenze's defense is working overtime to block the crosses, and here is the reason why they are so terrified of crosses. Victor Osimhen, the masked Goliath, who already has 9 goals to his name this season. He is an absolute menace in the air, his movement inside the box leaving defenders looking like confused toddlers. Jian knows that to win today, they have to completely neutralize him, but Napoli's winger beats his marker with a high-speed elastico, breaking down the flank once more. He fires a low, dangerous ground cross into the box. The Firenze defender lunges, trying his absolute best to reach the ball first, but it's too late. Osimhen slides in, his long leg reaching out and tapping it into the back of the net. 1-0 to Napoli in the 15th minute, and Osimhen is celebrating his 10th goal of the season like a budget Batman. Birashi immediately shouts to the team, telling them to keep their heads up because there's still plenty of time to catch up. But despite the captain's best efforts, the momentum has completely shifted. Napoli is suffocating them. The opposition is riding a massive wave of confidence, pressing Firenze deep into their own half. On the touchline, Italy is biting his finger, realizing they need to produce a moment of magic to break Napoli's flow. Jian is running back, wondering if he should drop deep into the midfield to help defend, but he knows if he leaves his position, they won't have any outlet for a counterattack. Then he remembers Jiwoo's words. He decides to trust his seniors to handle the defensive work. And right on cue, Senior Milan executes a world-class sliding tackle, stealing the ball cleanly. Milan looks up, spotting Jian positioned right on the shoulder of the last defender. He launches a massive, physics-defying long ball over the top. Jian controls it perfectly with his chest, thanking his lucky stars he trusted his team. The moment he gets the ball, he is in the most advanced position on the pitch. His teammates are screaming for him to hold up the play so they can catch up. But Jian knows if he slows down, Napoli's defense will recover and park the bus. He sees 3 defenders ahead, but the right half space is slightly open. He wonders if he should go solo. Suddenly, the crowd starts chanting, calling him the hero of Firenze once more. Jian thinks to himself that calling a high schooler a hero is ridiculous, but in this stadium, he is the only one who still has doubts about his talent. He remembers the feeling of the coach's hand on his shoulder. He remembers Jiwoo's face, promising to defend him against any critics. He decides that if he trusts his training with all his heart, he can accomplish the impossible. Jian accelerates, and his speed is completely terrifying. He's moving so fast the defenders look like they're running in slow motion. It literally feels like an invisible hand is pushing him from behind. On the touchline, Coach Italy is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling him to go. Jian drives past the first defender like he isn't even there. He touches the ball a bit too far forward, and the Napoli defender slides in, screaming that it's his ball. But Jian's toe strength pays off once again. He digs his boot into the grass and reaches out. He chips it right over the sliding defender's leg. As he leaps into the air, he realizes that even if he doesn't understand why all these people believe in him, he has to repay their faith. He locks his eyes on the far post, deciding to officially accept his role as the hero. He fires. The ball rips through the back of the net to make it 1-1. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and Jian has officially silenced his doubters once again. But with Napoli still looking dangerous, can they actually find a winner? Find out in the next batch. We return to the locker room at halftime, and the walls are practically vibrating. Coach Vincenzo Italy is currently screaming at Milan and Nastasic about their terrible positioning. He tells them that if they keep letting Victor Osimhen run wild, they're going to need 3 players just to block a single shot. Jian is sitting in the corner, realizing the coach is actually more terrifying than the opponent. Italy slaps the whiteboard, reminding everyone that a win today launches them straight into 4th place in the league. And more importantly, it means they finally surpass Vlahovic's new team, Juventus. The coach is going full Super Saiyan. He turns to the squad, asking if they can even imagine the absolute rage and heartbreak their fans are feeling right now. He punches his palm, roaring that they need to give the home crowd something to actually celebrate. The players match his energy, screaming back like they're ready to run through a brick wall. This is peak sports anime locker room hype. Jian's heart is doing the classic protagonist thumping. He's completely sold on the speech, ready to die on the grass. As they walk back out, the roar of the stadium hits them like a physical wave. The stakes are simple: win, and they take 4th. Up in the stands, Jiwoo is sitting among the local fans. She notes that after spending so much time in Italy, she can actually understand their fast-paced chatter now. And of course, the only name the fans are chanting is Jian. They are literally losing their minds over his first half solo dribbles. Jiwoo is hiding a massive smile behind her hand, completely infatuated with how charismatic her childhood friend has become. The crowd is screaming for the hero of Firenze to take them to 4th place as Jian leads the team out of the tunnel. Jiwoo watches his back, thinking he looks like an actual world-class superstar from behind, but then a sudden wave of reality hits her. She realizes her quiet, introverted childhood friend has officially been claimed by the ocean of public adoration. The whistle blows, and the second half is officially underway. Napoli immediately starts playing with extreme, relentless aggression. They have absolutely zero interest in settling for a draw. Captain Birashi is shouting at the backline to keep their shape. Firenze is sitting deep, looking to exploit a transition. Napoli's wingers are maintaining high possession, just waiting for a single defender to lose their concentration. Meanwhile, Jian is left standing completely isolated in Napoli's half of the pitch, watching his 10 teammates defend for their lives. He's getting that familiar, anxious tick in his brain, feeling like he's a useless spectator while his team is suffering. But then he remembers the bizarre advice Coach Italy gave him during halftime. The coach literally grabbed him and said, "Jian, you are a male lion." Italy explained that in nature documentaries, male lions do absolutely nothing while the lionesses hunt, but they step in the second a threat appears. So the plan is for Jian to stay up front, conserve every drop of his stamina, and wait to strike. The author literally drew our guy in a cute little lion hat here to remind us he is still a teenager. Italy's final instruction was to bide his time and deliver the single lethal blow when the opponent is exhausted. Jian locks in. He realizes that if he drops deep to help defend, they will have absolutely zero outlet for a counterattack. So he stands there, literally whispering roar to himself on the pitch. The Napoli defender marking him looks completely bewildered. Fast forward 30 minutes into the second half, and the game is still locked in a tense struggle. Jian hasn't touched the ball in ages, and his confidence is starting to take a massive hit. He admits that instead of a majestic male lion, he currently feels like a pathetic, forgotten kitten whispering meow to the grass. Napoli's three-top attack is relentless, forcing the Firenze defenders to make desperate clearances. On the rare occasions the ball is cleared toward Jian, the Napoli defenders are instantly swarming him. He gets tackled hard, the ball spinning away as the defender smiles down at him. The Napoli center back literally mocks him, telling the celebrated hero of Firenze to keep trying. Jian slaps his cheeks, forcing the negative thoughts out of his brain. He knows a single chance is all he needs. Napoli launches another attack, but Milan makes a fantastic block to deny the shot. But Napoli recovers the rebound, the ball breaking to their midfielder who drives inside. The defense is screaming to close down the space. The midfielder tries to find a shooting angle, but Firenze's backline matches his movement, forcing him to play a lateral pass. On the touchline, Coach Italy is watching with absolute, cold composure. He notes that the team's defensive concentration is holding up perfectly. His tactical supercomputer calculates that because Napoli is attacking with zero results, their players will naturally start getting anxious as the clock runs down. And when players get anxious, they stop shooting from distance and try to force a perfect passing sequence inside the box. Right on cue, the Napoli midfielder tries to play a cautious back pass to reset their offensive flow, but Bonaventura reads the play perfectly, leaping forward to intercept the ball. He had been analyzing Napoli's passing patterns all game, just waiting for this exact mistake to happen. This is it. The transition is on. Sahara is sprinting down the wing, but Jian is already moving. Jian points aggressively to the flank, demanding Bonaventura release the ball wide. Bonaventura lofts a beautiful long-range pass, and Sahara runs onto it with absolute determination. Sahara drives down the left side, and Jian starts his run, dragging his defender with him. The stadium clock hits 90 minutes. The score is tied at 1-1. This is literally their final chance of the match. Jian channels all the power he conserved during the second half straight into his legs. He utilizes his elite spatial mapping, slipping directly into the blind spot of the two recovery defenders. Sahara cuts inside and fires a low, high-speed cross right into the center of the box. The Napoli defenders are panicking, screaming at each other because they've completely lost track of Jian's movement. Suddenly, Jian leaps out from their visual shadow like an actual predator aiming for the jugular. He strikes the ball cleanly with his laces, unleashing all his pent-up energy in one motion. The ball rockets into the top corner, leaving the goalkeeper flying through the air to catch nothing but wind. The referee blows the whistle. Goal. Last-second victory. Firenze wins 2-1, and the seniors literally carry Jian on their shoulders like a king. The internet is instantly set ablaze. Fans are posting comments calling him the true king, celebrating that they're now third in the league, and someone even claims to be his girlfriend. Back in her apartment, Jiwoo is scrolling through the translated Italian comments, giggling at how much they worship him. She spots the comment claiming to be Jian's girlfriend, which has currently received thousands of dislikes. She lets out a smug giggle, muttering that facts are facts. The next day at the training ground, the veterans are gossiping about a new recruit arriving today. Jian overhears, wondering who could possibly be joining them mid-season. The seniors discuss how Vlahovic's transfer fee gave them a massive budget. Jian is secretly celebrating, thinking he might finally stop being the youngest rookie on the team. Coach Italy claps his hands, demanding everyone's attention. He announces that they have a new member joining the squad starting today. He explains the recruit is a 16-year-old prodigy from Argentina who has been loaned from traditional rivals Lazio. The player steps forward, boasting a massive grin and bleached front streaks, and declares he is here to build legendary chemistry with Lee Jian. It's Rica Romero. Jian's face completely freezes. He's standing there trying to remember where he's seen this incredibly noisy guy before. Birashi walks over to Jian, asking why his face has turned completely pale. Sahara immediately starts teasing him, telling the captain to leave Jian alone because he is still mourning his old love. Birashi's eyes widen, and he asks if Jian is still heartbroken over Jiwoo. Jian instantly blushes, screaming to know why she is being brought up. Jian sighs, admitting he was actually talking about Vlahovic and how empty the pitch feels without him. Birashi puts an arm around him, saying they all feel the void, but tells him to look at the bigger picture. He explains that thanks to the massive transfer fee, the club had enough money to afford private planes instead of charter buses for their away games, helping them stay in peak physical condition. Plus, they managed to secure several top-tier youth prospects for the future. He points out the pristine grass at the training ground. Sarara chuckles, saying professional football is a business, and the financial windfall benefited everyone. Jian is stunned, realizing that the cold corporate side of sports actually has major perks. Mondi suggests Jian forget about Vlahovic and focus on building a new playmaker partnership. Jian wonders who it could possibly be. Suddenly, Rica Romero jumps onto his back in a high-speed chokehold, screaming, "Jian, my friend!" Romero is already boasting, asking if Jian saw him pass through Senior Tanuera during drills. Tanuera is in the background, sweating and looking traumatized. Romero smiles, claiming Jian must be speechless with relief now that they are playing on the same side. Jian flatly deadpans in Korean that Romero is being incredibly ridiculous. Romero laughs, asking if that's a Korean word for genius. Jian walks away, muttering about how he managed to forget how exhausting this guy's golden retriever energy is. Jian sprints off to train, hoping to escape, but Romero instantly chases after him, begging to join. Jian realizes that Romero is also a legacy of Vlahovic's transfer money, and since they're stuck together, he has to adapt. He admits that while Romero is incredibly noisy, having more squad depth means the physical burden on his own growing body will lighten. Coach Italy calls for a team huddle. He tells the players to focus, reminding them that they are entering the most critical stretch of the season. He roars that their next fixture is both their biggest obstacle and their greatest opportunity. Italy points a finger at Saharara, demanding to know who their next opponent is. Saharara screams back, "It's AS Milan!" the undefeated league leaders. The panel shows a silhouette of a player wearing red and black stripes, radiating an aura of pure physical dominance. Romero is thrilled, claiming it's absolute fate that their first match as a duo is against the strongest team in Italy. He declares they are going to put on a show. Jian just sweats, silently apologizing to Senior Tanuera because Romero is already claiming the starting center spot in his head. Jian sprints away to escape Romero's non-stop talking. Later that evening, Jian is back in his apartment, hoping to find some quiet healing time with Jiwoo. But Jiwoo is sitting on the sofa, giggling at her phone. Jian watches her, wondering if she's currently dating her screen. He tries to sneak a peek, and Jiwoo's reflexes kick in. She delivers a high-speed fist directly to his face, screaming about him being a peeping Tom. Jian rubs his face, yelling back about why she's being so defensive. He backs away, realizing she has been constantly smiling at her screen for days now. Paranoia sets in. His brain instantly starts spinning. He remembers Bonaventura's locker room advice about dating an Italian girl to learn the language. Jian gets incredibly jealous, convinced Jiwoo has found a stylish Italian boyfriend. He watches her, feeling deeply annoyed that she won't put her phone down even when they're in the same room. Feeling petty, Jian grabs his own phone, deciding to text his friends to show her he's also popular. He opens his contacts list. The total count is a pathetic 23, and except for his dad and Jiwoo, every single name is a coach, teammate, or club director. This man has zero social life outside of football. Jian slumps, realizing Jiwoo is literally his only friend. Jiwoo suddenly looks up, asking if AS Milan is really as good as people say. Jian says they're currently in first place, so they're obviously elite. Then his brain short-circuits. He wonders if her new Italian crush is an AS Milan supporter. Jiwoo explains she's just curious since Jian is facing them this Saturday. Jian gulps. He starts rambling about stadium jinxes, pointing out that every single time she came to watch, they won. But the jinx is just an excuse. He's actually using it as a tactical cover to test her feelings. He gathers his courage and asks if she wants to travel with the team to the away match. Jiwoo's face lights up with absolute joy, and she screams to know if she can actually go. She starts jumping around, planning her outfit, while Jian stands there, relieved. He casually asks who she was happily chatting with earlier on her phone. Jiwoo is confused, saying she wasn't chatting with anyone. Jian gets a dark, dramatic shadow over his face, demanding to know what she was giggling at. Jiwoo shoves her screen in his face. It's an article translation tool. She was literally laughing at the exaggerated Italian comments praising him. She gets furious, demanding to know what weird scenarios he was imagining. Jian runs for his life, muttering a quick thank you. The next day, they arrive at the airport. Jiwoo is hyperactive, skipping with excitement, while Jian walks ahead, looking completely exhausted. He remembers Coach Italy blowing up at him when he suggested taking a normal bus. The coach screamed that the star rookie must fly on the team's private charter plane, so Jiwoo is officially traveling with the first team. Jian remembers begging Captain Birashi beforehand to keep the veterans from teasing him or calling Jiwoo his girlfriend. Birashi had promised. Jian opens the curtain to the plane cabin, and the entire senior squad is standing there in sleek, matching black suits like a cartoon mafia family. They welcome them in unison. Saharara bows, putting on a hilarious mafia underboss accent, and offers to show them to their seats. He bows to Jiwoo, telling her that the boss's word is law on this plane. Jiwoo giggles, asking if Jian is the boss. Jian's soul is currently leaving his body. Bonaventura whispers that their concept planning was absolute perfection. Romero starts speaking, pointing to the seats. But Boni instantly covers Romero's mouth and drags him away, keeping him from ruining the mafia theme. Jiwoo thinks it's hilarious. Jiwoo smiles at Jian, teasing him about being treated like an actual mob boss. Suddenly, a hand extends a rolled blanket toward Jian. It's Coach Italy. He is wearing a full black suit, bowing with a massive, terrifying grin and offering a welcome pouch. Jian is absolutely flabbergasted. The coach bows and slides away. Jiwoo asks if that was literally the manager of the team. Jian is staring into the void. He realizes his team is completely unhinged when it comes to joking around. The plane takes off into the night sky. In the back, Luca tells Italy that their event to cheer Jian up was a massive success. Italy boasts about his world-class acting. Luca's expression turns serious. He hopes they win, but admits AS Milan is going to be a nightmare. Italy looks out the window, noting that while they have the goddess of victory on their side, the opponent possesses something far more terrifying: a real lion. The screen ends on a silhouette of Milan's legendary forward, and the storm is officially coming. Can Jian survive the battle? Let me know your predictions in the comments, and I'll see you in the next batch. Up in the roaring stands of the San Siro, Jiwoo is sitting among the crowd when her phone suddenly vibrates. Jian is currently hiding in the locker room, frantically texting her to make sure she locked her hotel room door last night because he doesn't trust the city. Jiwoo just laughs, asking what on earth he thinks she would do. She tells him she's going to watch over him closely and sends a heart emoji, which instantly inflicts a critical hit on our guy's cardiovascular system. Jian is literally holding his head, trying to breathe, telling himself it's just a default emoji and he needs to focus on the game. Because today's match against league leaders AS Milan is their biggest test yet. The stadium is a complete cauldron of red and black noise. On the touchline, Coach Luca watches the crowd, noting that the opponent's fans are absolutely overflowing with confidence. Coach Italy explains that after years of mediocrity, Milan appointed Coach Paoli and finished second last season. And this year, their tactical system has launched them straight to the very top of the table. Their squad is a perfect blend of experienced veterans and hyper-energetic youth, making them the most explosive team in Serie A. Luca admits this is the most well-prepared Milan side he has seen in years, but Italy tells him there is absolutely no reason to be intimidated. Meanwhile, the Milan players are looking across the pitch, whispering about how Firenze's highly rated new ace is literally just a tiny kid. Jian is sweating, hearing their remarks clearly because they are not even trying to lower their voices. The Milan players discuss how this kid has been registering attacking points in every single match since Vlahovic left. And that's when Kretan Ibrahimovic looms over them, looking like a final boss, declaring he wants to see if this kid has what it takes to face a real lion. The referee blows his whistle, and the tactical battle of formations begins. Jian remembers the head coach's warning that Milan's transition speed from defense to offense is completely unmatched, and they prove it instantly. Right from the kickoff, they bypass the midfield entirely and launch a massive long ball forward. Kretan uses his towering physical frame to completely body Milan out of the way, dominating the aerial duel. The ball is knotted down, and they immediately fire another forward pass wide, where their star winger, Rafa Leo, collects it on the flank. Leo takes a giant stride, accelerating past his marker with absolute terrifying ease. He drives to the baseline and whips a high-speed cross into the box. The ball is at an awkward floating height that makes it nearly impossible to either header or volley. Firenze's defender is panicking, screaming at the backline to watch the second ball, but Kretan doesn't care about normal physics. He leaps into the air, executing a spectacular acrobatic bicycle kick out of nowhere. He strikes the ball cleanly from an impossible angle. The ball violently rattles the post. The stadium gasps as Kretan lands, letting out a frustrated click of his tongue. He immediately walks over and slaps Leo on the back of the head, demanding to know why the cross wasn't slightly lower. Leo is just crying. Jian is watching this in absolute horror, realizing their goddess of victory luck isn't going to be enough against these monsters. Milan recovers the ball and immediately launches another wave of pressure, pinning Firenze deep. It takes 11 entire minutes of game time before Jian finally gets his very first touch of the ball, but the second he receives it, the Milan defender is already breathing down his neck, forcing him to play a safe back pass. Coach Italy is biting his finger on the sideline, watching his team get completely overpowered in every single area of the pitch. The keeper, Terachaho, makes a desperate leaping save to keep them in the game. Jian is walking back, feeling completely powerless, wondering if having Vlahovic next to him would have changed the suffocating flow. But then, a familiar chaotic voice screams his name from the touchline. It's Coach Italy. He has literally run down to the very edge of the pitch, ignoring the referee, screaming at Jian to keep his eyes on Milan's left flank. Jian's tactical supercomputer instantly activates. He maps out the field, realizing Milan's entire offensive buildup is heavily leaning toward Leo on the left. And because they are dominating, their fullback, Theo Hernandez, is pushed up so high he's basically playing as a midfielder, which means the space behind their left flank is completely exposed. Jian makes his decision, shouting at Senior Sohil to prepare. Sohil nods, immediately sprinting to adjust his positioning. Jian shifts his run to the right to target their exposed left, while Sohil drops back slightly to cover the defensive transition. Leo is driving forward with the ball, completely unaware of the trap. But Firenze's shifted defense intercepts the ball cleanly. Leo's touch was just a bit too heavy, and the seniors quickly secure the turnover. The counterattack is on. Sohil blocks the fullback's recovery run, and Bonaventura launches a pinpoint long ball right into the empty space behind the line. Jian is sprinting into the open right channel, but as he prepares to collect the ball, a massive shadow looms. It's Pikayo Tiroli. He slides in with terrifying recovery speed, yelling that they left the space open because they knew they could cover it. Jian slams on the brakes, realizing Milan's center backs were standing incredibly wide just to bait this exact run. Their defensive midfielder is already covering the center, meaning Jian is completely isolated on the wing with no passing lanes. Realizing he can't cut back, Jian waits for Tiroli to commit and deliberately kicks the ball off his shin. The ball rolls out of bounds. Corner kick for Firenze. Tiroli clicks his tongue, admitting the kid is clever. Milan walks into the box, telling Jian to just trust his height and loft it in. Jian takes a deep breath. A stationary set piece is the perfect chance to catch his breath and slow down Milan's insane tempo. Milan is currently wrestling with the defender in the box, shouting at him to get his hands off his shirt. The referee blows the whistle, and Jian runs up to take the corner. He analyzes his options, Saharara at the near post, or Milan using his physical strength in the center. But then he notices the far post toward Nastasic is completely neglected. Jian whips a powerful, curling delivery into the box. The ball bends with an absolutely ridiculous trajectory. It sails completely over the goalkeeper's outstretched arms and curls directly into the far corner of the net. A direct corner kick goal. An Olimpico. The stadium is frozen in disbelief as the Firenze players mob Jian in sheer shock. Birashi grabs him, demanding to know if he planned that. Jian frantically waves his hands, admitting he just got incredibly lucky. Birashi immediately turns to the team, shouting for everyone to follow him because there is someone else who owns this goal. The entire squad sprints to the stands, lining up and bowing down toward jiwoo, chanting for everyone to pay respect to their goddess of luck. Jiwoo is sitting there, her face completely red, flanked by two bewildered old men who have no idea what is happening. Kretan Ibrahimovic is watching this theatrical performance from the pitch, his eyes narrowing in pure, dangerous fury at the mention of a goddess of luck. He glares at his team, telling them to ignore the circus and keep pressing with maximum intensity. He declares that they are going to show these rookies what true divine power looks like. The scoreboard updates. AS Milan 0. Firenze 1. The match restarts, and Kretan is immediately roaring at his midfielders to cross the ball into the box. Leo drives down the flank and crosses, Milan continuing to completely dominate the flow of the game despite being down a goal. They are creating decisive chance after decisive chance, Kretan leaping high to battle Milan in the air once more. Kretan executes another spectacular flying overhead bicycle kick, and the ball hits the crossbar again. The stadium is practically shaking. Kretan is absolutely livid, screaming that this is the third time they've hit the post today. Jian is watching this, sweating, realizing that if even one of those 3 shots had been an inch lower, they'd be losing. But their ridiculous luck continues. The Milan midfielder slips on the turf while trying to control a simple pass. With absolutely zero pressure on him, he completely whiffs his kick, launching it into empty space. Even the deflected balls are rolling effortlessly back into Firenze's possession. Jian is starting to think jiwoo really might be a lucky charm. But then, Tonawara is driving forward when the Milan midfielder Torelli wipes him out with a late high-speed challenge. And now, the classical theater performance begins. Tonawara throws himself to the grass, screaming that his leg is completely broken, while Jian and Saharara run over to act concerned. The referee doesn't hesitate, reaching directly into his back pocket while Torelli begs him to wait. It's a direct red card for Torelli in the 45th minute. The midfielder is sent off, completely destroying Milan's tactical momentum right before the whistle. Jian is standing there thinking this level of luck is borderline illegal. Meanwhile, Tonawara is already back on his feet, giving him a cheeky thumbs up. Tonawara is running like a man who has never felt pain in his life, screaming that they have the advantage now. He drives forward, yelling that he's launching a goddess pass, with the blessing of Jiwoo. The pass comes to Jian, who is just sweating, wondering if Tonawara has played too many matches because his brain seems completely fried. Jian drives into Milan's half of the pitch. He takes a shot, but it sails just wide of the post. But he still has this strange, unsettled feeling in his gut. Normally, he'd be thrilled, but something feels off. The second half kicks off, and Milan is forced to substitute a striker for a defensive midfielder to cover the red card gap. But Coach Italy notices they kept both Leo and Cretan on the pitch, meaning their offensive threat is still alive. Captain Birashi gathers the team, warning them that even with 10 men, Milan's attackers are still world-class. He demands they stay focused and exploit their numerical advantage. The ball is kicked off, and the second half is underway. The seniors play a highly professional possession game, rotating the ball across the pitch to force Milan's 10 men to run and drain their stamina. But Jian is still running with that heavy, unsettled feeling. Yes, exploiting a 10-man team is the correct tactical decision, but it doesn't feel like they earned this advantage through their own play. There is no tight, suffocating defense anymore. He admits it's an arrogant thought, but as he's overthinking, a voice screams his name. Because of his lapsed focus, the Milan defender easily slides in and steals the ball from his feet. The ball goes out of bounds and Saharara runs up, asking if he's feeling sick because his movements are incredibly sluggish. Saharara asks him if he's relaxing because he thinks a one-man advantage means they've already won. Jian's eyes go wide. Saharara smirks, telling him to stay focused so they can score another goal to dedicate to their goddess of luck. Jian blushes, screaming to stop calling her that, but inside, Jian's heart sinks. He is deeply ashamed of his own arrogance. He realizes that a true professional gives their absolute all under any circumstance, and his seniors are still throwing their bodies into tackles even while winning. He locks in, promising himself he will stay focused until the final whistle. He spots an opening, pointing and shouting for the ball. Up in the VIP box, AS Milan legend Cafu watches with a smile, noting that Firenze's number 20 is a seriously special player. Cafu explains that since Milan is down a man and trailing, they cannot afford to just sit back and defend for 45 minutes, and the second Jian leads the movement, the center backs are naturally drawn toward him, which opens up a massive ocean of empty space on the opposite flank. Jian fires a brilliant pass wide to Saharara. Then he activates his acceleration, driving straight into the center of the box. The space is completely wide open. He looks around, realizing there isn't a single defender near him. Nobody can keep up with his recovery run. He collects Saharara's perfect cutback pass, standing completely one-on-one with the goalkeeper. And that's when he realizes why he felt so unsettled. Before the red card, they were struggling immensely, and his brain was working overtime to find a solution. He takes a delicate touch, but now there is absolutely zero pressure. Jian easily slots it past the keeper. Goal. 2-0 to Firenze. But Jian's face is completely blank. In his mind, the game has become boring. Saharara runs up celebrating, laughing that his plan worked perfectly. Jian puts on a polite smile, but he isn't feeling any of the usual joy that comes with scoring. He walks back, his face turning incredibly serious, leaving Saharara wondering what is wrong. Milan's spirit is broken. Coach Pauli substitutes both Leo and Cretan. Cretan pushes the trainer's towel away, muttering that a lion doesn't need a towel. The opponent's aggression has collapsed, but Jian refuses to let the remaining minutes pass uselessly. He resolves to find a personal challenge to keep his focus at maximum until the whistle blows. And that's when he spots Milan's fullback, Theo Hernandez, dripping with sweat and breathing heavily. Jian immediately calls for the ball, shifting his run to Hernandez's side. Hernandez is shocked, wondering why Firenze's playmaker is suddenly targeting his flank. This is the fullback who relentlessly tormented Firenze's right side during the first half. Jian smiles, having found his mission for the remaining 8 minutes. Hernandez braces himself. Jian prepares to use the high-speed deceleration drills he practiced for hours with Coach Luca. Hernandez is sweating, wondering what the kid is mumbling. Jian takes his first touch, driving straight toward the fullback. His personal mission is to avenge the physical beating his seniors took in the first half. We have exactly 8 minutes left on the clock. Will Jian successfully break the fullback's ankles, or does Milan have one final surprise left? We'll find out in the next batch. We return to the San Siro touchline, where Coach Luca is watching Jian with wide eyes, wondering if the kid is actually about to launch a solo attack. Coach Italy keeps his arms crossed, noting that until now, Jian's entire playing style has relied strictly on off-ball spatial geometry. He rarely engages in direct one-on-one physical duels with world-class fullbacks, and doing it against the star fullback of the league leaders is a completely different level of difficulty. The coach lets out a terrifyingly smug grin. He wants to see exactly how much his star rookie has grown over the winter break. Theo Hernandez is bracing himself, expecting Jian to execute a classic cutback to the outside, but Jian slams his foot down directly on top of the ball. It's a deceleration feint, and he cuts sharply to the inside. Hernandez is a world-class defender, so his recovery reflexes are insanely fast. He adjusts his balance instantly, but Jian is already executing the second step, driving hard to the inside once more. Then, using the absolute strength of his toes, he snaps the ball back to the outside. Hernandez's ankles are officially in another time zone. The fullback is running on pure panic-induced adrenaline, desperately trying to catch up to the tempo. But Jian plants his boot, shifting his entire body weight in a fraction of a second, and cuts inside again. Hernandez is left tackling thin air, completely destabilized. On the touchline, the seniors are screaming in absolute disbelief, their minds blown by the rookie's raw individual technique. Jian drives into the penalty box, completely clear of his marker. He thinks to himself that this should be more than enough revenge for the physical beating his seniors took in the first half, but he has no intention of stopping here. He drives toward the center. The Milan center back Tiroli is sprinting to cover, realizing they are extremely exposed with the player down. He throws his entire body into a desperate shoulder charge to block the run. Leo is screaming for a foul, while Birashi is shouting that it was a clean physical challenge. Jian is right on the edge of the box, but he can't find a single passing lane. He looks back and realizes his seniors are completely dead on their feet. They threw their bodies into every tackle to block Milan's onslaught, so it's no wonder they don't have the stamina to join the attack. Jian clenches his jaw. He realizes the only way to repay their effort is to finish this himself. He executes a rapid, subtle touch to the outside. Even though the angle is extremely narrow, he isn't focusing on the corner of the net, he's focusing on the sheer velocity of the strike. He unleashes a powerful vertical power shot into the roof of the net. Goal. 3-0 to Firenze, and Lee Jian has officially secured a historic hat-trick at the San Siro. In the dugout, Coach Luca is jumping around like a kid, screaming about a hat-trick against AS Milan. He explains that Jian's final touch subtly lifted the ball, creating a nearly vertical shooting angle that completely bypassed the keeper's hands. He has hands on his cheeks, declaring his absolute undying love for this kid. The players mob Jian, screaming and playfully hitting his head as they celebrate. Jian is blushing, quietly admitting to himself that the ball only lifted because he made a minor touch mistake, but he's glad it went in. Let's keep that as a secret between us. Birashi grabs him, pointing to the stands, demanding he wave to their lucky charm. Jian is scratching his head, dying of embarrassment. Jiwoo is jumping up and down in the stands, screaming his name with absolute joy. The final whistle blows. The match is officially over. Firenze secures a legendary 3-0 victory on hostile turf. As Jian walks off, a massive shadow suddenly blocks the sun. It's Kretan Ibrahimovic. Jian's survival instincts instantly scream. Kretan admits Milan suffered a crushing defeat because they failed to respect their opponent, but he smiles, warmly congratulating the kid on the victory. Jian is completely frozen, stammering out a polite thank you. Kretan turns around, warning him with an intense glare that their next encounter will not be like today. Jian is still recovering from the sheer aura of the veteran when a reporter shoves a microphone into his face. He apologizes, completely flustered, as the reporter quickly congratulates him on the win. Jian thinks to himself that just having a 10-second conversation with Kretan drained more energy than the actual 90 minutes of football. She asks him if he expected to score a hat-trick against the league leaders today. Jian smiles, saying he didn't expect it, but had a feeling they would win due to good luck. But his brain suddenly flashes a red warning. He realizes he needs to watch his words. If he just attributes the win to luck, it will make all the physical sacrifice and hard work his seniors went through look cheap. The reporter is waiting, and Jian is sweating, desperately trying to find a tactical escape. He strikes a dramatic pose, declaring that what really mattered was believing that their goddess of victory would raise their hands. The reporter is completely confused, wondering if goddess of victory is some secret, highly classified tactical formation that Firenze can't reveal. Jian is just laughing awkwardly. She politely says she won't pry into team secrets, and Jian walks away, relieved that his bizarre explanation somehow worked. Later that evening, Jian and Jiwoo are walking through the streets of Milan. Jiwoo is skipping ahead, gloating about how he was obviously talking about her during his live interview. Jian asks if she attended some academy that boosts self-esteem. Jiwoo gets mad, screaming that it's a common sports jinx, like how players refuse to change their underwear before a big match. She corners him, demanding a direct answer to whether she is his goddess or not. Jian is blushing furiously. He sighs, muttering that she can be the goddess if she wants, and Jiwoo cheers, completely satisfied. She looks around, marveled by how incredibly fashionable everyone in Milan looks. But then she notices Jian has stopped walking, looking deeply depressed. He looks down at his old black padded jacket, his team-issued training pants, and his worn shoes, feeling like a complete fashion disaster in the city of design. Jiwoo laughs, telling him he looks perfectly fine and unique. She asks how she looks, and Jian, wanting to get back at her for teasing him, casually says the city looks beautiful. She blushes, looking at him in shock. Jian quickly clarifies that he meant the city of Milan is beautiful, leaving a furious Jiwoo to chase him down the street. She asks if he called his dad to celebrate, and Jian says he tried, but there was no answer. They wonder why he's so busy. Jiwoo jokes that his dad is probably busy preparing a massive feast to treat everyone since his son is now a superstar. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, the impact of Jian's performance is starting to hit. In a major media office, the staff are shouting because their servers are completely melting down under the surge of traffic. The manager asks what kind of crazy inquiries are clogging up the system. The technician explains that news of Jian's San Siro hat-trick has officially reached Korea, and everyone wants to watch the highlights. The manager stares at his monitor, realizing the entire country is currently looking at this kid, and they are officially crowning Lee Jian as the brand new hope of Korean football. Cut to the historic streets of Florence, where a local tour guide is desperately trying to maintain order among a massive crowd. He is crying, admitting he has never seen this many Korean tourists in his entire career. He realizes this is the absolute reality of the Lee Jian effect. A middle-aged tourist couple suddenly approaches him, casually asking if he knows the exact address of Jian's house. The guide is stunned as they explain they traveled all this way and want to take a proof shot in front of his door. This is bordering on stalker behavior. Other tourists swarm him, demanding he arrange a post-match meeting or reveal the specific cafe Jian frequents so they can get autographs. The guides sweat, explaining that this is a standard sightseeing package and players have private lives that need to be respected. But the tourists argue back, claiming that the most famous tourist attraction in Florence right now is literally Lee Jian himself. Desperate to save himself, the guide suggests they buy tickets to watch today's home match instead. They agree, but during the match against Stecchia, Coach Italy only substitutes Jian in at the 35th minute of the second half to protect his growth plates. The tourists are absolutely furious, trembling with rage because they bought expensive tickets just to watch the hope of Korean football play for 10 minutes. They storm out of the stadium, calling themselves idiots for expecting anything. The guide is left sitting there, sweating, thinking that Jian didn't even do anything wrong and yet the fans are still volatile. Meanwhile, back in their apartment, Jian's dad is collapsing onto the sofa with a sigh. He looks at his phone, smiling at the picture of Jian celebrating his hat trick. He notes that the Korean media is never going to leave his son alone now. But he punches the air in pure, quiet pride, celebrating the San Siro masterpiece. Suddenly, the front door clicks open. Jian walks in, surprised to see his dad home so early. His dad explains that his colleagues were highly considerate and let him leave early today. He warmly congratulates Jian on the victory and the hat trick. Jian is blushing, muttering an awkward thank you. And then, the classic heavy silence of an introverted father-son duo settles over the living room. Jian quickly excuses himself to take a shower, and his dad tells him to hurry up. Watching him go, his dad's expression turns serious. He is deeply worried. He knows that as public expectations grow, the psychological pressure on his 16-year-old son will become immense. He notes that Jian has absolutely zero interest in soccer politics or media, he just loves playing the game. So his dad usually handles all the media monitoring for him, and a specific name suddenly pops into his mind. He recalls a legendary young Korean prospect who joined Barcelonetta's elite academy at a young age, expected to be the next superstar. But he couldn't make the jump to the first team and was immediately branded a failed talent by the toxic media. The kid was only 19 years old, forced to walk through a dark tunnel of public hatred. The public creates massive expectations at their own whim, and the second a teenager fails to meet them, they discard him. He is terrified that Jian might suffer the exact same fate. Yes, overcoming pressure is part of being a professional, but it is incredibly difficult to watch your child, who has already suffered a mental breakdown once, go through that fire again. He recalls Coach Tony once suggesting that there is no rule saying a player must represent the country they were born in, implying they should protect Jian at all costs. His dad sighs, realizing there are no easy answers. In the bathroom, Jian turns on the faucet. He shivers, admitting he still hates taking ice-cold showers for recovery, but he steps in anyway, knowing discipline is non-negotiable. He thinks about his dad, realizing his dad would much rather be at the stadium watching him play instead of working late. He recalls his dad looked incredibly tired earlier and has clearly lost weight. Jian resolves to work twice as hard to earn a massive wage raise so his dad can finally retire and rest. He walks out of the bathroom only to hear the TV announcer detailing how top European clubs are currently circling to sign him. Jian screams in pure embarrassment and his dad jumps up asking if he got hurt. Jian blushes, saying it's just incredibly awkward to see his own face on the news. His dad laughs, quickly grabbing the remote to change the channel. He notes that with yesterday's win, Firenze is now closing the gap with second-place Milano. He tells Jian to take pride in his hard-earned achievements. Jian smiles, and they sit down to watch a rebroadcast of the Manchester derby. His dad points at the screen, noting that De Bruyne is currently passing to Siuba. Even though Jian doesn't monitor other leagues, he obviously knows about these world-class giants. He is awed by their class, but his dad casually pats his shoulder, saying he thinks Jian is doing even better. Jian laughs, saying there is absolutely no way. He watches De Bruyne's concise touches, marveling at his world-class basics. His dad smiles, casually asking if players of that caliber talk to each other on the pitch, and wonders if their salaries are astronomical. Jian's brain short-circuits. He gets flustered, stammering about their wages. His dad is surprised, and Jian frantically waves his hands, admitting he accidentally said his inner thoughts out loud. He quickly clarifies that he was just curious about how much sponsorship money world-class players earn. His dad rubs his chin, agreeing that sponsorship contracts probably dwarf their actual wages. He looks at Jian, teasingly asking if his son has suddenly developed a massive interest in money. Jian claims he was just curious, and his dad laughs, hugging him and telling him his current professional wage is already massive for his age, so he doesn't need to worry about finances. But Jian's face goes completely serious. He thinks to himself that there are things far more important than his own comfort. His dad is surprised by his sudden intensity. Jian thinks that if money isn't important, then all his dad's exhausting sacrifices would mean nothing. His dad is worried, asking if Jian is upset because he can't attend his matches. Jian frantically denies it. He looks down, quietly admitting he just wants his dad to live a comfortable life. He hopes his dad can leave work early and get some actual rest. His dad is completely frozen, deeply touched, and ruffles Jian's hair with a warm smile. He tells him that just seeing his son play makes all his hardships disappear, and tells him to just enjoy his football. Jian feels the warmth of his dad's hand. It literally feels like he is back to being 5 years old, playing with his dad in the backyard. This is peak wholesome content. Jian resolves to work even harder. Suddenly, the home phone starts vibrating violently late at night. His dad looks at the caller ID, his eyes widening in absolute shock. It's Coach Vincenzo Italy. Jian is confused, wondering why the manager is calling his dad's personal number at this hour. His dad answers, politely greeting the coach. Then, his dad's face completely freezes, his eyes turning into massive saucers as he gasps, "You mean, from all three?" Coach Italy is on the other end, laughing wildly in his office, declaring that Nike, Adidas, and Puma have all officially submitted massive sponsorship bids for Li Jian. We get a final dramatic shot of Jian standing there in absolute shock as the realization of his new global status hits him. The corporate war for our guy has officially begun. How much money are we talking about? Let me know your predictions in the comments, and I'll see you in the next batch. We start today deep inside the corporate war room of Puma headquarters, where the executive suits are currently experiencing a collective panic attack. Global marketing leader Nina Trezena slams her hand on the desk like an absolute girl boss, practically screaming at her team that they need to secure this kid at all costs. And honestly, can you blame her? Jian isn't just a cracked football prodigy who reads the pitch like a digital cheat code. He has also got the clean, polite image that sponsors would literally sell their own organs for. Even the old executive across the table has to agree, admitting he has never seen a young player who is this phenomenally skilled, yet somehow remains a genuinely nice human being. Nina is so confident she points straight to a portrait of Neymar, declaring that our guy is the one and only candidate worthy to succeed him as the global face of the brand. The boss chuckles, reminding her that replacing a legendary superstar like Neymar is a massive gamble, but he agrees they need to throw the entire vault at Jian. But then, Nina drops the absolute bomb. The industry's two biggest juggernauts, Nike and Adidas, are already drawing up their own multi-million euro contracts. The old man's eyes pop out of his head as Nina orders an emergency meeting to restructure their entire financial strategy. She knows that if they want to drag Jian away from the corporate clutches of Nike and Adidas, they are going to have to offer him something completely historic. Meanwhile, we transition straight back to the pitch, where the roar of 40,000 fans at the Artemio Franchi Stadium welcomes us back to Serie A. Firenze is locked in a scoreless deadlock against Sampdoria, and true to form, the Sampdoria defenders decide to play rugby instead of soccer, brutally bodying Jian to the turf. The referee immediately blows his whistle for a foul, and Captain Birashi sprints over, looking ready to commit a felony as he checks on our guy. Jian sits on the grass, rubbing his head and realizing Sampdoria hasn't changed a single bit since they last met. They are still a bunch of absolute physical bullies. Jian remembers being absolutely terrified of these giant bearded defenders during his rookie days, thinking they looked like high-level dungeon bosses who fought for a living. But as Birashi pulls him back up with a giant grin, Jian realizes something crazy. Looking at them now, they don't actually seem scary at all. In fact, the entire Sampdoria defensive block looks completely slow and unimpressive compared to the elite Milan and Napoli players he has been dismantling lately. Jian wonders if he has somehow grown taller over the winter before realizing the truth. It is his mental game that has completely leveled up. And because he is no longer playing with the fear debuff active, his brain instantly boots up his spatial supercomputer, mapping out the entire pitch into a glowing coordinate grid. He executes a rapid sequence of quick passes, sliding the ball through the midfield lines with absolute mathematical precision. The team's confidence surges as Jian dictates the entire tempo of the match, pushing Sampdoria's defensive line back until Birashi unleashes a massive, swerving cross. The ball flies past the keeper's desperate fingertips and violently rattles the back of the net. Just like that, the scoreboard updates to 1-0 in the 15th minute, and Jian and Birashi high-five like a couple of absolute kings. But there is no parking the bus today. Coach Italy has ordered a high-intensity press, and the Firenze players keep their boots firmly on the opponent's throat. Jian reads the defender's body language like an open book, stepping into his visual shadow to intercept a sloppy transition pass with absolute ease. He drives forward into the empty central channel, dragging 3 defenders toward him like a gravity well, before laying off a clean pass to bald winger Ricardo Sahurara. Sahurara uses his veteran experience to slightly slow down his run, baiting the defense into overcommitting before sliding a perfect reverse pass back to Jian. The final defender sprints over, trying to block the lane, but Jian has already positioned his body for a lethal swerving strike at the far post. But as the 2 central defenders leap to block his expected shooting trajectory, our guy decides to showcase his absolute football IQ. Instead of forcing a high-risk shot into a wall of muscle, Jian executes a beautiful no-look pass right past their outstretched boots. It is a brilliant tactical decoy play, leaving the entire Sampdoria backline tracking thin air as Captain Birashi cuts in, completely unmarked from the flank. Birashi runs onto the service and buries a powerful first-time strike into the bottom corner, doubling the lead just before the halftime whistle. The players celebrate in the corner, and the fans are absolutely loving the beautiful, fluid team play that has turned this match into a tactical masterclass. In the second half, Coach Italy adjusts the tempo, ordering the team to choke out the match with a controlled, possession-based low block. By endlessly recycling the ball in their own half, Firenze lures the anxious, frustrated Sampdoria defenders out of their positions, exposing massive gaps behind them. Jian tracks the defensive line with a critical eye, waiting for the exact millisecond senior Kanehan breaks his run to beat the offside trap. He unleashes a lightning-fast vertical ground pass that slices through the entire defensive block like a hot knife through butter. It is a millimeter-perfect assist, creating a comfortable one-on-one opportunity that Kanehan coolly slots past the diving goalkeeper. The Sampdoria players stand completely dejected, realizing they have been systematically dismantled without ever getting a real chance to play. Up on the touchline, Coach Vincenzo Italy folds his arms with an incredibly smug, proud smile on his face. He notes that today's 3-0 lead is a massive milestone for the squad, because these goals weren't scored through lucky individual solo runs, but through highly coordinated team play. But he also knows that this entire complex tactical system is only possible because Li Jian is on the field acting as their spatial anchor, before turning to call assistant coach Luca. Italy orders him to prepare the substitution board, and lone prodigy Rica Romero, sitting on the bench with his split blonde and dark hair, absolutely lights up with joy. Romero strikes a dramatic, self-absorbed pose, loudly declaring that a true genius is finally replacing a genius, prompting Luca to look like he wants to launch him into orbit. In the 66th minute, the board goes up, and Jian walks off the pitch with 2 brilliant assists to his name, high-fiving Romero as he heads to the dugout. As Jian crosses the white line, the entire stadium rises to their feet, delivering a deafening, respectful standing ovation for their young 16-year-old maestro. And right there in the VIP section of the stands, Nina Trezena is watching with a highly satisfied smile, her corporate confidence reaching absolute maximum capacity. Jian looks over, completely oblivious to the fact that his entire financial life is about to change in the next 48 hours. Nina adjusts her glasses, muttering to herself that they must lock this kid down immediately, no matter how many millions of euros it takes. The referee blows the final whistle, confirming a dominant 3-0 victory for Firenze, keeping them firmly in third place in the Serie A table behind AS Milan and Inter. We transition a few days later to a beautiful, modern white villa in Florence, where a loud, ecstatic scream echoes across the front lawn. It is Jian's agent, bursting through the front door with his massive mutton chop shaking, screaming that global corporate giants are literally fighting each other for Jian. Jian sits on the sofa in a simple t-shirt, sweatily admitting his dad mentioned something about it, which makes the agent look like he is about to have a medical emergency. Seeing his guest hyperventilating, Jian's supportive dad calmly walks over and pours a cold recovery drink directly down the agent's throat, telling him to breathe. The agent wipes his mouth, gasping for air and apologizing for his absolute lack of composure, explaining that the scale of this corporate war is completely unprecedented. He proudly laughs, bragging that those usually arrogant, high and mighty brand managers were bowing and scraping like humble servants during the business briefing. Jian's dad anxiously asks how the actual negotiations went, and the agent slaps his forehead, realizing he hasn't even delivered the most important news yet. He slides a thick premium white folder onto the coffee table, revealing 3 distinct brand logos: the 3 stripes of Adidas, the swoosh of Nike, and the cat of Puma. Jian and his dad lean over, staring at the sheets with massive cartoonish eyes, completely incapable of processing the sheer amount of zeros on the contract page. The agent chuckles, telling them not to panic, and offers to break down the complex corporate jargon into simple terms. He explains that Adidas has offered the absolute highest upfront cash bag, while Nike has countered by proposing the longest, most secure contract duration. But Puma has played the ultimate wildcard. They have promised to launch a custom signature soccer shoe featuring Li Jian as the primary global model. Jian is completely paralyzed, stuttering in disbelief as the agent points to his feet and asks if he isn't currently wearing their brand's boots. We see a quick flashback to the corporate meeting, where Nina Trezena admitted that the specific shoe model Jian wears was actually a massive commercial flop. But ever since Jian started wearing them on live TV, his viral sliding toe tap goals have caused global sales for that exact model to skyrocket. The agent slams his fist, telling Jian that the fans are buying the shoes simply because they admire him, and if he signs with Puma, he will get his own exclusive line. He holds up a conceptual graphic of a sleek orange shoe branded with the name Ni W Wave Jian Li, declaring our guy will be the face of a global campaign. And the absolute best part? Jian will receive a direct percentage cut of every single pair of those signature shoes sold worldwide. But the agent tells him to keep his cool and not sign immediately, explaining that they need to let the bidding war cook a bit longer to squeeze out even more cash. But as the agent and his dad look over, they realize Jian has completely frozen up, staring blankly into space with his mouth wide open. Our guy rubs his hair in absolute shock, admitting he is so overwhelmed by the sheer scale of this reality that he momentarily lost his ability to speak. The agent bursts out laughing, celebrating their victory, while Jian silently realizes that his childhood dreams are officially becoming real. We cut to later that afternoon, where Jian is walking down the cobblestone streets of Florence on a casual shopping trip with childhood friend Jiwoo. Jiwoo asks why he suddenly wanted to go shopping for training clothes before pausing as they stop right outside a massive flagship storefront. They look up, and Jiwoo's jaw drops as they stare at a giant multi-story billboard of Jian holding up a sleek orange boot with the words New Wave Jian Li plastered across the glass. Jian stands there with his eyes turned into massive, sparkling white plates, realizing his face is officially towering over the city, and his heart has completely, utterly tilted towards signing that Puma contract.